Chen Xiao mistakenly pressed the wrong elevator button and was killed 1,000 times by the void. After an infinite rebirth, Chen Xiao traversed into a fantastical realm. This place is rife with enigmatic creatures. A phoenix reborn from flames, an ancient emperor emerging from the earth, a monstrous tentacled beast dominating the oceans, and the merciless, bloodthirsty straw creatures. Moreover, Chen Xiao was marked with the designation 001. The mysterious creatures erupted into chaos. Numerous pinnacle powerhouses arrived in droves, weeping and pleading, "Please, ancestor, take action and slay these mysterious beings." Confidently, Chen Xiao took action, only to be sent flying by a giant towering 100 meters tall. "Wait, let me change my designation before I strike." Enraged, Chen Xiao plunged a knife into his own heart. The state of death was successfully activated. A chilling aura erupted suddenly, and a sinister smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips. "Do you think you can kill me?" Chapter 1. Elevator Malfunction. What is four-dimensional space? I've encountered this question before. It is simply an additional dimension of time layered upon the foundation of three-dimensional space. In simpler terms, it allows for time travel. Well, in a certain sense, time does not exist. Thus, your assertion is invalid. What is time? Seconds, minutes, hours? No, these are merely human constructs. The time we acknowledge exists solely upon clocks. The true essence of time is the growth of all things, the continuous changes occurring, irreversible in nature. Hence, we can never traverse time and space. For the moment any event undergoes change, its past ceases to exist entirely. Even if we return to that moment, all we can perceive is a void. We can recreate, but we will never recover our past. The same applies to the future. Until a change occurs, all remains void. Now, let us return to the earlier question. What is four-dimensional space? I don't know. Chen Xiao regarded the bespectacled man, whom he had only seen a few times, with a sense of exasperation, silently pondering that he was merely riding an elevator and had no inclination to discuss four-dimensional space with him. However, as colleagues within the same company, Chen Xiao did not wish to dampen the other's enthusiasm and could only smile, saying, "Then please enlighten me on what four-dimensional space is." "I don't know either," the bespectacled man shook his head, pondering for a moment before murmuring, "If three-dimensional space is a layering of multiple two-dimensional spaces, then four-dimensional space must be a layering of several three-dimensional spaces together. Our world is a vast three-dimensional space. Thus, if four-dimensional space truly exists, it implies that our world may very well overlap with other three-dimensional spaces. Yet we cannot fathom such a complex, overlapping state. Hence we will forever remain oblivious to the existence of four-dimensional space." "Brother, you're making me quite confused," Chen Xiao lamented while rubbing his forehead. "With a salary of 3,200, I should not be preoccupied with such matters." "No, you will soon be confronted with them." The bespectacled man suddenly wore a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Ding! The elevator halted on the second floor. The collision of three-dimensional spaces results in an overload of the overlapping state, leading to multiple collapses. An increasing number of mysterious events are manifesting, akin to a program encountering a bug, or actors stepping out of character, with beings that rightfully belong to this world appearing in another. We cannot perceive higher dimensions, yet we can discern subtle traces within parallel dimensions. Of course, to us, those traces remain mysterious and unknown. The bespectacled man exited the elevator, waving goodbye to Chen Xiao with a smile. "I was just rambling, don't take it to heart." After a pause, he added with another smile, "Good luck, Chen Xiao." Bang! The two elevator doors slammed shut violently, and the lights flickered intensely, causing the entire elevator to sway. "What is happening?" Chen Xiao was startled, quickly grasping the handrail, his heart racing as he surveyed the elevator. The other occupants were equally bewildered. One delivery man let out a wail. "Damn it, am I really this unlucky?" "Unlucky? What do you mean?" Chen Xiao frowned. "The elevator is clearly malfunctioning. Look, the numbers aren't moving." The delivery man pointed at the crimson 2 displayed on the elevator screen, his face contorted in distress. "I still have an order to deliver. I'm definitely going to miss the deadline." "Just wait. It should be fine." Chen Xiao extended his finger again, pressing the button for the first floor, but suddenly a jolt of electricity surged from the button, causing him to recoil in shock. "Damn, this thing has a short circuit." Chen Xiao exclaimed, his entire hand tingling from the shock. The fingertip that had pressed the button was now covered in charred skin. Boom! Suddenly, the elevator began to plummet. This was not a mere descent, but felt as if it were dropping at an alarming speed. The beautiful woman appeared visibly alarmed, her complexion ashen. Whether intentional or not, she inadvertently wrapped her arms around Chen Xiao's waist from behind, subsequently vomiting all over his back. "What is that smell?" Chen Xiao's face turned a sickly shade of green. After all, he had just donned a freshly pressed suit. This afternoon, he was set to participate in a competitive promotion for a raise. "What smell?" The delivery boy, weeping, rose from the ground and gazed at the food container in his hand, his expression one of profound sorrow. What you smell is the stench of my putrid and decaying existence. Shut your mouth already. Chen Xiao hastily removed his shoe and hurled it at the delivery boy. In a fit of rage, he reached out to forcefully pry away the delicate hands of the raven-haired beauty that clung to his waist. However, upon freeing one of her hands, he suddenly froze, his anger dissipating by half, replaced with confusion and astonishment. Wait a moment. Hadn't he been huddled in the corner, pressed against the wall? How could there possibly be someone behind him? The raven-haired beauty's delicate face was mere inches from his ear, and Chen Xiao could even hear her faint breaths. Just a slight turn of his head would allow him to meet her gaze, yet he felt no inclination to look back. A ghost, there's a ghost. Panic-stricken, Chen Xiao shoved aside the beauty's tender hand and dashed toward the elevator doors, banging on them with urgency. Open up. You must open the door. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a heavy object fell to the floor. Chen Xiao quickly turned around, finding half of the raven-haired beauty's corpse lying on the ground. Her blood smeared a shocking crimson streak across the inner walls of the elevator. Instantly, a chorus of screams erupted within the confined space. Ah, someone's dead. Where did this woman come from? Quick, call the police. Inside the elevator were 4 individuals: Chen Xiao, the delivery boy, an elderly gentleman with a head injury, and a female supervisor from the project team. There was no sign of the raven-haired beauty. So, from whence had she emerged? Had she slipped into the elevator during its malfunction? But the doors had never opened. What phenomenon was this? Had the laws of reality been suspended? Was it some form of wall-phasing ability? Yet, how could one become trapped in such a manner? Chapter 2. The Mysterious Space. Sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by a flurry of sparks, black smoke began to billow from the elevator screen. The screen displayed crimson numbers that flickered ominously. Initially, it read 2, then changed to 1, only to devolve into a chaotic jumble of garbled text. Ultimately, it transformed into a series of erratic waveforms resembling an electrocardiogram, flickering a few times before abruptly going black. Bang! The screen exploded, shards of glass scattering in every direction. The crowd, like startled birds, was once again jolted by the sudden chaos. Chen Xiao hastily retrieved his phone, intending to call for help, only to realize after frantic attempts that there was no signal. Damn it! How could a scene straight out of a movie be unfolding before my eyes? Chen Xiao shook his phone vigorously, yet the signal bar remained stubbornly unyielding. Turning to glance at the others, he saw the injured elder and the delivery boy also frantically searching for signal with their phones. Meanwhile, the female supervisor from the project had already collapsed in terror on the floor. Damn it! Chen Xiao cursed in frustration. At that moment, his phone screen went black. On the dark display, a vague reflection appeared, one that seemed to be a grotesque figure lying atop the elevator. It appeared twisted, resembling some unknown creature. Chen Xiao hurriedly looked up, and to his horror, he beheld a terrifying black octopus perched on the elevator ceiling. It was labeled an octopus due to its 8 slimy, grotesque tentacles, yet it bore the visage of an aged, deformed human face, with bulging eyes and a nose that drooped like a lump of clay. What on earth is this? Chen Xiao was frozen in disbelief. The creature's features did not conform to any known life form in this world. It transcended his understanding, rendering it nothing short of a monster. Just then, the delivery boy also noticed the octopus dangling ominously above them and exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's octopus, bro!" Bang! With a thunderous sound, the elevator doors swung open. In that instant, all the lights within the elevator extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. The collective vision of the group seemed to be snatched away, replaced by a cacophony of screams and curses echoing in the void. Thud! It felt as though something had fallen. Immediately, the injured elder began to scream in agony. "Help me!" Chen Xiao quickly illuminated his phone, and simultaneously, the delivery boy's phone flickered to life, both directing their light towards the elder. They beheld the elder's head, bloodied and gory, with a gaping wound exposed on his thinning scalp. To their horror, his frail, withered hands clutched a slimy octopus that had fallen onto his head. It turned out that the octopus had indeed landed on the elder's skull. With a mighty tug, he had managed to yank it off, but in doing so, he had also torn away a significant portion of his scalp, revealing a gruesome, bloody sight. Ah, octopus bro is killing people. The delivery boy frantically swung his yellow helmet at the octopus. Despite his lean physique, he possessed surprising strength. His strike not only knocked the octopus down, but also shattered 2 of the elder's fingers. Ouch! Ah! The elder clutched his fractured fingers, wailing in agony as cold sweat streamed down his contorted face. The octopus writhed on the ground, its eerie human face contorted into a sinister, malevolent expression. Swish! The octopus squirmed a few times before leaping towards the delivery boy. The boy, startled, swung his yellow helmet with all his might, sending the octopus flying. Chen Xiao watched as the repulsive creature soared past him, spiraling out of the elevator and into the endless abyss of darkness outside. Yet, to his dismay, he noticed that the blood inside the elevator was rapidly accumulating. Chen Xiao turned around, his face paling in horror. The elder was dead. A gaping wound had appeared in his chest, and his heart had seemingly vanished, as if stolen by some unseen force. We must escape, Chen Xiao thought. Panic surging within him. He could no longer hesitate and rushed out of the elevator, guided by the light of his phone. Everything was too surreal. A woman with only half a body, the octopus hanging from the elevator's ceiling, and an unknown creature lurking in the shadows, stealing the elder's heart. What other dangers lay hidden within this elevator? Could it truly be, as that bespectacled man had said, a collision of three-dimensional spaces leading to a collapse, allowing mysterious beings from other realms to seep into this world? Perhaps that woman was a casualty of a parallel universe, having accidentally crossed over, only partially, with her other half remaining in her original world. How tragic. Chen Xiao's mind raced, recalling every word spoken by the bespectacled man. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious that fellow seemed. Though they worked for the same company, they had scarcely crossed paths. He only knew that the man was from a technical department. What exactly was his job? Chen Xiao had no idea, nor did he even know his name. Yet it was evident the man recognized him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called out Chen Xiao's name. But why had he shared such information today? And why had he chosen to exit the elevator on the second floor? The bespectacled man must know something. Lost in thought, Chen Xiao stumbled and fell. As he rose, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. It was as if he had plunged into the void. This was not the corridor or street he remembered outside the elevator, but rather an expansive, majestic land, where black soil partially concealed countless miniature stars, each radiating a soft, yet dazzling light. The sky was also black, adorned with mysterious auroras flickering like the polar night. Amidst the shimmering lights, he could discern that some enigmatic, unknown creatures lay in slumber. A phoenix's half-burnt wing protruded from the ground, while a colossal beast, 100 meters long, was buried beneath the sand, revealing only a grotesque, decayed head. Moreover, a massive creature with bat-like wings lounged beside a star, devoid of a head. Its stout body marked with a singular, darkly patterned eye. Silence, horror, and the indescribable. Were these monsters from the classic of mountains and seas, or Cthulhu mythos? Everything remained shrouded in mystery. Where was this place? Chen Xiao had no idea, but it was undoubtedly not his original world. He had traversed realms, all due to a damned elevator and that inexplicably enigmatic bespectacled man. Damn it, I could have been promoted and received a raise this afternoon. How could I end up here, in such a ghastly place? Rather than exhilaration, Chen Xiao felt an overwhelming wave of fear and anxiety constricting his chest. While others embarked on their journeys in new beginner villages, he had been thrust into the apex of danger. None of those terrifying creatures appeared to be easily dealt with. Who knew when these monsters might awaken, and who could tell what other perils lurked in this desolate, dark expanse? Crack! Just then, a bolt of black-purple lightning suddenly struck down from above, crashing violently into Chen Xiao. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, only to be torn apart by the force of the lightning, as if every surge of electricity had transformed into sharp blades, forcibly slicing through Chen Xiao's being, only to coalesce into a viscous substance, reassembling his fragmented body. This agony was incessant, coupled with a terrifying radiation that incessantly infiltrated Chen Xiao's trachea, causing his throat to swell, the engorged veins crawling like maggots across his neck. Chapter 3. Crossing into Another World. Chen Xiao's anguished and desperate screams echoed. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing and rolling, yet unable to mitigate even a fraction of the pain. It felt akin to being devoured simultaneously by 10 ferocious beasts. Each piece of flesh gnawed away, and yet, Chen Xiao could not die. This sensation, more torturous than death itself, persisted for an eternity before gradually dissipating. His consciousness had become a blur. The auroras above were resplendent, yet Chen Xiao lacked the inclination to admire them. He turned to flee, but after just a few steps, he fell to the ground once more with a thud. His eyelids seemed sealed, heavy and shut. Initially, he retained some awareness, vaguely hearing the sounds of meteors streaking by. Yet soon, he could hear nothing at all. He had completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Time elapsed, shrouded in silence and despondency. Chen Xiao's consciousness remained dim, vaguely sensing the passage of time, yet oblivious to how long had truly passed. Hours, days, years, perhaps even centuries? Within this vast, unchanging void, time had wholly lost its significance. The black-purple lightning struck more than once. Periodically, it would descend, fiercely striking Chen Xiao, akin to divine retribution, jolting him awake to experience the unbearable torment of 1,000 biting ants gnawing at his heart. In this desolate, expansive, and mysterious realm, Chen Xiao found himself with no means of escape, no refuge. The delivery man and the female supervisor had not followed. The elevator had long since vanished. Chen Xiao felt abandoned in the void, repeatedly awakened by the lightning, enduring agony beyond comprehension, only to lapse back into a numbed unconsciousness. This cycle repeated over 1,000 times. Chen Xiao felt no hunger, no thirst, nor could he die. Every cell within him was in a state of disintegration and reassembly, perpetually repeating this process, as if caught in a duality of life and death. The pain penetrated to his very marrow, a torment worse than death, a relentless cycle of suffering. Thus, he remained in a haze until Chen Xiao was utterly unconscious, indifferent to the relentless strikes of the black-purple lightning, no longer awakening. He seemed to have become a lifeless corpse. Time passed, though how long was indeterminate. Chen Xiao's eyelids fluttered slightly. Here, he found himself in the Mu Bei Museum of Demu City. Chen Xiao was uncertain of how long he had been in slumber. His head felt heavy, and his eyes remained difficult to open. Yet, fortunately, his consciousness gradually returned, and the sounds of black-purple lightning and meteors were replaced by the chatter of a crowd. Had he been liberated? Finally departing the void, leaving that mysterious realm? No longer subject to the wrath of lightning? Chen Xiao felt a flicker of excitement, straining to hear the words of the gathering. The voice nearest to him seemed to belong to a tour guide. Come and see. This is the first mysterious creature ever discovered in the world, catalogued as 001 by the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, named the Ancestral Being. The Ancestral Being was found a century ago in a village in the Mu Bei district. It is said to be the first instance of the black and white door phenomenon, which astounded all the villagers at the time. The impact of this event was vast, and many have surely heard of it. Of course, that small village has since been demolished and replaced with towering buildings. Yet we can still glimpse the great commotion it caused through past news articles and newspapers. Unlike other mysterious creatures, the Ancestral Being was already deceased upon emerging from the black and white door, its appearance remarkably similar to that of humans. At the time, the villagers believed it to be an ordinary corpse. However, forensic analysis revealed that the cells within the Ancestral Being differed from ours, exhibiting astonishing vitality, containing a wealth of mutated substances. In simpler terms, although the Ancestral Being was dead, its body functioned as if alive, and it exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary adult male by a considerable margin, even surpassing our current understanding of limits. Thus, we may also regard the Ancestral Being as the first awakener. Rest assured, the Ancestral Being had already perished a century ago, and its body is preserved intact within our Mu Bei Museum. However, as I mentioned, the Ancestral Being is quite unique, which is why photography is prohibited here. You may visit, but please refrain from disclosing the Ancestral Being's features to avoid attracting the attention of malicious individuals. We hope for your understanding. The tour guide spoke with fervor, and the surrounding visitors occasionally chimed in. Yet, Chen Xiao found their words indistinct, as if separated by some barrier. Is there a cannibal tribe here? Chen Xiao misheard Ancestral Being as cannibal tribe, and images of cannibals devouring corpses, their bloody jaws gnawing away at flesh, flooded his mind. This scene mirrored the previous black-purple lightning, slicing through Chen Xiao's body like a knife. Startled, Chen Xiao jolted awake, suddenly confronted by a pristine, transparent glass. He found himself encased within a crystal coffin. Before him stood over 20 curious tourists, gazing at him with a mix of intrigue and reverence. The tour guide, oblivious to Chen Xiao's awakening, continued his animated narration. But the tourists had already noticed Chen Xiao's open eyes. The first to react was a girl in her 20s with a ponytail. Her eyes widened in shock, and after a moment, she exclaimed, "Everyone, look! The Ancestral Being has awakened." In an instant, the crowd erupted in screams. What? The Ancestral Being was supposed to be dead. How is this possible? Good heavens! The Ancestral Being has truly opened its eyes. What should we do? Should we run? Is the Ancestral Being aggressive? The cacophony of panicked voices surged through the crowd. The tour guide hurriedly turned around. Incredulity etched on his face as he beheld Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao blinked a couple of times, still somewhat dazed, with his last memories lingering in that vast, silent, mysterious space. Hadn't he fainted? How had he ended up in a coffin? And was this still the original world? What on earth was a cannibal tribe? While Chen Xiao was lost in bewildering thoughts, the tourists had already erupted into chaos. The tour guide, without a second thought, spun around and fled. Don't just stand there, run. The Ancestral Being has resurrected. The guide was quite responsible, shouting warnings while fleeing. The Ancestral Being is extremely dangerous. No one knows whether it will slaughter humans. The tourists, now thoroughly panicked, stood frozen for a moment before surging toward the exit in a frenzy, leaving the scene in a matter of moments. Now, it was Chen Xiao's turn to panic. What the hell is happening? The cannibal tribe has resurrected, and they are going to slaughter humans? Chen Xiao stared wide-eyed, momentarily oblivious to his surroundings, and with a resounding thud, he struck the ice coffin with a punch. Whether it was the fragility of the coffin or an increase in his own strength, one could not tell. In any case, Chen Xiao's blow shattered the ice coffin into countless fragments, liberating him from his icy prison. However, as soon as he emerged, he collapsed onto the ground. His body felt as if it had been frozen for an eternity, rigid, frigid, and nearly beyond his control. In that instant of liberation, his blood began to flow sluggishly, and warmth gradually returned to his limbs. Yet, for the time being, movement remained elusive, akin to the sensation of being under full anesthesia. On the verge of despair, Chen Xiao cried out in anguish, "Don't just run off without me. Wait up, there's still one left. Hello, is anyone going to help me?" I believe I can still be saved. Chapter 4. The Museum. Unfortunately, outside chaos reigned, with screams echoing about the awakening of the ancestors. No one paid Chen Xiao any mind. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 5 minutes later, he managed to rise once more, disregarding the stiffness in his limbs as he leaned against the wall and hurried outside. Upon exiting, he realized he was in what appeared to be a museum. A multitude of visitors buzzed around, creating a cacophony of noise. This was disastrous. It seemed something truly grave had occurred. Chen Xiao's complexion paled as he checked his body, relieved to find no missing parts and no wounds on his abdomen, thus confirming his kidneys remained intact. However, he did discover a few scars on his neck, resembling needle marks, the origins of which were a mystery. After a moment of quiet reflection amidst the tumultuous clamor, Chen Xiao finally grasped the situation. He had likely misheard. The crowd was not shouting about cannibals, but rather two distinct words. They were probably referring to the ancestors, or perhaps the lion tribe, or even some species born of excrement. The din was overwhelming and the dialects foreign. He struggled to comprehend. One thing was certain. Something terrifying had indeed been resurrected. Whatever it was, he needed to flee swiftly. If captured, he might face death once more. In the void, death meant rebirth, but here? For Chen Xiao, this world was entirely unfamiliar and fraught with uncertainty. What puzzled him was the absence of a security system in such a vast museum. Contemplating this, he glanced at the crowd and immediately understood. The security personnel were fleeing faster than the tourists, their shoes nearly sparking against the floor. What the hell? Who brought me to this museum? Chen Xiao limped after the crowd. Despite his complaints, a thrill coursed through him. After being trapped in that void for far too long, oscillating between life and death, he had repeatedly slipped into despair and numbness. Now, to breathe fresh air, to witness the frenzied throng, to hear the lively chatter, it was all simply magnificent. It felt as though he had returned to a familiar world. Until, overhead, a horse soared through the sky. A horse? Flying? Chen Xiao was bewildered. This defied all logic he understood. Yet, there had indeed been a white horse soaring above, adorned with a horn and boasting powerful wings of pristine white, reminiscent of the mythical unicorn. But how could such a creature exist in reality? Was this reasonable? Gulping, Chen Xiao recalled the tour guide's words, murmuring, I don't think I've ever heard of a place called Mubei. The awakened beings. The flying unicorns. This was no ordinary world. Realizing this heightened his anxiety. Transmigration itself was not frightful, but the prospect of landing in an uncharted, enigmatic realm was truly daunting. With resurrected monsters and flying horses, who knew how many more mysterious beings lurked within this world? Perhaps the phoenix he glimpsed in the void, the rotting behemoth, or the sinister-eyed creature with bat-like wings. With memories of over 1,000 deaths etched in his mind, Chen Xiao wished to evade that agony again. Thus, he resolved to blend into the crowd and escape this perilous place as swiftly as possible. Clad in a specially tailored black outfit from the mysterious investigation bureau, Chen Xiao felt the loose fabric drape over him. A tag labeled number 001 hung from his waist. Of course, he paid little attention to the tag, and in his haste, he may have brushed against a fellow visitor, causing it to be lost amidst the bustling crowd. Yet, he remained oblivious to its absence, having never truly noticed it in the first place. After approximately 5 minutes of pushing through the throng, the museum finally activated its alarms, and the voice of a staff member resonated over the loudspeaker. Warning, the ancestor, labeled as number 001 may have awakened. All visitors are urged to evacuate in an orderly fashion under the guidance of staff. Caution, the ancestor is clad in black attire, highly dangerous, and of unknown temperament. All visitors must exercise extreme caution. Once again, please evacuate promptly. The announcement was made in Mandarin. Upon hearing the alarm, all visitors instinctively glanced at those around them dressed in black, their expressions turning tense as suspicion brewed among them. This time, Chen Xiao finally understood. The revived monster was called the Ancestor. What significance this name held, he could not fathom. However, upon hearing the warning about its extremely dangerous nature, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. Yet, after merely scanning the area, he spotted 7 or 8 individuals in black attire. Panic surged through him. With so many in black, how am I to identify the ancestor? The surrounding visitors erupted into a frenzy, voices rising in tumultuous outrage. Exactly. It's your fault. You've kept the true appearance of the ancestor hidden all this time. I stood in line for 3 days and still never saw a glimpse of the ancestor. One particularly animated individual in a short-sleeved shirt exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, spitting words in fervor. Now look, the ancestor is resurrected, and I don't even know what it looks like. If I ran into it, I'd think it was just an ordinary person. The short-sleeved man, with a buzz cut and glimmering eyes, was undeniably muscular, his physique imposing. The shirt he wore seemed almost comically inadequate, as if it might burst at any moment. Alas, the brother is right. This museum is utterly unreliable. Chen Xiao observed the brawny man and edged closer, but upon witnessing the flicker of fear in his eyes, he couldn't help but ask, wait, brother, do you really think you could take on that ancestor? Wait, You don't even know what the ancestor is? The short-sleeved man looked bewildered. Ah, Chen Xiao hesitated, forcing a sheepish smile. I'm from a remote mountainous area, it's quite far. Aware of his transmigration, he could not divulge the original place names. However, if he spoke recklessly, the short-sleeved man might uncover his true identity. After all, he had stealthily escaped from the icy confines of a coffin. Who could ascertain whether the authorities had not seized him while he lay in a stupor, employing him as a mere guinea pig for their experiments? Now that he had managed to flee, Chen Xiao certainly dared not reveal his true identity recklessly. What if he were to be imprisoned in that frozen sarcophagus once more? Oh, but worry not. The man in the short sleeves chuckled, a flicker of unusual light dancing in his eyes. Yet, he did not pry further. Instead, he continued to blend seamlessly with the throng, explaining, I usually just keep fit, practice some martial arts. I can handle a few ordinary people, but I wouldn't dare challenge the ancestor. It's not mere boasting. Even the most formidable awakened beings of our time may not stand a chance against the ancestor. Is the ancestor truly that formidable? And what exactly is an awakened being? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. He contemplated the words of the man in short sleeves, piecing together the current scene, having awakened from the icy coffin. The guide leading the crowd in flight, the alarm announcing the resurrection of the ancestor. Could it be that the ancestor referred to himself? As Chen Xiao pondered, the man in short sleeves continued to expound with fervor. Of course, the ancestor is remarkable. He is the world's first awakened being. An awakened being is a superhuman who harnesses electric shocks and void radiation to acquire immense powers. You can think of each awakened being as possessing unique and extraordinary abilities. For instance, let us consider a few of the most powerful awakened beings of our era. 1. The Dragon Emperor, a native powerhouse of our dragon nation, has undergone 9 awakenings and wields the Xianyuan sword, reputed to grant him control over divine dragons. 2. Captain Freedom, one of the strongest in the free nation, also with 9 awakenings, possesses exceptional strength, speed, endurance, and resilience, showcasing formidable overall prowess. 3. The Polar Queen, a heroine from the Liquor Nation, has experienced 9 awakenings and boasts remarkable resistance to cold, alongside a certain degree of ice manipulation. 4. The Mechanical General, a monstrosity crafted by the Hung Nation, a pseudo 9 times awakened being, merges extensive machinery with modern technology, wielding an array of high-tech weaponry. These 4 individuals are hailed as the world's 4 great guardians, having, in effect, supplanted nuclear weapons as the new deterrent force. Of course, it is rumored that there exist many taboos within the capital, including those who have awakened 10 times or even dozens of times. However, those are merely rumors. We have never laid eyes on them. Hence, I deem them fictitious. In contrast, the 8 times awakened celebrity awakened beings, such as the Sword Immortal, the Blacksmith, and the Shaman, are far more renowned. As for the 7 and 6 times awakened beings, their numbers are even greater. For instance, our great shepherd city boasts a 6 times awakened luminary known by the codename Beast Tamer, capable of commanding various wild beasts and even transforming them into mysterious creatures of great strength. Beast Tamer? Transforming wild beasts into mysterious creatures? Chen Xiao paused, unable to suppress the memory of the unicorn that had soared through the air earlier. If the unicorn were indeed a dangerous, mysterious creature, how could the authorities permit it to roam freely in such a public setting? Moreover, judging by the tourist reactions, they appeared unperturbed by the unicorn, with many displaying expressions of delight and excitement. Could it be that the unicorn was merely one of the beast tamer's pets, dispatched to deliver a message? That is quite plausible, Chen Xiao mused, all the while maintaining his pace. Unbeknownst to them, the two had already followed the crowd out of the museum. The man in short sleeves remained by his side, their conversation growing increasingly harmonious, to the point where they nearly exchanged contact information. It was only when Chen Xiao reached into his pocket that he realized he possessed no phone. The device that had served to illuminate his path had likely been lost in the void long ago. With an awkward shrug, he said, I apologize, my friend. I seem to have misplaced my phone. Oh, well then, the man in short sleeves replied with a hint of disappointment, pocketing his own device. If your phone was lost in the museum, I fear it may be irretrievable. It's quite chaotic now, and no one dares to venture back in. Some claim the ancestor has awakened over 1,000 times. I suspect that is mere boastfulness. 9 awakenings have already produced the 4 great guardians of the world. Anything beyond 10 is an absolute taboo. 1,000 awakenings? That's a stretch. However, I believe the ancestor should be comparable to those rumored taboos, with at least 10 awakenings. In light of all this, let us hasten our escape. With that, the man in short sleeves opened the door of a car parked at the roadside, turning to Chen Xiao with a smile. Hey buddy, do you need a ride? He drove a standard SUV, which appeared no different from those in the previous world. Oh, certainly, Chen Xiao replied without hesitation, sliding into the vehicle. He was still immersed in the tale spun by the man in short sleeves, envisioning the awakened beings soaring through the skies. After all, if this world harbored mysterious creatures, it was only logical that there existed means to counterbalance them. Otherwise, the world would have long succumbed to chaos and would not currently remain under human dominion. Thus, The authorities must possess considerable strength. Suppose he truly was the ancestor, perhaps even endowed with the power of 1,000 awakenings as the man in short sleeves suggested. In that case, the authorities managed to imprison him for over a century with nothing more than an icy coffin, even suppressing his healing abilities to the extent that the puncture wounds refused to mend. What did that signify? A chilling thought indeed. Where to, my friend? The man in short sleeves inquired as he climbed into the car, igniting the engine and shifting gears with seamless precision. Chen Xiao offered an awkward smile, deflecting. Well, you see, I just arrived in the city. I haven't yet rented a place or found a job. If you wouldn't mind, could you possibly let me stay for a night? I'll find work quickly and repay you handsomely once I receive my first paycheck. Chen Xiao found himself in a predicament. Unlike others who traversed worlds with accompanying families, waking to find siblings and even servants by their sides, he had emerged from a coffin. This was utterly devoid of any means of survival. Fortunately, the man in short sleeves was exceedingly warm-hearted, even displaying a look of delight as he readily agreed. Sure thing. I live alone, so you can stay at my place for a couple of days. No rush on finding work. You can move out whenever you secure a job. Before he had even finished speaking, the car sped up, launching forth like a missile. The engine roared with a deep growl, akin to a beast in fury, its exhaust belching thick black smoke as it seemed to push the limits of speed. The driving skills of the man in short sleeves were astonishing. Within mere minutes, he had overtaken all the other vehicles racing alongside them. The road was teeming with cars, most of which were fleeing tourists from the museum. Yet the man in short sleeves showed no signs of slowing down, effortlessly weaving through the gaps, recklessly charging ahead, narrowly avoiding several near collisions along the way. Chen Xiao found himself on edge throughout the journey, while the man in short sleeves remained remarkably composed, as if accustomed to such chaos, even managing to engage in casual conversation with Chen Xiao. Forgive my curiosity, but may I ask what you do? Chen Xiao could not help but inquire. Truth be told, unease stirred within him, the way this man drove. It felt akin to being in a high-stakes film. Could he possibly be an escapee? Me? Not much, just a freelancer. The man in the short sleeves displayed a slightly unnatural expression. A sudden jolt of anxiety struck Chen Xiao's heart. Could it be that this fellow was truly a fugitive? Yet, where could he possibly go now? It was peculiar. Despite being trapped in the void for so long, he had never felt hunger. However, at this moment, his stomach grumbled incessantly, a sensation born of prolonged starvation that was both uncomfortable and maddening. Thus, finding a place to rest would be a welcome reprieve. Moreover, even if the man in the short sleeves was indeed a fugitive, it was preferable to being captured by the authorities and turned into a lab rat. As Chen Xiao's mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, the man in the short sleeves had already driven him out of the city. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to screech against the pavement, sending sparks flying as thick white smoke billowed from the vehicle. The SUV came to a halt by the roadside. The man opened the car door and smiled at Chen Xiao, saying, "Bro, just wait for me in the car for a moment. I need to use the restroom." With that, he exited the vehicle and headed toward a nearby public toilet. Chen Xiao, lost in contemplation about his next move, paid little heed to the situation. However, after the man had been gone for approximately 2 or 3 minutes, a sudden and intense knocking emanated from the window beside Chen Xiao. Bang, bang, bang. The urgency of the knocks suggested that the person outside was desperate to convey something to him. Chapter 6. The State of Death. Chen Xiao lowered the window, only to find a visibly panicked sanitation worker standing outside. "Young man, you need to run. The one who just got out of your car is not human." "What?" Chen Xiao exclaimed, unbuckling his seatbelt and hastily exiting the vehicle, eyes wide with disbelief. "What do you mean? That man in the short sleeves is not human." "No." The sanitation worker shook his head vigorously, his fear palpable. "I read about him in the newspaper a couple of days ago. He is dead, and his body was reported. He was killed by a skinning demon. He is not going to the restroom. He is going to skin someone. You must flee now. I can't protect you any longer." A skinning demon? Chen Xiao felt a surge of frustration. He had initially suspected the man in the short sleeves was a fugitive, but now he was being told that he wasn't even human. What kind of place was this, where skinning demons roamed? Had he somehow crossed into a world of horror? No wonder the man had been so eager to help him without questioning his background. He must have been waiting for an opportunity to devour him. Without further ado, Chen Xiao expressed his gratitude to the sanitation worker. "Thank you, sir. You are truly a good person. If it weren't for you, I would still be oblivious." However, just as he was about to flee, he heard the languid voice of the man in the short sleeves. "Hey, buddy, I was just gone for a moment. Why did you get out of the car? Where are you planning to go?" Chen Xiao froze, cold sweat cascading down his spine. He turned stiffly to see that the man in the short sleeves had emerged from the restroom, now standing mere 2 paces away from him. "Don't run off. It's dangerous here." The man still wore a smile, but it now seemed utterly chilling. "Come with me. My home is the safest place. Get away from me." Chen Xiao's expression darkened as he realized the sanitation worker had already escaped. The old man had run like a hare, his earlier frailty forgotten, displaying speed that would put a sprinter to shame. By all that is holy, Chen Xiao was taken aback, witnessing the sanitation worker vanish in an instant. What was he hesitating for? He needed to run. With a swift turn, Chen Xiao bolted. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, an overwhelming force yanked him back. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Where do you think you're going, buddy? The man in the short sleeves gripped Chen Xiao's arm with an iron hold, positioning himself in front of Chen Xiao, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Did that old man say something to you? The man had abandoned any pretense, now resembling a beast caught in the act of being discovered, baring its fangs and claws. Chen Xiao felt the grip tighten painfully, a surge of anger igniting within him, having already perished over 1,000 times in the void. What did it matter if he died once more? He said, I'm your father. Don't push me. If you dare to harm me, I'll fight back. Chen Xiao roared in fury, unleashing all the pent-up frustration he had endured, just when he had finally escaped the clutches of fear. He found himself threatened by a so-called skinning demon. Even a cornered rabbit would bite. Huh, you, who don't even know what an awakened one is. Think you can fight me? The man in the short sleeves sneered, his expression twisted with malevolence. As if Chen Xiao were already a slab of meat ready for the butcher. Submit and become my fresh vessel. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the man's face grotesquely split apart, revealing two halves hanging limply on either side of his shoulders, from which a sharp, crimson barb emerged. What are you? Chen Xiao gasped in shock. This gruesome creature before him was nothing like the skinning demon he had envisioned. In stories, such demons were at least beautiful. But here, the reality was a monstrous barb. It was clear, had this creature possessed even a sliver of humanity, it would not have masqueraded as the man in the short sleeves. Who could be deceived by such a facade? Only someone as naive and ignorant as him, a traveler thrown into this world. As he continued to berate the absurdity, the barb lunged forward, piercing Chen Xiao's chest with merciless speed. Before he could react, it had stabbed through his heart. The sound of flesh being pierced echoing in the air. How swift the strike. For a brief moment, Chen Xiao was taken aback, then slowly closed his eyes. Feeling the life ebb away, the familiar sensation of death washed over him once more. Yet, this time, he did not lose consciousness. His cells rapidly divided and reformed within him, as if he had returned to that state of conflicting life and death in the void. As the cycles of life and death intertwined, Chen Xiao opened his eyes again. They now glowed a vivid crimson. In that moment, the state of death enveloped both his body and consciousness. Do creatures exist in a state of death? Legends speak of them, ghosts, zombies, and the like. Today, it seemed Chen Xiao had validated the truth behind such tales. The forensic examination had not been mistaken. He was indeed dead, just as he was now, breathless, heartbeat absent, flesh cold, devoid of expression. Yet, like a glitch in reality, even in this state of death, he stood upright, maintaining consciousness, which was now more acute, laced with madness, brutality, and incomprehensibility. The agony of having died over 1,000 times surged into his mind, plunging Chen Xiao into a frenzied state. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xiao's strength was exceedingly feeble, so weak that even a mere painted skin ghost could easily bring about his demise. However, upon activating his death state, everything transformed. It was as if he had become an entirely different individual. A palpable chill radiated from him, visible to the naked eye. The blades of grass emerging from the crevices of the roadside were instantaneously melted into a viscous black liquid, pooling on the ground and crystallizing into small shards of ebony ice. This was not an ordinary chill. It was the chilling aura of radiated substances that Chen Xiao had inhaled from the void, coalescing into a frigid essence capable of inflicting boundless agony. The painted skin ghost was the first to succumb to this invasive cold, and in that fleeting moment, the excruciating pain transcended all limits, shattering its sanity. The grin on its two-headed visage froze in place, while the protruding spines halted mid-air, trembling as if struck by a sudden stupor. Chen Xiao's expression twisted into a grotesque visage, his features contorted. He recalled the torment he had endured in the void. It hurts, oh it hurts. I want you dead. I demand your death. Suddenly, he erupted into maniacal laughter, extending his hand to violently snap the spine of the painted skin ghost. He then plunged the jagged spine mercilessly into the creature's chest. Thud, thud. With each thrust, the painted skin ghost collapsed, its limbs flailing in terror, trembling as it sought to flee. At that moment, it remained utterly oblivious to the nature of the entity it had provoked. Die, die, die. I want you dead. Chen Xiao, consumed by madness, resembled a frenzied demon, mounting the painted skin ghost and relentlessly stabbing it with the severed spine. Thud, thud. Black-red ichor splattered everywhere. Chen Xiao's hands moved with such swiftness that they left behind afterimages, piercing the painted skin ghost's body over 20 times, tearing through its chest to extract its mangled heart, rendering it into a pulpy mass. Chen Xiao had succumbed to insanity, and the painted skin ghost lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Only then did Chen Xiao rise. Trembling as he tucked the spine into his pocket, the crimson hue in his eyes flickering momentarily. Subsequently, he tilted his head back and collapsed onto the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 7. Leader Zheng Xinfeng. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes to the unwelcoming sunlight streaming upon him. He found himself in a hospital room. As he turned over, he noticed a man clad in a black trench coat seated before him. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of remarkable charisma. He smiled at Chen Xiao and said, "You have finally awakened. Who are you? Where's this place?" Chen Xiao felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He patted his head, sitting up as his memories lingered on the moment he had slain the painted skin ghost. Following his death, his temperament seemed to have morphed into one of brutal cruelty, as he recalled the agony he had endured, unable to suppress the outpouring of all his negative emotions. Perhaps this was the side effect of dying 1,000 times. In other words, Chen Xiao may have already lost his sanity, his personality fracturing. In a state of life, he was an ordinary individual, perhaps even a tad timid. Yet, when teetering on the brink of death, another persona would awaken, an icy, tyrannical, deranged alter ego. However, this also raises the question, could it be that Chen Xiao possesses the ability for infinite rebirth in this world? If so, does that categorize him as awakened with a unique ability? Nonetheless, regarding whether he possessed immortality, it would be prudent not to test it lightly. Should it go awry, he might truly meet his end. After all, Chen Xiao remained remarkably rational in his normal state. Returning to the present, Chen Xiao regarded the man in the trench coat. "Greetings, I am Zheng Xinfeng, the director of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau in the Northmu District. Naturally, you may also refer to me by my codename, Leader." Zheng Xinfeng smiled. Appearing to be in his 30s, radiating a captivating charm that suggested he had traversed many tales, inspiring an irresistible sense of trust and admiration. "Leader?" Chen Xiao's expression turned peculiar, secretly pondering how audacious this codename was. "Indeed," Zheng Xinfeng chuckled, "my ability is to emanate charm, causing others to unwittingly trust and obey me, thus becoming my subordinates. That is why the organization bestowed upon me the title of leader." "Oh." Chen Xiao's demeanor shifted slightly, questioning, "Are you an awakened?" "Yes," Zheng Xinfeng nodded. His smile as gentle as a spring breeze. "I have awakened 4 times. So, does that mean everyone in your so-called Mysterious Investigation Bureau is also awakened?" Chen Xiao inquired, astonished. "Not entirely," Zheng Xinfeng replied with a smile, pouring a cup of hot water, which he offered to Chen Xiao. "The Bureau must have some interns and external personnel as well. The majority are ordinary individuals or, like you, unregistered civilian awakened." "I am not an awakened," Chen Xiao stated, accepting the cup with a hint of wariness, placing it on the bedside table. After the encounter with the painted skin ghost, he had lost faith in anyone. This world was fraught with peril, and one could never know when an unknown, mysterious creature might emerge. Although Chen Xiao might possess immortality, he had no desire to experience the sensation of dying and living again. Noticing Chen Xiao's skepticism, Zheng Xinfeng merely smiled warmly. "I reviewed the surveillance footage from Wuxian Road. You eliminated a C-class imposter, thereby eradicating a threat in the Northmu District for our bureau. The imposter, classified as a mysterious biological entity with the ID C782, typically exhibits powers corresponding to a human's second to third awakening. Its form consists of a spine equipped with various sensory organs, thriving on killing humans and then concealing itself within their corpses, manipulating the dead to masquerade as humans. This creature is also known in folklore as the painted skin ghost. Though unbeknownst to many, the imposter dons not just human skin but an entire flesh and blood body. However, since the deceased are, after all, dead, the imposter must periodically use its unique saliva to adhere the flesh, otherwise, the corpse will decay and disintegrate. 2 hours ago, an imposter sought refuge in a public restroom on Wuxian Road to adhere its flesh, only to attempt to attack you, but you managed to turn the tables. You claim not to be an awakened. Could it be that you are a mysterious biological entity? Or perhaps a chosen one traversing from another world?" Suddenly, Zheng Xinfeng's smile bore an enigmatic depth. Chen Xiao felt a weight settle in his chest, his gaze chilling slightly. Yet, he simply smiled nonchalantly, feigning indifference as he spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. "I don't understand what you're saying. I'm merely an ordinary person." "Oh, is that so?" Zheng Xinfeng regarded Chen Xiao with an inscrutable smile. "Yes, indeed," Chen Xiao replied, expressionless, nodding slightly. "All right, I believe you." Zheng Xinfeng scrutinized Chen Xiao intently before glancing at the cup of hot water on the bedside table, presenting it to Chen Xiao with a smile. "You have been unconscious for 2 hours. Having just awakened, you should drink some hot water. Rest assured, there is no poison in it. I am an official of the Dragon Nation, and you, my friend, are the hero of this incident." Zheng Xinfeng bent down and placed a kettle filled with steaming water before Chen Xiao, his gaze earnest as he spoke. "Trust me, we only wish to assist you, and we mean you no harm." Chen Xiao was moved by Zheng Xinfeng's sincere and genuine demeanor, yet he still refrained from taking the water offered. "Very well, rest well. Should you require anything, feel free to call for me," Zheng Xinfeng said with a smile. "Wait," Chen Xiao suddenly called out, lifting his gaze to meet Zheng Xinfeng's eyes. Deep in thought, at the Mubei Museum, a malevolent incident involving the awakening of a cannibalistic tribe has caused widespread panic. "Are you aware of this matter?" "Cannibals?" Zheng Xinfeng paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something, and a smile flickered across his face as he replied, "Rest assured, we have it under control." "Oh?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations possesses such capabilities," Zheng Xinfeng remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Xiao. After a brief pause, he unexpectedly uttered a perplexing statement. "We merely wish to convey that we harbor no ill intentions towards you, and we hope you will not harm us." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao raised his eyelids, a profound light glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 8. The explanation from the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations. Chen Xiao's mind raced as he contemplated the situation. At this juncture, he could confirm that the ancestor spoken of by the people referred to him. He had awakened from the ice coffin at the Mubei Museum, and during the tour, the guide had seemingly mentioned something regarding blood and cells. Upon his awakening, he had noticed several pinpricks on his neck. Furthermore, the museum's broadcast had warned that the ancestor donned black attire and posed a significant danger with an unknown temperament. Coincidentally, he had been wearing black on that very day. Upon closer analysis, it became evident that he did not belong to this world. He had traversed dimensions. He must have perished in the void and, for reasons unknown, inexplicably fallen into the so-called black and white gate, thus inadvertently entering this realm. Subsequently, he had remained in slumber for an extended period. Chen Xiao was acutely aware that he possessed a unique state of death. Regardless of examination, he was indeed a genuine corpse. The sole distinction was that this corpse could revive at any moment. It was evident that the official department of this world, referred to by Zheng Xinfeng as the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations, had conducted multiple studies on him during his slumber. However, they had failed to comprehend the true extent of his power. This was why the man in the trench coat, codenamed Leader, had uttered such words to him. "We mean you no harm, and we hope you will not harm us." If they bore no ill will, then why had they studied him? Why had they placed him in an ice coffin for public display? Did they perceive him merely as a corpse? Yet now that the corpse had revived, the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations was uncertain of Chen Xiao's temperament and the true nature of his abilities. The unknown breeds fear. Thus, the Bureau had sent individuals to probe him. Ordinary citizens might not have encountered his visage or understood his identity, as evidenced by the tourists who fled during his escape, including the man in short sleeves. However, the Bureau, as an official entity, must certainly recognize him. With this thought, Chen Xiao cast a contemplative glance at Zheng Xinfeng, whose face still bore a gentle smile, exuding an air of calm and composure. Yet, Chen Xiao discerned a thin sheen of sweat on Zheng Xinfeng's neck, indicative of his underlying tension. Zheng Xinfeng's psychological fortitude was remarkable, allowing him to conceal his anxiety. However, Chen Xiao felt a surge of delight within. Since the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations viewed him as an unknown and terrifying entity, why not seize this opportunity to extort them? A cold smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips as he abruptly yanked out the 4-needle and coldly declared, "You might as well explain why you placed me in an ice coffin and why I was put on display in the museum. Please allow me to explain." Zheng Xinfeng maintained his seemingly carefree demeanor, yet his eyes held a depth of meaning. "It was a misunderstanding. We believed you to be deceased, hence. So, I can interpret this as you desecrating my corpse?" Chen Xiao met Zheng Xinfeng's gaze with an icy stare, an intimidating chill emanating from him. Even without his deathly state, the absence of that terrifying oppressive aura was sufficient to make Zheng Xinfeng tremble with fear. In that moment, Chen Xiao felt a twinge of uncertainty within. He was unsure if he could contend with 4 awakened individuals. Nevertheless, the show must go on. He had to project an air of invincibility to avoid unnecessary complications. He had no desire to be treated as a laboratory rat, only to be frozen back into an ice coffin. Zheng Xinfeng visibly shuddered, the smile on his face faltering as cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. "I am truly sorry. We merely sought to uncover more secrets regarding the black and white gate, which has inflicted upon us numerous painful and unforgettable experiences." Zheng Xinfeng hastily explained, "At that time, we genuinely believed you to be dead. Thus, we intended to utilize your remains to warn the world, while also protecting you from nefarious individuals who might seek to steal your body. As for why you were left in Damu City rather than being sent to a more secure location," Zheng Xinfeng said with a bitter smile, "this matter appears to involve some highly significant secrets even I have no access to." In truth, Chen Xiao understood this well. In his previous life, had a time traveler or extraterrestrial's corpse been discovered, official departments worldwide would have scrambled to study it. Comparatively, the fact that he had not been dissected or vivisected, but merely had a few drops of blood extracted, was relatively fortunate. Initially, the officials of the Shenlong nation had contemplated dissecting Chen Xiao. However, upon discovering that all cutting techniques known to them were rendered useless before him, even crumbling into dust in an instant, they ultimately abandoned the idea. In his deathly state, Chen Xiao's defenses were nothing short of invincible. The officials settled instead for a special method to extract a few drops of his blood. The pinpricks on Chen Xiao's neck were remnants of being sealed by a mysterious powerhouse within the ice coffin, which had prevented healing. Now, having broken free from the coffin, the wounds began to heal gradually. 2 hours prior, the wound inflicted by the imposter had fully healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Chen Xiao lay on the hospital bed solely due to having fallen into a coma after entering his death state. What exactly is the black and white gate? Chen Xiao once again heard the term and furrowed his brow, asking, is it truly as the man with glasses suggested, that multiple three-dimensional spaces collided, resulting in a spatial collapse? What? Zheng Xinfeng was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, in this world, the concept of spatial dimensions did not exist, or perhaps other spatial concepts prevailed. It's nothing. Chen Xiao realized he had said too much, so he halted his thoughts and calmly looked at Zheng Xinfeng, stating, I require a new identity. Very well. That is not a problem. Zheng Xinfeng immediately consented, solemnly pledging, we can assist you in creating a legitimate new identity at any time. Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. As a traveler from another realm, he indeed required a new identity to seamlessly integrate into this world. After a brief pause, Chen Xiao lifted the cup from the bedside table and took a delicate sip. The water's taste was remarkably sweet, indistinguishable from the mountain spring water of his past life. Zheng Xinfeng was correct. It was merely an ordinary glass of water. Chen Xiao pressed his lips together, feeling parched, his stomach grumbling incessantly. Disregarding his reservations, he tilted his head back and gulped down the entire contents of the glass. Fortunately, the water was truly free of poison. Chapter 9. The Trial. My name is Chen Xiao, with the character Chen from Chen meaning valiant and skilled in battle. Chen Xiao placed the empty cup back on the bedside table, wiping the droplets from the corner of his mouth. I harbor no ill will towards you, provided you do not provoke me. Understood. Zheng Xinfeng nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with unsuppressed joy, clearly exhilarated. He then produced a blank sheet of paper, swiftly scribbling a series of numbers before handing it to Chen Xiao. This is my phone number. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out at any time. Chen Xiao accepted the paper, tucking it into his pocket, and a subtle smile played on his lips. However, I cannot let your examination of my corpse and the act of entombing me in an ice coffin go unaddressed. I demand an explanation. Of course, that's only fair. No problem. Zheng Xinfeng responded, showing no signs of surprise. He smiled gently and retrieved a tablet from the adjacent hospital bed. It seemed he had come prepared. Once powered on, the tablet displayed a plethora of images. Zheng Xinfeng flipped through them, explaining, take a look. These are the rare treasures collected in Mubei City. Each possesses extraordinary properties, such as this, Jinglong grass. Jinglong grass is a type of mysterious plant with the ability to create ice. If you plant a few during the sweltering summer, you'll ensure a refreshingly cool and comfortable season. Another example is this gourmet glove, a high-tech invention embedded with a recipe AI, allowing you to create culinary delights from around the world based on various ingredients. The Yuqing bottle, an antique steeped in mysterious radiation, contains sweet dew that can heal wounds and cure ailments, and can even nurture plants. And this Jiaolong egg, an egg laid by an S-class mysterious creature, though whether it is still viable is uncertain. Stop, stop, stop! Chen Xiao interrupted Zheng Xinfeng. His Adam's apple bobbed as his complexion darkened. After a lengthy pause, he stated, what purpose do you serve by showing me these? Zheng Xinfeng stammered, quickly elaborating, you see, if you find any of these treasures appealing, we can retrieve them from the warehouse and present them to you as compensation. What a load of rubbish. What need have I for Jinglong grass or gourmet gloves? Chen Xiao retorted, irritation evident on his face. Am I to suffer through the summer without air conditioning and resort to takeout? I want money. Money, do you understand? I neither eat nor drink. I desire currency. Money? Zheng Xinfeng was momentarily taken aback, having considered every possibility except for Chen Xiao's demand for money. After all, he was the progenitor, a suspected traveler, and the origin of all things mysterious. The first request upon awakening was for money. What use could a being of such caliber have for currency? Zheng Xinfeng's mouth twitched. He had prepared everything except for funds. Chen Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, you mean to say you lack money? Oh well. Zheng Xinfeng sighed, his expression turning sour. I sincerely apologize. Esteemed progenitor, I was so preoccupied with hastily bringing you to the hospital that I did not prepare sufficient funds. Perhaps, once I return, I can check the municipal finances of Damu City and withdraw whatever surplus remains to settle your compensation. Compensation? Chen Xiao frowned slightly. Yes. Consider it as if you had been working at the museum. We truly ought to compensate you. Zheng Xinfeng continued. However, to be frank, the current official finances are exceedingly tight. Damu City may not have much surplus to offer. As he spoke, Zheng Xinfeng's voice dwindled to a whisper, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, the government was financially strained in an era rife with mysterious creatures that instilled fear in the populace. Each year, they were compelled to allocate substantial funds to quell riots and train awakening individuals to combat these entities. Cities were often devastated or plagues ravaged the globe, all requiring immense financial resources. The previous dynasty had experienced widespread famine, nearly depleting the national treasury. Now, after achieving a semblance of stability, they could only ensure that ordinary citizens had enough to eat. As for the officials, they were impoverished, their pockets cleaner than their faces. Well, all right then. Chen Xiao nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards the tablet in Zheng Xinfeng's hands. Send these items along. That S-class Jiaolong egg should fetch a handsome sum. Chen Xiao had achieved his objective. He merely wished to gauge the government's attitude towards him. The emphasis was on testing the waters, rather than genuinely seeking monetary compensation. Thus far, the government's response appeared favorable. However, a lingering question troubled Chen Xiao. As the progenitor, why had they only dispatched a city-level bureau chief? Shouldn't they have sent a truly pivotal figure? Did the government not regard him with sufficient importance? Or were they simply too apprehensive to allow a core individual to engage with him directly? Absolutely. No issue whatsoever. Zheng Xinfeng exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he patted his chest in reassurance. Rest assured, we will deliver these items along with your compensation. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Zheng Xinfeng suddenly inquired with a smile. What? Are you inviting me to dine? Chen Xiao chuckled, his stomach growling audibly. Haha, certainly. But please wait a moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Xinfeng turned and dashed out of the hospital room. Shortly thereafter, his voice echoed down the corridor. Dr. Song, I am the bureau chief of the Mubei district of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Could you lend me some money? Yes, whatever amount you can spare. And please issue a receipt. I'll ensure reimbursement from the bureau promptly. 5 minutes later, Zheng Xinfeng returned with a stack of cash. Esteemed progenitor. Here are over 1,000 yuan for you to grab a bite. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to be able to accompany you. Zheng Xinfeng awkwardly handed the stack of cash to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao accepted it, moistening his finger to count, discovering a total of 1,362 yuan. A mix of denominations. Clearly, this was all the money Zheng Xinfeng could procure. What? You're not joining me? Chen Xiao remarked meaningfully as he glanced at Zheng Xinfeng. Zheng Xinfeng shivered, waving his hands with a wry smile. No, I really can't. Official duties are pressing. I cannot spare the time. He jested, aware that he dared not share a meal with the progenitor. After all, the progenitor was a taboo existence of unknown temperament, suddenly awakened. No one could predict his mood. Hence, the capital had refrained from dispatching a core figure. Who knows if the ancestor will unleash a massacre over a mere piece of beef during mealtime? Meanwhile, high-ranking officials are meticulously monitoring the situation here through satellite imagery. The authorities are also testing Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao casually stuffed over 1,000 yuan into his pocket. He did not hold back. After casting a lingering glance at Zheng Xinfeng, he finally rose to leave the hospital room. Having fully recovered, there was no longer any need for him to remain in the hospital. Of course, as he traversed the hospital corridor and passed the front desk, he deliberately cast a glance at the on-duty doctor. Chen Xiao was aware that this individual was the true benefactor. As for the bureau chief following closely behind him, he was merely a pauper. Dr. Song quickly donned a smile, although he was unaware of Chen Xiao's true identity. He realized that anyone capable of having Zheng Xinfeng willingly follow in their wake could hardly be an ordinary person. Chen Xiao chuckled and couldn't he help but praise. Well done, you're far more perceptive than Xiao Zheng. He then proceeded directly down the staircase. He had no idea which floor he was on, but descending the stairs was certainly the correct choice. As for the elevator, ever since that harrowing elevator incident, Chen Xiao had resolved to remain forever estranged from them. Should anyone dare to suggest he take an elevator again, he would promptly send that person plummeting into the shaft. Chapter 10. The Forbidden District. Zheng Xinfeng's face was nearly ashen. He was utterly vexed. Despite his continuous attempts to ingratiate himself with Chen Xiao, not a single on-duty doctor seemed to exhibit any sense of understanding. In contrast, Dr. Song was elated, though he dared not show it outwardly. He was secretly reveling in the satisfaction of having outshone the bureau chief of the Mysterious Investigation Agency. What did this signify? It indicated that his charm surpassed even that of the leader. This was certainly something he could boast about for an entire year. After leaving the hospital, Chen Xiao hailed a taxi. With a substantial sum of over 1,000 yuan, he was well equipped to secure accommodation and enjoy a sumptuous meal. The plan seemed splendid, but reality proved rather harsh. For instance, a pressing issue loomed before Chen Xiao. He had no knowledge of available housing, nor did he know where the rents were affordable. In his previous life, as a lowly employee earning a mere 3,200 yuan a month, he had long since adapted to a life of frugality. Renting an excessively priced apartment was out of the question. Thus, seeking a more obscure location might yield a more reasonable price. The taxi came to a halt before Chen Xiao. He opened the door and settled into the back seat. If one were to inquire who possessed the most astute knowledge throughout the city, it would undoubtedly be the taxi drivers who traversed every corner. Where to, my friend? The taxi driver was bald, with a scar running along the corner of his mouth. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a glimmer of menace. One could only wonder what experiences had forged such an aura of intimidation around him. Chen Xiao sensed it but chose to remain silent. After all, he was now a formidable presence capable of single-handedly taking down a C-grade impersonator. Surely he had no reason to fear an ordinary man. Seated in the back, Chen Xiao pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the driver, stating, "Sir, I've just arrived in Mubei City and am looking for a place to rent. I was hoping you could enlighten me regarding where I might find affordable housing. Please take me there directly." Upon seeing the crisp bill before him, the driver's demeanor transformed instantly into one of exuberance. You've come to the right person. I've lived here for over a decade. There's no street or alley that I'm unaware of. After accepting the money, the driver's enthusiasm soared. And he inquired, what price range are you considering for your rental? After a moment of contemplation regarding his financial situation, Chen Xiao replied earnestly, do you have anything available for around 300? The environment can be a bit shabby. It just needs to be livable. 300? The driver was momentarily taken aback. His gaze towards Chen Xiao shifting instantaneously, tinged with uncertainty. With a hint of incredulity, he asked, 300 a month? Isn't that obvious? Unless it's per day? Chen Xiao responded, feeling a bit exasperated. He thought to himself, how wealthy must this driver be to consider 300 a day, equivalent to 9,000 a month? He wouldn't even be able to afford it if he sold himself. The driver's expression soured as he felt the sting of Chen Xiao's retort. Initially, he had assumed Chen Xiao to be some affluent young master, especially after receiving the 100 yuan bill upon entering the car. However, upon hearing the request for a 300 a month rental, the driver's demeanor darkened, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. Kid, at that price, you won't find anything in the city. Even a tunnel 2 kilometers away would cost at least 400. The driver lit a cigarette, released the handbrake, and said, how about this? I'll take you to the poor district. You might stumble upon some dilapidated houses, perhaps even a haunted one or a garbage station. But the fare you've paid won't cover it. Really? Is there nowhere that 100 yuan is sufficient? Are you operating an unlicensed taxi? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of discontent. The driver's face turned a shade of deepening anger, veins bulging on his forehead, but he quickly suppressed it. Haha, my friend, that is not quite right. I'm taking you to Mudong District, Linxing Garden. The houses there are indeed cheap. But it's over 20 kilometers from here. 100 yuan is hardly excessive. Fine then. Chen Xiao frowned, rummaging through his pockets for a moment before producing an additional 12 yuan, handing it to the driver. Here's 12 more, that's all I have. If you refuse to take me, I'll just get out and find another taxi. Huh. The driver sneered, pocketing the 12 yuan and promptly accelerating the vehicle. Buckle up. We're heading out. The driver displayed commendable skill, reminiscent of a short-sleeved brother, yet he wasn't as audacious as an impersonator. Throughout the journey, while he did overtake other vehicles, it remained a relatively smooth ride without any incidents. Gradually, Chen Xiao lowered his guard and engaged the driver in casual conversation. Sir, having lived here for over a decade, are there any interesting places you'd recommend? None. Oh, sir, do you have any culinary delights to recommend that I might try? None. Do you know of any high-paying jobs in Mudong District with minimal responsibilities, where one can enjoy holidays without overtime and have weekends off? No clue. Seriously? How can you know nothing? Didn't you claim to have lived here for over a decade, with no street or alley that you're unaware of? The driver fell silent, his lips twitching as he contemplated countless ways to rid himself of Chen Xiao. If it weren't for the stringent city regulations, he would have orchestrated a traffic accident to eliminate Chen Xiao on the spot. However, now was not the right moment. After delivering Chen Xiao to Linxing Garden, he could not only take revenge on this brat, but also make some money off the residents. It's worth noting that Linxing Garden was formerly known as the Forbidden District. Due to years of neglect, the characters for Forbidden had lost some components, leading to its current name. The houses there were indeed inexpensive, spacious, and well-equipped. The only unfavorable aspect lies in the term taboo. Linxing Garden has been classified as an A-grade forbidden zone by the Enigmatic Investigation Bureau of Damu City, designated as a key observation area. This designation is solely due to the fact that 90% of its inhabitants are considered forbidden residents. These so-called forbidden residents possess formidable powers yet remain unregulated by official authorities, their temperaments capricious and, at times, psychologically distorted awakeners. The remaining 10% comprises a motley assortment of various faction spies, as well as individuals who have recklessly ingested radioactive substances, resulting in erroneous awakenings and grotesque physical mutations known as mutants. One must ponder, in such a place, can rent truly be affordable? Those daring enough to reside here are far from innocuous. Moreover, the proprietor of the Forbidden Garden is a notorious 6-time awakener, referred to as the Demon Skin Man. Had the Demon Skin Man not been bested by the Beast Tamer in a certain struggle, the governance of Damu City might have taken a different course. Chapter 11. The Rules of the Garden. 15 minutes later, the driver slammed on the brakes, causing the taxi to screech to a halt, with the rear wheels emitting a cloud of white smoke. Chen Xiao peered out of the window, observing a dilapidated and chaotic community nearby. At the entrance of the community stood a wall, adorned with a few crooked characters, signifying the substandard Linxing Garden. Kid, we've arrived at your anticipated apartment, the driver said with a sinister smile, no longer concealing the malice in his eyes. He unbuckled his seatbelt, ignited another cigarette, engaged the handbrake, and exited the vehicle. What on earth is this place? Chen Xiao remained seated, visibly displeased, and remarked, is it even possible for anyone to live in such a rundown community? I doubt there's even a surveillance camera around. Huh. The driver let out a cold laugh as he circled to the back of the taxi. yanked open Chen Xiao's door with force, and declared, "Of course there are no cameras. If there were, how could I possibly sell you to the mutants?" After uttering these words, the driver grinned menacingly at Chen Xiao, anticipating to witness terror and panic etched across his face, eager to hear how Chen Xiao would plead for mercy. The spectacle promised to be utterly delightful. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he approached with a gleeful expression. "Is that true? There are really no cameras? That's splendid." In a swift, brutal motion, a barbed stinger plunged into the driver's chest, precisely striking his thrumming heart. Chen Xiao watched as the driver convulsed, blood spurting from the wound in crimson torrents. "You foolish fool, did you not realize how horrid your laughter sounded? You dare charge me over 100 for a 20-kilometer ride? Do you truly consider me a fool?" Chen Xiao withdrew the stinger, blood splattering across his gaunt cheek as madness flickered in his eyes. His second persona seemed to awaken, melding with the first in a terrifying union. Even without approaching death, Chen Xiao donned a mask of obsession and insanity. "Why you?" The driver clutched his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief, blood trickling from his lips, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet his heart lay shattered, consciousness fading into darkness, rendering his vision obscured. "What's this you? You can't even speak. You might as well die." With a swift motion, the sharp stinger cut through the driver's throat, blood gushing forth as the driver's Adam's apple convulsed, ultimately failing to utter his final words. Thud! The driver's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to the nature of the entity he had provoked. To the untrained eye, Chen Xiao appeared to be a simple, honest person, perhaps even a tad timid. However, in reality, he was a distorted soul who had perished 1,000 times, barely managing to retain his sanity when in a cheerful mood. A madman, indeed. Furthermore, ever since Chen Xiao discovered his ability to slay mysterious beings, his audacity had grown exponentially. The driver's demise left no impact on Chen Xiao. He scarcely spared the corpse a glance. To him, the driver was of lesser importance than the 112 yuan he had owed. Stepping over the driver's remains, he approached the security booth of Lin Xian Garden and rapped sharply on the window. Moments later, an unkempt old man emerged from the booth. The disheveled elder, too, paid no heed to the driver sprawled in a pool of blood, instead regarding Chen Xiao with an icy gaze. After a few seconds, the old man raised his hand and, with a resounding slap, delivered 2 stinging blows to Chen Xiao's face. The rules of the garden prohibit indiscriminate killing outside. Were you unaware? To be honest, Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned by the unexpected slap, losing 2 of his teeth, but thanks to his formidable self-healing abilities, he quickly returned to his former state. Upon regaining his composure, Chen Xiao erupted in fury, seizing the old man's neck. "Rules? What rules? It's my first visit to the garden. How was I to know of your regulations?" With a resounding slap, Chen Xiao retaliated, his blow far more potent than the old man's, sending the elder's disheveled head crashing against the wall of Lin Xian Garden, splattering into a gruesome puddle of blood and gore. Yet, astonishingly, the elder did not perish. Almost immediately, a new head sprouted forth. However, this time, a glimmer of shock flickered in his murky old eyes. "Who are you? Please, wait a moment. I shall answer you shortly." Chen Xiao, unfazed, chose not to respond immediately, instead gathering force in his right hand before delivering a second resounding slap. The elder's head once again flew off, colliding with the same spot, deepening the crimson pool beneath him. Chen Xiao finally relinquished his grip, allowing the elder's body to collapse to the ground. Within moments, a new head began to emerge from the elder's neck. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xiao dashed forward, stomping on the elder's new head with brutal force, reducing it to a pulp. The elder's limbs flailed as his withered, creased skin drained of color, turning deathly pale. It was evident that his regeneration was not limitless. The old man, now visibly frantic, scrambled to rise and flee toward the security booth. Yet Chen Xiao was relentless, yanking the half-entrapped elder back out of the booth. By now, the elder had sprouted his 4th head. Unlike before, fear now marred his features. "Please, don't kill me. If you strike me again, I will truly perish. Is this really the time to discuss rules with me?" With one powerful kick, Chen Xiao slammed the elder against the wall of the security booth. The elder coughed blood, his insides shattered, a deep cavity forming in his abdomen, several ribs undoubtedly broken. "You dare to violate the rules of the garden? You deserve death. Cut him down." Suddenly, a cacophony of cold, unhinged, and frenzied voices erupted. Chen Xiao turned to find a dozen individuals in security uniforms charging out from within Lin Xian Garden. Though labeled as humans, their appearances had nearly transcended humanity. Some bore 3 eyes, others 4 hands, and one hunched woman had a second torso protruding from her back, upon which dangled the head of an infant, rendering the scene grotesquely bizarre. "What manner of beings are you?" Chen Xiao was astonished, utterly unprepared for the multitude of monsters concealed within such a seemingly innocuous park. The situation appeared to be spiraling into complexity. A sense of trepidation washed over Chen Xiao, causing him to instinctively take a step back, a forced and ghastly smile stretching across his face. Dear brothers and sisters, I was merely jesting. Is this not an opportunity to learn decorum from the esteemed elder? He glanced at them, perplexed by their fervor. Chapter 12. I demand you all accompany me to the grave. Within the shadows, a hunched figure with 3 eyes emerged. It resembled a frail elder on the brink of death. The old man had his 2 eyes tightly shut beneath his brow, while the third eye, nestled in the creases of his forehead, glowed with a sinister crimson light, radiating an aura of enigma and dread. First, killing outside the park is prohibited. Second, harming the park's security personnel is forbidden. You have transgressed both rules. Therefore, you must die today. With a swish, the 3-eyed elder glided towards Chen Xiao, nearly colliding with him. Despite his frail appearance, the elder's stature was surprisingly tall, allowing him to maintain eye contact with Chen Xiao. What frightful theatrics are you attempting? Old man, Chen Xiao exclaimed, startled, taking a hasty step back. Realizing he had spoken too abruptly, he quickly amended. No, dear Elder Yang, why so serious? I am but a newcomer, entirely ignorant of the ways here. The elder's eyes remained shut, yet the eerie eye embedded within his wrinkles glimmered ominously. I have spoken. You must die, and I do not bear the surname Yang. The elder's peculiar eye suddenly erupted with a burst of crimson light, manifesting a small sword from the air. Dripping with a grotesque essence, the blade advanced toward Chen Xiao's brow with alarming speed. Chen Xiao evaded with a hurried motion. However, the blade grazed his right cheek, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth. The most horrifying aspect was that the wound began to rot, the flesh curling outward as if doused in acid, emitting acrid smoke. With 3 eyes, if you don't bear the surname Yang, then what is it? 1. Chen Xiao gasped, retreating in panic, unwilling to draw closer to the elder. In the next moment, he felt a presence approaching from behind, and, disregarding the pain in his cheek, turned around. To his horror, a woman with half her body protruding from her back floated towards him. Indeed, she, like the 3-eyed elder, hovered, her toes barely grazing the ground. She was both human and monstrous, bearing a semblance of rationality, yet exuding an aura far more terrifying than any specter. Suddenly, the half-body on the woman's back came to life, its infantile head gasping for breath, intermittently releasing a chilling, haunting laughter. The sound was reminiscent of a child's giggle, yet intertwined with the wails of vengeful spirits, as if countless tormented souls had emerged. The auditory assault was enough to inflict severe psychological distress, plunging one into an abyss of terror. Chen Xiao felt a chill creeping up his spine, his hair standing on end. What manner of creature is this? It is far too bizarre. Amidst his terror, more mutants surged forth. The first among them was a brawny man, resembling a gorilla, adorned with thick, black hair. He wielded a fire axe, its blade sharp and stained with remnants of blood. With a whoosh, the axe sliced through the air toward Chen Xiao. The brute's terrifying strength stirred the winds around him, as if intent on cleaving Chen Xiao in twain. Are you bullies, taking advantage of numbers? Chen Xiao brandished his spiked weapon, barely managing to parry the axe's descent. However, the gorilla-like man's overwhelming might sent him staggering back 3 steps, his hands aching, his arm numb, teetering on the brink of insensibility. The remaining mutants pressed forward relentlessly, their gazes fixated on Chen Xiao with the coldness of death, mingled with a cruel, bloodthirsty excitement. One mutant, boasting 4 arms, erupted into maniacal laughter, his bloodshot eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What do you intend to do? Chen Xiao, repulsed by the sight of the 4-armed mutant's writhing tongue, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly retching his last meal. I must flee. If I linger, my virtue will be compromised. This abhorrent creature seeks to steal my first kiss. In a panic, Chen Xiao turned to escape. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the gorilla-like brute had circled behind him, raising the fire axe high and bringing it down with ferocity. The bloodstained blade drew nearer, expanding within Chen Xiao's vision. This time, he could not fend it off. Blood splattered as half of Chen Xiao's head was cleaved away, his severed skull rolling upon the ground, leaving a trail of crimson. You cowardly ambusher. Chen Xiao's remaining half-head glared wide-eyed, uttering a curse in his final moments. I curse your ancestors. In an instant, the familiar sensation of death washed over him. Life ebbed away, and Chen Xiao stumbled, teetering on the brink of becoming a lifeless corpse. The eyes of all the mutants gleamed with excitement, the 4-armed one even erupting into jubilant exclamations, flailing about as though celebrating the most joyous of occasions. Kill him. Finish him off. Several mutants brandished their knives, plunging them toward Chen Xiao's body. However, the anticipated spectacle of bloodshed failed to materialize. The blade struck as if against steel, emitting a series of metallic clinks before shattering into fragments that scattered upon the ground. In the next moment, what should have been a lifeless corpse suddenly raised a hand, gripping the gorilla-like brute's throat with an iron grip. Chen Xiao then shot forth like a cannonball, thrusting the brute ahead and colliding violently with 4 or 5 mutants. The gorilla-like man was smashed against the wall with tremendous force. Chen Xiao's lips quivered before unleashing a deafening scream. The sound wave reverberated violently, causing the brute's head to explode, akin to popcorn overcooking. disintegrating into a gruesome spray of foul blood. I demand you all accompany me to the grave. In Chen Xiao's twisted, wrathful, and frigid voice, he unleashed a barrage of punches, shattering the gorilla-like brute's chest and abdomen, even creating 3 deep indentations in the wall behind. The fire axe slipped from the brute's grasp, landing amidst the pool of blood. The brute, until his last breath, could not comprehend how this seemingly dead body had suddenly revived, transforming into a formidable force. Yet the other mutants began to sense that something was amiss. What is this? This fellow isn't the weak commoner we presumed. His strength appeared to surpass that of them all. Damn it, have we kicked a hornet's nest? Though this group of mutants awakened incorrectly and experienced grotesque bodily transformations, their intellect remained intact, particularly the three-eyed elder, whose cunning was remarkable. He had dismissed Chen Xiao as brutal assault on the disheveled old man without concern. This was because the disheveled old man was the least affected by radiation, possessing the weakest abilities and showing no significant deformities. Ultimately, he was merely a discarded being who had awakened twice. In stark contrast stood the muscular gorilla, who had undergone 4 awakenings and was considered a formidable character within the Lin Xian Garden. Yet, before Chen Xiao, the gorilla was swiftly dispatched, was this seemingly dead youth, whom they regarded with contempt, actually a 5-time awakened being, having repeatedly transcended through currents and radiation. Chapter 13, Blinded by Rage. The third eye of the elder constricted rapidly as he realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee. However, Chen Xiao would not grant him such an opportunity. He bent down to retrieve the fire axe that lay amidst the pool of blood and hurled it at the three-eyed elder with ferocity. The axe whirled through the air like a boomerang. Thwack! The blade struck the back of the elder's head with brutal force. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Chen Xiao shattered the ground beneath him, propelling himself into the air like a rocket, and as he descended, he delivered a devastating kick to the elder's back. Ouch! The three-eyed elder cried out in pain, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Chen Xiao seized the axe's handle, extracting it from the elder's skull. A fountain of blood erupting from the wound. His face contorted in rage, a grotesque expression of savagery etched upon him. Rules? Chen Xiao rasped, his voice dripping with fury. Let me show you what rules truly are. The three-eyed elder was utterly panicked, pleading for mercy. Spare me. I was blind to your prowess. I beg for your forgiveness. Crack. Chen Xiao, disinterested in the elder's babbling, cleaved off his head with a single swing. The three-eyed elder lacked the ability to resurrect like the disheveled old man and fell lifeless before he could utter another word. The other mutants stood frozen in terror, scrambling in chaos, the scene descending into pandemonium. But Chen Xiao had no intention of sparing them. When an avalanche descends, no snowflake is innocent. The moment Chen Xiao was slain, it was fated that all these mutants would perish. A murderous aura emanated from Chen Xiao, his single eye ablaze with fury as he brandished the axe, striding forward with purpose. The first unfortunate victim was the four-armed creature. Chen Xiao's speed was astonishing, akin to a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the four-armed beast. He swung the axe down upon the creature's arm with brutal precision. Thwack! The arm severed cleanly, blood splattering. Chen Xiao grasped the creature by the throat, exerting immense strength that slammed it into the ground. Keep laughing, will you? Thwack! 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 3 swift blows turned the four-armed creature into a limbless abomination, its grotesque arms severed and blood pooling around it. The creature's laughter was extinguished, replaced by wide eyes filled with terror, its mouth agape, not in jest, but in sheer fright. Chen Xiao reached out, tearing out its dark tongue and flinging it onto the creature's face. The tongue, slick with vile mucus, slid down its cheek. With a final strike, Chen Xiao ended the four-armed creature's life. Die! All of you must die! Chen Xiao bellowed, consumed by a frenzied bloodlust as he charged toward the mutants. It was uncertain whether the sight of blood exhilarated him further or if he was unshackling his true nature, seeking to unleash upon them all the torment he had suffered in the void. In any case, Chen Xiao now resembled a vengeful specter, terrifying and brutal, akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. The so-called mutants appeared as docile as lambs before him. Blood splattered across Chen Xiao's face and body, and with only half a head remaining, anyone unfamiliar would scarcely recognize his true visage. The mutants, gripped by terror, shrieked in despair as they fled in a frenzy. Chen Xiao relentlessly pursued them, wielding his axe. Anyone who lagged behind would find their heads severed by the deadly blade. In that moment, all the mutants turned their ire towards the disheveled elder and the muscular gorilla. Those two fools, one delivered his head, the other his equipment. Had it not been for them, could they have provoked the wrath of this harbinger of death? At that moment, a woman with a half-formed body stumbled in her escape, and with a swift kick, Chen Xiao sent her sprawling. He seized the ghastly infant head protruding from her back, wrenching it free with a sickening sound. The severed neck spurted forth a strange black blood. Ah! The infant wailed, the woman echoing its cries. The haunting sound, resonating like a banshee, invaded Chen Xiao's mind. But instead of instilling fear, it ignited his fury further. Bang! 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 Several axe strikes rained down, reducing the woman and her remaining half to a pulpy mass. By this time, most of the other mutants had fled into the Lin Xian garden. Chen Xiao, undeterred, continued his pursuit, axe in hand. None of the mutants he caught could escape with their lives. In less than 10 minutes, 7 or 8 mutants lay dead in pools of blood, leaving the so-called forbidden area transformed into a bloody inferno. The corpses of the mutants littered the ground, dismembered limbs scattered about, blood flowing like streams. The disheveled elder, having suffered broken ribs, inexplicably emerged as the sole survivor. Yet, he was gravely weakened, teetering on the brink of death. Another fatal blow would send him to his final rest. Trembling, the disheveled elder feigned death, lying still and scarcely daring to breathe. Fearful of drawing the attention of the bloodthirsty Chen Xiao, after what felt like an eternity, when silence enveloped the area, he cautiously opened his eyes a sliver. To his horror, the first sight that met him was the round, severed head of the three-eyed elder, rolling ominously before him. The disheveled elder nearly lost his wits and scrambled to escape, but his trembling legs faltered, sending him crashing back to the ground. Just then, a drop of blood splattered onto the elder's back. He flipped over, meeting the gaze of Chen Xiao, the bloody axe glistening ominously. Chen Xiao wiped the blood from his face, revealing a sinister grin on his remaining half. Do you see this? Chen Xiao brandished a work manual he had retrieved from the security room, flipping to the first page and thrusting it before the disheveled elder. This is our work manual. The elder was paralyzed with fear, tears streaming down his face. Read these words aloud. Chen Xiao demanded, pointing to a bold line in the manual. Promote civility. Understand etiquette. Uphold responsibilities. Ensure tenant safety. With a resounding smack, Chen Xiao hurled the manual at the elder's face. Terrified, the disheveled elder scrambled to his knees, repeatedly banging his head. I was blind to your capabilities. I was reckless. I do not wish to lose face. Please, I implore you to spare me. I beg you not to take my life. I acknowledge my transgressions. I truly grasp my mistakes. Chen Xiao directed his finger towards the scattered work manuals strewn across the floor. Uphold civility, exhibit decorum, adhere to your responsibilities, and safeguard the tenant's safety. The disheveled old man, in a state of despair, began to sob uncontrollably. You do not bathe. Your stench is unbearable. You are in such disarray. Chen Xiao pointed at the old man's battered head, saying, You even throw your head around indiscriminately. Do you embody civility? Nay, please spare me, dear grandfather. I beg for mercy. The old man resumed his frantic bowing. Pick up your head. Grandfather, have mercy. I command you to retrieve your head. The old man trembled as he scurried over to gather the fragments of his own head, blood and gore mingling in a gruesome mess. Clutching it to his chest before he dashed towards the towering trash bins, forcefully attempting to shove the shattered remnants inside. With a squish, more foul blood oozed out, staining the edges of the bin and tarnishing the words non-recyclable in stark white. Chapter 14, Finding a New Home. Chen Xiao approached and seized the old man's collar, flipping him over. As a newcomer, you initiated our encounter with violence. Is this your notion of politeness? Chen Xiao's gaze was cold as he glared at the old man, gritting his teeth. Do you comprehend the psychological trauma inflicted upon a newcomer by such an introduction? Just moments ago, after vanquishing the mutated beings, I returned to find you sleeping on the ground. Yet this is work hours. Have you fulfilled your duties? As a prospective tenant, you stood idly by while someone severed half my head. Have you ensured my safety? Tell me, do you deserve to live? The old man fixated on Chen Xiao's terrifying single eye, his dread magnifying exponentially. In a short span, Chen Xiao, draped in a thick shroud of bloodlust, obliterated the old man's last vestiges of reason. The old man quivered, his eyes bulging, mouth askew, a stream of foul, murky saliva trickling from the corner of his lips. I was wrong. I shall embrace civility and decorum. I shall be a good boy. The old man had lost his sanity, driven mad by Chen Xiao's intimidation. In truth, the old man possessed a remarkably potent and unique ability known as extra life. Each awakening granted him 2 additional lives. He had awakened twice, but had previously perished once, leaving him with 4 lives before encountering Chen Xiao. However, within less than a minute, Chen Xiao had dispatched him 3 times. The old man realized he was down to his final life, and under the intense threat of death, he succumbed to madness. Chen Xiao, evidently losing interest in the lunatic, delivered a swift kick, sending the old man sprawling to the side. I'm so weary. Chen Xiao rubbed his head, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The state of dying was nearing its end. He was on the verge of losing consciousness to recuperate his body. Yet, he had a crucial task at hand. After all, he had come to secure accommodation, not to take lives. While the old man pretended to be dead, Chen Xiao had already eliminated all the mutated beings and returned to this place, intruding into the security room to conduct a search. In addition to finding the work manual, he discovered a tenant file. Upon opening the tenant file, Chen Xiao learned that all the residents here were tenants, and the entire complex belonged to a landlord with the surname Mo. The information left by the tenants was eclectic, with names such as Big Yellow, 1234, and even one tenant who had drawn a pig in the name section. It was unclear whether they intended to conceal their identities or simply disregarded the significance of this so-called record. However, the landlord, Mr. M.O., appeared indifferent, allowing anyone to move in as long as they paid rent punctually, regardless of who they were or their background. Records indicated that this month's rent had already been collected, with no one in arrears. All apartments were two-bedroom units, with a flat rate of $200 per month, irrespective of the floor. However, a deposit of $500 was required for first-time renters. Renting a two-bedroom apartment for $200 was, to be candid, an unparalleled bargain. Chen Xiao perused the records until he finally located an available unit, room 401, building 3, unit 1. After a moment's contemplation, he signed his name, Zheng Xinfeng, on the document for room 401. Subsequently, he dipped his fingers in blood to leave a fingerprint, before rushing out to pilfer over $300 from the deceased driver. Among that sum, 112 was from Chen Xiao. The remainder must have been the driver's earnings from the past few days. Chen Xiao did not hesitate to take $200 from the total and placed it in the security room, even extracting a $500 bill to place beneath the old man's cup, tearing off a piece of paper to denote that this $500 served as Zheng Xinfeng's deposit. It must be said, Chen Xiao indeed exemplified civility and decorum. A young man of considerable quality, he not only proactively paid his rent, but also submitted the deposit. Following this, Chen Xiao rummaged through a drawer, uncovering a large set of keys. After much fiddling, he finally located the key for room 401, building 3, pocketing it while returning the others. Chen Xiao had never enjoyed imposing trouble on others. With a resounding kick, Chen Xiao propelled the old man aside and strode directly towards building 3, unit 1, room 401. That would be his new abode. Approximately 30 minutes after Chen Xiao's departure, a black sedan approached the vicinity of the complex, from which emerged two individuals clad in the uniforms of the mysterious investigation bureau. Both were youthful investigators from the municipal office of Damu City, having undergone 3 awakenings. Their abilities were not formidable, but surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Yet, both bore pallid faces, their garments clinging to them, drenched in cold sweat. They were utterly terrified. Thud! One of them collapsed onto the ground, horrified by the bloody scene at the entrance of the complex, retching violently. The other investigator, trembling, fumbled for his phone, misdialing several times before finally connecting with the municipal office. "Hello, sir. I just witnessed a madman. He slaughtered the Lin Xinyuan district. 13 security guards, 12 dead. 1 driven insane. The ground is drenched in blood. It's too horrifying. He is simply too terrifying." At the mysterious investigation bureau, Zheng Xinfeng stood pale before the large screen, rendered speechless for an extended period. Beside him stood a short yet upright elder, his countenance vibrant. The elder's half-white hair was slicked back, and he donned a loose robe. A small squirrel perched on his shoulder. The squirrel's eyes sparkled with vitality, capable of shifting through various colors, hinting at its extraordinary nature. The elder exuded a powerful aura. He was the highest authority of the mysterious investigation bureau in Damu City and the strongest in the entire city, the Beast Tamer. The Beast Tamer fixated on the large screen, his eyes never wavering. The screen showcased footage of Chen Xiao's rampage. After a lengthy pause, the Beast Tamer finally spoke, inquiring, "Young Zheng, what do you perceive the ancestor's strength to be?" He effortlessly dispatches 4-tier mutated beings, even pursuing a throng of 3- and 4-tier mutated beings with reckless abandon. Zheng Xinfeng's pupils constricted slightly, his words tinged with astonishment as he remarked, "The ancestor has undoubtedly undergone at least 6 awakenings, perhaps even 7, 8, or even 10 times. Or potentially dozens more. I believe the ancestor is akin to those forbidden entities in the capital." Chapter 15, Analysis. The Beast Tamer did not respond to Zheng Xinfeng's words. Instead, he shifted the surveillance footage. The screen began to display the moment Chen Xiao retaliated against the imposter. The ancestor's abilities are indeed peculiar. The Beast Tamer furrowed his brow in contemplation, musing, each time he encounters a life-threatening crisis, he unleashes a formidable power. His demeanor growing colder, and his methods increasingly ruthless. Is this a transformation ability? Does the triggering condition for transformation hinge on death? Might this also indirectly confirm that the ancestor possesses an immortal body? Xiao Zheng, has the test result for that herb come in? The Beast Tamer turned to Zheng Xinfeng. Yes, it just came out. Zheng Xinfeng nodded, retrieving a report from his briefcase and handing it to the Beast Tamer. The Beast Tamer glanced at the report, murmuring, "My assumptions were correct. The ancestor indeed possesses other abilities. He can release a neurotoxin while in a death state, instilling fear and causing pain to his adversaries. This neurotoxin bears similarities to the radioactive substances leaked from the Black and White Gate, and it possesses the capacity to lower temperatures and freeze." The photograph affixed to the report depicted the small herb that had been frozen into black ice crystals during Chen Xiao's retaliation against the imposter. Dual abilities? The Beast Tamer pressed a button on the remote, and the surveillance image shifted again, revealing the scene where Chen Xiao was repelled by the muscular gorilla. The mutant known as the Brute, with 4 awakenings, was assessed as strong. The ancestor was momentarily staggered by the Brute's blow, his steps faltering. and his hanging arm clearly numbed by the impact. Given the brute's strength at 4 awakenings, the ancestor must possess at least weak 4 awakenings in his normal state. He cannot be below 4 awakenings, or else he would not have been able to withstand the brute's strike. Suddenly, in the footage, the brute, the gorilla-like figure, cleaved off half of Chen Xiao's head with a single swing. The beast tamer paused the video, halting the image. The ancestor's defensive capabilities in his normal state were evidently lacking, indicating that he did not possess any defensive abilities. In the next moment, Chen Xiao activated his death state, enduring a flurry of knife strikes. The surveillance footage even showcased sparks flying. In his death state, the ancestor's attributes surged exponentially, remaining unscathed amidst the assault of 3-4 awakening mutants, not even a scratch upon his skin. Under the absence of defensive abilities, a 5 awakening powerhouse would not be capable of such feats. Based on his current performance, the ancestor in his death state is at least a strong 6 awakenings, perhaps even higher. Furthermore, our previous conjectures may indeed hold truth. The ancestor might have awakened 10 times or more. Of course, this is limited to the ancestor's death state. However, thus far, he has not faced a true powerhouse, so we must refrain from jumping to conclusions. The surveillance video switched again, simultaneously displaying the moment the imposter's barbed weapon pierced Chen Xiao's chest alongside Chen Xiao blocking the brute's fire axe. "Xiaozheng, have you noticed?" The beast tamer pointed to the left side of the screen, where the imposter was attacking Chen Xiao, stating, based on the attack speed, "This imposter's strength is at most weak 3 awakenings." Yet, in a direct confrontation, the ancestor was unable to block it and could only retaliate after activating his death state. This indicates that the ancestor's normal state was merely strong 2 awakenings, which is why I felt secure allowing you to interact with him. However, after the ancestor died once and lapsed into a coma for 2 hours, his normal state has surpassed weak 4 awakenings, elevating his strength by 3 tiers. Therefore, upon this awakening, the ancestor may very well possess strong 5 awakenings in his normal state. This is both good news and bad news. The good news is that the ancestor remains controllable for now, provided he does not enter a death state. The bad news is that after his next death, he will possess weak 7 awakenings in his normal state. In the entirety of Damu City, no one will be able to contend with him. Based on your feedback, the ancestor is relatively rational in his normal state. However, he has still killed the black car driver while in his normal state, indicating a cold detachment. We could temporarily classify him as neutral. Yet, once the ancestor enters a death state, he will shift from neutral to brutal, becoming not merely indifferent, but rather cruel, violent, and uncontrollable. No one can guarantee he won't massacre ordinary civilians. This is a terrifying prospect. I believe the ancestor would not do that. Zheng Xinfeng scratched his head, taking the remote and switching to the security room surveillance footage, pointing to the screen where Chen Xiao had placed a 500 deposit under a cup, saying, "Even if the ancestor falls into a death state, he remains an honest and trustworthy citizen." "Is killing 12 mutants in less than 20 minutes what you call a good citizen?" The beast tamer responded, exasperated. Those mutants deserve to die. Who knows how much blood they have on their hands?" Zheng Xinfeng, hesitant to voice his dissent loudly, merely mumbled with his head lowered, "If I had such strength, I would have killed them all too." "Xiaozheng, you are too young." The beast tamer shook his head in disappointment, a deep wisdom reflecting in his aged eyes. "We bear too many hopes. Some matters are risks we cannot afford to take." Xiaozheng, the beast tamer turned off the surveillance video, approached the desk, and began sifting through the documents, saying, "You must refrain from further contact with the ancestor. You are no longer his match." "Oh, I understand." Zheng Xinfeng nodded, but immediately added helplessly, "But I promised the ancestor I would provide him with further compensation. What if he calls me?" "Do not worry. We will not only honor our promise to compensate him, but we will also enhance his protection." The beast tamer lifted his teacup for a sip, contemplatively gazing at Zheng Xinfeng. "However, you cannot engage with him any longer. If he calls you, simply refuse to answer. I will arrange for someone to deliver him some money and escort him out of the forbidden zone. After all, it is an exceedingly perilous place. We must not allow the ancestor to die once more. Moreover, we currently have a more intricate matter to address." "What matter?" Zheng Xinfeng furrowed his brow. The beast tamer beckoned Zheng Xinfeng closer, prompting him to hastily approach and lean over to examine the document in the beast tamer's hand. It was a dossier on a mysterious creature. Pighead chef, A-class, no. A 021, brutal type, mysterious creature. A 021 resembles a humanoid. Prefers to wear clothing to conceal itself among the masses, possesses a high intelligence, immense strength, and harbors a profound hatred for humanity, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Chapter 16, A Heroic Rescue. 2 hours later, in the Lin Xian Garden. The afternoon was drawing near. Chen Xiao groggily awoke from the empty cot, patting his forehead as consciousness gradually returned. He was drenched in blood, his clothing clinging to his body, entirely enveloped in blackened blood scabs, resembling a grotesque figure steeped in blood. Ugh! Chen Xiao promptly retched. As he entered a state of death, he did not lose his memories. Rather, he merely became devoid of certain emotions, turning more cruel and frigid. Reflecting upon it now, The thought of having slain so many mutants made Chen Xiao feel somewhat nauseous. I have truly lost my mind, he mused. He touched his head, where his split skull had completely healed, leaving no trace of his prior injury. In fact, his abilities far surpassed those of the disheveled old man. The old man had 5 lives, whereas Chen Xiao essentially possessed immortality. Tearing away the scabs of blood, he stripped off his garments and strode into the bathroom, urgently needing a shower. Standing beneath the shower head, which was rusted and precarious, he hesitantly turned on the faucet. A rush of water burst forth. Fortunately, there was ample water pressure, cascading over Chen Xiao's skin, imparting a refreshing chill. The cool water quickly washed away the clotted blood, but its low temperature caused a slight sting to his icy skin, creating a sense of discomfort in every pore. Yet, Chen Xiao could not afford to dwell on such matters. He simply wished to cleanse himself, change into fresh attire, and then seek out a place to indulge in a sumptuous meal. His stomach had been gnawing at him since the morning, feeling as though it might collapse in on itself, accompanied by waves of pain. With the cold water rinsing him clean, Chen Xiao soon eradicated the blood from his body, even managing to wet his hair. Alas, there was no shampoo or soap available, leaving him with only a rudimentary cleaning. Yet, that sufficed. He turned off the faucet, watching as the water, tinged with blood, stained the bathroom floor, continuously flowing into the drain. Ignoring it, he exited the restroom, his gaze landing upon the blood-soaked clothing he had discarded, now twisted and congealing on the ground. Casting one last glance around, he noted the stark barrenness of the surroundings. Aside from a bed frame, there were no curtains or any semblance of comfort. Damn it, I was careless, Chen Xiao lamented. What should I wear? 10 minutes later, a bare figure climbed to the balcony of Building 1, second floor. Abiding by the principle of not consuming the grass in one's own burrow, Chen Xiao reasoned that even if he were to steal clothing, it should not be from Building 3, where he resided. The risk of being discovered was too great. After a careful observation of his surroundings, he finally settled on this particular location, Building 1, Unit 2, Room 201. First, it was on the second floor, making it easier to scale. Secondly, the balcony displayed only a few articles of men's clothing, suggesting the absence of any females, thus alleviating concerns of being mistaken for a rogue. Most importantly, the window of Room 201 was blackened, rendering the interior invisible from outside. Chen Xiao confidently assumed that the reverse was also true. Therefore, considering all factors, this clothing heist appeared exceedingly safe. Once atop the balcony, Chen Xiao cautiously pressed against the window and reached down to retrieve a set of clothes. In a matter of moments, he donned them. The fabric was soft and comfortable, light and breathable, albeit slightly loose, indicating that the previous owner was likely more robust than Chen Xiao. A twinge of guilt washed over him, prompting an involuntary glance at the window, only to find it shrouded in darkness, offering no view of the outside. Relieved, he turned and leapt from the second-floor balcony. Before departing, he also pilfered a pair of shoes from the balcony, slipping them onto his feet. Though they were still a size too large, they were wearable enough. After securing the clothing, Chen Xiao promptly exited the complex. Inside Room 201, 3 men stood by the window, smoking deeply. They had remained silent for quite some time. Behind them lay the gruesome remains of 4 mutants, their corpses bearing the marks of inhumane torture before their demise. The man seated in the center, smoking, was named Emotion. He was the founder of the Lin Xian district and a formidable sixth-sense powerhouse, well respected among beast tamers. Although Emotion had withdrawn from the official organization after a failed struggle, he still employed the codename bestowed upon him, Demon Skin Man. Emotion bore this moniker due to a large black patch on the back of his neck, which could spread at any moment, suffusing his skin with demonic energy and rendering him impervious. Yet at this moment, Emotion was genuinely frightened. Upon awakening, the ancestor's first act was to rush in and slay a dozen mutants, then come naked to steal my clothes. Confusion and a hint of fear clouded his gaze. Did you see that? He deliberately glanced at me before leaving. What do you think that means? The 2 younger men behind him exchanged uneasy glances. The one on the right could not suppress a glance at the corpses behind them and remarked, Boss Missouri, could it be that the ancestor is aware of your predicament here with the mutants, and thus what? Emotion interrupted sharply, his eyes widening. Is he seeking revenge for you? He struggled to recall a pertinent phrase. The young man's lips trembled as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, but fortunately, the one on the left was more astute and blurted out, a hero saves a damsel. Get the hell out of here. Emotion raised his hand and slapped the left young man, causing him to cry out in pain. Who is the hero? Who is the damsel? Emotion's face darkened as he gripped the collar of the left young man. You are the hero. You are the hero. The young man, terrified, began to weep. No, I meant that the ancestor may appreciate you. With a thud, Emotion released him, sending the left young man crashing to the ground. However, his expression remained stormy, his eyes revealing a tumult of thoughts, the content of which remained a mystery. After a prolonged silence, Emotion finally called to the young man on the right. Chen Xiao, I'm here, what do you command? Chen Xiao hurriedly approached. He was a rather effeminate young man, appearing in his early 20s, with fair skin and delicate features. If he wore makeup, he might even rival many women in beauty. Mo Xiong scrutinized Chen Xiao for a moment, then furrowed his brow. After midnight, go knock on the ancestor's door. If I recall correctly, the ancestor resides in Building 3, Unit 1, Room 401. Wear something minimal, if necessary. Just wrap yourself in a towel. Once the ancestor answers, no matter what requests he makes, you must do everything in your power to accommodate him until he is thoroughly satisfied. Once we secure the ancestor's support, all mutants and official awakened ones will merely serve as stepping stones for us. Chapter 17, Ringa Noodle House. Chen Xiao had already exited the Lin Xian district. The bodies and blood had been cleaned away, restoring the area to its former desolation and despondency, devoid of human presence. At a glance, the Lin Xian district bore a striking resemblance to the haunted houses of horror films. Particularly, the lingering scent of blood in the air had not entirely dissipated. Upon closer inspection, one could still detect the foul stench wafting about. Beside the security room, the disheveled old man was still in a frenzy. He sat slumped before the security post, his gaze vacant, repeatedly muttering, "I promote civility, I understand etiquette, I am a good child." Chen Xiao could not help but think how fragile this disheveled old man was. He had gone completely mad without much provocation. Yet, what Chen Xiao deemed as little provocation actually entailed him having frightened the old man to death 3 times over, thus driving the elderly figure to madness. Ignoring the old man, Chen Xiao surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing as he murmured to himself, "How peculiar! Who could have cleared away those corpses? Could it be the owner of the park, Boss Missouri? But if it were indeed Boss Missouri, he would likely seek me out. Considering I had dispatched all the security guards, and he was well aware of my residence. Yet if it wasn't Boss Missouri, who could it be?" Chen Xiao cast a suspicious glance around. Surely, the official authorities had not been alerted? That shouldn't be the case. The driver of the black car had claimed there were no cameras in the vicinity, hadn't he? Little did he know. The driver was merely an ordinary person involved in human trafficking. This driver frequently transported passengers to this area, only to sell them to the mutants, turning them into slaves or subjects of amusement. He was blissfully unaware that this place was a focal observation zone for the mysterious investigation bureau. Not only at the entrance of the community, but even within the security room of Linxin community, the bureau had installed miniature cameras. The reason the mysterious investigation bureau had not cleansed this area was due to their apprehension towards the myriad of conflicting powers present. The residents of Linxin community could be broadly categorized into 4 groups. Undercover, official awakeners from the bureau, the team led by the demon-skinned Mo Xiong, which primarily comprised individuals who had been cornered, evaded the law, or had been deceived and trafficked here, as well as some civil awakeners with criminal pasts. Additionally, there was a group of mutants formed by mysterious individuals. This group possessed formidable power, particularly their leader, a mysterious figure of at least a level 6 awakener, who had nearly torn Mo Xiong to shreds in a past encounter. Thus, the mutant group swiftly usurped Mo Xiong's dominance, forcing him into hiding and even relinquishing control of the entire Linxin community. Of course, a few rooms still housed highly intelligent, mysterious beings. In summary, the power dynamics within Linxin community were exceedingly chaotic. The black car driver was oblivious to these intricacies, and so too was Chen Xiao. However, Chen Xiao did not dwell on it for long. After all, what was done, and it was best to let things unfold as they would. At present, filling his stomach was of utmost importance. Outside Linxin community lay a road. After walking for approximately 5 to 6 minutes along the road, Chen Xiao came across a pedestrian street to the right, bustling with various commercial markets and restaurants. There were also shops selling household goods and daily necessities. Chen Xiao's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly made his way over. He held in his hand just over 400 yuan, the entirety of his funds that remained free of bloodstains. His original plan for a lavish meal had been dashed. He needed to reserve some money for clothing and essential items such as bedding. Comparatively, he felt less inclined to be picky about food. Satisfying his hunger took precedence. After all, his funds were limited, and constantly wearing ill-fitting, stolen oversized clothes and sleeping on a hard floor was not sustainable. After meandering about, Chen Xiao paused in front of a noodle shop. The street appeared quite antiquated, lined with dingy establishments, many of which were filthy and dilapidated, with some restaurant names barely legible. The noodle shop where he stopped seemed slightly cleaner, though still far from pristine, with dark grease stains evident everywhere. Chen Xiao glanced at the shop sign, Ringa Noodle Shop. In front of the shop stood a small whiteboard, smeared with dirty fingerprints, upon which 2 lines of text were hastily scrawled. Upon closer inspection, he could still make them out. Big bone noodle 20 yuan per bowl. An additional 10 yuan for extra bones. Bone soup 15 yuan per bowl, free refills. Chen Xiao pushed open the door to the noodle shop, casually found an empty table to sit at, and called for the waitress, asking, "How many bones come in your big bone noodle for 20 yuan? 1 piece." The young waitress replied, seemingly shy, her gaze fixed downward, avoiding eye contact with Chen Xiao. She appeared somewhat flustered as she continued, "Sir, if you wish, we can add an extra portion of bones for 10 yuan. No, I don't want more bones," Chen Xiao said. His interest piqued, he inquired again. Does your big bone noodle come with broth? Yes, but not much. If you'd like more, I could serve you a separate bowl of broth for 15 yuan. With free refills. No, no, no. You misunderstood, Chen Xiao exclaimed, slapping his thigh, decisively declaring. All right, I'll have a bowl of big bone noodle. No bones, no broth. It was known that a bowl of big bone noodle cost 20 yuan, which included noodles, bones, and broth. A bowl of bone soup was 15 yuan, containing bones and broth. An extra portion of bones cost 10 yuan. Therefore, if he ordered the big bone noodle without bones or broth, it would amount to 5 yuan per bowl. It still seemed a bit pricey. Chen Xiao frowned and looked at the astonished waitress, asking, Does your big bone noodle have any meat? The waitress paused for a moment before replying, Yes, it does. How much for an extra portion of meat? 3 yuan. All right, I don't want meat, Chen Xiao said. What else is in the noodles? Green onions, cilantro? He questioned, puzzled. Yes, but green onions and cilantro are complementary. The waitress seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Perhaps having never encountered a customer like him, she hesitated and asked, You don't want green onions and cilantro? No, I want both. Just give me half a bowl of each, and put in plenty. I love them. Chen Xiao exclaimed, laughing heartily. Now hurry up and make it. I'm almost starving. With that, he fished out 2 crumpled yuan notes from his pocket and handed them to the waitress. At that moment, Chen Xiao suddenly noticed some peculiar details. The young girl appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, an age that should be blooming with youth. Yet her hands were rough and calloused, and upon closer inspection, he could see several fresh scars, particularly at her wrists. There were multiple marks from what seemed to be knife wounds, the origins of which remained a mystery. Observing the waitress's expression, it was clear she was not merely shy. There was a numbing despair, tinged with fear. What was going on? Did this noodle shop harbor secrets beyond its seemingly simple facade? Chen Zhao's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating asking more questions. However, the waitress, still keeping her head down, clutched the 2 yuan he had given her and turned towards the kitchen. Before long, Chen Xiao heard a loud slap echoing from the kitchen, a sound unmistakably reminiscent of a hand striking a face. Chapter 18, The Waitress. Chen Xiao pursed his lips, musing that perhaps this young girl had been trafficked. But then again, what did that have to do with him? He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. In a short while, the young waitress returned, placing a steaming bowl of noodles before Chen Xiao. Her face bore the unmistakable imprint of a bloodied hand. The noodles were piled with a layer of shredded meat. Chen Zhao's brow furrowed immediately. Didn't I say no meat? The young girl, still looking down, spoke in a low voice. The boss said he would give you a free portion of meat. If you find it tasty, you can order it next time. I've made it clear, I don't want any meat. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. The minced meat in the noodles exuded a pungent odor, far from enticing. Instead, it was nauseating, making him want to vomit. His appetite diminished almost entirely in an instant. He suspected it could be lymphatic meat or perhaps some other dubious substance, like that of a dead rat. In short, it was certainly not normal meat. Chen Xiao felt a surge of anger. He had paid for this meal, and yet they were trying to deceive him with refuse? Within a mere 2 minutes, a burly chef emerged from the kitchen. Burly was an understatement, at a glance. He seemed to tower at least 2 meters tall and weighed over 400 pounds, resembling a small mountain. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. He wore an oversized chef's hat and a white, yellowing towel wrapped around his plump face, revealing only his 2 round, bulging eyes. The chef's eyes were peculiar, with a wide interpupillary distance and deep-set wrinkles, adorned with strands of white hair, making him appear less human and more like a pig. The chef was enveloped in a hefty apron, donned with oil-stained white gloves, and his rubber shoes bore dark splotches that resembled blood. Chen Zhao's demeanor shifted slightly, his brows furrowing in concern. He sensed a palpable menace emanating from the chef, a foreboding presence that was far from coincidental. This chef had likely taken lives, and not just one. The chef stood still, his strange eyes fixated on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao remained silent, but the server began to panic. The server promptly bowed and apologized to Chen Xiao. I'm terribly sorry. I will have the chef prepare another dish for you immediately. Please do not be angry. Without waiting for Chen Zhao's response, she dashed to the chef, kneeling before him in front of everyone, and bowed her head twice. Please, do not be upset. The guest did not mean any offense. It's all my fault. All of it is my fault. Bang. The chef kicked the server in the head, and she stumbled backward, blood streaming from her nose and trickling down her pale cheeks. It seemed as though her nose had been broken, causing her lips to turn white and tremble in pain. Strangely, none of the patrons in the noodle shop intervened. Some kept their heads down, consumed in their meals. Others recorded the incident on their phones. Some glanced at the young girl with perverse amusement, while others engaged in lively discussions about her plight, all wearing expressions of indifference, even delight. They were merely spectators, treating the scene as an enthralling performance rather than a brutal reality. Even Chen Xiao, despite his naivety, recognized that something was amiss in this noodle shop. It was likely the entire pedestrian street harbored a sinister undercurrent. Or rather, an extensive area surrounding the Lin Xinyuan district was afflicted. Chen Xiao couldn't help but ponder the identity of the owner of Lin Xinyuan, that boss Missouri. Moreover, was the mysterious investigation bureau turning a blind eye to this? The chef's eyes glimmered with malice as he raised his hand to strike again. Hey! Chen Xiao could no longer bear to watch. Frowning, he rose to his feet. That's enough. He glared coldly at the chef. I still wish to eat. Do not ruin my mood. The chef glanced at Chen Xiao, his terrifying gaze brimming with lethal intent, sending chills down one's spine. Chen Xiao did not flinch, locking eyes with the chef, creating a bizarre standoff. After a long moment, the chef finally lowered his raised arm, seized the server by her hair, and dragged her into the kitchen, followed by the sounds of punches and kicks. The young girl emitted muffled whimpers, as if seeking to cry out but too afraid to make a sound. After a while, the noise subsided. The girl was left sobbing quietly in the kitchen. Yet no one paid her any heed. 2 minutes later, the hulking chef returned with 2 bowls of noodles, placing them silently before Chen Xiao. This time, the noodles contained no minced meat nor the nauseating stench. Instead, it was a bowl of utterly ordinary noodles, garnished with a layer of scallions and cilantro. Chen Xiao picked up a chopstick, twirled the noodles, and upon tasting them, found them perfectly cooked, yet flavorless, akin to chewing on wax. Nevertheless, he said little, slurping down both bowls in haste, driven by an insatiable hunger. Finally, after vanquishing his intense hunger, Chen Xiao let out a satisfied belch. He wiped his mouth and turned to leave the Rangu noodle shop. There was no denying the strangeness of this establishment. It was not a place he wished to linger. As for the unfortunate young girl, he had no intention of intervening further. He had already extended his compassion by speaking up. Beyond that, he felt powerless. Chen Xiao was no savior. He had perished 1,000 times under the black-purple lightning in the void. If he could not save himself, how could he rescue others? Furthermore, the girl might not even need saving. Without understanding the full situation, he would not recklessly involve himself. This was Chen Xiao's survival principle. After leaving the noodle shop, Chen Xiao entered a clothing store. After some vigorous bargaining, he acquired 2 outfits, a pair of shoes, and a blanket for 300 yuan. Lastly, he rushed to a general goods store to purchase some essential toiletries. With everything prepared, Chen Xiao gathered his bags, ready to head home. However, on his way back, he passed the Rangu noodle shop once more. At that moment, Chen Xiao noticed that the server had been forced out. The young girl, bruised and battered, leaned against the wall, her eyes vacant as she sat on the ground. Bloodstains marred her once fair skin, and her clothes were in tatters, rendering her a pitiful sight. Unable to look away, Chen Xiao found her gaze locked onto him. Her eyes glistened with tears, exuding a heartbreaking vulnerability. A fleeting glance revealed that she clutched 2 crumpled banknotes in her hand. Finally halting in his tracks, he turned to the girl, furrowing his brow. What do you wish to say? Speak. Brother, the girl said, her once vacant and numb eyes suddenly shimmering with light. She opened her palm, offering the 2 crumpled bills to Chen Xiao. Thank you for helping me. I'm returning the money. Consider it me treating you to 2 bowls of noodles. We're even now. Chen Xiao accepted the wrinkled notes without hesitation. Without further ado, he turned to leave. Yet the girl called out to him. Brother, could you tell me your name? Am I handsome? Chen Xiao suddenly inquired. The girl hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes. You are the most handsome person I've ever seen. Then it's settled. Chen Xiao smiled. My name is Zheng Xinfeng, codename leader. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at the Mubei District's Investigation Bureau. I am the director. The young girl appeared somewhat taken aback, and after a brief moment of bewilderment, she spoke with an odd expression. Very well, I shall remember this. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Chen Xiao no longer lingered, swiftly turning away while grasping various bags and departing. The girl sniffled, gazing mournfully at Chen Xiao's receding figure, which bore a hint of indifference. She resembled an abandoned maiden, despondently leaning against the wall, devoid of any support. At last, a shadow of gloom flickered in her tear-brimmed, enchanting eyes. Truly, the progenitor was unlike those wretched men. Yet, why the excessive wariness? The blush on the young girl's cheeks suddenly faded. She curled her lips into a sly smile, thinking to herself that she merely wished to befriend him. At the Rangu noodle house, it was unclear when the ferocity and malice had dissipated from the pig-faced chef's gaze. Instead, a softness and obsession began to emerge in his eyes. He stared at the young girl, who sat against the wall outside, and a stream of murky, repulsive saliva gradually trickled from the corners of his mouth. His gaze grew vacant, his pig-like visage flushed, as if he had already been captivated by the girl, leaving behind nothing but a robust shell, manipulated by unseen hands. Night fell. The moon shone faintly amidst a sparse array of stars. Chen Xiao hastily arranged his bed, lying down and shutting his eyes to summon sleep. However, he tossed and turned, unable to find even a trace of drowsiness. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged duration of his slumber, having fainted twice that very day. Thus, sleep eluded him. Consequently, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He had discarded his blood-stained clothing into the trash earlier that afternoon, and the stolen attire was now hung on the balcony of Building 1, Room 201. The room felt desolate, devoid of any belongings, imparting a rather eerie sensation. No. I must contact Zheng Xinfeng tomorrow and demand further compensation as swiftly as possible. Chen Xiao counted on his fingers, murmuring to himself, at least another 2,000. To purchase a phone, a kettle, and some inexpensive tables and chairs, enough to eat comfortably. That night, he dined on a cup of instant noodles, utilizing hot water from a nearby convenience store, all while squatting on the floor. This epitomized true destitution, a bare abode, impoverished to the point of having nothing but walls. Well, even the walls were rented. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped past midnight. Chen Xiao finally began to feel drowsy, but suddenly an urgent need to urinate struck him. Reluctantly, he emerged from his cocoon of blankets to visit the restroom. At that moment, a series of loud knocks resonated from outside the living room. The drowsiness he had painstakingly cultivated vanished in an instant. Who could possibly be knocking at this late hour? Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew increasingly frantic. Following this, a voice outside gasped for breath, seemingly in distress, as if in dire need of rescue. Who on earth could it be at such an hour? Chen Xiao muttered a curse, then returned to his bedroom to hastily don a pair of pants, exposing his bare torso as he approached the living room and swung the door open with a creak. A petite figure dashed inside, promptly slamming the door shut and pressing against the wall, panting heavily. Chen Xiao stood momentarily stunned, lowering his gaze to meet the wide-eyed stare of the girl, who had unexpectedly intruded upon him at this late hour. She was the very waitress he had encountered earlier at the Rangu Noodle House. The girl looked up at Chen Xiao, instantly captivated by his upper body. Chen Xiao possessed an impressive physique, having always prioritized fitness even before his transference. His muscular contours were strikingly sculpted, flowing with natural grace and devoid of any flaws, especially after enduring the trials of violet lightning. His muscles exuded an enhanced sense of strength, radiating a unique allure. The girl was momentarily entranced, her eyes fixated upon his well-defined abdominal muscles, unable to tear her gaze away. After a prolonged silence, Chen Xiao's mouth twitched before he darkly inquired, "Have you seen enough?" The girl finally snapped back to reality, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She wore only a thin nightgown, which left her delicate neck flushed as well, her porcelain skin tinged with a rosy hue, exuding a captivating charm. Yet, Chen Xiao remained entirely unfazed. He averted his gaze, frowning as he demanded, "Speak. Why have you come to find me in the dead of night? What is your purpose?" His eyes bore a profound intensity, as though they could pierce into her very soul. The girl hastily diverted her gaze, forcing herself to look elsewhere. "I didn't want to be killed by the chef, so I came to seek help. I truly had no idea you lived here," she explained, her demeanor akin to that of a startled fawn. Suppressing her panic as she recounted, "I reside in 402, directly across from you. Last night, I heard commotion from 401 and realized someone was living here. When the chef attacked me, I seized the opportunity to escape." Upon finishing her account, the girl suddenly knelt on the ground. "Please, save me." Bang, bang. She knocked her forehead against the floor twice, blood mingling with her hair as it trickled down from her fair forehead. "The chef has taken my parents and forces me to obey him. If I do not comply, he will kill them." Tears streamed down her face as she knelt there, her pitiful plea resonating. "I beg of you, please save us." Chen Xiao frowned, questioning, "Regardless of the truth of your words, I am merely curious. Why do you believe I can save you? What makes you think I would?" "Because you are the only one who has ever helped me." The girl lifted her tearful, hopeful eyes to him, pleading, "Please, only you can save me. Whatever the cost, I am willing to pay." The desperation in her gaze was palpable. Suddenly, she moved as if to unfasten her clothing. Her attire was already scant, merely a nightgown, and should she remove it, she would be left with nothing. Chen Zhao's eyes widened in shock, and he barked, "What on earth are you doing? I'm just a free spectator. Don't show me paid content." Chapter 20. Madness, absolute madness. The girl's actions abruptly halted. She appeared bewildered and replied, "I don't want money. I just want this ISNT about whether you want money or not. Why should I reward you?" Chen Zhao's anger flared, his expression darkening. "I have already assisted you today. You come knocking at my door in the dead of night, and upon entering, you resort to this? Do you truly think I am a lovesick fool?" Bang! Chen Xiao seized the girl by the neck, instantly reddening her delicate face and rendering her breathless. Her eyes bulged, blood vessels straining, as if her life could be extinguished at any moment. He lifted her off the ground, her back scraping against the wall, the thin nightgown tearing with a rip, exposing her soft, snowy skin. Yet, Chen Zhao's focus remained unyielding. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, fixated upon the girl. "Are you still haunting me? Speak. Who are you, and what do you truly desire?" The little girl's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, but soon, she inexplicably curled her lips into a smile, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Indeed, she was genuinely laughing, and with fervor. "Are you out of your mind?" Chen Xiao was taken aback, immediately releasing his grip. The girl collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud, yet that frenzied smile remained plastered across her face. "I would do anything for you, brother. I love you so much. I warn you, don't act crazily around me. I haven't touched you." Chen Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively stepping back as a wave of dread surged from his feet to his head. What sort of perverts are these? First, he encountered a bizarre security guard, then a chef resembling a pig, and now this seemingly deranged girl. This place is utterly strange. No, I must move out at once. Otherwise, I will inevitably be tainted. I don't want to become a lunatic. Just as Chen Xiao was lost in his thoughts, a sudden knocking echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Who is this lunatic? Enraged, Chen Xiao yanked the door open, only to find a young man standing outside, clad in nothing but a white bath towel. His pose was quite alluring, and his eyes held a hint of flirtation. With a flick, as Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, Chen Yao deliberately let the towel fall to the ground, revealing his pale, smooth body. My esteemed ancestor, I am here to serve you. A flush of shyness adorned Chen Yao's face. Chen Xiao was left dumbfounded. In a fit of shock, he slammed the door shut. Chen Yao was instantly locked outside. Chen Yao, slightly bewildered, took a moment to gather himself. Disappointment was evident on his face as he bent down to retrieve the towel. Sigh, I really am no good. With a sigh, he produced a mobile phone from somewhere and, with a few deft taps, dialed Mo Xiong. Chen Yao? Mo Xiong answered almost immediately, his voice trembling with excitement and anticipation. So how did it go? Was the ancestor pleased with you? Mo Xiong's voice resonated through the phone. Then, a note of confusion crept into his tone. But it was so quick. You've only been gone for less than 5 minutes. Has it ended so soon? Chen Yao's expression darkened, a trace of self-mockery glinting in his eyes. No, Boss Missouri, you misunderstand. The ancestor has no interest in me. He was stealing your clothes. He was gazing longingly at you through the window. He prefers rugged men like you. I've said it before. How could someone so frail like him take the initiative? Building 1, Unit 2, Room 201. Mo Xiong's phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Chen Yao's voice continued to emanate from the phone. But Mo Xiong was no longer in the mood to listen. His mind buzzed chaotically. This man, who had endured much suffering and hardship, found himself shedding tears. He felt cornered, knowing that if the mysterious figure found him, death was almost certain. Thus, Mo Xiong sought a powerful ally. Yet, when faced with the choice, he hesitated. Was he truly willing to pay such a heavy price? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Mo Xiong finally wiped away his tears. It was as if he relinquished something significant. In that moment, he lost his former dominance and vigor, becoming utterly despondent, with a few strands of white hair appearing at his temples. Forget it. What could be more important than life itself? Zhou Liang. I'm here. Zhou Liang approached with a complex expression. He was the young man who had stood beside Mo Xiong earlier. Like Xin Yao, Zhou Liang was young and handsome. But he possessed a more masculine demeanor, appearing somewhat more normal. Mo Xiong's gaze dimmed, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Zhou Liang. Help me get ready. His low voice carried an echo of profound despair. In the living room, Chen Xiao repeatedly rubbed his eyes. I'm going insane. Everyone in this world has gone mad. He felt on the verge of losing his sanity. He could hardly believe what he had just witnessed and heard. Chen Xiao wished fervently that he were dreaming, and that it was the kind of dream from which one could awaken at any moment. At just past midnight, a man without a shred of clothing stood outside his door, claiming he was there to serve him. Is this a plot that any sane person could conceive? Not only Chen Xiao, but the little girl was also astonished. She quickly regained her composure, leaping to her feet, her large eyes wide with disbelief. You like men? To hell with you. Chen Xiao turned away, cursing. You're the one who likes men. Yes, I do like men. The girl nodded without hesitation, then tilted her head, frowning. But I'm a girl, so it's normal for me to like men. However, it's not normal for you to like men. Hee. Brother, I think you wouldn't want others to know. A mischievous smile suddenly crept across the girl's face. The legendary first awakened one, the unparalleled ancestor, actually likes men, huh? Are you out of your mind? Chen Xiao, embarrassed and furious, bellowed. I'll say it again. I'm perfectly normal. I do not like men. Damn it. I really want to kill all you perverts. Chapter 21, Victims. Bang. Chen Xiao seized the girl and hurled her outside, then slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Click. He locked the door, turned, and sat on the bed, unable to shake off the unsettling feelings. This place was terrifying, filled not only with bizarre creatures, but also countless perverts and lunatics. Chen Xiao, freshly arrived, felt an overwhelming malice surrounding him. No, I must leave this place as soon as possible. Yet before that, I need to ensure I get some rest and sleep well. Chen Xiao burrowed back under the covers, resolutely deciding that no matter who knocked on the door again, he would not open it. Before long, he finally drifted into slumber. Outside, the little girl glared at the firmly locked door, her silver teeth clenching with irritation. Damn that filthy man. Even now that I'm like this, he still locks me out? I refuse to believe it. I must have you. No sooner had she spoken than her figure flickered, vanishing into the darkness like a specter. Across from Building 1, at a distance, Xin Yao, wrapped in a bath towel, felt a chill despite the summer night not being particularly cold, goosebumps rising on his skin. His expression was complex, a mix of relief and disappointment. Suddenly, he spotted a petite girl standing in front of Building 1. As he approached, his eyes widened in surprise. Mysterious figure? Didn't you go to the black and white door? Hee. The little girl wore a mischievous smile, tilting her head as she exclaimed, Indeed. I ventured to the black and white gate. Do you know? I touched the genuine lightning that burst forth from the portal of the black and white gate. A slender arc of dark violet electricity that not only alleviated my distortions, but also facilitated my seventh awakening. The sensation of that current coursing through my body, paralyzing my heart and bringing me to the brink of death, was utterly delightful. Would you care to experience it? Ha ha. As her manic laughter echoed, a pair of blood-red, terrifying eyes suddenly emerged from the shadows behind her. Almost immediately, the towering figure of the pig-headed chef, over 2 meters tall, stepped out from the darkness. Standing like an iron tower behind the little girl, panting with fury. No, I do not wish to. Chen Xiao was taken aback, hastily retreating 2 steps, but inadvertently dragging the pristine towel along the ground, causing him to stumble and fall. Do not worry, it will be swift. I can end your life in mere seconds. The little girl's smile abruptly vanished, her gaze transforming into something extraordinarily venomous. How dare you covet my man? Who granted you the audacity? Her furious shout resonated like the wailing of countless vengeful spirits, chilling and terrifying, stirring a bizarre whirlwind. Chen Xiao felt a wave of cold wash over him, his hands and feet seemingly frozen to the ground, rendering him momentarily immobile. I did not. It was not me. I was mistaken. It was Boss Missouri who sent me here. I know nothing. I am merely a victim. Cold sweat poured down Chen Yao's brow as he frantically scrambled to his feet, disregarding the towel, and turned to flee. Since you acknowledge your status as a victim, then go perish. The pig-headed chef let out a monstrous roar and lunged forward like a brown bear, wielding a blood-stained cleaver. Within moments, he had caught up to Chen Xiao, pouncing on him and unleashing a flurry of wild slashes. No, it is not me. Chen Xiao summoned the strength of his 5th awakening, attempting to push the pig-headed chef off him, but the power of 5 awakenings felt feeble, akin to that of a mere child, in the face of the chef. Not only could he not shove the chef away, but he also failed to evade the cleaver's strikes. With each slash, Chen Yao's flesh was torn asunder, blood splattering everywhere. Help! Help! Chen Yao's desperate screams reverberated throughout the entire complex. Within seconds, all the lit rooms extinguished their lights, plunging the area into profound darkness. Shadows flickered at the windows, as if some residents, unable to sleep in the dead of night, were secretly observing the chaos, while others trembled in fear, hastily pulling their curtains, terrified of being seen by the pig-headed chef. This was Lin Xian District, a place deemed a forbidden zone. Almost daily, similar tragedies unfolded, yet no one intervened. Nor did anyone notify the authorities. All would respond with indifference, or shut their doors and windows, allowing the violent incidents to unfold freely, ultimately disappearing into the unfathomable darkness. It was a lawless realm, a place where nightmares could morph into reality. In Building Number 1, Unit 2, Room 201, Xiong was taken aback by Chen Yao's anguished cries. Quick, pull the curtains closed, lest the mutant discover our presence here. That sounds like Chen Yao's voice. Could it be that the mysterious individual has returned? Zhou Liang's comb clattered to the ground as he turned pale, seemingly recalling a dreadful thought, his calves trembling. You worthless fool, why are you just standing there? Hurry, close the windows and draw the curtains. Xiong, seeing Zhou Liang's inertia, kicked him in frustration. Subsequently, Xiong scrambled to shut the windows and draw all the curtains. He finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though his countenance remained grim. Damn it, how did that wretched girl return? Boss, are you still going to visit the ancestor tonight? Zhou Liang asked, his expression fraught with anxiety. Visit? Are you mad? The mysterious one is below. Do you dare to go? Xiong snapped back. However, both Chen Xiao and Zhou Liang's eyes were glistening with unshed tears. Alas! Xiong sighed, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. There is nothing to be done. We shall seek an opportunity later to provide Chen Xiao with a proper burial. I am no match for the mysterious one. I apologize. Time passed, and eventually, Chen Yao's screams ceased, the night returning to a tranquil stillness. The little girl and the pig-headed chef had vanished without a trace. The shadows at the windows dispersed. Shortly thereafter, an old man, his eyes concealed beneath a black cloth and riding a tricycle, approached slowly. His cart contained 2 brooms, a mop, a dustpan, and a bucket of water. The old man paused beside Chen Yao's lifeless body, retrieving the broom and dustpan to begin clearing the scattered remnants of flesh. He resembled a diligent janitor, performing a mundane task, yet each motion carried a peculiar rhythm. In no time, the debris was cleared away. Sigh. The old man gently exhaled, splashing water onto the ground and repeatedly mopping the area. These children will inevitably bring disaster upon themselves. In the quiet of the night, the old man's gaunt silhouette appeared lonely, yet surprisingly, within this perilous district, not a single pair of eyes dared to spy on him. Even the dim-witted mysterious creatures instinctively held their breath. They could sense that this old man was the true embodiment of the forbidden. Chapter 22, Compensation. A night of silence passed, the darkness receded, and dawn broke. Lin Xian District returned to its usual state. Early in the morning, several mysterious investigators residing in the district knocked on Chen Xiao's door. Chen Xiao had already awoken, having completed his morning routine, sitting on the edge of the bed. Lost in thought. Last night, He seemed to have heard someone screaming in agony from below, yet when he went downstairs to investigate, he found nothing, no trace of blood. Just like the several mutants he had dispatched, who had inexplicably vanished. The situation felt peculiar, yet Chen Xiao did not dwell on it. After all, he intended to leave this place today. What transpired last night had nothing to do with him, as long as the screams were not his own. Knock, knock, knock. Greetings, Ancestor. We are members of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. We apologize for the intrusion today. We wish to discuss your compensation with you. Would you kindly open the door? Outside, several deep voices resonated, accompanied by the sound of multiple footsteps. There was not just one visitor, but at least three. Upon hearing the words compensation, Chen Xiao's heart soared with delight, yet he was soon struck by confusion. How did the Mysterious Investigation Bureau know he was here? He had not contacted them. Despite his bewilderment, Chen Xiao rose and opened the door. Standing outside were indeed three individuals, two men and a woman. All were strikingly handsome, their features exuding a hint of gallantry, clearly distinct from the twisted individuals he had encountered yesterday. In the center stood a girl with a ponytail, not particularly tall. Her face adorned with a smile, yet her eyes betrayed a profound weariness. After all, Lin Xian District was no place for ordinary individuals to reside. Greetings. I am Lu Xiling, the team leader of Group C at the Mysterious Investigation Bureau of Mubei District, currently possessing a strength level of Tier 3. Chen Xiao momentarily paused, pondering that this name was indeed easy to remember. Yet, he was uncertain what Tier 3 strength entailed. Was it formidable? In truth, Chen Xiao had a certain awareness of his own prowess. In a state of death, he appeared to have no rivals. Moreover, with each conclusion of his death state, his abilities would be incrementally enhanced. For instance, at present, Chen Xiao felt that if he were to encounter that group of mutated beings again, there would be no need to enter a death state. His normal state would suffice to vanquish them. If the previous imposter was classified as Tier C, then Chen Xiao currently possessed at least Tier B strength. Alas, he found himself unable to clarify this matter. His understanding of the power hierarchy in this world remained rather nebulous, leaving him uncertain as to where his strength might be categorized. Unbeknownst to him, within the archives of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, Chen Xiao was included in a unique subcategory, the Progenitor volume, numbered 001. While Chen Xiao was lost in thought, the two other male investigators made brief self-introductions. I am Wang Tong, a member of Group C at the Mysterious Investigation Bureau of Mubei District, currently at Tier 3 strength. I am Zhao Dakai. You may call me Dakai. I am also a member of Group C, presently at Tier 3 strength. Oh, I am Zheng Xian, Chen Xiao said, realizing mid-sentence, and promptly slapped his forehead, offering an awkward smile. I almost forgot my real name, having grown accustomed to my alias. I am Chen Xiao. Please come in, don't just stand outside. Chen Xiao ushered the three investigators into the room, casually shutting the door behind them. Please sit, make yourselves at home. He warmly invited, taking the lead by perching on the windowsill. Alas, the only available seat was now occupied. The three investigators exchanged glances at the barren room, standing awkwardly in place. Where to sit? On the floor, perhaps? Haha, time is of the essence, and our task is pressing. We will forego sitting. Progenitor. This is the remuneration the Mysterious Investigation Bureau has prepared for you. Lu Xiling was the first to break the awkward silence. She smiled politely, retrieving a dark golden card from her small bag and handing it to Chen Xiao. This is a universally accepted dark gold card, containing 6,300,000. You may withdraw cash from any bank. To clarify, you have been in slumber for a century, with 50 years spent in a museum. We have calculated your salary at 100,000 per year, totaling 5 million. Given your contributions to our research institution, we are additionally providing you with 1 million as compensation for supplying us with serum. The remaining 3,000 is your reward for eliminating an imposter, a Tier C mutated entity. To be frank, despite the Mysterious Investigation Bureau being an official department, it lacks substantial financial reserves. This amount represents nearly a decade's worth of savings accumulated by the entire Mubei District's Mysterious Investigation Bureau. We sincerely apologize for the disruption and hope you can accept and forgive our series of transgressions during your slumber. Lu Xiling deeply bowed to Chen Xiao, her high collar ensuring modesty. Naturally, Chen Xiao had no inclination to observe. Overall, Chen Xiao was a gentleman, upholding a courteous demeanor towards regular individuals. However, at this moment, he was on the verge of losing his composure. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. How much? 6,300,000. You may check the balance or withdraw cash at any time. Lu Xiling smiled gently, adding, of course. You may also use this dark gold card for purchases at any store. Thud. Chen Xiao tumbled off the windowsill, landing unceremoniously on the floor. 6,300,000. Perhaps for a tycoon, it was but a trifling sum, yet for Chen Xiao, he had never encountered such wealth. How many sausages could he add to his instant noodles with this? He would no longer need to pay for overnight stays at internet cafes. He could even dare to subscribe to premium services. Chen Xiao exclaimed joyfully, by the way, is your museum hiring? If not, just put me back in the ice coffin. I can stand 8 hours a day and take 2 days off a month. 100,000 a year. No, just give me 98,000. Lu Xiling hesitated, offering an awkward smile. I apologize, Progenitor, you are no longer required to work at the museum, and we do not wish to restrict your freedom. It was a jest. The Mysterious Investigation Bureau would never dare to confine Chen Xiao in such a high-traffic location. After all, according to the Bureau's analysis, Chen Xiao was classified as a neutral or even brutal mysterious entity. Should an unwary visitor provoke him and activate his death state, his fiery temper could wreak havoc throughout the entire museum. Chapter 23, Mysterious Archives. What? No restrictions? Please, do continue to restrict me, Chen Xiao exclaimed in a panic, quickly rising to steady himself against the windowsill. Wait, didn't you say the reward for a Tier C mysterious creature is 3,000? Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he inquired. What about higher-tiered mysterious beings? For instance, Tier B? The reward for eliminating a Tier B mysterious creature is 100,000, Lu Xiling replied with a gentle smile. If you are interested, you may download the Mysterious Archives app. The app contains bounty tasks issued by the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, and you will receive corresponding rewards upon completion. 100,000 for a Tier B creature? Chen Xiao's eyes glimmered with excitement. What about Tier A mysterious creatures? 1 million, Lu Xiling replied, her brows slightly furrowing in caution. However, I advise you to refrain from accepting Tier A tasks initially, as each Tier A mysterious being possesses the strength of 6 or even 7 awakenings. Whoa, Chen Xiao gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to quickly acquire a mobile phone, download the Mysterious Archives, slay monsters, and earn rewards. This would ensure a steady source of income. Understood. Chen Xiao nodded earnestly. Soon after, a fervor of combat spirit ignited within Chen Xiao, though it was rooted in his innate avarice. However, in this world, how many can truly claim to be free from the allure of wealth? Chen Xiao exuded an aura of menace, as if he had transformed into a cold-blooded hunter, poised to spring forth at any moment to embrace the bloody thrill of the hunt. Lu Xiling could not help but feel a twinge of fear, retreating 2 steps while forcing a smile. Ancestor, I wish to remind you that not all mysterious beings are malevolent. They can be classified into 3 categories: gentle, neutral, and savage. We adopt a protective stance towards gentle beings, a watchful one towards neutral ones, and only against savage beings do we employ decisive measures to subdue them. Thus, I implore you not to act impulsively against mysterious creatures, for in this world, many friendly beings exist, worthy of our trust. Should you mistakenly slay a gentle or neutral being, not only would you receive no reward, but you would also squander your time and effort. Lu Xiling felt it was imperative to convey this information to Chen Xiao, lest he inadvertently wreak havoc by eliminating a creature bound by the Beast Tamer contract, leading to a true tragedy. How troublesome. Chen Xiao frowned. Being new to this realm, he was unaware of whether the mysterious beings were benign or malevolent, gentle or savage. Lu Xiling seemed to sense his unease and quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Ancestor, we have classified all currently encountered mysterious beings. When you encounter one, you only need to conduct a simple search in the software to access all pertinent information. Oh, that sounds manageable, albeit a bit cumbersome, Chen Xiao nodded, hastily stowing the dark gold card that Lu Xiling had provided into his pocket. Without delay, he eagerly tugged at Lu Xiling and the others to exit the room. What are we waiting for? Let us go by a mobile phone. All right, Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, and Zhao Dakai were almost herded out of room 401. However, they did not resist Chen Xiao's request, for their current mission was to curry favor with him unreservedly. At the very least, they could not allow Chen Xiao to fall out of favor with the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, as it would spell immense trouble for the entire Bureau and even the official headquarters of the Mysterious Investigations. The Ancestor was a suspected superpower with 10 awakenings. Who in this world could withstand a 10 awakening powerhouse without invoking the resources of their nations? There were those who could, but they lurked in the shadows, emerging from the void, twisted, dangerous, and indescribably terrifying taboos. In the Dragon Country, at the official headquarters, underground at the 36th level, lay the Divine Prison, a facility designed to confine deities. The entire structure was subterranean, sprawling in size, modeled after ancient architectural styles. Massive stone columns supported the ceiling. A tall, muscular man knelt on the slate floor, his visage cold and resolute, etched with the marks of time. Adorned in armor resembling dragon scales, with a yellow sash wrapped around his waist, he was enveloped in a powerful aura that exuded dominance and invincibility. Yet, at this moment, he knelt, not daring to lift his head. Should any mortal witness this scene, they would be left utterly astonished, for this was the superpower known as the Dragon Emperor, who had awakened 9 times. Before the Dragon Emperor stood a middle-aged man, whose silhouette seemed to bear the weight of millennia, emanating an inexplicable presence, with terrifying visions flickering in his every gesture. This individual was inscrutable, far surpassing the comprehension of the common folk. It has been so long, yet I still yearn for the days of old. Have you ever heard of Taoism? In Taoist mythology, there are 36 heavens, each presided over by supreme deities. I wonder, will there come a day when I too become one of those deities, ascending to the highest heaven, and then slaying the other gods? I shall tear out their rotting hearts and trample them into the forsaken earth. I want to witness their despair and anguish as they perish. I shall look down upon them with scorn, proclaiming, I am the true deity. In this world, there can only be one God, me. The man's voice trembled, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority. The ancestor must not awaken. He slightly turned, revealing a profile shrouded in mist, his fingers toying with a cracked yellow helmet. This helmet appeared ordinary, weathered by time, its inscriptions nearly illegible. Nevertheless, he cradled it in his hands, caressing it without cease. The Dragon Emperor cast his gaze to the ground, too intimidated to raise his head, thus failing to notice the trembling fingertips of the man upon the yellow helmet. He struggled to conceal the flicker of fear buried deep within his memories, a terror that haunted him each time it resurfaced. Chapter 24, Official Bounty, A-Class Mission. 2 hours later, Chen Xiao returned, bearing a mobile phone, a laptop, several tables and chairs, and even some essential appliances. Of course, the furniture and appliances were brought up by the 3 mysterious investigators, who toiled tirelessly without a word of complaint, resembling diligent porters. In the end, Chen Xiao exchanged contact information with the trio, ensuring they could reach one another at any time. Overall, Chen Xiao harbored a favorable impression of these 3, which extended to a greater appreciation for the entire mysterious investigation bureau of Damu City. However, this sentiment was limited to the Bureau of Damu City or the Mubei branch. Chen Xiao had yet to engage with the mysterious investigation bureaus of other cities, and thus, he refrained from making hasty conclusions, including the Damu City Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Chen Xiao held no malice towards them, yet he would not draw too close. After all, how did Lu Xiling and the others find him here? Was the Mysterious Investigation Bureau monitoring him? Or perhaps surveilling the entire Lin Xinyuan district? It seemed plausible, for from Chen Xiao's current perspective, Lin Xinyuan district was a hidden dark realm within the city, concealing countless lives and bloodshed. Yet, why did the Mysterious Investigation Bureau not cleanse this place? Could it be that they feared the enigmatic figure behind Lin Xinyuan, Boss Missouri? After much contemplation, Chen Xiao found no reasonable speculation. Naturally, he would not pose these questions to Lu Xiling and her companions, as they were members of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau and might not divulge the truth. What was hearsay could not be trusted, and only what was seen could be deemed real. But what did any of this matter to him, Chen Xiao? He chuckled softly, dismissing the myriad thoughts cluttering his mind, and retrieved his newly purchased mobile phone. The device was reasonably priced at around 2,000 yuan, offering excellent value with a plethora of features. Chen Xiao activated the screen, swiped, and promptly located the freshly downloaded mysterious files. Upon entering the first page, he was prompted to register his information. After inputting his phone number and verifying his identity through the camera, he completed a series of steps as instructed and successfully registered a real name account. Chen Xiao's identification was left behind by Lu Xiling and the others before their departure. The identification was hastily produced by the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, bearing the name Chen Xiao. Thus, Chen Xiao has now acquired a legitimate identity. Moments later, Chen Xiao's personal information on the mysterious files transformed to read awakened individual, Chen Xiao. He also assigned himself a codename, Terror Tornado. Beneath his codename was a power assessment, which indicated a strength level of 0, likely due to Chen Xiao having never undertaken a mission before. Chen Xiao clicked on the screen, transitioning to the mission hall. Within the mission hall, there were bounty tasks from across the nation, ranging from Class C to Class A, and even 2 Class S missions. However, Chen Xiao found himself utterly bewildered by the unfamiliar city names. He quickly narrowed his search to Damu City, which resulted in a significant reduction in available tasks. The highest ranked task according to difficulty was an A-Class mission. Official Bounty, A-Class Task. Upon opening it, Chen Xiao was presented with the task's detailed information. Task Objective, Pighead Chef, ID A021. Target Type, Brutal Mysterious Creature. Location, Madong District, Renga Noodle House. Objective Overview. A021 possesses high intelligence and immense strength, often concealing itself among crowds while standing approximately 15 meters tall and weighing 230 kilograms. It has a brutal and greedy nature, relishing in the humiliation and cruel slaying of human females. A021 possesses no special abilities. Its primary weapon is a rusted kitchen knife, with an overall strength comparable to a strong level 6 awakener, even capable of unleashing a weak level 7 strength when injured. It is advised that awakener S below level 7 refrain from undertaking this mission. Caution, caution. This objective overview was recently updated, likely within the last 10 minutes, accompanied by a video. Isn't that the chef I encountered at Renga Noodle House? Chen Xiao paused momentarily, then hastily clicked on the video. The footage depicted an intense battle between a towering, robust pig-headed creature and a petite, adorable squirrel. Despite the vast difference in their sizes, they appeared to be engaged in a balanced confrontation. Initially, the squirrel deftly evaded the pighead chef's attacks, its pupils shifting colors continuously. The squirrel's eyes began as a light blue, but when its pupils transformed to blood red, the pighead chef's massive body erupted in sprays of blood, as if cut by an invisible blade. Yet, the pighead chef seemed impervious to pain, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as it swung its kitchen knife toward the squirrel. Although the pighead chef appeared cumbersome, its speed was surprisingly swift, nearly claiming the squirrel's life on several occasions. Soon, the squirrel's eyes transitioned to a dark gray. The grotesque wounds on the pighead chef began to emit wisps of black smoke, rapidly deteriorating and rotting, revealing stark white bones in some areas. Bloodlust ignited in the pighead chef's eyes. It appeared enraged as it accelerated its strikes, creating afterimages with its blade. The squirrel, unable to evade in time, suffered a devastating blow, its fluffy tail nearly severed. Yet, the squirrel's pupils transformed to a vibrant green, and the severed tail rapidly regenerated, healing the wound. However, the squirrel's vitality significantly waned. Chen Xiao marveled at the squirrel's remarkable ability to shift forms, pondering why it had engaged in battle with the pighead chef. He surmised that this little creature must indeed be the docile type mysterious being Lu Xiling had mentioned. Alternatively, it might be akin to the unicorn, merely a pet of a beast tamer. Before long, the tide of battle turned against the squirrel. Its pupils continued to oscillate between red and gray, yet it struggled to inflict any fatal damage on the pighead chef. Ultimately, the squirrel's pupils abruptly darkened to black. In the next moment, it began to grow uncontrollably, its form rapidly expanding to a height of approximately 3 meters. The squirrel underwent a complete transformation, losing all semblance of its former self. Now, it resembled a fearsome giant beast, its limbs muscular and dragon-like, with thick fur pressed against its skin. Its head resembled that of a tiger, and its body that of a bear, its size surpassing the pighead chef. The monstrous creature's eyes gleamed with ferocity, as if it were a demon risen from the abyss. It opened its cavernous maw to bite at the pighead chef, only for the chef to sidestep and strike at the beast's abdomen with its rusted knife. In an instant, blood splattered. At this point, the video abruptly ceased. Chapter 25, Accepting the Mission. Is that all? Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, repeatedly dragging the progress bar back and forth. However, the video had indeed concluded, leaving no resolution. Yet, Chen Xiao believed the squirrel had likely perished. The official department probably sought to avoid depicting any gruesome scenes. Hence the cut at the end. Upon entering the comments section, various netizens corroborated Chen Xiao's suspicions. Heavens, isn't that the illusory squirrel raised by the beast tamer? The illusory squirrel is an A-class mysterious creature, with a power assessment of strong level 6. The pighead chef's final strike must have unleashed level 7 strength. Indeed, I heard through the grapevine that the illusory squirrel seemingly died this morning. The Renga Noodle House was a bloodbath. What Renga Noodle House? It's a human bone noodle house. The noodles are made from human bones. I nearly vomited when I went there. I have a secretly recorded video from another angle that captures the entire duel between the pighead chef and the illusory squirrel. Yes, I watched that video too. The illusory squirrel was cleaved in half, and after disemboweling it, the pighead chef went on a rampage, hacking it over 100 times, utterly gruesome. Bro, I added you as a friend. Could you send me that video? Same here. VMe 20, and I'll send you the video. I'm cheaper than the guy above. VMe just $10 for the high-definition video, honest transaction. Chen Xiao's expression grew solemn. If the squirrel was indeed a pet of the beast tamer, then it implied that even the strongest level 6 awakeners in Damu City were powerless against the pighead chef. Was this a task he could undertake? He glanced at the current task status of pighead chef. There were numerous comments, yet not a single awakener had taken the mission. Examining the objective overview once more, the 2 cautionary notes highlighted in red were particularly striking, as if dripping with blood. It was likely that the illusory squirrel's demise was a profoundly painful loss for the beast tamer. After all, they must have expended considerable resources to nurture an A-class mysterious creature, only for it to meet its end at the Renga Noodle House. This also indirectly affirmed the pighead chef's formidable strength. Reflecting on it now, Chen Xiao felt that avoiding a direct confrontation with the pighead chef at the Renga Noodle House had been a wise decision. Otherwise, he too would have been thrust into a state of death once more. It may seem trivial, but each time Chen Xiao faced death, it was a gamble. He never knew if he would awaken again, or if he could open his eyes to behold this world. Perhaps he had survived 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. But what if, just once, it was truly the end? Death is a phenomenon that no one cherishes, nor dares to wager upon. Should one lose such a gamble, they are destined to be reduced to mere ashes. In the enigmatic investigation bureau of Damu City, the beast tamer appeared pallid. Seated within the conference room, a trickle of crimson blood staining his lips. The spectral mouse had indeed perished, and in a most gruesome manner. When the bureau arrived to collect the remains, the site was left with nothing but a heap of mangled flesh and a few tufts of squirrel fur. Were it not for the surveillance camera embedded in the corner, documenting the entirety of the battle, the beast tamer would scarcely believe that the ghastly mass on the ground was the spectral mouse. The beast tamer's strength stemmed from his ability to forge contracts with mystical creatures, nurturing them into formidable allies. Such creatures, bound by contract, exhibit unwavering loyalty, yet forge an ethereal connection with the beast tamer himself. The more energy the tamer expends, the deeper the bond becomes. Thus, the demise of the spectral mouse inflicted profound harm upon the tamer himself. His complexion was ashen, nearly devoid of vitality, leaving him uncertain of when he might regain his strength. "What shall we do, chief?" Zheng Xinfeng inquired, his expression grim, his eyelids twitching. "Shall we summon the ancestor?" "No." The beast tamer interrupted, casting his gaze towards the ceiling, a bitter smile gracing his features. "I have already requested support from the official headquarters. The Sword Immortal is en route." "The Sword Immortal?" Zheng Xinfeng's mood instantly shifted to exuberance. "The Sword Immortal is an 8th awakening powerhouse. Dama City shall be saved." Alas! The beast tamer sighed. Unlike Zheng Xinfeng's enthusiasm, his demeanor grew increasingly haggard. This may not be a fortuitous development. The Sword Immortal is known for his volatile temperament and his penchant for challenging the strong. I fear his arrival is not merely for the pighead chef. After all, a formidable 6th awakening creature hardly warrants the Sword Immortal's intervention. Zheng Xinfeng gasped sharply, his intelligence swiftly grasping the implication. Could it be that the Sword Immortal is coming for the ancestor? That is quite possible, the beast tamer lamented, letting out yet another sigh. I can only hope the Sword Immortal does not provoke the ancestor, otherwise. He paused, contemplating. If anyone inquires, we shall feign ignorance of the Sword Immortal's visit. Yes, we are not well acquainted with him. I will endeavor to seek further assistance, while you tend to the northern district of Mu. If all else fails, I may have to beseech the ancestor myself. I can only wish that the ancestor does not hold me accountable. In Lin Xinyuan District, Building 3, Unit 1, Apartment 401. Chen Xiao pondered for an extended period before ultimately deciding against the A-grade task, Pighead Chef. The difficulty of such a task was daunting, and Chen Xiao lacked a concrete understanding of his own abilities. He was unwilling to take such a gamble. Consequently, he opted for a B-grade task instead. This B-grade task was conveniently located nearby, residing within the Lin Xinyuan District as well. Task target, white-haired flying zombie, ID B155. Target type, brutal mystical creature. Location, Mu East District, Lin Xinyuan District. Specific details unknown. Target summary, B155 was originally an ordinary corpse, later mutated into a mystical entity due to corpse plague. B155 exhibits high aggression and formidable defense. Although it possesses relatively slow speed, it can achieve brief flight, with an overall strength classified as strong 4th awakening. B155's special ability, Corpse Plague. Normal humans infected with corpse plague may exhibit various viral symptoms, with a significant mortality rate. Corpses infected with the plague have a high likelihood of mutation. It is advised that awakening individuals below the 4th awakening refrain from accepting this task. Reward, 100,000. Current task acceptance status, 1. Exorcist, Civilian Awakener, Strength Assessment, Weak 4th Awakening. 2. Mars Girl, Civilian Awakener, Strength Assessment, Weak 4th Awakening. 3. Swordsman, Civilian Awakener, Strength Assessment, Strong 4th Awakening. 4. Terror Tornado, Civilian Awakener, Strength Assessment, 0. Chen Xiao was the 4th individual to accept the task, Terror Tornado. Upon successful acceptance, he was automatically added to a small group. Including Chen Xiao, there were 4 individuals in the group, all awakening individuals who had accepted the task. Upon seeing Chen Xiao's entry message, the group quickly responded. Exorcist, is there a newcomer accepting the task? What is the newcomer's strength? A few seconds later. Exorcist, what the hell, strength assessment 0. Exorcist, could a mere ordinary person have slipped in? Chapter 26, Chat Group. Mars Girl, silly. Ordinary people do not have access to mystical files. Exorcist, haha. Alright, I was just saying it casually. Swordsman, Exorcist, if there are no issues, we can move tonight. Mars Girl, shouldn't we ask for the newcomer's opinion? Exorcist, to be honest, I think this newcomer is a fool. What a ridiculous code name, Terror Tornado. Swordsman, yes. This kind of novice is probably just a freshly awakened youth. We can simply disregard him. Mars Girl, alright, Swordsman. It seems a pervert has surfaced in Lin Xinyuan District recently. Mars Girl, my brother is a mystical investigator. He sent me a video of a bloodied figure with only half a head, who took down several security guards. It was gruesome and terrifying. Mars Girl, is it safe for us to act tonight? Exorcist, what? Half a head. Isn't that just a brain-dead person? Swordsman, yes. I have heard about this incident as well. Swordsman, that brain-dead individual appears to possess strength around strong 4th awakening or weak 5th awakening. Quite dangerous. However, I observed all night yesterday, and nothing occurred in Lin Xinyuan District. Mars Girl, really? Swordsman, have you already moved into Lin Xinyuan District? Yes, you all should hurry over. Nothing happened yesterday. It's quite peaceful here. Mars Girl, but I heard that there was a perverted man crawling into someone's window during the day yesterday, completely naked. Exorcist, haha, isn't that quite normal? This is Lin Xinyuan District, after all. Mars Girl, Well, I'll hurry over. Swordsman, where are you staying? I'd like to come and hide with you once I arrive in Lin Xingyuan district. Swordsman, sure, no problem. Just message me privately when you arrive, and I'll come out to meet you. Mars girl, but what if we encounter that brain-dead person? Exorcist, don't worry. Despite my lack of strength, a single bolt of heavenly thunder will suffice to protect you, little sister. Terror tornado, where are you guys? Do you want to come out and meet up? I'm your Chen Xiao's series of star emojis rendered the other 3 members of the group into silence. His face darkened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to reach through the internet and deliver a sound thrashing to the 3 of them. What do they mean by fool? What do they mean by brain dead? What do they mean by a perverted man crawling into someone else's window while naked? Terror tornado. Exorcist, what's wrong? Terror tornado, are you furious? Can't even type a word now? Exorcist, pathetic. Why not go accept your degrade task instead? Do you wish to lie back and reap the rewards? We're lucky we haven't kicked you out yet. Firestorm. Terrifying tornado, please refrain from using such language. Your words may provoke Brother Knife to expel you. Brother Knife. Terrifying tornado, maintain your decorum. If you genuinely wish to undertake this mission, I can guide you. Though I cannot share the monetary reward. However, I can offer you a valuable experience. Firestorm. Brother Knife is indeed a good person. Exorcist. Brother Knife. Are you truly considering bringing this individual along? Are you not concerned he may hinder our progress? Brother Knife. Exorcist. It's an opportunity for the newcomer to broaden his horizons. Brother Knife. Terrifying tornado, we cannot guarantee your safety. If you seek demise, no one can prevent it. Brother Knife. Terrifying tornado. Thus, I advise you to voluntarily withdraw from this mission. Firestorm. Terrifying tornado. Indeed, you might first undertake a few D-level missions. And upon completing your strength assessment, you can then pursue higher tier bounties. Terrifying tornado. Exorcist. Hee. Brother Star is angry again. How amusing, poor soul. Terrifying tornado. Exorcist. Send me your location. Exorcist. Oh, are you trying to intimidate me? I will arrive at Linxin Garden in 10 minutes. Do you dare to come? Firestorm. What are you doing? Exorcist. Are you not pushing the newcomer to his doom? Linxin Garden is a perilous place. How can a novice without even a strength assessment dare to venture there? Exorcist. TSK. Firestorm is at it again with her moralizing. Exorcist. To deal with such a naive newcomer, he deserves a lesson. Otherwise, he won't even comprehend how his demise occurred. Terrifying tornado. Wait for me. 2 minutes later. Chen Xiao stood in the security room at the entrance of Linxin Garden, his expression dark. He held a brick, seemingly unearthed from nowhere, and awaited the arrival of Exorcist. 10 minutes later. Terrifying tornado. Exorcist. Where are you? Exorcist. At the entrance of Linxin Garden. And you, Brother Star? Chen Xiao immediately pushed open the security room door and kicked the disheveled old man blocking the entrance, shouting, "Get out of the way. Show some civility." The old man, clutching his backside, fled in terror. Chen Xiao emanated an aura of menace, reminiscent of an ancient general searching for enemies. His eyes gleamed with a predatory light, each breath seemingly capable of unleashing his inner fury. Unfortunately, after circling around with the brick, he encountered not a single soul. Terrifying tornado. I am right at the entrance. Where are you? Exorcist. I'm also at the entrance. You're not having second thoughts, are you? Terrifying tornado. Image. Open your eyes and see. Is this not Linxin Garden? Firestorm. Oh my, you really went to Linxin Garden? Terrifying tornado. Run. It's extremely dangerous there. Brother Knife. Is this a web image? Exorcist. Ha ha ha. How hilarious. He is scared and presents a web image to show off. Terrifying tornado. Apologies, you have been removed from the group chat. Upon seeing the final message indicating his removal, Chen Xiao's fury ignited. Fine, you wish to toy with me? Tonight is the night for action. I shall deal with you all. A murderous intent flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes. Tonight, none shall survive. White-haired zombie chat group. Exorcist. Brother Knife. Did you truly expel that kid? Brother Knife. Yes, the newcomer's conduct was too poor. I no longer wish to accompany him. Firestorm sigh. He wouldn't dare to venture into Linxin Garden, would he? Brother Knife. Rest assured, I am right in Linxin Garden. I just checked at the entrance and saw no sign of him. Exorcist. Brother Knife, you've emerged? Brother Knife. Yes, what is the matter? Oh, weren't you at the entrance? Exorcist. Aha. Well, I just went to the restroom. Perhaps we missed each other. Brother Knife. Oh, that makes sense. Brother Knife. On a serious note, I have gathered information regarding the precise location of the white-haired zombie. He resides in Building 3, Unit 1, Room 501. Exorcist. Action tonight? Firestorm. Okay, let us not miss each other. Brother Knife. Very well, it's settled then. Chapter 27. Killing the Flying Zombie. Chen Xiao returned to the security room and once more perused the tenant records. Previously, the young service girl had stated she lived in 402. Upon checking, he found a pig head drawn in the tenant information for room 402. If his guess was correct, the pig-headed chef should be concealed in the room directly across from him. Naturally, the young service girl must also be there. They undoubtedly shared a close connection. Could the young girl possess abilities akin to a beast tamer, contracting mysterious creatures? Probably not, as beast tamers typically bond with docile creatures. Conversely, the pig-headed chef is a violent type of mysterious being. If he is indeed violent, how could he be easily tamed by humans? Furthermore, it was clearly stated in the pig-headed chef's profile that this creature delights in tormenting human females before brutally killing them. So, how did the young service girl survive? Unless she is stronger than the pig-headed chef. Perhaps she is the true mastermind, having already exerted control over the pig-headed chef. Otherwise, how could a violent creature willingly hide in a small noodle shop as a cook? Perhaps there are even more unspeakable secrets hidden within. However, Chen Xiao had no interest in these secrets. He merely wished to pinpoint the exact location of the white-haired zombie to claim his reward. Moreover, he intended to preemptively eliminate the white-haired zombie, awaiting the arrival of the exorcist, brother knife, and firestorm, to trap them in their own game and catch them unawares. A gentleman does not let grievances go unavenged, and a gentleman avenges on the spot, never allowing it to linger overnight. Chen Xiao never anticipated that casually accepting a task could lead to ridicule and mockery. Nevertheless, in this world, internet trolls must pay a price, especially when provoking someone like Chen Xiao. At the Ringa noodle shop, after a bloody clash between the pig-headed chef and the phantom mouse, the shop was devoid of customers. Most diners were peculiar tenants from Linxin Garden. Those peculiar tenants were also cautious of their lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought refuge in Linxin Garden. They feared being caught in the battles of the sixth sense strong, where a careless moment could cost them their lives. Approximately half an hour ago, the mysterious investigation bureau had visited, clearing away the remains of the phantom mouse. The noodle shop was in disarray, and the pig-headed chef along with the young service girl had vanished without a trace. It seemed they were not so reckless, considering the mysterious investigation bureau had formidable figures, including the 7 cents, 8 cents, and even the Dragon Emperor, a superpower with 9 awakenings. Though the pig-headed chef appeared strong, if the Dragon Emperor intervened, it would take less than a second for the pig-headed chef to be obliterated. Chen Xiao wandered around the Ringa noodle shop, but found no sign of the young service girl. With no other options, he returned to Linxin Garden and knocked on the door of Building 3, Unit 2, Room 402. Bang bang bang. After knocking for quite some time without receiving a response, Chen Xiao's expression darkened, and he was just about to leave when the door suddenly creaked open. A young waitress, with a radiant smile, stood at the threshold. Her enchanting large eyes blinked flirtatiously as she gazed at Chen Xiao, saying, "Isn't this my handsome gentleman? What brings you here? I haven't even sought you out, yet you come looking for me. Are you missing me? Brother, whatever you desire, I am more than willing to oblige. Just tell me, where can I find the white-haired flying corpse?" Chen Xiao remained expressionless, utterly unmoved by her charms. The young lady's smile faltered momentarily, and she deliberately adopted a more seductive pose, hoping to entice Chen Xiao further. She even leaned closer, wrapping her arm around his, whispering sweetly, "Come inside. And I'll tell you." Her voice was intoxicating, as if imbued with a spell that magnified one's desires. "Get lost," Chen Xiao retorted, pushing her away and glaring. "I asked you where the white-haired flying corpse is. If you know, then speak. If not, don't waste my time." The young lady's smile completely froze, a flash of annoyance flickering in her alluring eyes. "With such a stunning beauty before you, and yet all you care about is finding a white-haired flying corpse? Stunning?" Chen Xiao finally glanced down, smirking as he replied, "Your cushion is thicker than meat." With a loud slam, the door was forcefully shut. Startled, Chen Xiao jumped back, narrowly avoiding being hit by the closing door. "You still haven't told me where the white-haired flying corpse is." He banged on the door. "I don't know," came the furious shout from within. "Stop bothering me." How petty, not allowing someone to speak the truth, Chen Xiao muttered sullenly, realizing he had no choice but to seek assistance elsewhere. The young lady likely possessed knowledge about the white-haired flying corpse. He even suspected she might have brought in such brutal monsters as the white-haired flying corpse and the pig-headed chef. However, she clearly had no intention of helping him for free. Such a woman, adept at concealing her true abilities, was the most terrifying. One could never discern her intentions, and she might stab one in the back at any moment. Thus, Chen Xiao chose to limit his interactions with her. With no other options, Chen Xiao returned to his room, pondering for a while before extracting his phone and dialing Lu Siling's number. The call was quickly connected. "Great Ancestor? How may I assist you?" Lu Siling's slightly fatigued voice came through the line. "Please investigate a mysterious creature, the white-haired flying corpse. Designation B-155. Understood, please hold." A minute later, Lu Siling's voice returned. "Great Ancestor, I have located it. B-155 is suspected to be in Building 3, Unit 1, Room 501 of the Linxin residential area, directly above your floor. However, this is merely a suspicion, so the bounty task in the mysterious files has not yet been updated. But you can check Room 501. The white-haired flying corpse is a creature sought by the mysterious investigation bureau, hidden within the Linxin residential area, making it inconvenient for the bureau to take direct action against it. They currently wish to avoid direct conflict with the Linxin residential area. However, awakened individuals from the populace are not bound by such constraints. They have no fixed allegiances. Great Ancestor, are you listening? Hello? Great Ancestor? During Lu Siling's speech, Chen Xiao had already dashed up to the 5th floor. Grabbing the doorknob of room 501, he yanked it with all his might, tearing the door from its hinges. Bang! With a crash, Chen Xiao flung the door into the hallway. He then ended the call with Lu Xiling and played an exhilarating background music track. Accompanied by the stirring music, Chen Xiao stormed into the room and, in less than 3 seconds, dragged out the bewildered white-haired flying corpse. The white-haired flying corpse, initially standing in the corner staring at the ceiling, had been awaiting its master's call when suddenly its door was flung open. Then, a muscular man burst in and began to pummel it mercilessly. Where could it possibly seek justice for this? Chen Xiao delivered powerful blows to the white-haired flying corpse, shattering its sturdy bones and causing black blood to spurt forth. In a fit of rage, the white-haired flying corpse attempted to retaliate with its sharp black claws, only to have them swiftly snapped by Chen Xiao, who drove one claw into its gaping maw. A jet of black blood erupted forth, seizing the white-haired flying corpse's head. Chen Xiao twisted with all his might. Crack! The creature's head was severed, its eyes rapidly losing their light. Thud! The corpse of the formidable four-sense creature fell to the ground. In under a minute, Chen Xiao had slain the white-haired flying corpse. The creature didn't even have the chance to release its corpse plague, and the background music had only played its introduction. Chapter 28, The Exorcist. The white-haired flying corpse lay lifeless, yet the room was suffused with a peculiar odor, reminiscent of a blend of decaying substances, creating an overwhelmingly foul stench. This scent was so potent that it invaded Chen Xiao's nostrils, evoking a profound sense of nausea. He furrowed his brow, feeling as if he had encountered this odor before. Never mind, I should not linger in this room any longer to avoid poisoning myself. Chen Xiao opened the window to air out the stench. Simultaneously, he turned off the music and redialed Lu Xiling's number. The white-haired flying corpse is dead. Please come collect the body. Already? Lu Xiling's voice on the phone was filled with astonishment. Ah. Chen Xiao hesitated before clarifying. I meant that I killed the white-haired flying corpse quickly. What else? Nothing, hurry. Understood, great ancestor. We will arrive in 5 minutes. A little over 10 minutes later, Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, and Zhao Dakai greeted Chen Xiao with smiles before donning gas masks and entering room 501 to retrieve the corpse of the white-haired flying corpse. Once they transported the body to the mysterious investigation bureau and the bureau conducted their examination, the bounty task Chen Xiao had accepted would be automatically completed. The prize of 100,000 yuan could be claimed at any time. Naturally, when Chen Xiao submitted the corpse, he was the only one present. Thus, the reward would be solely his. The exorcist, the blade master, and the Martian girl would receive not a single cent. Moreover, Chen Xiao specifically requested Lu Xiling and her team to delay the bureau's examination, at least for a day, to prevent other awakened individuals from discovering that the white-haired flying corpse had perished. Lu Xiling naturally would not refuse Chen Xiao's request, and the bureau's examination of task corpses typically took 3 to 5 business days. This request was perfectly reasonable. Nightfall, 11 o'clock p.m. A ruggedly handsome man roared into the Lianxin residential area on his motorcycle, parking near Building 3. He dismounted, securing the bike, and withdrew a cigarette, lighting it before taking a deep drag. He was the exorcist, having awakened 4 times, with abilities linked to thunder, granting him formidable power against malevolent spirits and creatures. This was the origin of his moniker, the exorcist. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, he leaned against his motorcycle, engrossed in his phone. In the white-haired flying corpse chat group, exorcist, blade master, Mars girl, I've arrived. Where are you? Hey. At that moment, a petite girl sprang forth from the shadows, tapping the exorcist on the shoulder. The exorcist jolted in surprise, nearly dropping the cigarette from his mouth. You nearly scared me to death, he exclaimed, feeling a flicker of irritation, but as the moonlight illuminated Mars girl's innocent and charming face, his anger dissipated significantly. The moonlight tonight was particularly bright, casting its glow through the inky blackness of the night. Nearby stood the somewhat dilapidated building number 3, its walls adorned with creeping vines. Many of the windows shattered and occupied by dust and cobwebs, exuding an air of decay and eeriness. The exorcist and Mars girl stood on a narrow, winding path flanked by towering, dense trees. Occasionally, a gust of wind would rustle the leaves, as if some strange creature were lurking in the shadows, watching them. Sister, has Blade Master arrived? The exorcist inquired. I don't know. I haven't seen him, Mars girl replied, shaking her head. But I've already messaged him. He told us to go ahead, saying he's in this building. Damn, do you think Blade Master would deceive us? The exorcist's eyes reflected a hint of suspicion as he pinched the half-burnt cigarette between his fingers. Is he trying to send us in as cannon fodder while he reaps the benefits? I doubt it, Mars girl pouted. I believe Blade Master is not that kind of person. Well, it doesn't matter. We're already here, and we need to go upstairs regardless. Why don't we trust Blade Master just this once and head up? Alright, fine. The exorcist nodded, casually discarding the cigarette, but tightening his black leather jacket, and flashing Mars girl a wild grin in the moonlight. Don't worry, even if Blade Master doesn't show up, I'll protect you. With that, the exorcist charged into building number 3. Wait for me. Mars girl, unwilling to remain alone downstairs, hurriedly followed him. Upon entering the hallway, Mars girl was immediately struck by a chilling draft. The ceiling light, seemingly in disrepair, flickered incessantly, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Fortunately, it still vaguely illuminated the path ahead. By then, the exorcist had already turned into the staircase, his figure swiftly vanishing, leaving only the echo of his footsteps resonating through the corridor. Didn't you say you'd protect me? Why are you running so fast? Mars girl's heart raced. After all, she was a girl, walking alone in this forbidden corridor, her breath quickening. Wait for me. She quickened her pace, closely following the exorcist up the stairs. In truth, Mars girl had already considered retreating, yet having ascended the staircase, she felt too afraid to turn back. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was trailing her from behind, but whenever she glanced back, she saw nothing. The exorcist was moving quickly, and he was likely already on the third floor. Mars girl could no longer see his figure, and a wave of panic washed over her, causing the hairs on her arms to stand on end. Suddenly, crack! The overhead light bulb went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. What the hell? What is happening? Mars girl was terrified and dared not take another step forward, pressing herself against the wall on the stairs and pulling out her phone to call Blade Master. However, just as she illuminated her phone screen, a grotesque, terrifying pig's head suddenly appeared before her. Mars girl's terrified scream shattered the stillness of the night. Fourth floor. Mars girl, the exorcist, poised to continue upward, abruptly halted. When he turned back, he realized he was alone. The entire second and third floors had been consumed by darkness, and the shadowy staircase corner seemed to morph into a terrifying vortex. What is going on? Mars girl hasn't followed. The exorcist quickly grasped the spell and shouted towards the staircase. Heavenly thunder. Boom. A burst of lightning erupted from the tips of his fingers, instantly illuminating the darkness. Unfortunately, nothing was found below. Since Mars girl had screamed, there had been no further sound. The exorcist hurriedly pulled out his phone and opened the white-haired flying corpse chat group. Exorcist, Mars girl, where are you? Are you alright? After about a minute, a reply came through. Mars girl, I'm fine, just twisted my ankle a bit. It hurts a lot. Mars girl, brother, you head to room 501 first. I'll rest for a moment and come find you. Hee. Chapter 29. Do you wish to see true heavenly punishment? The exorcist took a deep breath. For some reason, his eyelids twitched incessantly, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Would he encounter danger tonight? Yet having come this far, turning back would feel like a loss. The arrow is on the string, it must be loosed. Since you all aren't coming up, don't blame me for claiming the rewards alone. Gritting his teeth, the exorcist steeled himself and continued his ascent. Just one more floor up, and he would find room 501. Fortunately, the lights on the fourth and fifth floors remained unaffected. The dim lighting cast mottled shadows on the walls, filling the corridor with a stifling atmosphere. Moments later, the exorcist burst onto the fifth floor. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger washed over him. The exorcist quickly glanced behind him, but apart from his own reflection in the dim corridor, he detected nothing amiss. Room 501 was just ahead. After eliminating the white-haired flying corpse, he would depart, never lingering in Lin Xinyuan district. The exorcist was well aware of the dangers in Lin Xinyuan district, so he hastened his pace, rushing out of the corridor and swiftly searching for room 501. Just then, he spotted a shadowy figure moving towards him from the darkness. The exorcist was extremely tense, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, holding it tightly in his hand, which was already beaded with sweat. The figure in the shadows drew closer, its outline becoming increasingly distinct. Don't come any closer. I'm here to kill the white-haired flying corpse. Once I'm done, I'll leave. The exorcist conjured a sphere of lightning, warily watching the approaching figure. He knew that most tenants in Lin Xinyuan district were lunatics and did not wish to engage in conflict. However, regrettably, the other party was intent on killing him. Here to kill the white-haired flying corpse? Chen Xiao emerged from the darkness with a faint smile, stopping within a meter of the exorcist, and asked, You're the exorcist? Indeed, that's me. And you are? The exorcist paused, glancing at Chen Xiao with a hint of caution, and retorted, Are you Blade Master? No. Chen Xiao's smile widened, exuding an air of excitement akin to that of a predator spotting its prey. I am the terrifying tornado. You wanted to meet me in reality, didn't you? I've been waiting for a long time. You finally came. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xiao lunged forward, his right hand drawing a barbed weapon, slicing through the air towards the exorcist's eyes. The exorcist's expression changed dramatically. He hastily dodged, and the sphere of lightning he had been holding detonated with a resounding boom. Thunder roared like a bolt from the blue as a massive burst of lightning erupted around Chen Xiao, illuminating the entire corridor as if dawn had suddenly broken. Crack, crack, crack. The light bulbs above burst one after another, all obliterated by a tremendous surge of electricity. Thunder. The exorcist dared not hesitate and invoked another strike of heavenly thunder. Boom. Lightning intertwined, forming intricate webs of electricity that violently enveloped Chen Xiao, delivering an immense visual shock. Minutes later, the lightning extinguished, yet the ground blazed with flames. Flammable materials had ignited from the thunder, threatening to erupt into a roaring inferno. In the flickering light, it became apparent that Chen Xiao stood motionless in place, as though stunned by the strike. Not dead yet. The exorcist furrowed his brow, but soon directed a fierce gaze towards him. What audacious scum dares to lurk here and plot against me? It's a miracle you survived, but I shall strike again and see if you live. The exorcist pinched his fingers into a seal, channeling all his strength to aim once more at Chen Xiao. Alas, before he could even utter the incantation, a slap sent him flying 2 meters, crashing hard against the wall. Spit. The exorcist coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face swollen grotesquely, accompanied by several shattered teeth in the crimson spray. Such weak heavenly thunder. Chen Xiao slowly emerged from the flames, unscathed, not even a thread of his clothing marred. It was as if those 2 strikes of thunder had merely been a passing breeze. You're unharmed? How is that possible? The exorcist gazed up in astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, how can this be? This is the power of thunder, the very wrath of heaven. The wrath of heaven? 2 feeble currents can be deemed divine retribution? The exorcist's heavenly thunder not only failed to inflict any harm on Chen Xiao, it instead awakened another force within him. It was a stream of black-purple, ethereal thunder, akin to divine punishment. In the void, the black-purple thunder had struck repeatedly, torturing Chen Xiao to the brink of despair, yet it had silently integrated into his being. Now, the exorcist's thunder seemed to act as a catalyst, fully extracting the void thunder hidden within Chen Xiao. Flickers of void thunder danced at Chen Xiao's fingertips like sparks ready to ignite. Exorcist, do you wish to witness true divine retribution? Outside Lin Xinyuan district, a long-parked black sedan sat idle. A lean man with a long scar on the back of his neck occupied the driver's seat, while a machete wrapped in black cloth lay on the back seat. This man, named Du Su, codenamed Blade Master, was adept with the blade, having undergone 4 awakenings, and was rated as Strong 4 Awakening, surpassing both the Exorcist and Mars Girl in prowess. This operation was led by Du Su, instilling the Exorcist and Mars Girl with a sense of invulnerability, willingly allowing him to take command. After all, the white-haired flying corpse's strength was roughly equivalent to that of a Strong 4 Awakening. Even though the Exorcist was hailed as a nemesis of the sinister, he could not guarantee he could slay the white-haired flying corpse alone. Unfortunately, Du Su was exceedingly confident in his abilities. He had no intention of sharing the bounty with the Exorcist and Mars Girl. He wanted them to meet their demise. Thus, he had claimed in the group that he had been residing in Lin Xinyuan district for some time. In truth, he was nowhere near Lin Xinyuan district. Otherwise, how could he have failed to hear Xin Yao's screams from the previous night, instead stating that the area was utterly tranquil? Tonight, Du Su arrived, but did not immediately enter Lin Xinyuan district. Rather, he waited in silence. 11:30 p.m. Du Su estimated it was nearly time and opened the chat group for the white-haired flying corpse, sending a message. Blade Master, Exorcist, Mars Girl. Apologies for my delay due to unforeseen circumstances. How are you both? After approximately 5 minutes of silence in the group, a smile finally appeared on Du Su's face. However, this smile was short-lived, interrupted by a series of notification chimes. Exorcist, I'm well, where are you? Blade Master, Mars Girl, I'm also well. I've rested up and will be looking for you. Exorcist, Mars Girl, come over, I'm waiting for you on the 5th floor. Bang. Du Su slammed his fist against the steering wheel, his previously frozen smile contorting into a savage snarl. Damn it, how are they still alive? Chapter 30, Divine Retribution. Du Su was filled with perplexity. He had friends in the mysterious investigation bureau, which granted him deeper insights into supernatural entities. This was why he knew the white-haired flying corpse was hiding in room 501. Though a sinister being, the white-haired flying corpse was immensely powerful, augmented by an exceedingly strange plague, making it quite easy to deal with the Exorcist and Mars Girl, both of whom were weak for awakenings. Yet, how could it be that after half an hour, neither had perished? Could it be that they had not sought out the white-haired flying corpse? Was he thus wasting his time? If tonight passed, and the white-haired flying corpse escaped elsewhere, the source of the plague would slip through his fingers. Indeed, Du Su's goal was not merely the official bounty of 100,000, but the source of the plague hidden in room 501. It was this source that caused the white-haired flying corpse's mutation. If he could control it, he could mass-produce zombies, effectively commanding an army of the undead. This was the true reason the mysterious investigation bureau did not specify the location of the white-haired flying corpse. The supernatural being was merely a decoy. The source of the plague was the paramount objective. But what should Du Su do now? Should he strike directly? Wouldn't he that risk the Exorcist and Mars Girl snatching the prize? What if, during his battle with the white-haired flying corpse, the Exorcist and Mars Girl seized the source of the plague? No, he must wait a little longer. Du Su furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After much inner conflict, he finally resolved. He could not act recklessly. He must wait. If by midnight the Exorcist and Mars Girl had still not approached the white-haired flying corpse, he would take action himself. Room 501. The window had been open for quite some time, yet the rancid, nauseating stench had yet to dissipate. Chen Xiao entered the room, dragging the charred corpse of the exorcist with him and discarding it in the corner. The process of slaying the exorcist was remarkably straightforward. Chen Xiao merely unleashed a stream of black-purple thunder the width of a finger, and the exorcist, as if confronted by a specter, instantly knelt and began to plead for mercy. Indeed, the exorcist had witnessed this kind of thunder before. It had seeped through the cracks of the black and white door, killing dozens of awakened ones with just a wisp, including several of the 7 and 8 awakening caliber. This incident was officially dubbed divine retribution. At that time, the exorcist had been a mere thug, hiding among the crowd, and had only caught a glimpse of the black-purple thunder from 100 meters away. Yet, upon awakening, he gained the power to command thunder. The stream of black-purple thunder released by Chen Xiao, without exaggeration, could obliterate most awakened beings in existence. Even 8 awakening experts could not withstand it, nor could those of 9 awakening. It was likely only those forbidden entities could survive this black-purple thunder. As the black-purple lightning flickered upon Chen Xiao's skin, the exorcist questioned if he was dreaming. Could such a cataclysmic force of divine retribution truly be wielded by a mere human? The exorcist prostrated himself on the ground, weeping bitterly, his heart filled with profound regret, having uttered every demeaning word he could muster in this lifetime. Alas, Chen Xiao was not a man of mercy. Since the exorcist dared to speak insolently, he must bear the corresponding consequences. Naturally, this price was his life. In less than a second, the dark purple lightning obliterated the exorcist's vitality, ultimately returning to Chen Xiao's fingertips, merging once more with his being. Chen Xiao maintained exquisite control, ensuring not a single spark of lightning escaped. He had no desire to bring down the building, as he currently resided within it. After slaying the exorcist, the hatred simmering in Chen Xiao's heart finally diminished somewhat. He returned to room 501, clutching the exorcist's phone, awaiting the arrival of his next target. If his deductions were correct, the next would be the Martian girl, as she had responded to him in the group chat. Seated in the darkness, Chen Xiao's fingers drummed idly against the windowsill. He seemed to meld with the surrounding environment, save for his chilling eyes, which glimmered ominously in the dark. Before long, a familiar silhouette appeared at the entrance of room 501. Chen Xiao's expression turned to one of astonishment. The visitor was none other than the waitress from the Renga noodle shop. The young girl was clutching a bloodied mobile phone, belonging to the Martian girl. It appeared that the Martian girl was now in dire peril. The young girl had adopted a similar approach to Chen Xiao's, using the Martian girl's phone to engage in conversation with others in the group. Upon entering, the young girl beheld the charred corpse of the exorcist, her face reflecting the same shock as Chen Xiao's. Yet, her reaction was swift. She quickly grasped the unfolding events and burst into laughter. "Ha, my handsome brother, we truly share a telepathic connection. Even our deceitful tactics mirror one another." "Why is it you?" Chen Xiao replied, his face stoic as he stepped from the shadows, casually tossing the exorcist's phone to the ground. "Why not me?" The corners of the young girl's mouth curled upward, forming a perfect arc. Mischief sparkled in her eyes as she took a few steps toward Chen Xiao. Extending her delicate fingers to touch his lips, her voice soft like an orchid's whisper. "Brother, the only woman who can be close to you is me. Go to hell." Chen Xiao seized the young girl's neck, fury nearly erupting from his eyes as he demanded, "Tell me, where is the Martian girl?" "Ah." The young girl's face flushed with excitement once more, her eyes glazed as she said, "Brother, you finally dare to hurt me. I'm so happy. Please, kill me. I beg you. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you?" A flash of dark purple lightning flickered through Chen Xiao's pupils. The young girl's flush vanished abruptly, panic evident in her eyes. She summoned an overwhelming force, struggling free from Chen Xiao's grip and leaping away as if in flight. "How is this possible? You can wield divine punishment. Weren't you seeking death?" Chen Xiao's eyes shimmered with dark purple lightning as he advanced toward the young girl, each step exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Please, we can talk this out." The young girl's face turned pale as she retreated against the wall. Previously, her confidence stemmed from her unique ability to absorb the powers of those who harmed her. In other words, when someone inflicted pain upon her, she could absorb and consume their abilities. Moreover, once she fully absorbed an opponent's power, that individual would become a mere puppet under her control. The pig-headed chef was, in fact, a mysterious entity of formidable strength, which explained his earlier prowess. However, after setting his sights on the young girl, he fell victim to her consumption, ultimately becoming a mere puppet with diminished power, barely comparable to that of a strong sixth-tier being. One pig-headed chef was evidently insufficient to satisfy the young girl. She desired to transform Chen Xiao into a puppet, hence her repeated entreaties for him to harm her. Yet, at the moment divine punishment manifested, the young girl experienced a profound premonition. Had she delayed her escape by even a second, she would have met her demise beneath that power. She was utterly unworthy of wielding such a force. "Is it you who discarded the cigarette? But I will ask one last time, where's the Martian girl?" Chen Xiao's gaze grew more frigid, the flickering lightning within his pupils instilling fear. "She was killed by the pig-headed chef." The young girl broke into a sweat. her voice trembling. "Ancestor, I bear you no malice. I merely admire you greatly, which is why I sought to approach you." "Ah, so that's the case." Chen Xiao nodded thoughtfully, the aura of menace around him lessening. However, just as the young girl began to lower her guard, a bolt of black-purple lightning erupted suddenly from Chen Xiao's eyes. "Pig-headed chef, save me." In that critical moment, the young girl gasped in shock, hastily darting to the door to narrowly evade the bolt of lightning. The black-purple lightning hung in the air, twisting direction as if it possessed a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing the young girl. At that instant, the pig-headed chef charged into the room. His robust frame shielded the young girl, absorbing the full force of the lightning. Roar! The pig-headed chef emitted a heart-wrenching cry, instantly transformed into a charred husk. His massive body fell backward, shaking the ground beneath him. A formidable A-grade mysterious entity. Struck down in an instant. The young girl dared not look back. She transformed into a white whirlwind, racing into the fiery chaos outside. Trying to escape? Chen Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he sprinted after her. Avoiding confrontation was one thing, but once the mask was torn away, leaving no witnesses was imperative. This was Chen Xiao's guiding principle and the best means of survival in this alternate world. He dashed into the hallway, where acrid smoke filled the air, the divine thunder summoned by the exorcist igniting a fierce blaze. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the corridor. Piles of combustibles were reduced to ashes, and the sounds of crackling fire echoed throughout. This building was clearly beyond salvation. Residents of Building 3 awoke in alarm, scrambling downstairs in a panic, cursing in a jumbled cacophony that was barely decipherable. Upon reaching the 4th floor and witnessing the raging inferno, Chen Xiao felt a pang of regret. Damn it! My newly purchased computer and furniture. He checked his pockets, relieved to find his phone and that dark gold card. Otherwise, he would have faced devastating losses. As he reached the 2nd floor, he caught sight of a lifeless female body at the corner, presumably the Martian girl. The heat roared past his ears, and the bulbs overhead burst one by one under the rising temperature, emitting sharp crackles. Chen Xiao cast a glance at the Martian girl, hesitated not, and swiftly made his way to the ground floor. He fixated on the fleeing silhouette of the young girl. Yet, to his dismay, she seemed to employ some extraordinary ability, occasionally transforming into a white gust, her speed uncanny and elusive as a specter. It is surely a unique ability she possesses. Meanwhile, the panicked tenants rushed down, crowding the hallway, their faces pale and shrieking in terror. Among them were ordinary humans, mutated beings, and even a few grotesque, mysterious creatures. Chen Xiao exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from the throng. By that time, the little girl's silhouette had already vanished into the darkness. Damn it! Chen Xiao's anger flared as he noticed a motorcycle nearby, and with a sudden kick, he sent it crashing into a flower bed. At that moment, a troubling thought struck him. The corpse of the pig-headed chef remained in room 501. With such a fierce blaze, what would happen to the body? That was an A-level mission. If the remains were reduced to ashes, how would the mysterious investigation bureau conduct their examination? Without the body, the mission would remain unfulfilled, and just like that, 1,000,000 would be lost. He quickly glanced back, seeing the entire building 3 engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowed, filling the air with a pungent scent of charred materials. Returning now would be futile. Even if he escaped the flames, he would surely be suffocated by the smoke. The tenants screamed in terror, covering their mouths and noses as they fled in all directions. A few hideous beings emerged from the fire, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Chen Xiao then seized these mysterious creatures, drawing out a barbed spear, and with a swift thrust, he pierced them, leaving them chilled to the core amidst a series of sickening sounds. Subsequently, he caught hold of a mutated person, pointing at a half-burnt cigarette but discarded on the ground, and sternly demanded, "Did you throw this? Look what you've done. You've set the entire building ablaze." The mutated individual was taken aback. Having barely escaped the inferno while half asleep, how could he be blamed for tossing a cigarette? Who knew who carelessly discarded it? Moreover, the cigarette was at least a dozen meters away from Building 3. How could it have ignited such a conflagration? Damn it. Are you just going to assume it was me? After a few moments of silence, Chen Xiao, losing his patience, plunged the barbed spear into the mutated person's heart. With a sickening squelch, he withdrew the weapon, blood splattering across him. The mutated individual, eyes wide with confusion, clutched his chest and collapsed, his head falling to the side. Lifeless. The other onlookers, horrified, turned to flee. One stumbled and fell but, disregarding the dirt, scrambled back to escape as if a demon were pursuing them. However, the so-called demon, Chen Xiao, made no move to chase them. He stood there, brooding. The recent act of killing a mutated being was merely an outlet for his frustration. Ever since he endured 2 severe beatings at the entrance of the complex, his feelings towards mutated beings had devolved into deep-seated malice. Indeed, that disheveled old man was remarkably strong, managing to incite Chen Xiao's hatred for all mutated beings. What a stroke of bad luck. His target had fled, his home was ablaze, and 1,000,000 was gone. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the more pain he felt in his heart. Thus, he resolved to stop thinking about it. Chen Xiao strode directly towards the exit of the complex. If his memory served him right, only one target remained. The one known as the swordsman, in the chat group of the white-haired flying corpse, the most formidable among them. Outside Lin Xiao garden, a man with his hair tied back stood at the entrance, his handsome visage and deep-set eyes clad in a floral robe, wielding a long sword that glinted coldly like the wings of a cicada. This ethereal figure was the Sword Immortal, assessed to possess formidable strength, level 8 awareness. With long hair cascading like a waterfall and a slight smile upon his lips, he truly resembled a celestial being, as if he had stepped out of an ancient scroll. However, his floral robe seemed somewhat incongruous with the aura of a sword master. Traditionally, cinematic portrayals of swordsmen adorn them in white garments. Moreover, the notion that white symbolizes purity and black embodies darkness has almost become a stereotype. Yet, the Sword Immortal had a peculiar fondness for floral robes, emblazoned with a logo and design indicating a studio offering hanfu for 50 yuan a day. One must admit, this was a rather down-to-earth sword master. Chapter 32, The Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal gazed at the towering flames within Lin Xiao garden, his brow furrowing in concern. What has transpired? Has the mysterious investigation bureau of Damu City taken action? Are they setting the forbidden zone ablaze? Do they not fear the retribution of the ancestor? He murmured, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. Did the Dragon Emperor command me to slay the ancestor, or is the bureau aiding me? But can I truly defeat the ancestor? Minutes later, Chen Xiao emerged from Lin Xiao garden, instantly spotting the Sword Immortal and his shimmering sword. Excitement ignited in his eyes. Before he could approach, he bellowed, "Are you the one called Blade Brother?" The exclamation caught the Sword Immortal off guard. Frowning, he squinted into the distance, unable to discern Chen Xiao's features or intentions. "Who are you?" he replied solemnly. "I am the terrifying tornado." Chen Xiao yelled as he sprinted towards the Sword Immortal, delivering a powerful punch to his head. Clang! The impact felt as though it struck a steel plate. The Sword Immortal remained largely unfazed, yet all four of Chen Xiao's fingers fractured, hanging limply. Although they would heal swiftly, the intense pain elicited a loud cry from him. "What in the world is this head of yours?" Chen Xiao exclaimed, jumping in place, beads of sweat forming from the agony. The Sword Immortal stood in bewilderment. What was happening? He emerged only to be addressed as Blade Brother, then ended up fracturing his own fingers with a single punch? What a terrifying tornado indeed. Surely, he must be a fool. Wait, hold on. The Sword Immortal's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized Chen Xiao. This was the ancestor. As a high-ranking individual, he had seen Chen Xiao's true form before, and given that his current mission was to confront Chen Xiao, he immediately identified him. Recalling he had just endured Chen Xiao's punch, the Sword Immortal's composure faltered. He hurriedly touched his cheek, fearing any hidden injuries. Fortunately, it appeared he had escaped unscathed. Chen Xiao's earlier blow seemed to possess only the strength of level 5 awareness. Had the ancestor only awakened 5 times? That couldn't be right. The ancestor had emerged from the shattered black and white gate, surely possessing at least 10 levels of power. Just then, as the Sword Immortal was lost in thought, he caught a glimpse of the black-purple lightning flickering in Chen Xiao's eyes. Divine punishment? The Sword Immortal gasped, nearly dropping his sword in shock. This was divine punishment. It was akin to me wielding a sword against you while you pulled out a nuclear weapon. I'll play a 3. You play for 2s? This isn't fair. The Sword Immortal's breath quickened in panic as he raised his sword, exclaiming, "I am not the Blade Brother you refer to. I wield a sword. Behold, I carry a sword." Oh, Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, yet the lightning flickering in his pupils continued unabated. "So, your true name is Sword Brother?" he inquired. "No, I am the Sword Immortal." The Sword Immortal replied, drenched in sweat, his expression fraught with anxiety, nearly begging for mercy. "The Sword Immortal?" Chen Xiao's face contorted with anger. "I can call you brother, but you desire me to address you as immortal? Why not Sword Deity, Sword Emperor, or Supreme of the Sword Path? You, young man, are utterly insufferable. Taste my 2 bolts of lightning." Boom. 2 bursts of explosive lightning erupted, illuminating the entire sky in a blinding white. The thunderbolts, resembling 2 malevolent black-purple dragons, roared towards the Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal was struck with terror, desperately unleashing his full strength, wielding his sword upward to execute the most magnificent sword light of his life. The fierce sword radiance seemed to tear through the fabric of reality, and the overwhelming energy waves obliterated everything in their vicinity. However, when this sword light met the black-purple lightning, it was as if paper had encountered a blade. Instantly torn to shreds, the Sword Immortal's mightiest and most ferocious attack was rendered as fragile as paper before the black-purple thunder. In that instant, he felt a paralyzing fear, as if invisible hands were tightly gripping his heart. His breath halted, and his dilated pupils were filled with dread, as if he had already glimpsed his own demise. Yet, just as the Sword Immortal awaited his fate, the thunder suddenly ceased. It halted mere inches from the tip of his nose. The Sword Immortal could almost feel the destructive power contained within the black-purple lightning. Gulp! He swallowed hard, and awkwardly turned his head to gaze at Chen Xiao. You are quite formidable, at least stronger than a fourth awakening. Chen Xiao's piercing gaze gradually softened as he maintained control over the black-purple lightning suspended in midair. You are not a swordsman, so who are you, and why are you here? Thud. The sword immortal knelt, tears streaming down his face. Ancestor, I am the sword immortal. An eighth awakening. I came to Dama City to eliminate the pighead chef. I have no other intentions. Oh, so that is the case. Chen Xiao nodded and promptly turned to leave. The black-purple lightning lingered in the air for a moment before, like a sharp sword, it pierced the sword immortal's body. Boom. The thunder erupted within the sword immortal's being, shattering his flesh and blood into oblivion. The blood mist floated down like a massive steam cloud, scattering onto the ground. The fine-quality long sword shattered into countless metal shards, clattering all around. The sword immortal, even in death, could not fathom why Chen Xiao had not spared him. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness, as if enshrouded in frost. An eighth awakening powerhouse had traveled a great distance to slay a mysterious being of the sixth awakening. With such a vast disparity in strength, rather than charging in, he had hidden outside the park, secretly observing. And yet, he recognized me at a glance. Did he truly think me a fool? Regardless of whether he is a good person, having resorted to violence, he must die. Inside a black sedan, Du Shui was nearly paralyzed with fear, having witnessed Chen Xiao obliterate the sword immortal into a cloud of blood mist. Du Shui did not know Chen Xiao, but he recognized the sword immortal. An eighth awakening powerhouse, revered as a distinguished guest in any city or country, surrounded by countless admirers and sycophants. Yet, under the divine punishment, the sword immortal had been utterly powerless, reduced to mere pulp by 2 bolts of lightning. What terrifying power was this? Du Shui felt as if his worldview had been overturned, unable to comprehend who Chen Xiao truly was. He felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare. Everything becoming surreal. Du Shui leaned forward in the car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed ahead. His heart raced, his breathing quickened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I must leave this place at once. Du Shui's mind was blank at that moment. All thoughts of bounty rewards and the source of the corpse plague were cast aside. All he wanted was to flee. But just as he was about to press the accelerator, a series of dull knocks reverberated against the car window. Bang, 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 like death summons. They struck mercilessly at Du Shui's heart. Chapter 33, The Abandoned Daughter. Chen Xiao stood outside the car window, his expression as cold as ice. Du Shui whirled around and was met with Chen Xiao's austere visage, his face turning pale with fright as he slammed the gas pedal, surging forward in a desperate escape. However, in the rearview mirror, he saw Chen Xiao enveloped in black-purple lightning. Du Shui slammed on the brakes, the tires nearly locking up, emitting a piercing screech as they skidded, releasing a cloud of scalding white smoke. The car was on the verge of losing control. In the split second it began to overturn, Du Shui yanked the steering wheel, the rear of the car swinging outwards. The black sedan executed a perfect drift, turning around. Then, with a roar, it sped back, halting before Chen Xiao. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt rubber. Du Shui rolled down the window, trembling as he looked at Chen Xiao, forcing a stiff smile. Brother, are you looking for me? Chen Xiao's lightning aura dissipated as he opened the rear door and settled into the back seat. Give me a ride. Chen Xiao glanced at the meow knife wrapped in black cloth resting on the back seat, a hint of inscrutable amusement flickering in his eyes. This knife is quite nice. Du Shui's heart leaped to his throat. His mind raced, speculating on Chen Xiao's identity. A humanoid mysterious being? A big shot from an official power? A taboo from the Lin Xian Park? Everything remained uncertain. Please, if you like it, take it, Du Shui stammered, drenched in sweat, his voice trembling with fear. No need. Chen Xiao shook his head, pulling out his phone and waving it slightly. I need to make a call. I will inform you shortly of my destination. Okay. I will wait for you. Du Shui nodded eagerly. Chen Xiao responded, dialing Lu Siling's number. In a short while, the call connected. It was already midnight. Yet Lu Siling was still awake, her surroundings filled with a cacophony of cries and curses. Ancestor, are you all right? I saw building number 3 on fire. Lu Siling exclaimed anxiously. Everything is fine. I set the fire myself. Chen Xiao paused before continuing. I want to inquire about someone. An 18 or 19-year-old girl who worked as a waitress at the Ringa Noodle House. Based on her displayed abilities, she can transform into a gust of white wind to flee, and she possesses great strength. Though, her chest is quite flat. There was silence on the other end of the line. Then, footsteps echoed, and the environment grew significantly quieter. It seemed Lu Siling had left the fire scene. About a minute later, Lu Siling's voice reemerged. Ancestor, the information you provided is too scant. Is she a mysterious being, or an awakened one? Is there a specific identification number? I do not know her well. I only know she can control the pighead chef, having shielded her from a divine punishment. Divine punishment? Yes, the black-purple lightning in the void. The term divine punishment is what I learned from you all. The void? The dark purple lightning is reminiscent of the divine punishment that leaked from the black and white gate, isn't it? Lu Siling's voice resonated with palpable astonishment. Accompanying her were several gasps of disbelief, suggesting that Wang Tong and Zhao Dakai were also nearby. This trio seemed inseparable, even throughout the night. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and replied, I am unfamiliar with this black and white gate you speak of. I have never encountered it. All I know is that this is the dark purple lightning from the void, and that is all there is to it. Is the void the world behind the black and white gate? Lu Xiling exclaimed in shock. Your inquiries are becoming rather excessive. Chen Xiao's voice turned icy. It is my turn to question you, not the other way around. The void, the act of traversing, being struck down 1,000 times. This constituted his most profound secret, one he could never divulge to anyone. On the other end of the line, Lu Xiling seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and hastily apologized. I beg your pardon, ancestor. It was my folly to speak out of turn. Following this, the sound of papers shuffling echoed through the phone. A few minutes later, Wang Tong's voice broke through. I found it. Subsequently, he took over the call and said, Ancestor, we have perused some classified documents and located a woman who bears a striking resemblance to your description. However, she is not a mysterious entity or an awakened one. She is a mutant. What? A mutant? Chen Xiao paused, pondering. The young girl appeared no different from an ordinary person. Could her deformities be concealed beneath her clothing? Perhaps she was covered in tumors? A chilling thought crossed his mind, compelling him to halt such imaginings. Please elaborate. I must ascertain whether she is indeed the same individual. She is a member of the mutant organization Dark Eye, known as Chen Xiao, codenamed Abandoned Girl, aged 18. Chen Xiao? Sharing my surname? According to the information. That appears to be the case. Very well, continue. Abandoned Girl is the daughter of the 5th-generation leader of Dark Eye, known as Tyrant. However, due to enduring abuse from her parents and torment from neighbors during her childhood, she developed a twisted and dark personality. At the age of 16, she ingested radiation drugs. And due to a failure in the electric shock conditioning, she experienced a misguided awakening, thus entering the ranks of mutants. The scars covering her face are indicative of her mutations. As of last year, she had undergone 6 awakenings, with her power assessed at grade 6. Completing 6 awakenings by 18 is undeniably an extraordinary talent. Last year, we saw her for the final time on surveillance footage. I will send you the video shortly. Last year, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed. Are you implying that there has been no sighting of her this year? None, Wang Tong replied, pausing before continuing. The abandoned girl has seemingly vanished without a trace this year. Our cameras are spread throughout the nation, yet we have been unable to detect her whereabouts. Furthermore, even the 5th-generation leader of Dark Eye, Tyrant, has also disappeared without a clue. By the way, let me briefly outline the capabilities of the abandoned girl. She possesses a conceptual ability that allows her to absorb the powers of those who harm her. In simpler terms, the more damage inflicted upon her, the stronger she becomes, while the aggressor grows weaker. Moreover, this ability is enhanced through her continuous awakenings. From what we observed last year, she seemed to have acquired an additional ability to manipulate others, turning them into puppets. The pig-headed chef is likely one of her puppets. Scars on her face? Chen Xiao momentarily halted. That cannot be. The young girl I encountered bore no scars whatsoever, not even a trace of a red mark. What? Are you suggesting her face is unscarred? Wang Tong echoed, equally baffled by this revelation. Do you think she may have developed a form of self-healing ability, similar to Tyrant? Zhao Dakai's voice emerged, proposing a shocking hypothesis. Tyrant possesses formidable self-healing capabilities and an extraordinarily low pain threshold, rendering him nearly impervious to discomfort during battles. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, he heals at an astonishing rate. Thus, he has come to abuse those around him, believing they, too, feel no pain. Is it possible that when the abandoned girl awakened her abilities, Tyrant subsequently assaulted her, only to have her absorb his powers and even turn him into a puppet? This could indeed explain their simultaneous disappearance. Quite possibly, Chen Xiao's expression darkened. He recalled the first encounter with the young girl, who had been struck by the pig-headed chef, breaking her nose. Yet, when he saw her again that afternoon, her injuries had mostly healed. If this is not a self-healing ability, then what is it? Absorption ability, self-healing capability, manipulation powers, the ability to transform into a white whirlwind, and an explosive surge of immense strength. Good heavens, this is utterly monstrous. Unable to contain himself, Chen Xiao exclaimed a curse, but the phone line fell into silence. The trio exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. The abandoned girl is monstrous? But what of Chen Xiao? Possessing an unparalleled strength that renders him nearly invincible after death, he does not truly die but activates a death state, obliterating all adversaries. Coupled with rapid healing and the capacity to generate agonizing neurotoxins, he now seems to be linked to the cataclysmic divine punishment. Remarkably, any one of these attributes alone could forge a superpower. Half a minute later, Chen Xiao spoke solemnly. So, you're suggesting that Chen Xiao seeks to draw near to me in order to absorb my abilities? His memory served him well, having only heard the name once. He retained the name of the abandoned girl, Chen Xiao. Lu Xiling's astonished voice emerged from the phone. Have you encountered the abandoned girl? Is that even a question? Chen Xiao retorted irritably. Why would I inquire about her if I hadn't met her? After a brief pause, his expression darkened. No wonder she persistently sought to provoke me into harming her. However, upon witnessing the dark purple lightning, her true nature was revealed in fear. Thus, she cannot absorb all forms of power. There are limits to her abilities. Before he could finish his thought, Chen Xiao suddenly furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled. But why does she constantly desire to sleep with me? What could that ability entail? Is she attempting to siphon my life energy? Ancestor, you may be overthinking this. The abandoned girl is not a specter. How could she possibly absorb your life energy? Then what do you propose? Could it be that she is simply lecherous? Lu Xiling pondered briefly before responding. After all, you are quite handsome. What? Chen Zhao's interest peaked as he inquired. In your opinion, who is more handsome? Myself or Zheng Xinfeng? Without a doubt, Zheng. Haha. Both you and Director Zheng possess distinct charms. Both are handsome, albeit in different styles, making it difficult to compare. Lu Xiling awkwardly chuckled, hastily shifting the topic. I advise you to distance yourself from the abandoned girl as soon as possible. Our knowledge of her is limited, and we cannot ascertain what kind of person she truly is. I almost ended her today. Chen Xiao expressed his disappointment. Suddenly, Chen Xiao recalled the mention of the Dark Eye organization by Lu Xiling and hastily inquired, do you think Chen Shuling might be hiding within this so-called Dark Eye organization? But what exactly is this Dark Eye? The Dark Eye is one of the mutant organizations. It is said that the original leader, known as the Six-Eyed Elder, is a rare and documented forbidden existence, whose powers are unfathomable and truly terrifying. The Six-Eyed Elder? A forbidden existence? Chen Xiao echoed, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Indeed, a forbidden existence, transcending human comprehension. After a brief pause, Lu Xiling continued. In the eyes of the authorities, you two are considered a forbidden existence. So in comparison to these forbidden existences, how do humans fare after 9 awakenings? Take the Dragon Emperor, Captain Freedom, and that so-called Polar Queen for instance. Chen Xiao recalled the description of the pinnacle of power in this world, as relayed by the impostor. And he was keenly aware of the necessity to ascertain the apex of strength in this realm upon his arrival. Such matters are beyond our reach. Lu Xiling remarked with a wry smile. We are merely an investigative team, lacking the clearance to delve into these issues. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor is a representative figure of our divine dragon nation. How could I dare speak carelessly? Yet, to be frank. She paused for a moment, lowering her voice slightly. I have a feeling that the forbidden existences might be stronger, as no one knows how many times they have awakened. Chen Xiao nodded, unable to suppress another question. Are there many forbidden existences in this world? Those details are classified, and we lack the authority to inquire, Lu Xiling replied thoughtfully. However, you could visit the nearest mysterious investigation bureau and ask the director for further information about the Dark Eye organization. You might even uncover the whereabouts of the abandoned daughter. All right then, let's leave it at that for now. We will be in touch if anything arises. Sure, esteemed ancestor, please rest well. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiao finally regained his composure. After a moment of reflection, he turned to the front seat. Du Su was trembling slightly, having caught a gist of Chen Zhao's conversation. Another 9 awakening powerhouse, and a forbidden existence. Is this truly permissible for me to hear? Chen Zhao's expression remained impassive as he commanded. Take me to the nearest mysterious investigation bureau. Yes, I will escort you to the nearest Moody District Mysterious Investigation Bureau at once. Du Su dared not hesitate, hastily releasing the handbrake and accelerating down the midnight road. The night was dense with darkness. Chen Xiao gazed out the window, watching the cityscape retreat, the intertwining lights resembling a flowing canvas. The Lin Xingyuan district appeared quite desolate. However, once they exited this area, the neon-lit city came into view, with towering buildings illuminated and bustling figures within. Du Su drove at an increasing speed. Just then, Chen Xiao suddenly spoke. What is your codename? Blade, Du Su instinctively replied. But upon uttering a single word, he quickly realized his slip. He hurriedly corrected himself, feigning nonchalance. I am known as Blade Hero. Oh, Blade Hero? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly skeptical. Du Su caught a glimpse of Chen Zhao's expression in the rearview mirror and felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. His grip on the steering wheel was slick with perspiration. Yet, Du Su dared not reveal his anxiousness to Chen Xiao. He could only force a facade of calmness. And you, elder brother? What is your codename? Little Flying Hero, Chen Xiao replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. May I ask why you are called Little Flying Hero? Chen Xiao inquired with a playful tone. No, I do not know. Please enlighten me, Du Su forced a smile. Because I encountered a terrifying tornado and soared into the sky, hence the name, Chen Xiao explained. Why aren't you laughing? Do you find this joke amusing? Chen Zhao's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Du Su hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. You are truly humorous. Simultaneously, a tempest of anxiety churned within Du Su. Terrifying tornado? Wasn't that the newcomer he had kicked out of the chat group? Power assessment, 0. And then, in a split second, he defeated an 8 awakening swordsman? What a terrifying existence. Du Su felt his mind going blank, his heart racing violently, almost leaping into his throat. He had, after all, been quite the provocateur. At that moment, Chen Xiao's voice broke the tension once more. Do you know what happens when a swordsman encounters a terrifying tornado? Tears streamed down Du Su's face as he trembled, forcing a stiff smile. Little flying blade? Little flying blade? Chen Xiao erupted into laughter. Ha! I could be the great sword. You are truly a genius. Du Su could only join in Chen Xiao's laughter, though his quivering hands betrayed his agitation. Never mind, let me tell you. Chen Xiao's smile vanished instantly. When a swordsman encounters a terrifying tornado, they become a corpse. A cold, bloodied corpse. For some inexplicable reason, after Chen Xiao uttered this statement, the temperature inside the vehicle seemed to drop several degrees. Du Su's complexion turned ashen, his hands unsteady, nearly losing grip of the steering wheel. The vehicle jolted, veering perilously close to a roadside tree. Du Su quickly swerved the wheel, avoiding the tree and returning to the lane. Huff, huff. Du Su gasped for air, sweat soaking the seat. Unsure if he was more frightened by the near accident or by Chen Xiao. Look at you, why are you so tense? Just drive properly, Chen Xiao remarked leisurely, casting a glance out the window, regaining his smile. You are Blade Hero, not a swordsman. What I said has nothing to do with you, right? Yes, yes. Du Su nodded eagerly, gripping the steering wheel with his left hand while using his right to pull out a towel to wipe his sweat. You seem to be sweating profusely. Is it hot in the car? Chen Xiao observed with a penetrating gaze, an unusual hue flickering in his pupils. Yes. I have a heat-sensitive constitution, Du Su hurriedly explained. Then turn on the air conditioning. All right, I will, Du Su stammered, trembling as he activated the air conditioning. The temperature inside the vehicle dropped once more, the oppressive summer heat replaced by an almost wintry chill. Yet Du Su continued to break into cold sweats. He replaced the towel, pressing the accelerator to the floor, the car speeding to its limit. Fortunately, the road was clear of other vehicles. Du Su drove swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of the mysterious investigation bureau. The night streets were cloaked in a thin veil of moonlight. Du Su parked by the side, engaged the handbrake, and instinctively pulled out a cigarette. He planned to light one after Chen Xiao exited the vehicle, taking a moment to ease his frayed nerves. However, Chen Xiao remained seated, seemingly in no hurry to alight. Do you have any cigarettes? Chen Xiao's calm voice emerged from the seat's crevice. Yes, would you like one? Du Su nervously retrieved the cigarette pack, straining to turn and face Chen Xiao. Yes, one please. Chen Xiao extended 2 fingers. Du Su hurriedly selected a cigarette, placing it between Chen Xiao's fingers, then assisting in lighting it. This was Chen Xiao's inaugural experience with smoking. After casting a curious glance or two, he placed the cigarette between his lips and inhaled deeply. The intense aroma of tobacco surged into his lungs. Cough, cough. What on earth is this? Chen Xiao erupted into a fit of harsh coughs, his body ill-prepared for such an assault on his senses. After a few more choking sounds, he hastily discarded the cigarette but underfoot, extinguishing it with a decisive stomp, vowing never to touch such a thing again in his lifetime. Damn it. That was a failed attempt at bravado, and I ended up losing face instead. Oh well, some things are better left untouched. I shall take my leave. Wishing you safe travels. With a meaningful smile, Chen Xiao opened the car door and strode away with an air of nonchalance. In the vehicle, Du Shui finally exhaled in relief, momentarily neglecting the act of driving as he swiftly lit a cigarette and dialed a number on his phone. Hello? Who is this? A deep male voice resonated on the other end. Directorly, this is the swordsman. Our mission tonight has failed. We did not secure the source of the plague, and the terrifying tornado has slain the sword immortal. He can command divine retribution. Moreover, he is currently at the entrance of the Mudu District's Mysterious Investigation Bureau. In the Mudu District's Mysterious Investigation Bureau, on the 3rd floor, sat Li Yandong, the bureau chief, codenamed Shotgun. He lounged on a spacious, plush black leather sofa, his gaze as icy as ever. He had not returned home tonight, waiting for news from the swordsman. However, disappointment was destined to greet him. Not only had the swordsman returned empty-handed regarding the plague's source, but he also bore an astonishing piece of news. The sword immortal was dead, killed by the terrifying tornado? Li Yandong racked his brain, unable to recall who the terrifying tornado could be. A new generation powerhouse? A hidden magnate? A forbidden existence? One who could command divine retribution? Surely, the swordsman must have been intoxicated, spouting nonsense. Inside the black sedan parked by the roadside, Du Shui spoke frantically and incoherently to Li Yandong over the phone, completely oblivious to the faint strands of lightning entwined around the extinguished cigarette butt. What are you babbling about? How could divine retribution be controlled by a mere human? Li Yandong's deep voice reverberated through the line. Directorly, I assure you, I speak the truth. He truly can command divine retribution. I witnessed it with my own eyes, the black and purple lightning. Before Du Shui could finish his sentence, a colossal and terrifying burst of lightning erupted. Boom. The pitch-black night was instantly illuminated by the flash. Under the onslaught of the terrifying storm, the entire black sedan was vaporized in an instant. The steel frame shattered like paper, disintegrating into dust, fragments scattering in all directions. Du Shui was unable to emit even a single scream before being obliterated into a mist of blood, consumed by the frenzied lightning. The remnants of what once was were engulfed in a sea of flames, vanishing into the quiet night. Pitter-patter, a few raindrops fell, striking the earth beneath the darkened sky, bringing a dampened essence. In the Lin Xinyuan district, building number 3 continued to blaze with ferocious flames. Below stood an elderly man, his eyes shrouded in black cloth. He slowly removed the covering, revealing a pair of horrifying eyes as he gazed upward into the sky. His 6 pupils spun in unison, as if transforming into 6 stars, continuously merging and splitting, emitting an eerie glow. The night sky was cloaked in dense clouds, obscuring the luminous moon, while the starlight dimmed to the point of near invisibility. Moments later, a torrential downpour descended upon Demu City. Chapter 36, The Voice of the Void. In the downpour, Chen Xiao abruptly halted, turning to glance at the explosion of lightning behind him. Amidst the torrential rain, a sly smile crept across Chen Xiao's face. I told you not to discard cigarette, but carelessly. Why couldn't you have just checked properly? The entire Lin Xinyuan district seemed engulfed by darkness. A fierce gale surged forth, with rain cascading like a waterfall, drenching the community's roads and flower beds in no time. Branches swayed in the tempest, as if battling the ferocious winds, while streaks of lightning sliced through the night sky, with thunder brewing above the clouds, reminiscent of divine wrath roaring. The blazing inferno was extinguished in an instant, revealing the charred remains of a building. The torrential rain persisted unabated. The 6-pupiled elder stood in the rain, the accumulated water on the ground now lapping at the tops of his shoes. A young girl stood silently behind him, withdrawing a slender strand of hair from her pocket. Visible to the naked eye, the hand gripping the hair was visibly rotting, flesh tearing open and seeping foul, purulent fluid, only to heal almost immediately. She seemed utterly impervious to pain, expressionless as she extended the strand to the 6-pupiled elder. Grandfather Tong, I have obtained the source of the plague. The elder extended his withered hand, accepting the strand from the girl. Strangely, upon entering his grasp, the bizarre and highly toxic strand seemed to lose all its potency, transforming into an ordinary hair with no harm befalling the elder. Grandfather Tong. The girl opened her mouth, as if to speak. However, the elder placed a finger against his parched lips, gently shushing her. The girl promptly fell silent. Do not speak, listen carefully. The elder raised his gaze to the torrential night sky, his 6 pupils continuously merging and shifting, as if peering beyond the clouds to behold scenes beyond the heavens. Do you hear it? Hear what? The girl paused, straining her ears to listen, but apart from the sound of wind, rain, and thunder, she heard nothing else. The voice of the void. The black and white gate is coming again. At the Mudu District's mysterious investigation bureau, Li Yandong sat on the sofa, repeatedly dialing Du Shue's number. Unfortunately, the only response was the monotonous voice informing him that the phone was turned off. This fool is truly infuriating, cutting off mid-sentence. Li Yandong sighed, increasingly convinced that Du Shue had overindulged, perhaps never having ventured to the Lin Xinyuan district at all. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a knock on the door. Before Li Yandong could rise to open it, the person outside twisted the doorknob and entered uninvited. Indeed, great minds think alike. I too believe he deserves to be chastised, Chen Xiao said with a smile, unceremoniously taking a seat on the sofa opposite Li Yandong. Then, Chen Xiao picked up a bag of tea leaves from the table and poured its contents directly into the empty teapot. No hot water. Li Yandong maintained a calm demeanor, lifting the teapot to fill it with clear water from the faucet. He placed the teapot on the stove and pressed the button to boil the water, appearing tranquil. His eyes steadfast and composed. It seemed as though he had everything under control. Yet internally, he was cursing profusely. What on earth is the ancestor doing here? When did he arrive? How did he get in? How does he know I haven't gone home? And what did that last remark of his mean? Could it be that the swordsman offended the ancestor? If so, he truly deserves his fate. Li Yandong fell silent for a moment, casting aside the errant thoughts. He rose to close the office door. Turning back, a genial smile graced his lips as he inquired, Is there something you wish to instruct, esteemed ancestor? Upon your late-night visit? Nothing of great import. I merely passed by, noticed your office was lit, and thought I would drop in for a visit. Chen Xiao smiled lightly, pointing to the water in the teapot that was gradually reaching a boil, and remarked, The water is ready. Steam billowed from the spout, filling the room with warmth, while the tea leaves danced and swirled in the water, releasing a rich aroma. Allow me to pour you a cup, said Li Yandong, lifting the teapot and serving Chen Xiao a half-full cup, which he carefully placed before him. I am not well acquainted with the swordsman Du Shue. Should he have offended you, feel free to deal with him as you see fit. Li Yandong maintained his calm demeanor, yet conveyed the harshest of sentiments in the gentlest tone, adding, Of course, if you fear soiling your hands, I could take care of him on your behalf. Hey, what are you saying? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, lifting the teacup and blowing away the steam that danced above it before taking a delicate sip. Suddenly, he grimaced, spitting the pale yellow tea onto the floor. What on earth is this tea? Chen Xiao set the cup back on the table, puzzled. In such a large office, you can't even offer a decent brew? My apologies. In a workplace, one cannot adequately treat their guests, Li Yandong replied with an awkward smile. No matter, I came to find you primarily to inquire about something. Chen Xiao, no longer in the mood for tea, turned his gaze toward the stormy scene outside the window, gradually revealing a contemplative expression. What exactly is the Dark Eye Organization? Li Yandong paused for a moment before explaining. The Dark Eye Organization is the largest group of mutants in the Divine Dragon Nation. While they do not possess the strength of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, they are not far behind. He poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip, finding it quite fragrant and sweet, though he could not fathom why it tasted so unpleasant to Chen Xiao. Perhaps, he mused, the taste was simply too refined for the likes of Chen Xiao. The Elder with 6 eyes has lived for at least 200 years and possesses the unique ability to manipulate the weather. Li Yandong indeed seemed to know more secrets than Lu Xiling and her companions. Without reservation, he divulged all the information he possessed. The Elder's abilities might sound ordinary, but in truth, he could annihilate the entire world. A day of rain might seem unremarkable, yet what if it poured for 10 days, 100 days, or even 10 years? The sea would rise, floods would emerge, and entire cities, nay, the world, would be submerged. Conversely, what would happen if there were a decade without rain? A global typhoon persisting for a year would lead to unprecedented devastation. On a smaller scale, it is merely weather. On a grander scale, it constitutes natural disaster. The Elder with 6 eyes possesses the capacity to obliterate the world, hence his designation as a taboo entity. Who is stronger, he or the Dragon Emperor? Chen Xiao inquired, furrowing his brow. The Dragon Emperor was the unexpected, decisive reply from Li Yandong. Chen Xiao had assumed that taboo entities surpassed the 9 awareness warriors. Yet Li Yandong firmly provided an answer that astonished him. The Dragon Emperor is not an ordinary 9 awareness warrior. He, too, is backed by a taboo, and indeed, he is the ultimate taboo. This individual is codenamed the Celestial Being. Chapter 37, The Awakening Plan. The Celestial Being? Chen Xiao's brows knitted together. Is he truly powerful? Indeed. He is formidable, Li Yandong nodded. However, he is a madman, hence his confinement in the 36th dungeon. Dungeon? Chen Xiao paused, puzzled. Why would a taboo entity be imprisoned? Haha, Li Yandong suddenly laughed. Then, lowering his voice, he spoke meaningfully. Do not underestimate the power of any great nation, ancestor. The 4 great guardians are merely the tip of the iceberg. The darkness that lies beneath the surface is the true foundation. Li Yandong's statement revealed numerous key insights. The hidden powers of various nations could be far more complex than they appeared. Contemplating this, Chen Xiao resolved to act with utmost caution in the future. This was also the reason he had taken the drastic step of eliminating the Sword Immortal based on mere suspicion. It is imperative to extinguish danger in its infancy rather than allow it to flourish. Better to mistakenly kill than to let slip any threat. This world is rife with uncertainty. No one knows how many conspiracies and crises lurk within the depths of the sea. A benevolent figure in chaotic times may merely become a corpse for others to devour. Where is the headquarters of the Dark Eye? Chen Xiao suddenly posed a question. He remained preoccupied with the waitress. Now that the two had crossed swords, she must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would find no peace in sleep or sustenance. I do not know. Unfortunately, Li Yandong shook his head, sighing. The movements of Dark Eye members are erratic. We have pursued them for quite some time without any progress. However, I can share one clue with you. Li Yandong lifted his teacup and took a sip, stating, whenever the black and white gates appear, the Dark Eye Organization is sure to be lurking nearby. Why is that? Chen Xiao asked, perplexed. They seek to utilize divine punishment to eliminate aberrations. A trace of divine punishment leaking from the black and white gates can obliterate dozens of awakened individuals. Yet divine punishment is not inexhaustible. After dozens of mutants perish, one fortunate soul will inevitably encounter the last faint, imperceptible trace of divine punishment. That is their sole opportunity to eradicate the aberration. Li Yandong set the teacup back on the table, causing a few drops of tea to splatter. He then dipped his finger into the tea, sketching upon the brown table. At this point, I must mention the method of human awakening. He first drew a door upon the surface. The black and white gates are solid. No weapon in existence can shatter them. Yet, most black and white gates possess tiny holes. Mysterious creatures emerge through these apertures. Li Yandong marked several dots on the door, representing the holes of the black and white gates, and then maneuvered his finger to draw a line of water passing through the holes. Mysterious creatures traverse through these openings. It is remarkable. Regardless of the size of the mysterious creatures, they can pass through these holes as if their forms automatically compress without any hindrance. Upon reaching the present world, they revert to their normal appearance. Mysterious creatures sometimes arrive one by one, and at other times, they come in swarms. Of course, aside from mysterious creatures, the holes of the black and white gates also leak radiation. Mysterious radiation is essential for human awakening. Each time the black and white gates vanish, officials extract mysterious radiation from nearby flora, stones, and various substances. Additionally, the holes of the black and white gates occasionally release black-purple lightning, known as divine punishment. At this juncture, Li Yandong raised his head and could not help but cast a deep glance at Chen Xiao. Now that he had calmed down, he had begun to deduce Chen Xiao's identity. The ancestor must indeed be the terror tornado spoken of by the swordsman. As for the swordsman, he likely faced dire circumstances. Yet, could Chen Xiao truly wield divine punishment? And had he indeed slain the sword immortal? These questions would be answered in due time. Should the sword immortal be dead? It would surely instigate a storm within the mysterious investigation bureau. Li Yandong paused momentarily, gathering his thoughts before continuing to expound. Why are mysterious creatures so powerful? This question has perplexed scientists for many years. Decades ago, a renowned scientist unraveled a profound enigma. He discovered that mysterious creatures experienced a dramatic surge in power after consuming enigmatic radiation, even awakening extraordinary abilities. Upon this revelation, the scientist was filled with exhilaration and promptly proposed an awakening program, advocating for a collective awakening of humanity to combat and even expel these arcane beings. However, the initiative was swiftly dismissed by the authorities, as no one could guarantee that humanity would not suffer mutations or terrifying side effects from recklessly ingesting the mysterious radiation. To everyone's astonishment, the scientist, embodying a spirit of selflessness, conducted an experiment on himself and successfully awakened. He infused a substance with the mysterious radiation and ingested it. Thus, the world's first mutant was born. The scientist's limbs became thick and short, his eyes bulged, and the back of his skull split open, revealing a stark white cranium, rendering his appearance akin to that of a malevolent specter. The ability he acquired was simple yet terrifying: fear. He could instill fear within others, and the greater their fear, the more powerful he became. His codename was Demon. What a formidable skill. It's both straightforward and brutal, Chen Xiao marveled. Indeed, Li Yandong nodded, though a glimmer of sorrow and regret soon flickered in his eyes. Regrettably, the scientist could not bear his own appearance and powers, leading him to take his own life by igniting gas and succumbing to flames. By the time the authorities arrived, he had transformed into a mere corpse. Subsequently, the awakening program was shelved. However, approximately a decade later, another accomplished physician reignited the awakening program. It turned out that the authorities had never ceased their research on the enigmatic creatures. Through 10 years of observation, this physician discovered that the reason these creatures did not suffer mutations was due to the presence of not only the mysterious radiation, but also another force akin to lightning within them. Divine punishment? Chen Xiao inquired. Precisely, divine punishment, Li Yandong affirmed. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, stating, however, we humans cannot directly endure divine punishment. In fact, most life forms would be obliterated in an instant by its force. Only a select few, like the last of the mutants among dozens, encountered a diluted form of divine punishment, perhaps merely a wisp of its essence. Only these fortunate individuals could survive and successfully awaken. Chapter 38. Chen Xiao's Special Ability. In a world teeming with countless mysterious beings lurking behind the black and white gates, such fortunate individuals may be abundant. Yet, we are different. We cannot withstand such a high mortality rate. Thus, the authorities gathered hundreds, even thousands, of distinguished talents from various fields, ultimately creating an artificial current. This current possessed immense power but a low mortality rate, primarily designed to shatter radioactive substances and eliminate their distorted elements. Fortunately, we succeeded. The first awakened individual of the Dragon Nation emerged. He was robust, imposing, and bore no signs of distortion. Moreover, he harnessed the power of the dragon, swiftly becoming the mightiest of humanity. The Dragon Emperor? Chen Xiao asked. Indeed, the Dragon Emperor, Li Yandong confirmed, adding, to be precise. The Dragon Emperor was the first human to awaken, standing atop the countless willing sacrifices of experimental subjects. The state provided him with abundant resources to aid his continuous awakening. The Dragon Emperor did not disappoint. Within a few decades, he achieved the remarkable feat of 9 awakenings, even having the opportunity to complete a 10th. It is essential to realize that each awakening subjected him to the dual torment of radiation and electric currents, akin to experiencing death. The Dragon Emperor has effectively died 9 times. Furthermore, with the backing of divine beings and state support, I firmly believe the Dragon Emperor possesses powers that transcend taboos. Chen Xiao fell silent, suddenly grappling with a troubling realization. If each awakening entailed a death-like agony, what then could be said of the torment he endured in the void? His experiences were not akin to death-like suffering. He had truly perished. Initially, every tissue of his body, every cell, had been shattered, yet after each death, they would reorganize, fuse, and rebirth, only to be struck down by lightning once more. Moreover, the punishment he faced was no mere dissipated divine punishment or residual essence. It was genuine. A terrifying divine punishment thicker than a tree trunk. When the first bolt of lightning struck, Chen Xiao had already been obliterated. Indeed, as Li Yandong had previously stated, the human body could not withstand the power of divine punishment. Thus, it was true that he had perished the moment the first lightning struck. Yet, why had he been reborn? And not just once, but thousands of times. Chen Xiao was a transmigrant, but he was unlike the characters in novels. He lacked a myriad of systems. Prior to his transmigration, Chen Xiao was merely an ordinary individual earning a meager salary of 3,200. Therefore, The only plausible explanation was that the moment Chen Xiao inhaled the first wisp of mysterious radiation, he had awakened a special ability. The subsequent divine punishments merely facilitated Chen Xiao's awakening. In that light, he had awakened at least 1,000 times. Yet, what of the power from these 1,000 awakenings? To be frank, Chen Xiao had a reasonable understanding of his own strength. In his current state, he could effortlessly eliminate exorcists like Du Shui, who were 4-time awakened. However, when his fist collided with the face of the Sword Immortal, he sensed a distinct disparity. A vast chasm still lay between him and an 8-time awakened individual. Of course, this was under the condition that he did not utilize divine punishment. The nerve toxin that brought excruciating pain, stemming from the mysterious radiation, and the divine punishment coalesced from black-purple lightning had long intertwined within Chen Xiao's being through thousands of awakenings. Thus, this could not be considered his true special ability. So, what was Chen Xiao's actual special ability? Immortality and invincibility upon death. In simpler terms, when Chen Xiao was killed, he would not truly die but instead activate a state of death. Only in this state could he unleash the power of his 1,000 awakenings. Naturally, death would plunge him into a coma. Upon awakening once more, Chen Xiao would emerge even stronger. It could be understood that he had assimilated some of the power from his death state. Contemplating this, Chen Xiao suddenly felt enlightened. In a world where 9-time awakened individuals were revered, he had quietly awakened 1,000 times. Moreover, he possessed an indestructible ability. Did this not imply that he was, in fact, invincible? Chen Xiao promptly crossed his legs, his gaze flickering with intensity, lost in thought. A minute later, he retrieved a half-embedded thorn from his pocket. With a swift motion, he plunged the thorn into his own heart. Blood erupted in a spray. Ancestor, have you gone mad? Li Yandong was nearly paralyzed with shock, his body trembling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. What was happening? One moment they were engaged in conversation, and suddenly, the ancestor had committed suicide? Is this a plot that one can easily anticipate? Chen Xiao could not suppress a cry of anguish as he watched the piercing thorns penetrate through his heart. Blood spurting forth and splattering upon the table, the sofa, and the floor. Whether death renders one invincible remains unknown. Yet, the process of dying is truly excruciating. Chen Xiao was immediately engulfed in regret. He had merely wished to test whether his thoughts were correct, which had led him to this act of suicide. However, it seemed he had acted impulsively. What if this time he truly perished? Yet now, regret was evidently too late. Chen Xiao felt his blood ceasing to flow, his heartbeat gradually weakening, each pulse akin to a final struggle. His gaze grew dimmer, his body began to chill, and his limbs slowly lost sensation, leaving only the overwhelming pain to stimulate his nerves. On the other side, Li Yandong's face turned ashen. He finally lost his composure, hastily rising to his feet, rushing to Chen Xiao's side to support him. However, upon witnessing the blood gushing from Chen Xiao's chest, he appeared utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. His mind was a haze, his heart a tangle of chaos. He stood dazed for a moment before recalling to take out his phone and dial emergency services. However, given the severity of Chen Xiao's injuries, it seemed that by the time help arrived, Chen Xiao would be beyond saving. What on earth is happening? Li Yandong even began to doubt whether he had inadvertently awakened a second ability during their conversation. Chatting someone to death? Whoever he conversed with perished. If that were the case, this power would be exceedingly broken. If bestowed upon Zhuge Liang, there would be no subsequent tale of the Three Kingdoms after a tongue-lashing debate. While Li Yandong was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of Chen Xiao, through the glow of his phone screen, abruptly opening a pair of crimson eyes. In that instant, Li Yandong was consumed by terror. The ancestor has risen from the dead. Thud. Li Yandong knelt upon the ground. By my word, great ancestor, I did not cause your demise. Every grievance has its master, and I have never harbored any ill will towards you. Terrified, Li Yandong's nerves tensed. Please, hear me out. I swear it was not I who harmed you, and I am in no way associated with that foolish knife-wielding awakener. Kneeling on the ground, his voice filled with fear and helplessness, he frantically explained. The knife wielder was merely a casual hire, a civilian awakener brought in to deal with the source of the corpse plague. I truly had no idea that he would dare provoke you. Chapter 39. Kneel. Blood blossomed from Chen Xiao's chest, and he shook his head, rising to his feet, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Great ancestor, I truly know nothing. Li Yandong continued to plead for mercy. Chen Xiao, expressionless, passed by Li Yandong, pausing momentarily to curl the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. You are quite amusing. I had not yet inquired, yet you have revealed everything. Chen Xiao turned his head, looking down from above at the kneeling Li Yandong, and said indifferently, Rise. I have no intention of killing you. However, I wish to hear your explanation regarding the source of the corpse plague. The female corpse. The source of the corpse plague is an ancient female corpse, her body shattered, scattering numerous parts that became the source of the plague. For instance, bones, hair, skin, nails, and so forth. Li Yandong hastily explained. When that female corpse fell from the black and white gate, she was torn apart by some mysterious beings. However, those beings all mutated, transforming into even more terrifying monsters. Li Yandong laid bare all known information, daring not to conceal a single detail. The various parts scattered from the female corpse became the source of the corpse plague, capable of resurrecting the dead and mutating the living into something exceedingly horrific. However, if one could master the source of the plague, it would enable the mass production of an army of zombies that fear neither pain nor death. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow suddenly flickered in Li Yandong's eyes, his eyelids drooping slightly, revealing a hint of melancholy. Previously, we had experienced an incursion of zombies, and it remains unclear what methods the mastermind employed to manipulate the will of the undead. We exerted great effort, sacrificing many comrades, to eradicate those zombies. Yet, in the end, that mastermind managed to escape, or perhaps we simply could not find him. He remained concealed in the shadows. Recalling this deeply sorrowful past, Li Yandong could not help but shed a few tears. Among those who sacrificed themselves was the woman he cherished most. So, the mysterious investigation bureau seeks to control all sources of the corpse plague to prevent similar incidents from occurring again? Chen Xiao inquired. Precisely, Li Yandong nodded, but then smiled wryly. However, this time the source of the corpse plague appeared in the Lin Xinyuan district, and we had no choice but to secretly hire civilian awakeners, hoping to harness their strength to slay the white-haired flying zombie and seize the source of the plague. Why? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why have you not yet cleared the Lin Xinyuan district? Because of the six-eyed elder. Li Yandong finally revealed the entity that the mysterious investigation bureau feared most. The six-eyed elder resides within the Lin Xinyuan district, and he protects the entire area. We are no match for him. Hence, the abandoned maiden appears in the Lin Xinyuan district. After his words faded, Chen Xiao remained silent for a moment. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that the most dangerous place is, in fact, the safest? Might Chen Shuling be hiding in the Lin Xinyuan district, never having fled? Therefore, is the headquarters of the Dark Eye located in the Lin Xinyuan district? Chen Xiao asked. When he posed this question, his tone turned somewhat frigid. For Li Yandong had just stated he did not know where the Dark Eye's headquarters was. Now he claimed the six-eyed elder was in the Lin Xinyuan district. Was this not a form of deception? If so, then congratulations to Li Yandong. He has found a reason to meet his demise. However, Li Yandong shook his head without hesitation, smiling bitterly. It is not there. Why? Chen Xiao frowned. The Dark Eye is the largest and most powerful organization of mutants, with many among them possessing the 7th or even 8th awakenings. Yet, in the Lin Xinyuan district, aside from the six-eyed elder, there is but the abandoned maiden, a relatively formidable mutant. Therefore, the Lin Xinyuan district cannot possibly be the Dark Eye's headquarters. Otherwise, it would not merely be an A-level restricted area, but rather an S-level restricted area. S-level? Chen Xiao was bewildered. S-level mysterious beings correspond to those of the 8th awakening. Oh, then SS would be the 9th level, correct? Indeed. I see. Half a minute later, Chen Xiao had sorted through his thoughts, having acquired nearly all the information he sought. Thus, he cast a detached glance at Li Yandong. I hope you have not deceived me. Chen Xiao remained expressionless. Yet, each of his glances seemed to pierce into Li Yandong's heart. Li Yandong could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, silenced as if a terrifying, bloodthirsty beast lurked in the shadows, fixating on him. However, Li Yandong did not deceive Chen Xiao. Everything he had stated was the truth. Chen Xiao discerned this, and thus did not put Li Yandong in a difficult position. After all, he held a slight fondness for the mysterious investigation bureau of Damu City. Indeed, he would need to continue slaying mysterious beings in order to earn from the bureau. Furthermore, Chen Xiao was not the type to slaughter innocents indiscriminately. Of course, that excluded mutants. Chen Xiao departed. He emerged from the doors of the mysterious investigation bureau in the Mudu district, enveloped in a state of impending doom. Outside, the rain continued to pour relentlessly, each drop striking Chen Xiao and splashing in myriad arcs around him. With a demeanor of calm composure, he lifted his leg and leapt, his form slicing through the city's streets like a bolt of lightning. The power of countless awakenings surged forth, granting him an unparalleled strength. He effortlessly broke the sound barrier, akin to a meteor bursting forth, racing through a series of traffic lights, defying the torrential downpour as he sped toward the Lin Xinyuan district. As he reached his peak velocity, cracks began to mar the ground beneath him. Many pedestrians, braving the rain, merely felt a tempest pass, scattering a flurry of green leaves in its wake. Moments later, all was obscured from view. Chen Xiao's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived back at Lin Xinyuan district. Beneath the deluge, his gaze flickered between iciness and fervor, ultimately consumed by madness. He beheld the elderly man with 6 pupils, who was likewise fixated upon him. The pitch-black night sky was thick with clouds, as the rain cascaded like scattered pearls, drenching both Chen Xiao and the 6-pupil elder. The elder's pupils ceased their movement, emanating an eerie luminescence. Eventually, it was the elder who broke the silence, parting his parched, aged lips to softly inquire, "Ancestor?" Chen Xiao regarded him with a frigid stare, uttering no words, only stepping forward. With that step, dark purple lightning crackled from his form. the sparks twisting like serpents around his body. Ancestor, I bear no intent to oppose you. The six-pupil elder spoke slowly. Kneel. Chen Xiao coldly uttered 2 words. Ancestor. The elder furrowed his brow. I said kneel. Chen Xiao's icy gaze pierced through, freezing raindrops mid-fall, a palpable chill spreading through the air. Chapter 40. The Apocalypse? The elder's pupils constricted rapidly, and in an instant, the weather shifted once more. A ferocious wind howled, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as the torrential rain intensified, reminiscent of a cataclysm descending upon the earth. The violent tempest seemed poised to obliterate the entire city. You bastard! Chen Xiao's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Witnessing the elder's reluctance to kneel, even daring to resist, ignited his fury. He charged forward, throwing a punch aimed at the elder's face. The tempest's ferocity, the lightning and thunder, felt like mere tickles against Chen Xiao, failing to even graze his skin. What the hell? The elder was taken aback, wondering why this young man was deviating from the expected script. According to reason, this was not the time for threats or probing. Why was he attacking an old man outright? Before he could react, sensing the impending danger, the elder shrank his form, merging with the torrential rain. As if he had transformed into droplets, instantly vanishing from sight. When the six-pupil elder reappeared, he had retreated 50 meters away. Yet, hiding behind the elder was the forsaken daughter, Chen Xiao. Lu Siling's words rang true. The waitress was indeed the illegitimate daughter of the 5th-generation leader of the Dark Eye organization, known as the Tyrant. And she was also the 6th-generation leader cultivated by the six-pupil elder, destined to command the entire Dark Eye organization in the future. However, at this moment, Chen Xiao felt no excitement of impending leadership. Instead, panic filled her eyes, her pupils wide with fear. Grandpa, save me! She instinctively cried out for the elder, hastily turning to escape toward him in a whirlwind of white. But the Chen Xiao of now was no longer the same as an hour prior. The power of countless awakenings erupted suddenly, and in an instant, he blocked Chen Xiao's path. You haven't left after all. Chen Xiao's expression was frigid as he grasped her neck with one hand. I'm curious to see how much power you can absorb. Deliberately withholding the power of divine retribution, he sought to test whether Chen Xiao could absorb the strength that transcended 1,000 awakenings. As he tightened his grip, Chen Xiao's delicate features turned an alarming shade of purple. Ancestor, she groaned in agony, truly terrified, for she had exerted all her absorptive power. Yet it bore no effect on Chen Xiao. Only then did she realize that even without divine retribution, he was beyond her capability to withstand. Why are you forcing me? Chen Xiao suddenly exclaimed, her voice hoarse, a desperate roar escaping her throat. At that moment, Chen Xiao felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Akin to a portent of the apocalypse, Chen Xiao was pulling on the planet. Indeed, this was the ability of the Mars girl. She could communicate with the cosmos, altering the orbital trajectory of planets. Even a shift of merely 1 centimeter could unleash an unfathomable calamity. Once it erupted, it would be utterly cataclysmic. Imagine if another celestial body in the universe drew perilously close to their own planet, culminating in a collision. That would truly herald the end of the world. Regardless of whether they were awakeners, mutants, mystical beings, or forbidden entities, they would all perish. Who could withstand the collision of stars? Chen Xiao sought to drag the entire world down with her. Even the six-pupil elder was astonished. While he could manipulate the weather, he also maintained a subtle connection with the land, sensing the tremors beneath his feet. Within the darkened sky, distorted spaces flickered, as if the very void were on the verge of shattering. Little Ling, what have you done? The elder frantically turned to Chen Xiao, his 6 pupils converging into a singular, terrifying black eye. What have you done? Chen Xiao's lips curled into a manic smile. She gazed into Chen Xiao's crimson, icy eyes, and suddenly, uncontrollably, began to laugh maniacally. Ancestor brother, may I ask you a question? Chen Xiao inquired, tilting her head, her large eyes fixated on Chen Xiao. A glimmer of obsession in them, yet also a certain charm that evoked pity. Do you truly bang? Chen Xiao's fist obliterated Chen Xiao's head. In an instant, blood and flesh scattered. The immense pressure vanished, and the ground ceased its trembling. All strange phenomena dissipated, leaving only the howling winds and rain. Yes, but you talk too much. Chen Xiao released Chen Xiao, delivering a kick. Her head shattered like a watermelon. Her body, neck nearly severed, soared through the air in a perfect arc before landing in a flowerbed submerged by rainwater. The Mars girl's ability was indeed formidable. Yet the build-up was far too lengthy. Perhaps against those whose hearts were fragile, easily rattled by fear, her power would be a divine technique. After all, she possessed the ability to turn the tables at any moment. But it was evident that Chen Xiao was not among them. Chen Xiao stiffly turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the elder with 6 eyes. The elder momentarily froze, his bizarre 6 pupils suddenly widening. In the next instant, the torrential rain ceased. The ominous clouds receded, and the oppressive sound of the wind vanished. Bang! The elder with 6 eyes knelt upon the ground, and the muddy surface erupted into a splash of filthy raindrops. Ancestor, I was wrong. The elder pressed his head into the earth, his gray hair half submerged in the mire. his demeanor reflecting the utmost humility. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Chen Xiao waded through the puddles as he approached. No more fighting? Chen Xiao inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the elder with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Aren't you quite powerful? Able to summon natural disasters and obliterate worlds? I presume. I am but an old fool, incapable of destruction, the elder replied, remaining prostrate on the ground. How many times have you awakened? Chen Xiao asked. 10 times. The elder stated calmly, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. However, Chen Xiao was taken aback. Was it not said that the most formidable awakeners in this world had only achieved 9 awakenings? After a moment of silence, Chen Xiao pressed on. How many 10-time awakeners exist in this world, like you? Many, the elder murmured, his head bowed, yet he subtly exerted control, allowing the weather to gradually improve, filling the air with the fresh scent that follows a rain. The cool breeze after a summer rain was undeniably pleasant. Yet, the elder's words caused Chen Xiao's brow to furrow. When you have the time to visit the capital, you will learn. Many taboos exist, stronger than I. They emerged from the cracks of the black and white gates, possessing the strength of 10 or even dozens of awakenings upon their arrival in this world. The 4 great guardians of the world are not so simple. 9 awakenings is but a lie. The true taboos have no limits. Ancestor, I harbor no intention of opposing you. I merely wish to cultivate more mutants to free them from their control. Chapter 41, The Beast Tamer's Visit. The next day, after the rain, the sun broke through the clouds, casting its rays upon the earth. Water still pooled on the ground. The trees and flowers within the Lin Xian garden were all wilted, the torrential downpour from the previous night having dealt them a lethal blow, leaving one to wonder when they might recover. Perhaps these flora would never regain their vitality, but soon fresh sprouts would emerge to replace them, growing anew in the muddy terrain. The management of the Lin Xian garden was overseen by the Dark Eye organization, a collective of mutants residing in the area. At this moment, 2 to 3 dozen mutants stood in a neat row before building number 2, as if on guard, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Even the disheveled old man, often lost in his own world, had been brought over to sit in the far corner, drooling and babbling nonsensically about civility and politeness, insisting on being a good little boy. Before long, a white sedan entered the Lin Xian garden, halting near the charred remains of building number 3. The beast tamer and Zheng Xinfeng emerged from the vehicle, both dressed quite plainly, donning glasses, masks, and hats to blend in with the tenants of Lin Xian garden, cloaking themselves in an air of mystery. Zheng Xinfeng immediately noticed the circle of mutants surrounding building number 2 and frowned. What is going on here? I do not know. The beast tamer shook his head, his expression grave. Meanwhile, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Could the Dark Eye organization be planning something significant? Or perhaps an exceptionally important individual had taken residence in building number 2. Who could it be? The elder with 6 eyes? However, according to the mysterious investigation bureau, the Dark Eye organization had always maintained a low profile, never making a grand display. What was happening today then? Unable to decipher the situation, he decided to set it aside for the moment. After all, their purpose today was not to investigate the Dark Eye organization. They had more pressing matters at hand. The beast tamer turned his gaze towards the ruins of building number 3, consumed by flames. His brow furrowed deeply as he mused. What on earth transpired last night? Zheng Xinfeng shook his head, equally unaware of the details. At that moment, Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, and Zhao Dakai emerged from the shadows, greeting the beast tamer and Zheng Xinfeng. Lu Xiling promptly relayed the events of the previous night, recounting everything from the fire at building No. 3 to the clash between Chen Xiao and the elder with 6 eyes, culminating in Chen Xiao's fatal blow to the forsaken girl, Chen Shuling. Indeed, during the tumultuous battle, when Chen Xiao lay in a state of death, overpowering the elder with 6 eyes and mercilessly beating Chen Shuling, Lu Xiling and her companions had been covertly observing. This was their mission. The mysterious investigation bureau had assigned Lu Xiling's team to reside there to monitor all occurrences within Lin Xian garden. After the battle concluded, Lu Xiling and her team were left in a state of shock for quite some time, unable to sleep through the night, their dark circles evident as they awaited dawn to report to the beast tamer and Zheng Xinfeng. Such matters could not be adequately conveyed over the phone. They needed to be discussed in person. The beast tamer and Zheng Xinfeng quickly grasped the entirety of the situation, leaving them utterly stunned. Both the elder with 6 eyes, presumably a 10-time awakener, and Chen Shuling, who nearly brought about the world's destruction, were formidable figures. Yet, before Chen Xiao, they appeared as mere lambs, utterly powerless to resist. How formidable was Chen Xiao? This question was one they perhaps had no right to know. Quickly, retrieve the items from the car. We must pay our respects to the ancestor. The beast tamer, unwilling to delay, instructed Zheng Xinfeng and the 3-member team to unload precious items from the white sedan: crystal bluegrass, culinary gloves, and dragon eggs. Everything previously discussed with Chen Xiao was laid bare. He intended to demonstrate his utmost sincerity to win Chen Xiao's favor. Even as Zheng Xinfeng and the team emptied the trunk, the beast tamer felt his offerings were still insufficient. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while. yet could not conceive of anything else of value to present. The treasury of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau was nearly depleted, and the treasures accumulated over the years amounted to little more than these. The Bureau had always been financially strained, especially in a third-tier city like Demo, where not even a 7-time awakener could be found, until the beast tamer's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Xiling. Her exquisite visage sparked an idea within him. He quickly adopted a friendly demeanor and asked with a smile, "Xiao Ling, having interacted with the ancestors so many times, what kind of person do you perceive him to be?" Lu Xiling momentarily froze, having not given it much thought, assuming the beast tamer was merely making casual inquiries. Therefore, she earnestly shook her head and replied with a wry smile, "I cannot fathom him. I only find the ancestor to be incredibly formidable. By the way, the ancestor killed the white-haired flying corpse yesterday, but I haven't delivered the body to the Bureau yet. The ancestor asked me to delay for a night." "What? The ancestor killed the white-haired flying corpse?" The beast tamer's smile abruptly froze, his eyes narrowing. The white-haired zombie had perished, but what of the source of the plague? Zheng Xinfeng anxiously inquired about the whereabouts of the plague's origin. He had participated in the annihilation battle against the zombies, and the memories of fallen comrades flooded his mind. He could almost hear their shouts and roars echoing in his ears. Yet, he felt utterly powerless, forced to watch as his teammates fell one by one. After all, his unique abilities were merely supportive, lacking any real combat strength. "I don't know," Lu Xiling replied, shaking her head and letting out a soft sigh. "It seems the ancestor is unaware of the source of the plague. The three of us have limited abilities and dared not linger in a room rife with the plague. So our search was cursory, and we found nothing. Perhaps the great fire last night has reduced the source to ashes." Lu Xiling's gaze shifted towards the charred building behind her. Zheng Xinfeng noticed this and swallowed hard, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately held back. After a moment's silence, all unspoken words coalesced into a resigned sigh. Forget it. Zheng Xinfeng could not place blame upon Lu Xiling. She was right. They were merely a handful of third-level awakeners, and prolonged exposure to an environment saturated with the plague would indeed have dire consequences. "I hope this does not lead to greater calamity." The beast tamer sighed, his graying hair appearing even more frail. Chapter 42. The Ancestor's Preferences. Whenever he recalled that annihilation battle, the beast tamer could not suppress his sorrow. The fallen awakeners were heroes of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau. Yet, there was little to be done. The source of the plague was scattered far and wide, and no one could guarantee complete control over it. The Bureau could only do its utmost. If a zombie war were to erupt again in the future, they would have to confront it head-on, as fate would dictate. Beyond that, there was no alternative. After a moment of silence, the beast tamer turned his gaze back to Lu Xiling and said, "Xiaoling, you are in your 20s now. I hear you have never been in a romantic relationship, is that correct?" Lu Xiling blinked in surprise, her large eyes filled with confusion. "Does the Bureau have the authority to interfere with my love life? Such matters are indeed of concern to the Bureau, and they are taken quite seriously." The beast tamer immediately adopted a stern expression, feigning gravitas. "As official workers, we must attend not only to our duties but also to the lives of those around us. If life is unsatisfactory, how can work be fulfilling?" "Oh dear, you've misunderstood me." Lu Xiling felt somewhat embarrassed, brushing her hair behind her ear as she explained. "I find my life quite enjoyable, and I am happy with my work. You are overthinking it. No, you are not truly happy." The beast tamer's penetrating gaze seemed capable of piercing through Lu Xiling's innermost thoughts. "You merely feel that your work is perilous, preventing you from providing a sense of security to someone you cherish, and even the most basic companionship eludes you. That is why you have rejected all romantic pursuits." With a playful chuckle, the beast tamer recalled his own extensive experiences, his life filled with emotional entanglements, having once attracted women from all walks of life. It was easy for him to discern the heart's whispers of a young girl. Lu Xiling was indeed struck by the truth of his words. Her long eyelashes drooped, and her expression dimmed. "Yes, I have not been without relationships over the years, but what they desire is a traditional family life, which I cannot provide." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she quickly wiped them away, her resolve returning. "However, I bear a far greater mission. I must safeguard the safety of the people. To the best of my abilities, I will eradicate darkness and foster dawn. This is the mission of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau and my life's goal. In comparison, what significance do fleeting romantic entanglements hold?" Upon hearing her heartfelt declaration, both the beast tamer and Zheng Xinfeng fell silent. Wang Tong, however, regarded Lu Xiling with a complex expression, his heart brimming with emotions. Living in the dark environment of Lin Xinyuan, witnessing violence time and again, even a married man like Wang Tong found it increasingly difficult to cope. They constantly wrestled with their inner turmoil, fearing that they would unwittingly succumb to the darkness, becoming as monstrous as those who disregarded human life. What hope was there for Lu Xiling, merely a girl in her early 20s? As for Zhao Dakai, his gaze at Lu Xiling was tinged with a hint of sympathy. If one looked closely, a flicker of admiration could also be discerned in his eyes. Through their daily interactions, this young man, also in his 20s, had developed feelings for Lu Xiling. Yet, he dared not voice them, nor would he. Perhaps forever burying this affection deep within himself, accompanying it to his grave. The beast tamer remained silent for a long while, aching to express something but unable to find the words. Eventually, he placed a hand on Lu Xiling's shoulder and spoke with difficulty. In truth, I believe if you are willing, you could try to foster a relationship with the ancestor. Who knows? Before the beast tamer could finish his thought, Lu Xiling's face flushed crimson, and she finally grasped the implication of his words. Director, what are you saying? She interrupted him hurriedly, embarrassment and indignation mixing in her tone. Oh dear, you are being ridiculous. There is no possibility between me and the ancestor. Oh, the beast tamer replied, his voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. But he refrained from pressing further, merely asking, what is it, Xiaoling? Do you not like the ancestor? Lu Xiling hesitated for a moment, awkwardly responding, I haven't had much interaction with the ancestor, so I can't say whether I like him or not. However, I am certain that the ancestor does not like me. The beast tamer, puzzled, inquired, how can you be so sure? What if the ancestor favors girls like you, beautiful, attentive, and responsible? Oh no, that is not the case. Lu Xiling interrupted him once more. Her face was now as red as a ripe apple, almost as if it could bleed. After a moment of struggle, she finally managed to utter the remainder of her thought. The ancestor prefers men. The declaration stunned everyone present. Wah! Wang Tong exclaimed, dumbfounded, nearly tumbling to the ground. Zheng Xinfeng was equally taken aback, his hands trembling as he nearly dropped the dragon egg he held, which would have shattered like an egg. Zhao Dakai leaped forward, attempting to cover Lu Xiling's mouth. What are you doing, my dear aunt? Such words should not be spoken carelessly. If the ancestor hears this, we are all doomed. Zhao Dakai's face paled with alarm. Get off me. Lu Xiling pushed Zhao Dakai away, stamping her foot in indignation. I am telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. Saw what? Wang Tong's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening as he pressed for details. Were you witnessing a live broadcast? Uncertain why a married man would be so nosy, Lu Xiling replied, I saw a naked man walk out from the ancestor's door. At that moment, I found myself in the corridor of Building 3, witnessing the astonishing sight of a bare-bodied man emerging from room 401, the abode of the ancestor. Subsequently, the forsaken woman, Chen Xiao, ended up killing that man. Hidden within a flower bed, I observed the entire sequence of events, even catching snippets of their dialogue. Chen Xiao exclaimed, how dare you steal a man from me? A chorus of gulping sounds filled the air. This revelation was utterly explosive. A naked man had stepped out from the ancestor's door. Moreover, that very man had been slain by Chen Xiao. Over a romantic rivalry? Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. Zheng Xinfeng's mind buzzed, struggling to keep pace. As he counted on his fingers, attempting to analyze, Chen Xiao, in a fit of jealousy, killed the man associated with the ancestor, or rather, the man who had just emerged from the ancestor's threshold. What does this imply? Could it be that the forsaken woman and the ancestor have had an affair? No. Lu Xiling hastily waved her hands, eager to clarify. The ancestor has no connection to Chen Xiao, for he once inquired about her persistent desire to sleep with him. I can attest to the veracity of this, as I too overheard it. Wang Tong chuckled, stating, to be fair, the ancestor is indeed quite the dashing figure. Even posing such inquiries, he nearly uttered the phrase shameless, but ultimately opted for dashing. It must be said, Wang Tong possesses a modicum of cultural refinement. Hey, that's not the crux of the matter. Lu Xiling rolled her eyes in exasperation, continuing, the point is, since the ancestor asked about it, it indicates he has no interest in Chen Xiao. This precisely suggests that the ancestor prefers men. At this juncture, Lu Xiling paused, contemplating, therefore, if we truly wish to foster a connection with the ancestor, we should seek a handsome and charismatic man. But such men are indeed hard to find. Zheng Xinfeng's lips twitched, unable to suppress a frown. The ancestor is so formidable, winning him over is no simple task. Even if we seek a man, he must possess both looks and charm. Indeed, perhaps he should also exude a unique allure. Otherwise, the ancestor would not be so easily conquered. Zheng Xinfeng continued to ponder, racking his brain for individuals who might fit this description. Yet, he inadvertently noticed that the gazes of others had converged upon him. What are you all looking at me for? Zheng Xinfeng was taken aback. Then, a sudden realization struck him, and his handsome visage turned a deep shade of crimson. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. Chapter 43. Little Zheng, is this how I cultivate you? The beast tamer fell silent for a moment, before resuming his amiable demeanor, though this time his smile was directed at Zheng Xinfeng. Little Zheng, you're in your 30s now, correct? What do you wish to convey, leader? Zheng Xinfeng's ominous premonition intensified. You see, I've noticed you remain unmarried, despite the numerous young women who are clearly smitten with you. Yet you seem indifferent to them. Is it possible that you... No. Zheng Xinfeng interjected hastily, desperate to halt the beast tamer's words. The trio of Lu Xiling and her companions were still close by, especially Wang Tong, the notorious gossip. If Zheng Xinfeng remained silent today, tomorrow the entire secret investigation bureau of Mubei district would be abuzz with tales of his romantic escapades with the ancestor. The thought was terrifying. Zheng Xinfeng felt goosebumps rising on his skin as he fervently explained, I have someone I like. That's why I've turned down those flirtations. Director, please don't say such things. I'm perfectly normal. Normal? The beast tamer's smile faltered, his tone growing serious. Are you implying that the ancestor is not normal? No. No. That's not what I meant. It's just that I truly don't fit the bill. Zheng Xinfeng was growing increasingly anxious, his face flushed. Turning to the trio for help, hoping someone would come to his rescue. To his dismay, Wang Tong simply turned away, pretending not to hear, even whistling and feigning interest in the surroundings. Hey, Dakai, look, this wall is really quite wall-like. Wang Tong stood before a charred wall, pretending to converse with Zhao Dakai. Meanwhile, Zhao Dakai was even more resolute, ignoring Wang Tong entirely and continuing to walk ahead with his belongings. Lu Xiling, on the other hand, bit her lip, struggling to suppress her laughter. Little Zheng, I believe. The beast tamer attempted to continue, but Zheng Xinfeng promptly interrupted. Director, let us not dwell on this. We should seek the ancestor. If he happens upon us discussing matters here, he might think we're speaking ill of him. Zheng Xinfeng urged. To be honest, he could manage to use his charm to entice women, but the thought of pursuing a man was simply beyond him. All right, we shall seek the ancestor first, but do consider it seriously. The beast tamer sighed in resignation, realizing that the plan could not be executed as intended. Zheng Xinfeng felt he had narrowly escaped a calamity and hurriedly clutched the dragon egg, striding towards the charred building 3. He had no desire to continue this perilous topic. However, Lu Xiling seized Zheng Xinfeng by the arm, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Director Zheng. I forgot to mention that the ancestor didn't return here last night. Lu Xiling pointed towards Building 2 in the distance. I saw him enter Building 2 last night. We could inquire with the aberrants for information. Building 2? Zheng Xinfeng turned, noticing that a multitude of aberrants had tightly blocked the only entrance to Building 2. Each one appeared vigilant, seemingly on guard against something. Zheng Xinfeng furrowed his brow. With so many aberrants gathered here, would the ancestor be in danger? I don't believe so. Lu Xiling shook her head. She regarded Zheng Xinfeng with a peculiar expression. I already mentioned, the ancestor subdued the elder of 6 pupils yesterday. How could these minor underlings pose any threat? As she spoke, Lu Xiling's voice noticeably softened, almost timidly adding, Director Zheng, you're not letting love cloud your judgment. Are you? What love? Zheng Xinfeng's face seemed to be emblazoned with question marks. You and the ancestor. Silence. Be careful, or I'll have your position revoked. Oh, I was wrong, Director Zheng. You mustn't take personal revenge. Zheng Xinfeng was exasperated. Ha! Zhao Dakai, walking ahead, couldn't he help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Zheng Xinfeng stormed over, delivering a light smack to the back of Zhao Dakai's head. Huh? Zhao Dakai turned back, bewildered, rubbing his head and feigning innocence. I wasn't laughing. All right, everyone. This afternoon you are all to report to the Secret Investigation Bureau of Mubei District for a meeting to discuss your recent work. Zheng Xinfeng's face turned a shade of deep annoyance, his anger bubbling just beneath the surface, ready to erupt. Little Zheng, please be mindful of your work attitude. Is this how I have trained you? The beast tamer interjected suddenly, effectively dousing Zheng Xinfeng's rising ire. The beast tamer appeared rather displeased. I. Zheng Xinfeng's entire visage turned a shade reminiscent of a bitter melon. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an overwhelming sense of alienation surged within him, as if the entire world had conspired against him. Yet what could he do? After all, who could resist the allure of his striking handsomeness? 10 minutes later, outside building number 2. Who are you? What do you want? A group of mutants, fierce and menacing, obstructed the path of the beast tamer and his companions. We are tenants of this building, the beast tamer replied, maintaining his composure while lowering his voice. We negotiated the price with the owner yesterday and have come to inspect the premises today. Not a chance. No one is allowed inside today. The mutants' expressions were menacing, each brandishing tools of combat such as wrenches, pliers, and shovels, resembling a band of thuggish ruffians. Brother, do you not comprehend human speech? We are the tenants of this building, here to view the property. Zheng Xinfeng, already brimming with frustration, felt his temper flare at the mutant's aggression. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the beast tamer, his aura of 4 awakenings suddenly surging forth. Icy gaze locking onto the mutants as if ready to engage in combat at any moment. Then, the leader of the mutants unleashed an even more formidable aura, at least 6 awakenings strong. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Over 20 mutants unleashed their own energies, the visible shockwaves shattering nearby flowers and stripping bark from trees. Among the mutants present, at least 7 or 8 were 6 awakenings, while the remainder were predominantly 5 or 4. The Dark Eye organization had indeed concealed its depths, having stealthily positioned such a formidable array of mutants within the Lin Xingyuan district. Zheng Xinfeng was momentarily taken aback. His meager 4 awakening aura seemed utterly insignificant among this legion of mutants, likely not even able to make a sound. It's all a misunderstanding. Please, let us not escalate this. Zheng Xinfeng chuckled nervously, retreating 2 steps to stand behind the beast tamer. Sighing, The beast tamer exhaled heavily, a trace of worry flickering in his aged eyes. He realized that meeting with the ancestor today was unlikely, and they would have to seek another day for their visit. After the sacrifice of the phantom mouse, the beast tamer's strength had suffered a significant blow. With so many six awakening mutants present, the prospect of breaking in was daunting. Merely exiting safely would be a stroke of fortune. Just as despair washed over the beast tamer, an ancient voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Why not notify us of the esteemed guests from the Mysterious Investigation Bureau in advance? It would allow us at Lin Xingyuan to make the necessary preparations. The elder with 6 eyes emerged slowly from building number 2, a black cloth obscuring his eyes, his aged face contorting into a stiff smile. Long time no see. Elder with 6 eyes. The beast tamer gradually removed his mask, revealing his true visage. Since the elder had recognized him, there was no need for further pretense. The beast tamer and the elder exchanged a knowing smile, as if old friends reunited after many years, yet a profound chill lingered in their eyes. Though the Mysterious Investigation Bureau and the mutant organization had not engaged in significant conflict, they had experienced continual friction, occasionally erupting into small-scale skirmishes. It could be said that most investigators had blood on their hands for mutants, and mutants had claimed the lives of numerous official awakeners. Thus, the two factions had remained in a state of opposition. Damu City had refrained from expelling the Dark Eye organization, not due to a lack of will, but because the Mysterious Investigation Bureau was simply not their match. The elder with 6 eyes, stooped and shuffling, approached the beast tamer. The mutants quickly suppressed their auras, calming themselves and parting to create a path for the elder. Forgive me, but you seem mistaken. I do not know who the elder with 6 eyes is. The elder shook his head, stopping just a step in front of the beast tamer. I only know that I am the old servant with 6 eyes. The old servant with 6 eyes? Zheng Xinfeng blurted out, momentarily taken aback. What a dreadful name. How utterly unappealing. In an instant, the elder with 6 eyes transformed into a gust of wind, appearing before Zheng Xinfeng in less than half a second. He seized Zheng Xinfeng by the throat, his voice hoarse and frigid. How dare you speak ill of the name given by the master? Why you re-choking me? Zheng Xinfeng's handsome face turned a deep shade of purple, his breaths coming in frantic gasps as he neared unconsciousness. Elder with 6 eyes, are you mad? The beast tamer, aghast, yet composed, quickly interjected, do you dare harm the ancestor's friend? At the mention of the ancestor, the elder with 6 eyes immediately released his grip. Zheng Xinfeng fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for air, relief flooding over him as fresh oxygen filled his lungs. After releasing Zheng Xinfeng, the elder with 6 eyes did not cast another glance in his direction. His sole purpose was to protect the ancestor, dutifully serving as a loyal servant. Are you here to see the master? The elder asked, his expression inscrutable. The master? The beast tamer pondered, though he masked his curiosity with an air of nonchalance. Indeed. We come to pay our respects to the ancestor. Very well, follow me. The elder turned and ambled towards the entrance of the building. The master has just awoken, so please speak softly. Should you provoke his ire? The elder's stooped silhouette appeared tranquil, yet his seemingly weightless words carried an ominous threat. You will all meet your demise. Lu Xiling and her team helped Zheng Xinfeng to his feet, engulfed in a profound shock. Once a formidable figure capable of confronting the Mysterious Investigation Bureau head-on and nearly annihilating the world. How had the elder with 6 eyes resigned himself to the role of a mere servant? Was the ancestor truly that fearsome? Zheng Xinfeng, regaining his composure, felt his complexion pale, devoid of color. The once striking countenance, exuding mature charm, now resembled that of a frail youth, as if a mere gust could topple him. The elder had genuinely harbored murderous intent moments ago. Had the beast tamer not acted swiftly, Zheng Xinfeng might well have met his end right there. Contemplating this, Zheng Xinfeng wished to express his gratitude to the beast tamer. Yet, recalling the recent altercation, he found himself at a loss for words, the thanks lodged in his throat. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, he allowed himself to be supported by Lu Xiling and her team, his face flushed, as they followed the beast tamer and the elder into building number 2. The layout of building number 2 resembled that of building number 3, characterized by its dilapidated corridors, dim lighting, peeling walls, and uneven flooring. As the group ascended the stairs, their footsteps echoed in the silent hallway, each member taciturn in their shared understanding. The corridor was narrow, cluttered with debris and refuse at each landing. Dust coated some of the items as if they had long been untouched, and a damp odor intermingled with rust and mildew permeated the air, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The flickering wall lights cast an erratic glow, and broken window panes revealed the signs of decay that surrounded them. The beast tamer and his companions followed the elder up to the 3rd floor, traversing the corridor until they halted before room 301. The elder with 6 eyes extended his gnarled, withered hand and gently rapped thrice upon the door, inquiring softly, Master, the Mysterious Investigation Bureau wishes to see you. Oh, let them in, came the voice of Chen Xiao from within the room. Chen Xiao was not far from the door. He hastily approached and flung it open. His hair was disheveled, his eyes still heavy with slumber, presenting the appearance of one who had not fully awakened. The previous night, After subduing the Elder with 6 eyes, Chen Xiao watched helplessly as building number 3 was engulfed in flames, leaving him no choice but to seek temporary refuge in building number 2 for the night. The entire third floor of building No. 2 was occupied by the Elder with 6 eyes, who had meticulously tidied each room, furnishing them with all manner of necessary items. Naturally, upon Chen Xiao's arrival, the Elder had bestowed upon him the finest chamber. This time, Chen Xiao's unconsciousness lasted longer than on the previous occasions, and upon regaining consciousness, he noted a marked enhancement in his strength, resilience, speed, and endurance, among other attributes. A rough estimation suggested that he now possessed at least a 7th-tier strength. However, a lingering pain throbbed in his chest, a reminder that the previous day's stabbing had been particularly severe. It seemed prudent to refrain from recklessly courting death in the future. Although Chen Xiao had confirmed his unique ability to emerge invincible after death, growing stronger with each demise, he preferred to endure such suffering as infrequently as possible. As Chen Xiao swung open the door, he immediately spotted Lu Xiling, Wang Tong, Zhao Dakai, and Zheng Xinfeng, who was being supported by the 3. Director Zheng? What brings you here? Chen Xiao asked, momentarily taken aback, before opening the door wider to allow Zheng Xinfeng and the others to enter. Simultaneously, he naturally accepted the various valuable items they carried. Look at you all, coming here with so much. There's no need for such extravagance. Please take it back. I can't possibly accept this. Just leave it here. In that corner will do. You're far too kind. Chen Xiao protested while guiding Lu Xiling and the others in placing their belongings. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the beast tamer. Chen Xiao paused, momentarily bewildered. Who is this old man? Did Director Zheng bring his father along? No, Zheng Xinfeng replied with an awkward smile. This gentleman is the head of our mysterious investigation bureau in Damu City, Mr. Beast Tamer. Oh, my apologies, Chen Xiao said quickly, ushering the beast tamer into the room and inviting the others to take a seat. He then turned to the Elder with 6 eyes. 6-eyed Elder. Chen Xiao's tone suddenly grew frosty. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Yes, master. Please rest. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to summon me. The Elder with 6 eyes replied, his expression as placid as a still lake, betraying no discomfort. He obediently exited the room, closing the door with care, his demeanor akin to that of a subservient retainer from a bygone era. This display made the beast tamer and the others quite uncomfortable. Zheng Xinfeng furrowed his brow, unable to contain his curiosity. My lord, have you subdued the Elder with 6 eyes? Chen Xiao did not respond immediately, but instead fixed his gaze upon the closed door for a moment. After approximately half a minute, the icy facade on Chen Xiao's face melted away, replaced by a cheerful smile. How could a wolf be tamed? Wolves possess ambition. They can only be suppressed, not domesticated. However, if you enforce sufficient suppression, it will never raise its head again. Are you not concerned about being bitten by this wolf? The beast tamer interjected suddenly, his weathered eyes betraying a hint of deeper meaning. Old man, considering your age, why do you speak so naively? Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, glancing at the beast tamer before plucking a small orange from the table, peeling it, and stuffing the pulp into his mouth, cheeks bulging as he exclaimed, this wolf, so sour. He spat out a few seeds, remarking, for him to attempt to bite me, he need the requisite strength. Keeping him around not only allows him to assist me, but also provides me with funds. Wouldn't you agree, old director? Chen Xiao tossed the orange peel into the trash bin, looking at the beast tamer with a teasing grin. The beast tamer suddenly felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predator, a chill running down his spine. What did Chen Xiao mean? Did he intend to seize control of both the mutant organization and the mysterious investigation bureau, while ostensibly referring to the Elder with 6 eyes? Chen Xiao was undoubtedly sending a message to the mysterious investigation bureau as well. The beast tamer, seasoned and astute, quickly discerned the underlying implication in Chen Xiao's words. My lord, the beast tamer said, his tone heavy yet devoid of excessive emotion, merely smiling faintly. The mysterious investigation bureau in Damu City has long harbored intentions to collaborate with you. Bang! Chen Xiao suddenly seized a charred sword hilt from nearby and tossed it in front of the beast tamer, interrupting his speech. The beast tamer's pupils constricted as he focused on the hilt, which bore the inscription Shattering Light. This was the very sword, crafted by a blacksmith and cherished by the sword immortal, renowned for its ability to slice through light itself. Alas, it had indeed met its demise, cleaved into iron fragments by divine punishment, leaving only a charred hilt, which the disheveled old man had retrieved as a mere toy. Explain this, Chen Xiao said, his smile harboring an undercurrent of chilling menace. Gulp. The beast tamer swallowed hard. Even with his wealth of experience, he found it difficult to maintain composure at this moment. The sword immortal was, after all, a superhuman of the 8th tier. Yet here lay the bare hilt, a stark representation of the sword immortal's death. After a moment of silence, the beast tamer slowly replied, this is the weapon of the sword immortal. He came from the official headquarters in the capital and has no affiliation with the mysterious investigation bureau in Damu City. Oh, Chen Xiao nodded, his smile fading, his expression turning grave. Why would the headquarters in the capital send someone to seek me out? I do not know. The beast tamer shook his head. The influence in the capital is intricate, and numerous factions exist within the mysterious investigation bureau. The Sword Immortal belongs to the faction of the Dragon Emperor, who is backed by the celestial beings. I am but a frail old man, and Dama City is merely a trifling third-tier city. We do not even have a single seventh-tier awakened individual. How could we possibly decipher the intentions of the headquarters? The celestial beings, I shall remember that. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes before he donned a smile once more, believing the beast tamer was not lying. After all, as an 8th-tier powerhouse, it was unlikely that the Sword Immortal would be under the command of the mysterious investigation bureau in Dama City. Chen Xiao reclined languidly on the sofa, crossing his legs. Pray tell, how does the mysterious investigation bureau wish to collaborate with me? The beast tamer promptly produced his phone, displaying a transaction record. This is the 100,000 yuan bounty for the white-haired flying corpse, which has already been transferred to your dark gold card. Furthermore, the mysterious investigation bureau wishes to appoint you as a special director, a position equivalent to mine. You need not report to the bureau. Instead, you would assist us in resolving certain A-class or even higher-level mysterious entities. For every vicious mysterious creature you eliminate, the bounty will be dispersed accordingly. And we will also provide you with an additional monthly salary. The beast tamer cautiously inquired, what do you think? Is this acceptable? Chen Xiao blinked, feeling a surge of excitement. What is the most desired thing when traversing into another world? Is it not merely a stable job? Of course. This may also be a lingering obsession from his previous life, where he toiled for a living. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao could not display his eagerness immediately. He understood that the key to bargaining lies in one's ability to maintain composure. How much per month? Chen Xiao inquired in a deep tone. 10,000. The beast tamer replied, slightly embarrassed, offering a wry smile. We are not in a major city. The monthly allocation from headquarters is quite meager. At times, we even have to front the reward money ourselves. I comprehend. Chen Xiao nodded, aware that the beast tamer was not deceiving him. The mysterious investigation bureau is not a commercial entity. They possess limited funds unless the officials engage in corruption. They operate with integrity. Furthermore, the bureau must expend considerable resources to assist individuals in awakening, produce various radiation medications, and create mystical items for combat. Add to that the costs associated with research, talent cultivation, and reward incentives, and the monthly sum of 10,000 is indeed substantial. The beast tamer himself earns merely 8,000 a month. Zheng Xinfeng earns even less. At 6,000, Lu Xiling and her companions, despite their relentless efforts, can barely scrape together around 4,000 each month. This is the current state of the mysterious investigation bureau in Dama City, impoverished, struggling, unable to make ends meet. Yet, some still believe that a reward of 1 million for an A-grade mystical creature is far too meager. Indeed, to many capitalists, 1 million is but a drop in the bucket. However, this sum equates to a decade's worth of income for the strongest beast tamer in Dama City. Yet, this is only applicable within the confines of the mysterious investigation bureau in Dama City. In the capital, 1 million could easily be procured. But similarly, in a place where powerful beings abound, where S-grade mystical creatures can be captured and served as delicacies, what significance does an A-grade mystical creature hold? Chapter 46. You are the true heroes. Very well, I shall grant your request. Chen Xiao unexpectedly acceded to the beast tamer's plea. For Chen Xiao, possessing a steady income was quite satisfactory. He had always led a frugal life, and thus did not demand too much. However, before that, I must make a trip to the capital. Chen Xiao's gaze suddenly drifted toward the horizon, and a chill entered his voice. I, Chen Xiao, have always been a person of propriety. It is only fitting to reciprocate when the divine sends someone to visit me. With that, he turned his attention back to the beast tamer. In the meantime, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to contact me. Lu Xiling has my number. Chen Xiao paused for a moment, his eyes darting around before he cleared his throat and continued. Also, I have already dealt with that pig-headed chef. His corpse lies within the charred building 3. You may want to search there. You might still find something. And do remember, it was I who eliminated that pig-headed chef. Ensure that the 1 million is deposited into my account. The beast tamer was momentarily stunned. His purpose for coming was to enlist Chen Xiao's help in dispatching the pig-headed chef. Little did he expect that Chen Xiao had preemptively taken care of the matter. This was indeed the best news he had heard in recent times. Moreover, Chen Xiao had agreed to become the honorary director of the mysterious investigation bureau in Dama City. As for Chen Xiao's journey to the capital, the beast tamer felt he could not interfere. After all, Chen Xiao was seeking the divine, and at most, it would involve the Dragon Emperor. However, how crucial was the Dragon Emperor to the Dragon Nation? Perhaps not as significant as one might think. Very well, very well. The ancestor is truly wise. On behalf of the entire Dama City, I extend my gratitude. The beast tamer promptly rose and bowed deeply to Chen Xiao. Oh, what are you doing? Chen Xiao quickly assisted the beast tamer back to his feet, chuckling. You shall be my employer now. I am counting on you to pay my salary, so I cannot accept your gratitude. Haha, the ancestor jests. The beast tamer laughed heartily, his wrinkles deepening. I heard this morning about last night's events. If it weren't for your timely intervention, the forsaken girl Chen Xiao would have brought destruction upon this world. You are nothing short of a hero of our time. Not just Dama City, but all of humanity should be grateful to you. The beast tamer was undoubtedly flattering Chen Xiao. In truth, even if Chen Xiao had not intervened last night, had Chen Xiao truly pulled down a celestial body, that entity would have been obliterated before it could reach Earth by the forces of various nations. As Li Yandong stated, no major power should be underestimated. Although the beast tamer was flattering, Chen Xiao relished the praise. A genuine smile spread across his face. Yet, he remained humble. Turning to Zheng Xinfeng, Lu Xiling, and the others, he remarked, I merely performed a trivial act. It is you, my friends, who are the true heroes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dakai's spirits soared. Rest assured, Ancestor, we shall strive harder, uphold our duties, protect the safety of the people, eradicate darkness, and build a new dawn. Zhao Dakai was filled with fervor, his heart ablaze. This young man had unwittingly come to regard Chen Xiao as his idol. After all, how many Third Awakeners could ever hope to meet the legendary ancestor? Had Lu Xiling and her companions not been on a mission in the Lin Xingyuan district, they might never have crossed paths with Chen Xiao in their lifetimes. Yet, fate is indeed wondrous. Zhao Dakai firmly believed that just as destiny had placed him beside Lu Xiling, it had also orchestrated his encounter with Chen Xiao for a deeper purpose. Unfortunately, Zhao Dakai remained oblivious to the fact that it was not fate, but Zheng Xinfeng who had arranged this. Zheng Xinfeng, with a scowl, approached and struck Zhao Dakai across the face. Ah, Director Zheng, why did you hit me? Zhao Dakai protested, feeling wronged. For heaven's sake, the ancestor was speaking to me. I am a friend of the ancestor, and I hadn't even spoken yet. Why did you interject? Zheng Xinfeng, fuming, shoved Zhao Dakai aside and admonished. The ancestor is the honorary director, on par with the beast tamer. While I am the sub-bureau chief, I am your superior. You have overstepped your bounds. Do you understand? Hey, old Zheng, don't be so aggressive with your subordinates. Chen Xiao interjected, unable to bear it any longer. These young folks are quite efficient. I have a favorable impression of them. Haha, Director Zheng, did you hear that? The ancestor thinks highly of us. Zhao Dakai beamed, his eyes squinting with joy. Silence. Zheng Xinfeng glowered, casting a resentful glance at the beast tamer. Had it not been for the beast tamer's interference preventing Zheng Xinfeng from continuing his association with Chen Xiao, there would be no Lu Xiling and her team. However, upon contemplating the ancestor's preference for male companionship, Zheng Xinfeng felt a sense of relief. Perhaps the beast tamer truly possessed foresight, preventing him from associating with the ancestor to protect himself. With this thought, Zheng Xinfeng could not help but cast a grateful glance toward the beast tamer. The beast tamer couldn't help but furrow his brow, a flicker of suspicion gleaming in his aged eyes. What on earth is this lad up to, with those ever-shifting gazes? Is he perhaps ailing? Wait a moment. Could it be that Zheng Xinfeng has come to a realization? The beast tamer's eyes brightened instantly, and he hastily addressed Chen Xiao. Ah, distinguished ancestor, there is another matter of great importance that I must discuss with you. Yes, go ahead. Chen Xiao replied as he turned his gaze toward the beast tamer. It concerns our young Zheng, who, despite being in his 30s, remains unmarried. The beast tamer chuckled lightly, yet halted midway through his statement. His throat seemed to constrict, as if he grappled with the words yet to be spoken. Oh, and then, why are you bringing this up with me? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as he queried. Do you wish for me to assist in finding a partner for Zheng Xinfeng? But I am not acquainted with any women in their 30s. Well, what about that group of mutants outside? There seems to be a rather unfortunate-looking lady with a face full of tumors who might still be single. Haha, ancestor. You jest most amusingly. Have you considered the possibility that young Zheng might not be interested in women at all? The beast tamer wore a warm, affable smile, resembling a matchmaker holding a red string, eager to introduce potential partners. What? Chen Zhao's jaw dropped in disbelief, exclaiming, is it possible that Zheng Xinfeng favors men? No, why would you say might? Are there others here who share such inclinations? No. The beast tamer shook his head, a mysterious grin spreading across his face. What do you mean? Zheng Xinfeng neither favors women nor men? Chen Xiao was utterly astounded, a chill creeping up his spine, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end, as he exclaimed, could it be that he has a preference for something other than humans? Good heavens. This is terrifying. Chen Xiao found himself unable to look Zheng Xinfeng in the eye. The man appeared robust and handsome. How could he possess such peculiar tastes? If not humans, then what could he possibly be interested in? A romance with spirits? An inappropriate dalliance with corpses? Or perhaps, the animal kingdom? Or even a connection with nature? Chapter 47, Misunderstanding. No, ancestor, you have misunderstood. The beast tamer, observing Chen Zhao's increasingly errant thoughts, hurried to clarify. What I meant to say is that young Zheng is not inclined towards other men. Others? Chen Xiao quickly grasped the implication, looking incredulously at Zheng Xinfeng. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to the beast tamer, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Old chap, I must admit, you are quite spry for your age. The beast tamer's smile froze in an instant. Ha ha ha. Zhao Dakai could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. It wasn't until Wang Tong discreetly nudged him twice that Zhao Dakai realized his folly and hastily silenced himself. However, it was too late. The beast tamer's icy glare was already upon him. Young Zheng, I believe it is imperative for you to hold a meeting with your employees. Very well. To speak frankly, Zheng Xinfeng was not particularly inclined to engage with the beast tamer, his face flushed with embarrassment, discomfort radiating through him. Yet, bound by the authority of his superior, he remained seated, fidgeting. The beast tamer then turned to Chen Xiao once more, a gentle smile gracing his features, and said, Ancestor, you have misunderstood again. What I meant is that young Zheng is quite eager to pursue a relationship with you. Just consider it. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Upon comprehension, his face turned an alarming shade of green, eventually darkening to an indignant black. Wait, pursue a relationship with me? I am not interested in men. Chen Xiao roared in furious disbelief. He felt as though he had been deeply insulted. The very thought of Zheng Xinfeng making advances toward him sent chills down his spine. Ancestor, please allow me to clarify. This has nothing to do with me. Zheng Xinfeng, witnessing Chen Xiao's sudden change in demeanor, hastily stood up in alarm. In a reflexive motion, he took a step forward. That single step shattered most of Chen Xiao's remaining composure. Chen Xiao gasped in horror, panic-stricken as he shouted, Zheng Xinfeng, do not approach me, stop right there. Chen Xiao nearly raised his hand to strike, but he feared that Zheng Xinfeng might retaliate and pull him into an embrace. Good heavens, what a jarring scene this is. Get away, get away. Chen Xiao's anger surged, but he felt too embarrassed to express it fully. Even his curses lost to confusion. Certainly, everyone has the right to seek love. However, let it not be directed towards me. Chen Xiao erupted in fury, causing Lu Xiling to take a startled step back. She felt a twinge of apprehension, mixed with confusion. The ancestor's demeanor seemed genuine. Yet how could one explain the man wrapped merely in a towel? Could it be that she had truly misjudged the situation? Let us go, quickly. Lu Xiling's cheeks flushed red, and she urgently tugged at Wang Tong and Zhao Dakai, fleeing the room in a panic. Ahaha. It appears we have misinterpreted the situation. Ancestor, do rest. We shall reconnect later. Hee. The beast tamer, too, wore an expression of embarrassment, and despite his vast experience, he struggled to maintain his composure, quickly retreating with an awkward smile. Only Zheng Xinfeng remained, his expression a complex mix as he regarded Chen Xiao. His gaze seemingly filled with gratitude, tinged with a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Yet, Chen Xiao felt a surge of unease. Good heavens. Everyone else has left, and this fellow remains. What does he intend to do? Curse it, Zheng Xinfeng, you old pervert. If you keep staring at me, I shall gouge your eyes out. Chen Xiao bellowed. Zheng Xinfeng, frightened, turned and fled, fearing that if he lingered, he might truly provoke Chen Xiao to the point of violence. After the beast tamer and others departed, Chen Xiao promptly locked the door. By heavens. It seems prudent to maintain a distance from the old pervert Zheng Xinfeng in the future, lest I find myself tainted before I know it. Six-eyed elder. Chen Xiao called out. Within 3 seconds, the voice of the six-eyed elder echoed from outside. What are your orders, master? Come in. Once Chen Xiao had composed himself and regained his tranquility, he awaited the entrance of the six-eyed elder. How long until the black and white gate appears? Chen Xiao inquired. Approximately 1 week, the six-eyed elder replied. Apart from his ability to alter the weather, the elder could sense a faint tremor in the void. He had an inkling that the black and white gate was imminent, likely not far from Dama City. Very well. I must journey to the capital and endeavor to return within a week. Chen Xiao picked up an orange from the table, slowly peeling its skin, and stated, upon my return, I hope you will have pinpointed the exact location of the black and white gate. Understood. The six-eyed elder nodded. While this task seemed straightforward, locating the precise site of the black and white gate before its arrival, based solely on a faint sensation, was profoundly challenging. The six-eyed elder had barely a 30% certainty. Yet, he had no choice but to agree, for otherwise, he would lose his value in remaining by Chen Xiao's side. Without value, it meant he was expendable. The six-eyed elder was acutely aware of Chen Xiao's nature. Chen Xiao was decisive and ruthless, never leaving room for potential threats. Better to kill wrongly than to let slip. This is the demeanor of a ruthless individual, unperturbed by consequences. However, it is likely that only such a fierce character can confront the taboos that transcend comprehension. Upon reflecting on this, the elderly figure known as the six-eyed elder, who had previously maintained an impassive expression, finally exhibited a change. The slight upward curve of his lips revealed a hint of anticipation. Outside the Lin Xingyuan district, a white sedan belonging to the mysterious investigation bureau cruised down the road. Sisterling, didn't you say the ancestor preferred men? Wang Tong couldn't help but inquire. Perhaps I misunderstood? Ahaha. I really don't know. It was just a wild guess, Lu Xiling replied, her head lowered in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. She felt exceedingly awkward, having not only misinterpreted the ancestor, but almost implicated her own director as well. Yet, there was someone even more embarrassed than Lu Xiling, Zheng Xinfeng, who was behind the wheel. Damn it, you merely made a wild guess, and I'm the one suffering the consequences. Zheng Xinfeng's face reddened, his handsome features seemingly contorting in distress. Oh, little Zheng, calm down. This is partly my fault. I was too eager to onboard the ancestor onto our side. Believing it would secure the safety of Damu City, the beast tamer in the passenger seat lamented, his eyelids drooping. Oh well, I know you meant well. Zheng Xingfeng sighed, finding it difficult to lay blame on the beast tamer. After all, this elder, who had long surpassed the age of retirement, had steadfastly remained at his post, tirelessly battling on the front lines. The beast tamer had already contributed immensely to Damu City. Unfortunately, after the demise of the illusionary spirit rat, he had been grievously wounded, rendering him unable to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Damu City any longer. Hence, the beast tamer had resorted to desperate measures, eager to fulfill the ancestor's every demand. To put it bluntly, it was their generation of the mysterious investigation bureau that lacked diligence. Otherwise, why would the beast tamer need to resort to such lengths? Chapter 48. A loyal fan in the afternoon. At 14:10, Chen Xiao boarded a train bound for the capital. Why not take a plane? The answer was simple. There were no discounted tickets available recently. At noon, Chen Xiao had a modest meal and then perused a clothing store. Selecting a stylish casual suit, white shirt, and black leather shoes. Draping the suit over his shoulders, he leaned against the train seat, feeling as if he had returned to his former world. Yet, the unfamiliar scenery outside the window, coupled with the mysterious creatures occasionally flitting past, served as a stark reminder that he had not truly returned. Casting aside the myriad of trivial thoughts, Chen Xiao settled into a deep slumber. The hard seats of the train were always bustling with life. The carriage echoed with the clattering of the tracks and the whistling of the train as it sped along. Naturally, the train was filled with animated conversations among the passengers. Looking around, one could see individuals from diverse locales, each perhaps bearing different identities and backgrounds. Yet at that moment, they were all equal. Some passengers, extroverted in nature, eagerly engaged in conversation with nearby strangers, while others, more introverted, sat quietly, either engrossed in their phones or resting with their eyes closed, immersed in their own worlds. A train attendant approached, reminding passengers to be mindful of safety while checking their identification. Soon, a female attendant arrived at Chen Xiao's seat. Although his eyes were closed, he was not truly asleep. He instinctively retrieved his ID and handed it to her. Damu City, Chen Xiao, carriage 10, seat 64, confirmed. Please keep your identification safe. The attendant smiled after completing her check, returning the document to Chen Xiao. Thank you, he replied, tucking the ID into his pocket and nonchalantly leaning back in his seat. Eyes closed once more, trying to cultivate his drowsiness. No need for thanks. Please rest well. The attendant smiled and moved on to the next passenger. Her gentle voice greeted the following individual. Hello, may I see your identification? Next to Chen Xiao sat a portly man, who, wearing headphones, had been on a phone call with his girlfriend for over 20 minutes, showering her with affectionate words. It was only when the attendant checked his ID that the man finally hung up, removed his headphones, and presented his identification. Once the attendant departed, the chubby man glanced around and, surprisingly, initiated a conversation with Chen Xiao. Hey, brother, is Damu City fun? It's all right, Chen Xiao replied with a slight nod. Though his eyes remained closed, his tone was rather indifferent. While he did not ignore the man, he had little desire to engage in conversation. His thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. I'm from the neighboring city. My name is Zhang Yuan. The chubby man introduced himself with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Chen Xiao's aloofness. Noticing Chen Xiao's silence, he leaned in closer, a look of curiosity on his face. I heard that something significant happened in Damu City. The legendary ancestor has awakened. Is that true? Zhang Yuan inquired. I don't know, Chen Xiao replied calmly, shaking his head. Hey, your news is quite outdated. We in Taiyang City have already heard about it. We just haven't seen any authoritative announcements from the authorities. Could it be that the mysterious investigation bureau has suppressed it? Zhang Yuan appeared somewhat disappointed. Chen Xiao continued to respond coolly. Yet Zhang Yuan remained enthusiastic, continuing to chat with him. Brother, have you been to the museum in the northern district? Have you seen the true form of the ancestor? No, Chen Xiao replied. No way. Aren't you from Damu City? How could you not have visited the northern district museum? Zhang Yuan seemed taken aback. Have you been? Chen Xiao finally opened his eyes, turning to Zhang Yuan with a gaze that held depth. No, they don't allow outsiders into the northern district museum. It's said to be for the ancestors' protection. Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly, saying, I've been to Damu City several times, but unfortunately, there are many mysterious investigators guarding the entrance of the museum, making it impossible to sneak in. With a sigh, he continued, I wonder if I'll ever get to see the ancestor in my lifetime. I'm a loyal fan of his. You will see him, Chen Xiao replied. I hope so. By the way, brother, where are you headed? On a business trip? Or are you traveling alone? Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. Traveling, Chen Xiao replied. Where to? Zhang Yuan seemed to ask casually, as he immediately began to vent his own frustrations before Chen Xiao could respond. I want to travel too, but unfortunately, time doesn't permit. The company assigned me a task to excavate an old man's corpse from the mountains in the west. Experts say it's been there for at least a few hundred years, yet the body is dressed in modern clothing. Isn't that strange? Oh, Chen Xiao's expression shifted subtly, his alertness peaked. This chubby man was indeed suspicious, much like the earlier attendant. Firstly, it was unusual for an attendant to read out a passenger's information while checking their ID. Wasn't there a risk of being reported for violating privacy? Secondly, this man initially probed Chen Xiao's opinion on the ancestor, claimed to be a loyal fan, and then, quite abruptly, introduced the topic of an old man's corpse. What is he truly aiming for? Chen Xiao pondered incessantly, yet maintained an impassive exterior. He smiled faintly, refraining from responding to Zhang Yuan's inquiry, and instead softly asked, "Brother, what line of work are you in?" "A journalist. How else could the company demand that I arrive at the scene promptly to document this significant news?" Zhang Yuan proclaimed, brandishing his press credentials from his coat pocket before Chen Xiao. "Alas, I fear I may have to part ways with my newly acquired girlfriend for several days. We were on the brink of taking our relationship to the next level, and this damned company insists on sending me on a business trip." Zhang Yuan lamented. His eyes clouded with disappointment, his expression genuine. Yet, the more he complained, the more Chen Xiao's suspicions grew. The reasoning was straightforward. Zhang Yuan's verbosity was somewhat excessive. A simple method to discern if someone is lying is to observe that when you pose a single question, they might respond with 10, often weaving in unrelated topics to embellish their narrative, thereby diverting attention. Simultaneously, they may employ additional details to render their statements seemingly more credible. In contrast, a person who speaks the truth does not hasten to elaborate on minutiae. Chen Xiao scrutinized Zhang Yuan for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly. Subsequently, Chen Xiao seemed to transform, as he placed his hand on Zhang Yuan's broad shoulder, jesting, "Brother, a brief separation is like a new marriage. Take it lightly. Perhaps you might unearth some sensational scoop this time." "Ah, indeed." Zhang Yuan immediately masked his dejection, his eyes crinkling in a smile. "Old chap, would you care to join me for a trip into the mountains? I've heard that the corpse of that old man is quite peculiar. Two of the bones in his right hand were fractured, as if struck by a round object. The forensic examination initially concluded that the culprit was likely a helmet. How curious it is that a body from centuries ago is clad in modern attire and has its fingers fractured by a helmet that only appeared in recent times. Don't you think?" Zhang Yuan cast an expectant glance. However, Chen Xiao's heart quivered. The old man's corpse he mentioned was none other than the gentleman whose fingers had been broken by a delivery boy in the elevator before his transmigration, and subsequently met his demise at the hands of an octopus. What could this mean? Could it be that he was not the only one who had traversed time? Chen Xiao concealed all his thoughts within, exhibiting no unusual demeanor. He smiled at Zhang Yuan and replied, "Indeed, it is quite mysterious. However, I fear you may be disappointed. I have some personal matters to attend to." Chen Xiao turned his head, leaning back against the seat, and closed his eyes once more. "Once I resolve my affairs, if time permits, I shall seek you out." "All right, you must come," Zhang Yuan insisted, presenting his business card. "Here, take this, after you're done. Feel free to contact me anytime. I will ensure to prepare a feast to welcome you." Zhang Yuan grinned as he handed over his card. Chapter 49, Moss. Taiyang City. Manhwa Media, journalist Zhang Yuan. The card Zhang Yuan offered aligned perfectly with his self-introduction. Chen Xiao opened his eyes, accepted the card, and tucked it into his pocket. "The mountain you mentioned, where exactly is it?" Chen Xiao feigned interest. "Haha, I knew you would be intrigued." Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. "It's Misty Mountain, located to the west of the capital. You can disembark in the capital, take the Metro Line 4, get off at the third station, walk over 200 meters west, and then take the 107 bus. The final stop is Misty Mountain." "Oh, thank you." Chen Xiao quietly committed Zhang Yuan's directions to memory. He then retrieved 2 oranges from his pocket, peeled one, and popped a segment into his mouth, offering the other to Zhang Yuan. "Would you care for an orange?" "No. Thank you, I don't eat fruits." "Haha," Zhang Yuan chuckled, declining Chen Xiao's kind offer. "Oh." Chen Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment as he returned the orange to his pocket. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom." Chen Xiao stood and headed toward the lavatory. "Oh, all right, go ahead." Zhang Yuan donned his headphones once more. A few seconds later, his hefty head began to sway, seemingly lost in some pulsating music. Clang, clang. The train continued to rumble, the carriage alive with activity. Everything appeared normal. Yet, at the junction between carriages 10 and 9, an inexplicable patch of green moss had emerged, exuding a damp, unpleasant odor. There was not much moss, but Chen Xiao distinctly remembered that it had been clean when he boarded the train. The moss had sprouted recently. Chen Xiao did not head to the restroom. Instead, he crossed the junction between carriages 10 and 9, advancing through each carriage. He navigated among various passengers, meticulously searching for the shadow of the female attendant he had seen earlier. Carriage 8 was a dining car. Carriage 17 was a sleeper. Aside from the moss at the junction of carriage 10, all other carriages seemed perfectly normal. The female attendant had vanished, and Chen Xiao scrutinized every passenger's face and physique, finding no resemblance to her. Even the attendant's room was devoid of her presence. He even checked the restrooms, waiting patiently at the door until those inside emerged. Yet, he did not catch sight of the female attendant. There were numerous attendants on the train, yet only the female attendant had disappeared, which was undeniably peculiar. Ultimately, Chen Xiao stood at the junction between the engine and carriage 1, frowning in contemplation. Where could the female attendant have gone? If she intended to reach the carriages behind 10, she would have had to turn back and pass by Chen Xiao. However, he was certain that she did not return. Chen Xiao fixed his gaze on the locked door ahead for a moment. It was unlikely the female attendant would be in the engine's control room. He pivoted, hastening his pace as he traversed the carriages and returned to his seat. The rotund Zhang Yuan sat beside him, headphones in place, his head reclined against the seat. Seemingly fast asleep, Chen Xiao glanced at his phone. 1500 hours. The train had been in motion for 50 minutes, having made one stop along the way. The female attendant likely disembarked at that time, but Chen Xiao sensed that the situation was far from simple. The moss at the junction between carriages 10 and 9 had increased. Some attendants had noticed it and were solemnly cleaning it, occasionally questioning passing passengers with puzzled expressions. Judging by their demeanor, the train appeared to be operating normally. The genuine staff seemed unaware of any issues, and they were unrelated to Zhang Yuan or the female attendant. Yet, why hadn't the real attendants conducted another ticket check after the female attendant had verified his? Perhaps the female attendant was indeed the genuine attendant. Or rather, her appearance and physique matched that of the real attendant, which is why she had not been recognized by the other staff. Chen Xiao suddenly recalled a mysterious being whose intelligence was remarkably akin to that of humans, a shapeshifter. I am rather curious to see what tricks you are capable of, he mused, as his gaze turned increasingly frigid. He was acutely aware that someone in Damu City had betrayed him, otherwise. The presence of the female attendant and Zhang Yuan in this very location would be nothing short of coincidental. All the peculiarities were the result of a premeditated scheme. It was a trap. Someone intended to harm him. But who could that be? Chen Xiao's mind began to race. After traversing into this other world, he had not encountered any substantial foes. The few adversaries he had faced had been swiftly eliminated by him. The only individual who had ever wronged Chen Xiao and lived to tell the tale was the elder with 6 eyes. Could it be that the elder harbored intentions to betray him? That seemed unlikely. The elder was no fool and would not sever ties with Chen Xiao at this juncture. Their relationship bore no significant animosity, and any existing grievances stemmed merely from a discarded daughter. Given the elder's cunning nature, would he betray Chen Xiao over something so trivial? Clearly not. The elder required Chen Xiao's strength, at least until the fall of those forbidden entities. Thus, who could be lurking in the shadows? Damn it. I detest convoluted plots, Chen Xiao muttered, rubbing his temples. Though he complained, his mind remained coolly analytical. He turned to glance at Zhang Yuan, who appeared to be sleeping, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he noticed that Zhang Yuan's eyelashes seemed to flutter, and his breathing was somewhat hurried. Chen Xiao subtly shifted his position, wary of the possibility of Zhang Yuan's drool landing on him. The corpse of the old man from Misty Mountain should indeed be genuine. The gentleman who had perished in the elevator had likely also traversed into this realm, or else Zhang Yuan would not have divulged such intricate details. But what of the others? The delivery boy, the female supervisor? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, attempting to recollect his experiences in the void. Regrettably, during that time, he had been mostly unconscious. He had no awareness of the delivery boy or the female supervisor's arrival. Could it be that they had entered the void while he was in a state of oblivion? Or perhaps they had bypassed the void altogether and directly transitioned from the elevator to this world. This seemed plausible. After all, the severed body of the woman lodged in the elevator had indeed experienced a sudden crossing. Wait a moment, the woman's corpse? Chen Xiao was suddenly reminded of Li Yandong's words. The source of the corpse plague was an ancient female corpse, torn asunder by a mysterious creature. Just moments ago, Zhang Yuan mentioned that forensic analysis had revealed the old man's corpse from Misty Mountain had been deceased for at least several hundred years. Although Chen Xiao had slumbered in this world for but a century, he was unaware of how much time he had spent in the void, estimating it to be several centuries as well. Hence, if the delivery boy and the female supervisor had not exited the elevator, then that very elevator must have undergone some alteration after Chen Xiao's departure, resulting in the delivery boy, the female supervisor, the deceased gentleman, and the half-body of the woman falling into the black and white door, transitioning into this world. In contrast, Chen Xiao had been ensnared in the void for hundreds of years, enduring thousands of lightning strikes before finally crossing over. Thus, every timeline aligned perfectly. So, could the one lurking behind the scenes, wishing to harm Chen Xiao, be one of either the delivery boy or the female supervisor? Chapter 50. Allow me to offer you an orange. It all became clear. Chen Xiao felt as though the pieces of the puzzle had finally fallen into place. The delivery boy and the female supervisor understood that only the incident they had collectively experienced could pique Chen Xiao's interest. No wonder Zhang Yuan had brought up the old man's corpse. Had Chen Xiao believed Zhang Yuan's words and followed him to Misty Mountain, he would surely have fallen into the trap laid out for him. Yet, who was the person hiding in the shadows, plotting against him? Was it truly the delivery boy or the female supervisor? Once more, Chen Xiao turned his gaze to Zhang Yuan. Despite appearing to be asleep, Zhang Yuan would occasionally lick his lips or swallow nervously. His eyelashes trembled subtly. Such micro-expressions indicated that Zhang Yuan was not truly asleep, but feigning it. His anxiety was palpable. He was merely putting on a facade of calm to deceive Chen Xiao. How infuriating. So, you wish to engage in a battle of wits with me, do you? Chen Xiao's anger flared. Having discerned his opponent's scheme, Chen Xiao felt little inclination to continue the charade. Playing along was a game for children. In the face of absolute power, any stratagem was rendered utterly worthless. Pretending to be a sheep to devour the tiger? Chen Xiao had no time for such nonsense. Smack! Chen Xiao's palm struck Zhang Yuan's thigh. Zhang Yuan yelped in pain, jolting awake and abandoning his pretense. What the hell, bro? He exclaimed, panic evident in his eyes as he turned to Chen Xiao. The carriage fell into an immediate hush, all passengers' gazes now fixed upon them. Chen Xiao could sense the collective attention, but chose not to elaborate. Merely extracting an orange from his pocket with an icy demeanor, peeling it with deliberate slowness. Nothing to worry about. I merely wish to offer you an orange. No. I already told you I don't want any. Zhang Yuan protested, his brow furrowed, confusion evident in his expression as he struggled to comprehend Chen Xiao's actions. Are you refusing to show respect to your elder? Chen Xiao snapped, breaking off a segment of the orange before suddenly thrusting it forcefully against Zhang Yuan's forehead, pushing him back against the seat. Are you insane? Are you going to hit me? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in horror, initially attempting to maintain his composure. But beads of sweat were already forming on his chubby neck. I shall ask you once more, will you eat it or not? Chen Xiao's expression remained unyielding. His right hand clutching the orange, his left hand pinning Zhang Yuan's head, lightning flickering within his pupils. Aye. Zhang Yuan stammered, terror-stricken. Slap. Chen Xiao raised his hand and struck again, forcing the orange into Zhang Yuan's mouth, which collided with his prominent teeth, resulting in a splatter of juice. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan's two front teeth were knocked backward, blood gushing forth as his right cheek began to swell rapidly. Help! He is trying to kill me. Zhang Yuan wailed. Struggling as he called out, there's a lunatic here. Where are the attendants? Come save me. Using his chubby hands, Zhang Yuan attempted to pry Chen Xiao's grip apart. But he was as powerless as a child before him. Even summoning all his strength, he could not budge Chen Xiao's arm in the slightest. What are you doing? Stop it. No fighting. A few nearby attendants rushed over, alerted by Zhang Yuan's desperate cries. They had heard his agonized screams. Offering him an orange. What's the problem? Chen Xiao, still gripping Zhang Yuan's hair with his left hand, stood up, surveying the attendants with an expression of indifference. At last, Chen Xiao's gaze settled upon a middle-aged man. The edges of his clothing were speckled with moss. Although it had been cleaned, it was not done thoroughly. A sudden smile graced Chen Xiao's lips. What? Do you also wish to partake in oranges? The leading middle-aged man spoke, his tone sharp. He appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a uniform, moving with steady strides. If memory served him correctly, this man was one of the attendants who had just been clearing the moss at the train's junction. Yet, the layer of moss was thin. It should have only clung to the soles of his shoes. How could it possibly be on his clothing? Unless, of course, he had lain upon the moss. Your acting is woefully inadequate, Chen Xiao remarked, a smirk dancing on his lips as he regarded the middle-aged man. A flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes, quickly replaced by a fierce resolve. You seek death, he growled, brandishing a rubber baton with malevolence. Chen Xiao regarded him thoughtfully. He tossed the segment of orange he had just peeled, striking the man's face with precision, splattering it into a pulpy mess. The sweet and sour juice trickled down, inflicting minimal harm but delivering a profound insult. Enraged, the middle-aged man lunged forward, swinging the baton with considerable force aimed at Chen Xiao's head. This strike was evidently intent on causing fatal harm. Truly, you are not a noble soul, Chen Xiao scoffed, remaining composed as he uttered a single word, explode. Suddenly, the remnants of the burst orange on the man's face ignited with electric sparks. Boom. The man's head was obliterated in an instant. His body, still in mid-lunge, collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from his severed neck, quickly forming a small pool. Chen Xiao had expertly controlled the divine retribution, ensuring that only the assailant was annihilated, sparing the other passengers and the train from harm. The young attendants trailing behind the middle-aged man stood frozen in shock, their expressions blank as they hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Chen Xiao's attention, however, was fixed on the headless corpse. Strangely, although the man had just died, patches of livor mortis had already begun to form, and his limbs were stiffening, as if he had been deceased for quite some time. Alas, what a revolting bunch you are, Chen Xiao sighed with a hint of disdain, grasping the hair of the rotund Zhang Yuan. He dragged the man's hefty form toward the corpse of the middle-aged man, despite Zhang Yuan's desperate wails. Chen Xiao then delivered a forceful kick to the man's chest. With a splatter, a foul blood spray erupted, and astonishingly, a barbed spine protruded from the man's chest. Although it had been severed by Chen Xiao's kick, it still writhed and struggled on the ground, yearning for escape. Chen Xiao, however, was not inclined to grant it mercy, delivering another decisive blow that extinguished its life. After completing this grim task, Chen Xiao turned to the remaining young attendants. Fools, flee to the other carriages. The 10th carriage will derail shortly. His demeanor remained unruffled, as though declaring an inconsequential fact. He then cast a glance at the flabby Zhang Yuan he had been dragging, a playful smile lighting his eyes. Now tell me, what exactly are you plotting? What are you talking about? I don't know. I'm merely a journalist. I haven't provoked you. Spare me. I truly know nothing. Zhang Yuan, trembling in fear, continued to plead, his voice a cacophony of desperation. Chen Xiao's smile vanished, his patience wearing thin. Then you shall meet your end. With that, he uttered a dispassionate statement, unleashing divine retribution from his palm. As Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in terror, in less than half a second, the divine force detonated, obliterating his corpulent form in a mist of blood. The train carriage was instantly filled with the panicked screams of the passengers. Chapter 51, Green Vines. Murderer. Help. There's a psychopath. The passengers screamed frantically, some quick to react, scrambling toward the other carriages in a frenzied rush. Yet many remained paralyzed by fear, unable to move. A few spores had been blown inside, and the moss had begun to spread throughout the carriage. Chen Xiao pondered briefly before turning to the passengers still seated in their stupor. Lowering his voice, he grinned maliciously, "Run, or I shall unleash a massacre." Upon hearing this, those who had been merely observing or lost in thought were struck with terror. One by one, they rose and fled, soon filling the other carriages with cries for help. The number of passengers was not overwhelming, thus their escape did not create congestion. Within minutes, only Chen Xiao, a few young attendants, and a girl with gray-white hair remained in the carriage. Chen Xiao did not pay them further heed. He had already warned them, and their refusal to flee was their own choice. The moss continued to proliferate within the train, its spread accelerating. It crawled up the walls of the carriage, staining the train with verdant marks. It seemed as though the moss aimed to envelop the entire 10th carriage, consuming it whole. Chen Xiao remained unfazed, his mind steadily analyzing the situation. When had the middle-aged man been replaced by the imposter? The first time he encountered the middle-aged man, he had been clearing the moss, a perfectly normal activity. Yet upon seeing him again, he was covered in moss. Strangely, the remaining attendants had shown no signs of surprise. Thus, the middle-aged man must have either fallen and died at the junction, allowing the imposter to seize the opportunity, or the imposter had dragged him atop the train while he was alone. On the roof, the imposter had brutally slain the middle-aged man and then seamlessly infiltrated his corporeal form. Chen Xiao surmised that the latter scenario was more plausible. If the middle-aged man had died on the roof, bearing traces of moss, did that not imply that the roof was now overrun by moss? Someone intended to sever the entire 10th carriage. Chen Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brow, contemplating the audacity of such a plan, which disregarded the lives of all the passengers aboard. Had he not intimidated the other passengers, it was likely that all within the 10th carriage would have perished. This was evidently not the work of official forces. So, who could be behind this? Or perhaps, there was more than one individual orchestrating this plot. Chen Xiao began to meticulously analyze the events that had transpired on this train. Recollecting, the first to exhibit abnormal behavior had been the imposter disguised as the female attendant. However, why had that attendant recited each passenger's information? Was it mere inexperience? Unlikely, given the imposter's ability to seamlessly occupy the attendant's body without detection from the other staff. It indicated a high level of intelligence. It should not commit such a rudimentary error. Therefore, it is highly likely that she deliberately allowed Chen Xiao to notice something amiss, thereby raising his vigilance. Indeed, it was precisely because Chen Xiao detected the attendant's abnormal behavior that he grew increasingly wary of Zhang Yuan. This implies that the impersonator and Zhang Yuan are not allies. The verdant moss cascaded down from the roof of the carriage. The impersonator had also dragged someone to the rooftop to commit murder, suggesting that both the impersonator and the moss emanate from the same faction. Conversely, Zhang Yuan seems to be a pawn dispatched by a different force. Indeed, Zhang Yuan must be a sacrificial piece, even if Chen Xiao were taken to Misty Mountain. Upon realizing the situation, he would undoubtedly eliminate Zhang Yuan at the first opportunity. Thus, the unfortunate Zhang Yuan likely remains oblivious to the grim fate that awaits him. Is there, then, a third faction within this carriage? Chen Xiao could not help but glance at the composed young woman with gray-white hair, seated calmly in her chair. Subsequently, she seemed to sense Chen Xiao's gaze. She turned her head, showing no signs of panic, but rather a faint smile graced her lips. Goodness, the beast tamer speaks the truth. Chen Xiao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The beast tamer had mentioned that the forces in the capital were intricate. Chen Xiao had not even arrived in the capital, yet 3 factions had already surfaced. Furthermore, he had no inkling of their respective motives. This web of intrigue is indeed convoluted. Just as Chen Xiao was calmly analyzing the situation, suddenly, the connections at both ends of carriage number 10 severed entirely. The moss enveloped the entire carriage. In an instant, numerous colossal green tendrils emerged from the roof, resembling terrifying giant hands that tightly coiled around the carriage. The metallic shell of the carriage creaked ominously as the tendrils constricted, causing deformation in many areas. The surface of the tendrils was rugged, adorned with sharp thorns, seemingly showcasing their immense power. With the violent tugging of the tendrils, carriage number 10 swiftly veered off its original track, akin to a colossal entity being kicked over. thundering as it rolled into the adjacent wilderness. Boom. Finally, a tremendous roar echoed as the carriage derailed, causing collisions with the remaining carriages, igniting a flurry of sparks along the tracks. The train came to a jarring halt amidst countless screams, billowing thick black smoke into the air. Of course, none of this concerned carriage number 10 any longer. Those massive green tendrils coiled around carriage number 10, hastily traversing the wilderness. They resembled green dragons, twisting and crawling through the terrain. Meanwhile, within the carriage, the moss continued to sprout tender shoots, which within mere minutes rapidly grew into green tendrils, piercing through the carriage's interior to escape, joining the others in their advance. Soon, dozens, even hundreds of tendrils had sprouted, culminating in a terrifying behemoth of vines. From the outside, the carriage was no longer visible. It appeared as though carriage number 10 had been swallowed by this vine monster, concealed within its belly, destined for digestion at an unknown time. The head of the vine beast reared high, revealing a pair of eyes composed of leaves. Its body bore stout vine-like limbs, akin to a massive green crocodile racing through the wilderness, kicking up yellow earth in its wake. Inside the carriage, silence reigned. Not even a tremor could be felt. The gray-white-haired girl rolled her peculiar white eyes, her hands raised, conjuring waves of energy. These waves swiftly coalesced into a remarkable spherical shield, which, while soft to the touch, withstood the ferocious power of the tendrils, securely protecting Chen Xiao and the others within. Chapter 52, The Abandoned Land. Simultaneously, the spheres shielded the group, maintaining a slight distance between them and the ground. The tender shoots of moss struggled to breach the spherical barrier. Chen Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Several attendants appeared utterly stunned, while the gray-haired girl continued to roll her eyes, her ruby lips parting as she murmured, "Vine Giant S, code number S071. Strength assessment, strong, 8 awakening." No sooner had she spoken than she suddenly turned her head, her eerie gray-white pupils fixated on Chen Xiao. Immediately, a smile graced her lips. "Greetings, ancestor, I am the witch doctor. The Bureau of Mysterious Investigations has specifically dispatched me to protect you." Indeed, this girl with gray-white hair was renowned in the kingdom of Shenlong, famously known as the world's foremost support-type 8-time awakened being, the witch doctor. However, it remained unclear to which faction within the bureaucratic labyrinth of the capital the witch doctor belonged. She extended her delicate hand, smiling at Chen Xiao. Unfortunately, her small hand was promptly ignored by Chen Xiao. "How did you know I was here?" Chen Xiao inquired, his brow furrowing, an air of coldness in his gaze. "Haha." The witch doctor smiled gently, seemingly unperturbed by the oversight. She retracted her hand and explained, "When you booked your ticket to the capital, Big Data disseminated your information to various factions. You may not yet realize how significant you are to the kingdom of Shenlong and the world at large." The depth of her smile hinted at hidden meanings. Ah, so it was that insidious Big Data, Chen Xiao realized with a dawning comprehension. He had suspected that someone in Damu City had betrayed him. However, this revelation did not allow Chen Xiao to lower his guard. The appearances of the impersonator, Zhang Yuan, and the witch doctor were far too suspicious. Moreover, the vine monster racing across the wilderness added to the extraordinary nature of the circumstances. "Do you know that the Sword Immortal has died?" Chen Xiao suddenly queried. "Of course, I am aware." The witch doctor nodded with a smile, her gray-white pupils seeming to shimmer with unusual hues. "Moreover, I know that the Sword Immortal perished at your hands. If the Sword Immortal is dead, why do you believe I need your protection?" Chen Xiao frowned. The witch doctor pouted, extending her pristine finger toward the protective sphere encasing them. "Am I not protecting you right now?" she said with a playful grin. "Unlike the Sword Immortal, who was an offensively powerful awakened being, I lean toward the supportive type. I can genuinely assist you, perhaps by minimizing your chances of dying, or alleviating some of the pain of death." Chen Zhao's expression darkened instantly as he replied in a low voice, "Your words sound like a threat." "Haha, ancestor, you misunderstand. I merely mean that my special abilities can offer you assistance," the witch doctor replied, donning a sweet smile. Her beauty was undeniable, her features were exquisite, her skin fair, and despite her eerie gray-white pupils, her visage bore no flaws. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. The vine monster halted, and several stout tendrils coalesced into arms, pulling carriage number 10 from its belly. Fortunately, those inside the carriage, protected by the witch doctor, suffered no harm. Inside, the witch doctor's gray-white pupils gradually returned to normal. When her pupils regained their typical appearance, they were black, her eyes shimmering with moisture, long lashes framing them, and her bright smile was captivating. "Ancestor, I am aware that you harbor numerous doubts, yet I find myself bereft of time to elucidate them for you." Suddenly, a grave expression flickered in the enchanting eyes of the shaman. She gazed pensively out the window and remarked, "It appears we have been brought to the Forsaken Lands by the Vine Troll. This is an exceedingly terrifying place." "The Forsaken Lands?" Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, for he had never heard of such a location. "Indeed, it is a realm cluttered with discarded remnants, suffused with the stench of decay, death, and dread." The shaman's delicate brows knitted together, and beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead. It seemed that maintaining the protective barrier under the looming threat of the formidable 8th-level mystical creature was proving to be a tremendous challenge for her. She now appeared to have reached a critical juncture. However, the scene outside the carriage grew increasingly bizarre, with the green vines on the wilderness writhing like a colossal dragon, causing the carriage to sway precariously under their relentless tug. Chen Xiao's curiosity deepened. Could the words of this shaman truly be trusted? Abruptly, the carriage was jolted violently once more as the movements of the vine troll intensified. The shaman fell silent, gritting her silver teeth as she tirelessly channeled her energy to reinforce the protective barrier, ensuring the safety of all within the carriage. Yet, this tremor was far more intense than the previous ones, as if the very carriage might be torn asunder. Suddenly, the carriage was hurled violently. One side rent open by the vine troll's immense strength, and Chen Xiao and the others were flung out into the wilderness, instantly feeling the chilling breath of the desolate land. The orb conjured by the shaman rolled across the barren expanse several times before finally colliding with a towering ancient tree, bringing it to a halt. A few crew members began to retch uncontrollably, eventually collapsing amidst a heap of their own vomit, their bodies smeared with filth. Chen Xiao's expression also darkened. Although he did not fall or vomit, he found himself tightly pressed against the shaman as the orb rolled, her arms wrapped around his neck, and instinctively, he embraced her slender waist. In a position that was exceedingly intimate, their noses nearly touched, as if on the verge of a kiss. Once stability was regained, the orb transformed into rippling waves and dispersed. Chen Xiao hastily released his hold, while the shaman, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leapt from his embrace. The atmosphere became palpably awkward, leaving even Chen Xiao at a loss for words. Eventually, the shaman approached him once more, recovering swiftly as if nothing had transpired. Ancestor, it seems we have indeed arrived in the Forsaken Lands. Her expression was tense as she surveyed the surroundings. The area was strewn with refuse, the air thick with the scent of rot. Desolation reigned with rampant weeds, and in the distance stood several dilapidated structures, whispering tales of time to the breeze. Chen Xiao raised his gaze to the sky. The heavens here were shrouded in a murky gray, as if enveloped in a veil of smog. Meanwhile, the vine troll loomed nearby, intermittently emitting a terrifying roar, leaving one to ponder its intentions. Chapter 53, Yangzhou. In the bustling city of Damo. At the museum of Mubei district, a disheveled man drove a garbage truck into the museum. His name was Yangzhou, in his 40s, with an unremarkable appearance, unkempt hair, and several days' worth of stubble adorning his face, his clothing worn and evidently aged. Yangzhou skillfully maneuvered the garbage truck along familiar routes. Whenever he encountered a trash bin, his strong arms would stretch out, grasping the handle, shaking it vigorously before securely lifting it and emptying its contents into the truck. The entire process was second nature to him. Occasionally, sharp refuse would slice through his palm. At times, the stench of decaying waste would nearly suffocate him. Yet, Yangzhou never furrowed his brow nor expressed a hint of complaint. He bore everything in silence, making him an easily overlooked presence. Efficiently, he completed the last trash bin in no time. At that moment, the portly museum director happened to approach. "Old Yang, what's the matter? Wasn't it agreed that garbage would be cleared daily? It's been several days, and I couldn't reach you by phone. What have you been up to?" The director's frown betrayed his disapproval. My apologies. There were some matters at home," Yangzhou replied with a grin, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. He opened the truck door and climbed back into his garbage truck, saying, "Director Wang, this may be my last time collecting garbage. You might want to contact someone else in the future." "What's this? Did I offend you with a few words?" Director Wang furrowed his brow. "What else could you do besides collecting trash? Honestly, old Yang, finding a job isn't easy for you. You lack qualifications and skills. Hurry up and clear the garbage. And come back early tomorrow." A trace of disdain lingered in the director's eyes. He had never regarded Yangzhou with respect. In truth, it wasn't just Director Wang. It seemed that most people looked down on Yangzhou. After all, he was perpetually dirty, reeking, and possessed a taciturn nature. Even when others bullied him, Yangzhou would merely respond with a foolish grin, chuckling vacantly. Even the other garbage collector, Old Gua, would spit on Yangzhou's truck daily, sometimes even smearing it with excrement. Old Gua blamed Yangzhou for taking away his business. Before Yangzhou arrived in Damo, Old Gua was solely responsible for the museum's garbage collection. However, as Yangzhou worked more efficiently than Old Gua, Director Wang gradually shifted his focus to Yangzhou, leaving Old Gua behind. But this time, Yangzhou truly intended to depart. "Director Wang, I'm returning home to raise pigs," he said, rolling down the truck window and waving goodbye with a smile. "Once I'm done, I'll definitely come back to visit you. Perhaps I'll treat you to a drink." "Get lost. Who would want to drink your swill?" Director Wang scowled, waving his hand dismissively, muttering, "Yangzhou, you really can only go back to pig farming. Haha, goodbye." Director Wang, Yangzhou, unfazed, bid farewell with a smile before driving away in his garbage truck. Watching him leave, Director Wang grumbled and cursed for a while before pulling out his phone to call Old Gua. There was no choice, with Yangzhou gone. he would have to revert to using Old Gua again. However, for some reason, Old Gua, who usually answered the phone immediately, kept Director Wong waiting for an unusually long time this time. The phone continued to emit a series of waiting tones. Inside the garbage truck, Yang Zhu hummed a carefree tune. Hanging from his rearview mirror was a tag numbered 001, made from strands of women's hair that swayed with the motion of the vehicle. Not only did Yang Zhu himself reek, but the truck was equally foul. Beneath the seats lay remnants of dismembered human tissue. A cup contained a decaying, milky eyeball, and a human face was wrapped around the footbrake. These assorted fragments emitted a peculiar miasma, releasing an eerie pestilence. On the passenger seat rested a massive woven bag, stained with dark red splotches of blood. At that moment, the crisp sound of a mobile phone ringing incessantly echoed from the woven bag. Yet, Yang Zhu remained oblivious. Wholly engrossed in his own world, humming an eerie little tune, the volume escalating as he attempted to drown out the phone's chime with his voice. The melody he hummed resembled a haunting and sinister opera, perhaps something like this. Behold, the general has fallen, and the frightened thieves have cast aside their courage. Blood blossoms across the mountains, flowing like a torrent to the underworld. Come forth, spirits, wail together, at the general's command. Arise, the deceased. At the Mubei District Museum. Director Wong, perplexed, set down his phone. Why had he been unable to reach Old Gu after several attempts? Could it be that Old Gu had succumbed to slumber? Director Wong, utterly baffled, tried calling again, but ultimately resigned. Damn it, this bunch of rascals, not one of them could be relied upon when needed. Irritation brewing within him. Director Wong strode toward the nearest trash bin, intent on checking whether Yang Zhu had been slacking off, perhaps leaving behind a few pieces of litter. However, when Director Wong peered into the trash bin, he was struck dumb, his complexion paling instantaneously. Inside lay a bloodied human head, if his eyes did not deceive him. This head belonged to a staff member of the museum, one of those who had bullied and looked down upon Yang Zhu. What in the world was happening? Though shock and confusion coursed through him, Director Wong maintained his composure. After all, he was the head of the museum and an awakened individual, albeit having awakened only 3 times, which set him apart from ordinary folk. Suppressing his nausea, Director Wong meticulously inspected every trash bin. After completing his circuit, he couldn't help but gasp in horror. Each bin contained a gruesome, blood-soaked head, grotesquely disfigured. Bang! Director Wong collapsed onto the ground. The museum staff had nearly been wiped out, and it was fortunate that, due to the incident involving the ancestors' escape, the Mubei District Museum was still under complete lockdown. The remaining personnel were mostly museum staff, yet among them were not only ordinary individuals, but also awakened beings, some even stronger than Director Wong himself. Yet now, all of them lay dead. In that instant, Director Wong truly panicked. Chapter 54. I just want to live. Frantically, Director Wong retrieved his phone, trembling as he dialed the number for the mysterious investigation bureau. However, before he could finish dialing, a rusted, massive blade cleaved through the air, severing his right arm at the elbow, blood gushing forth and splattering the ground. Director Wong watched in horror as his hand flew past his vision, issuing a piercing scream. Turning in terror, he beheld a decaying corpse towering over 2 meters, clad in ancient military garb, wielding a gleaming blade, bearing down upon him with deadly intent. With another scream, the sound reverberated throughout the museum. In the forsaken place, the shaman's pupils once again turned a ghostly white. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. Do your eyes possess some special ability? No, the shaman replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. My eyes suffer from intermittent blindness, and I cannot control it. Her gray-white gaze fell upon Chen Xiao, who noticed her eyes appeared hollow, devoid of any image, as though shrouded in a thick mist. You can't see right now? Chen Xiao inquired. Indeed, I cannot, the shaman replied, lowering her long eyelashes, appearing somewhat disheartened. Yet, she soon managed a faint smile, pointing to her ears. But I can hear, and that is sufficient. Ancestor, we must leave at once, before danger arises. Oh, then let us depart. Chen Xiao advanced expressionlessly, disregarding the several crew members sprawled amidst the filth, even stepping over one. The audible crunch of bones breaking beneath his foot accompanied by the anguished cries of the crew member. The shaman's ears twitched, and she couldn't help but frown. Ancestor, they are innocent. We cannot abandon them here. They will perish. Chen Xiao turned his head, chuckling. Am I not innocent? I merely wish to visit the capital. Ancestor, I know many wish to harm you or exploit you, but there are still many who want to assist you. The shaman pressed, her brows knitted tightly. Oh, is that so? How touching indeed. Chen Xiao's smile widened. He turned his gaze toward the nearby, incessantly roaring vine troll. Raising a finger, he unleashed a bolt of black-purple lightning. The vine troll was instantly obliterated, not even a scream escaping its lips. I thought it was formidable. Subsequently, Chen Xiao unleashed several divine punishments. In an instant, it was as if the heavens had unleashed a cataclysm. The wilderness surrounding the vine troll was ravaged by the black-purple lightning, reducing not only the vines, but also the moss beneath to mere rubble. Who can assist me? You? Chen Xiao mused, gazing thoughtfully at the shaman's ghostly eyes and lackluster white hair. A hint of inscrutable meaning flickered in his smile. You are an aberrant, aren't you? The shaman immediately panicked, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Do not be afraid. I do not kill women. Chen Xiao approached, patting her smooth face. Moreover, you are such a beautiful woman. Ancestor, I am an aberrant, but I am also a member of the mysterious investigation bureau. I truly came to help you. The shaman's voice trembled, yet she mustered the courage to force a faint smile. Yes, I believe you. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao nodded, then glanced at the crew members, stating nonchalantly. I warned them to leave, but they chose to stay. They prepared themselves for death, did they not? So why should I concern myself with their fate? Ancestor, this is something within your ability. Though frightened, the shaman summoned her courage, her small face displaying a hint of determination. I believe everyone is the same, even you. When faced with danger and difficulty, would hope for someone to help you. Even if just once, would you not agree? Ha ha, well said. You speak wonderfully. Chen Xiao paused for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, gripping the shaman's throat. She dangled like a small chick, lifted into the air. Crack, crack. Chen Xiao's body crackled with electricity, his pupils reflecting the black-purple lightning. If that is the case, you must have helped many, but now I wish to kill you. Let us see who can save you. Boom. Centered around Chen Xiao, the black-purple lightning roared, resembling the apocalypse, as if a wrathful demon had descended, shaking the very heavens and earth. Chen Xiao exerted force in his grip, causing the shaman's delicate face to turn a shade of blue-purple. Her gray-white pupils rolling back as her throat convulsed, unable to utter a single word. Bang! Chen Xiao released his hold, and the shaman fell heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, she coughed violently, as Chen Xiao stood with his back to her, letting out a quiet sigh. You are right. When I find myself in peril, I, too, yearn for someone to assist me. Yet, there is no one who could possibly come to my aid in the trials I have faced. Do you know? That afternoon, I was due for a promotion and a raise. Instead, I found myself in this wretched world. Upon awakening, a man in a short-sleeved shirt nearly took my life. I naively thought I could seek refuge in his home, make new friends, and start anew. Yet, he sought to kill me. I was terrified. Later, a rogue taxi driver transported me to Lin Xinyuan district. I merely wished to rent a decent apartment, only to find myself surrounded by monsters. All I desire is to lead a simple life, yet I am being watched by agents from a mysterious investigation bureau. Ancestor, is it because I am an ancestor? Must I awaken with a needle's eye, live in constant fear of being devoured by monsters, dissected by the authorities? Am I not innocent? To be honest, I never intended to harm anyone. I simply wished to survive. Chen Xiao looked down, his expression stoic as he regarded the fallen shaman. It felt as though he had stepped into a desolate wilderness, returning to nature in this remote and abandoned expanse. He finally opened up, revealing a profound weariness in his gaze. I am but an ordinary person earning a meager salary of 3,200. I am neither a deity nor a savior. I cannot save others. I can only save myself. Here, I do not know whom to trust, nor whom to believe. I am uncertain of the limits of this world. Whether there exists anyone more powerful than I, or if someone could indeed slay me, dissect me, seal me away, or subject me to experiments that would render me incapable of rising again. I am timid, so if you deem me a ruthless killer, please distance yourself from me swiftly. Thank you. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that one day I might inadvertently take your life. Chapter 55, The Deity. Ancestor, you can trust me. I genuinely wish to assist you in feeling warmth and believing that this world possesses love. The shaman rose from the ground, her gray-white eyes wide open. Though she could perceive nothing, her delicate features radiated sincerity, as if she had made a profound promise. Chen Xiao was nearly moved. It must be said that the shaman's acting far surpassed that of Chun Shuling and Zhang Yuan. Sighing, Chen Xiao silently approached her, extending a hand towards her waist. Upon sensing the warmth of his large hand, her face flushed a deep crimson. She assumed he intended something suggestive and hurriedly grasped his arm. In truth, Chen Xiao merely reached into her waistband pocket, giving it a gentle rub. He then withdrew his hand, glancing down to find his fingertips dusted with moss. Is that what you refer to as love? Chen Xiao smiled, grasping the hem of the shaman's garment to wipe away the moss. Then gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders. She visibly shivered, her emotions uncertain, whether from anxiety, fear, or something else entirely. Chen Xiao did not overstep. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Tell me, what is it that you all desire?" He had posed the same question to Zhang Yuan. Yet, it was evident that the shaman possessed far greater intellect. Without waiting for Chen Xiao to lose patience, she knelt before him. The flush on her face faded, her pallid complexion taking on an even more sickly hue. I apologize, ancestor. I summoned the vine troll and the shapeshifter merely to warn you. That Zhang Yuan is not a good person. He intends to harm you. Her words were abruptly cut off as Chen Xiao patted her shoulder. Wait. First answer me a question. He released her shoulder and stepped back a few paces, tilting his head with a smile as he inquired. I am curious. Does your world have tales of witches? Witches? The shaman lowered her head, her lips moving as if to explain, but ultimately she gave up, speaking candidly. I'm sorry. But no, that's all right. Let me tell you. Chen Xiao chuckled nonchalantly, as if memories were stirred within him, his gaze drifting into the distance as he recounted. I recall an ancient tale that speaks of a long-ago race, the witches, who mastered the legendary art of spirit communication, focusing on the cultivation of mental and faith powers, capable of summoning various beings to aid in battle, and even communicating with heaven and earth to awaken more powerful witches. Of course, if I misspoke, please do not take offense. After all, these are merely legendary stories. Perhaps they do not exist at all. Chen Xiao turned to face the shaman, squatting before her, using his finger to lift her delicate chin as he playfully asked, "So, where is the delivery man, and what is your relationship with him?" At this point, everything had become rather clear. Chen Xiao had had extensive and profound interactions with the female supervisor, although their relationship ended on a sour note, culminating in mutual blocking. It did not hinder Chen Xiao's deep understanding of her. The female supervisor had shown no interest in such legendary tales. Thus, the so-called deity was likely the delivery man. However, it remained a mystery what the delivery man had endured, how he had emerged from his foul and decaying life to stand upon the lofty pedestal of a deity. Moreover, why he was being suppressed by the mysterious investigation bureau. Surely, that was a thrilling story. Yet, Chen Xiao had no desire to know. He only wished to understand why the delivery man sought him. Was it a gesture of goodwill, or a threat? The delivery man? The shaman paused, furrowing her brow in confusion, shaking her head. Who is this delivery man you speak of? Ah, the deity. Chen Xiao replied. The deity. The shaman echoed, her expression darkening. Her gray-white pupils flared with rage, and she spat venomously. He is a complete scoundrel. Oh, an unexpected tale? Chen Xiao's expression turned intrigued. He forced me to marry him. And on the night of our wedding, under the guise of drunkenness, he violated my mother in front of my father. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. My mother hanged herself at the entrance of the mysterious investigation bureau because of this. The shaman clenched her teeth, trembling with fury. Chen Xiao was left in stunned silence, utterly shaken by the story, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is the delivery man that deranged?" Deranged? Indeed. Moreover, he is an unprecedented pervert. The deity, a former prime minister of the previous dynasty, has lived for hundreds of years, his strength unfathomable. On the surface, he appears sacred and grand, revered as a deity by the masses. Yet in reality, he indulges in excess and is exceedingly brutal. Unfortunately, in the beginning, the world was unaware of this. Those who discovered these dark truths were eliminated by the deity. Thus, in the present world, the authorities continue to revere the celestial deity as an esteemed figure, with the Dragon Emperor, Sword Immortal, and others among its fervent admirers. As a consequence, mere years after the awakening of the Dragon Emperor, a significant number of female awakeners from the mysterious investigation bureau fell victim to the malicious hands of the celestial deity. Moreover, in a recent calamity, the celestial deity, incensed by a woman's refusal to submit, unleashed his extraordinary power to obliterate no fewer than 3 cities. Were it not for the intervention of the war god of the Liu family, who forcefully suppressed the celestial deity, he might have wrought even greater, unforeseen disasters. Nevertheless, we have employed various means, yet have been unable to end his life. He is far too powerful, beyond our capacity to contend with. At this juncture, the witch doctor cast her gaze downward, a hint of melancholy gracing her delicate features. However, after a brief pause, she suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes regained their clarity as the grayish-white mist dissipated, revealing a pair of beautifully tearful eyes. Ancestor, you are not like the celestial deity, are you? The witch doctor's words trembled with significance. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback and, after a moment's silence, responded with an odd expression, "Are you implying that?" With a chuckle despite the tears in her eyes, the witch doctor replied, "You are not a technician, so how could I imply anything about you?" Following this, she rose to her feet, standing half a head shorter than Chen Xiao, tilting her neck as she gazed into his eyes. Chen Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, instinctively stepped back, maintaining a stern expression as he said, "I did not say for you to stand." "Very well, then I shall remain kneeling," the witch doctor said, bending down as if to kneel again, only to be halted by Chen Xiao's grip on her shoulder. "Sigh, let it be." Chen Xiao sighed in resignation, as if he had already reigned in his murderous intent. Of course, it was merely an appearance. The land of the Forsaken was barren and parched, adorned only by a few ancient trees that had long since withered, their branches reaching skyward like skeletal fingers, seemingly lamenting the sorrows of the departed. A chill breeze stirred the dust, and as Chen Xiao regained his composure, he softly inquired, "Tell me, why did you bring me here?" Chapter 56, The Flower Demon Approaches. If I were to say, the witch doctor's expression was exceedingly earnest. Yet, simultaneously, she appeared somewhat apprehensive, hesitating for quite some time before weakly stating, "It was not I who brought you here. Do you believe me?" Chen Xiao remained silent for a moment before replying, "I believe you, but I require an explanation. They are no longer under control." The witch doctor sighed, her tone somber. "I possess the ability to communicate with mysterious beings and can, to a degree, command them. Yet they have slipped from my grasp. I initially intended for the impostor to pose as a passenger to subtly alert you when you were in danger. However, I did not foresee that the imposter would kill 2 flight attendants. I merely wished for the vine troll to quietly guard the roof of the carriage and intervene only when necessary to resolve any troubles you might encounter. Yet it too has gone berserk, nearly endangering an entire carriage full of passengers. These events were beyond my anticipation. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Her eyes red with regret. Why have they become uncontrollable? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. Because of the black and white gate. The witch doctor replied, her brows knitted tightly. The last occurrence of this nature coincided with the imminent emergence of the black and white gate, during which the mysterious beings become increasingly rampant, refusing to communicate with me and escaping my control. Furthermore, I bear some rather disheartening news. At this, the witch doctor lowered her head in shame, as if unable to face Chen Xiao. Speak. Chen Xiao's expression softened as he regarded her. The mysterious beings I summoned are not limited to the imposter and the vine troll. The witch doctor confessed, her gaze cast downward in shame. There are also the flower demon and weeping willow. Both are A-grade mysterious beings that should have remained near the capital. However, I sense they seem to be approaching. No sooner had the witch doctor spoken than an eerie floral fragrance wafted through the air. Help me. At that moment, the flight attendant, whose sternum Chen Xiao had crushed, began to wail in agony. The other attendants crawled from the refuse, their expressions filled with terror as they glanced about. The Forsaken Land. It's over. We are all going to die here. What should we do? I'm still young. I don't want to die. Fear not. Do not be afraid. The witch doctor turned to the attendant. Her gaze was resolute, her long gray-white hair billowing in the wind as she extended her fair hands, conjuring shimmering waves of energy. These waves coalesced into a sphere, enveloping all the attendants within. Trust me, I will lead you away. The witch doctor gritted her teeth, appearing to have exerted too much energy, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Yet she still summoned the strength to lift the massive sphere upon her frail back. From a distance, it resembled a fragile girl bearing an immense mountain. Chen Xiao seemed somewhat moved, yet ultimately chose silence, turning his gaze forward, silently observing the path ahead. The unsettling floral scent intensified. Ancestor, we must hurry. The witch doctor urged from behind, her expression heavy with concern. The flower demon and weeping willow are more formidable than the vine troll. I fear I cannot protect you. Why do you always think of protecting me? Chen Xiao sighed, his expression complex. You know full well that I am far stronger than you. This mess is of my own making. Naturally, I should be the one protecting you. The witch doctor, bearing the sphere, approached Chen Xiao and halted, turning to face him. I vowed to show you that love still exists in this world. If you do not believe me, I would stake my life to prove it. No sooner had she spoken than she suddenly dashed in front of Chen Xiao. In the next moment, a massive thorn burst through the earth, lunging forth. Die. The witch doctor's expression grew serious, and she raised her small hand, striking the ground with force. Crack. The thorn was instantly shattered, green sap splattering forth. However, simultaneously, the thorn's barb sliced through the witch doctor's delicate palm, blood seeping from the wounds. Before the naked eye, the injury on her palm began to fester. The witch doctor felt a surge of excruciating pain, yet she paid it no mind, even grasping the thorn that had emerged from the ground. Ancestor, run ahead. There is a cave up ahead. As long as we reach it before nightfall, we can evade tonight's perils. The witch doctor, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, her lips paling, still urged with unwavering determination, tomorrow, if we travel for another day, we can reach the capital on foot. Very well. Chen Xiao nodded, stepping past the witch doctor and proceeding forward. The witch doctor did not seek his aid. She seemed resigned to the possibility of dying there. Only the attendants within the sphere were expressions of sheer terror. They held their breath, trembling as they watched the witch doctor, unsure whether they were more afraid of the thorns emerging from the earth or concerned for her injuries. With a determined tug, the witch doctor yanked the thorn from the ground, simultaneously pulling forth a vibrant petal. Wow! The petal unfurled to reveal a large mouth, emitting a strange roar. Subsequently, a colossal bud emerged from the earth. Though the wilderness was desolate, sunlight still managed to filter through, perhaps not exceedingly warm, yet for the bud, it was more than sufficient. After emerging into the light, the flower bud began to unfurl, rapidly spreading its 8 vibrant crimson petals. It was meant to possess 9 petals, but one had been forcibly removed by the shaman beforehand, leaving a noticeable gap. The petals were not of ordinary red, but rather a stunning hue reminiscent of blood. On each petal, there was a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. The shaman's expression shifted dramatically, gripping the orb on her back with her right hand. She exerted all her strength to unleash a wave of energy, forming a shield in the air to protect herself. In the next moment, the 8 petal mouths simultaneously expelled a lethal cloud of toxic mist. Fortunately, the shaman had prepared in advance. The mist corroded the shield created by her energy. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao had already advanced several hundred meters forward, quickening his pace as if he were about to break into a run. Damn it, you truly don't care about me. The corners of the shaman's mouth twitched, nearly breaking her composure. What kind of man was this, merely pretending to be aloof? Was the progenitor truly leaving her? A mere girl behind here? It was infuriating, Yet there was nothing she could do. Although Chen Xiao had retracted his murderous intent towards the shaman, it did not equate to trust. The shaman understood this all too well. Therefore, to earn Chen Xiao's trust, she had to sacrifice something. With this thought, the shaman abruptly dropped her defense, allowing the flower demon's toxic mist to envelop her face and body. In an instant, her previously fair skin began to decay rapidly, transforming her into a ghastly sight, as if she had been doused in acid. Chapter 57, Weeping Willow. It should be about time. The shaman murmured as she thrust her decaying right hand into the gap of the petals. She grasped the flower's stamen tightly, exerting force to violently extract a pulsating scarlet heart. The once menacing flower demon withered in an instant, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The flower demon, designated S054, was a violent and mysterious entity, akin to the vine troll, both categorized as S-grade. Yet, the shaman's act of vanquishing the flower demon was executed with such fluidity that one would hardly believe her to be an auxiliary awakener. Although her current appearance was indeed tragic, she clutched the blood-soaked heart of the flower demon, struggling to step forward, closely trailing behind Chen Xiao. They walked in tandem, surrounded by desolation, as if traversing a realm of silence, their footsteps echoing through the air. The distant sky took on a somber hue, as if foreboding impending calamity. The cave remained far off in the distance. Chen Xiao had not once glanced back at the shaman. Growing impatient, she emitted a few muffled groans, blood seeping from the corners of her decayed mouth, her already battered body appearing even more fragile beneath the dim sunlight. As time passed, the light gradually faded. Yet, they pressed onward, passing through the dilapidated structures. The surrounding scenery grew increasingly desolate, as if they had entered a world of death. At last, Chen Xiao discovered the cave the shaman had mentioned atop a barren hill. However, a colossal willow tree stood at the entrance. Its form was eerie, with a thick trunk marked by dark streaks resembling tears, exuding an aura of despair and profound sorrow. The willow's dense branches hung low, each forming a noose. Many of these nooses bore rotting corpses, some desiccated to mere skeletons, while others still clung to remnants of flesh. As the chilling evening breeze rustled through the branches, they swayed together, echoing what seemed like sorrowful weeping. The decaying bodies swayed precariously, creating a chilling sight. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, observing from the hilltop for an extended period, as if deliberately waiting for something. Meanwhile, the shaman finally caught up to Chen Xiao's pace. Weeping Willow, an S-grade violent mysterious entity, designated S070. The shaman slowly approached Chen Xiao, tears streaming down her cheeks unknown to her. It always emanated a sorrowful aura, inducing a longing for death, a desire to depart from this world entirely. The shaman hoisted the massive orb upon her frail shoulders. Inside, the crew members remained unscathed, their expressions less terrified than during the day. However, their gazes towards the shaman now held traces of sympathy. Progenitor, I fear I cannot accompany you for the entirety of this journey. The shaman's face was streaked with tears, her skin in a state of decay. She no longer resembled the youthful, radiant figure she had been upon their first meeting, exuding kindness and a gentle glow. Now, she appeared akin to a flayed specter. Allow me to protect you just once more. The shaman resolutely positioned herself before Chen Xiao, determinedly advancing towards the weeping willow. Her pupils had reverted to a grayish white. Though she could see nothing, she never took a step back. Finally, Chen Xiao extended his hand, gently resting it on the shaman's shoulder. You've endured much. Let me take over this time. With a sigh, Chen Xiao drew the shaman behind him, and with a flick of his fingers, a bolt of black-purple lightning surged forth. The eerie, thick weeping willow, an imposing S-grade mysterious entity, crumbled before Chen Xiao's divine punishment, unable to withstand even a second. Thunder crashed. The willow emitted a piercing scream, instantly reducing to ashes, leaving only a few charred yellow leaves to drift away with the wind. Chen Xiao uttered a casual remark. Let us go. As you suggested, we shall enter the cave. With that, he proceeded toward the cave, and the shaman hurriedly followed. The cave's interior was spacious enough to accommodate Chen Xiao, the shaman, and several crew members. However, it was damp and dark, permeated by a foul odor, with black soil filling the crevices of the rocks. And a small pool of water lay deep within the cave. Upon entering, the shaman set the orb down, released the energy, and freed several crew members. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground. Lady Shaman, are you all right? The crew members rushed over, attempting to assist her, completely at a loss for how to help. Ultimately, it was the youngest crew member who reacted first. He turned and, with a thud, knelt before Chen Xiao, tears streaming down his face. Progenitor, please, save the shaman. She was injured while trying to save us. Oh, then you save her. Chen Xiao sat in the darkness, his face obscured by shadows, making it impossible to discern his expression. Yet, his tone suggested a hint of amusement. She saved you, not me. If anyone should save her, it ought to be you. Not me. The youngest crew member was taken aback for a moment before becoming indignant, exclaiming, during the day, if it weren't for the shaman killing the flower demon. Well, killing that flower demon would have been a mere flick of my fingers. It was her insistence on showing off. What does that have to do with me? Chen Xiao's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. But here, only you can save her. The youngest attendant, unwilling to succumb to despair, resolutely knelt on the ground and crawled forward a couple of steps, his forehead striking the floor, blood streaming down as he wept. Ancestral Master. I implore you, save her. Oh, when did you come to know I am the Ancestral Master? Chen Xiao chuckled once more. Was it when you laid hands on me aboard the train? The attendant froze momentarily, cold sweat breaking out as he hurriedly knocked his head against the ground again, exclaiming, No, I only learned of it from the shaman. Ah, Chen Xiao responded, a knowing smile playing on his lips. I assumed from your demeanor that you were already aware. This remark seemed to be a mere afterthought from Chen Xiao. Yet, the attendant was drenched in perspiration, too intimidated to raise his head. His throat moved, as if he wished to explain, but he was at a loss for words. Fortunately, in the next moment, Chen Xiao emerged from the shadows, effortlessly shifting the conversation to alleviate the attendant's embarrassment. However, a peculiar smile lingered at the corners of Chen Xiao's mouth. Now tell me, how do you wish for me to save her? Chapter 58, Epic Armor. Only divine punishment can save her. The attendant blurted out, his expression frantic. The poison mist of the flower demon is remarkably akin to mysterious radiation. Only divine punishment can eradicate the toxin completely. Ah, so that's how it is. Chen Xiao nodded as if enlightened. His eyes gleamed with approval as he patted the attendant's shoulder, saying, You are quite impressive. For an ordinary person to possess such knowledge of the flower demon, even knowing the method to eradicate the toxin, I must recommend you to Zheng Xinfeng. Perhaps you could be arranged to join the mysterious investigation bureau. Who knows, you might become an awakened one in the future. Chen Xiao's smile was warm, exuding a genuine concern for his junior. Yet, the attendant trembled like a leaf in the wind. No, not the Ancestral Master, no. Please, let me explain. TSK. Remarkable indeed. Even my surname is known to you. Chen Xiao chuckled, nearly losing his composure. He wondered where the shaman had found this fool. Surely, they hadn't even glanced at his resume during recruitment. No, I don't mean that. I mean my surname is Chun. No, you have my surname, I mean. I am not afraid. The attendant was on the verge of collapsing to the ground, his lips quivering, his mind utterly blank, lost for words. Nearby, the unconscious shaman nearly broke her composure, wishing to rise and give the attendant a good thrashing. Thankfully, she refrained. Chen Xiao had been observing the shaman with both intent and subtlety. Upon noticing her eyelashes flutter and then return to calmness, he concluded that this year's Best Actor award should undoubtedly belong to her, provided he himself was not competing. In such circumstances, maintaining composure was no small feat, sighing softly. Chen Xiao steadied his emotions and bent down to assist the attendant to his feet. What are you so nervous about? I promise I will help you. He brushed the dirt from the attendant's knees and then retrieved a small orange from his pocket, smiling as he asked, Care for an orange? I don't want any. The attendant's youthful face turned nearly green with fear. He recognized the fruit all too well. The memory of the remnants of that middle-aged man's demise aboard the train was still vivid. This was no mere orange. It was a bomb. If you don't want it, then you needn't tremble so, Chen Xiao frowned. Ancestral Master, no ancestor. Father, I was wrong. I'll say anything, just don't kill me. I am a bang. Chen Xiao delivered a sharp slap to the back of the attendant's head. The attendant's words trailed off, his tongue biting as he fell to the ground, his head tilting at an awkward angle, rendering him unconscious. It's no use. I still have Chu Yuxuan to contend with. Chen Xiao managed to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, regaining his composure as he strode over to the shaman. The other attendants gathered nearby, but Chen Xiao disregarded them, nonchalantly sitting down and grasping a single gray-white strand of the shaman's hair. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh, saying, Your constitution is too frail to withstand divine punishment. With that, Chen Xiao seemed to have made a resolute decision. He suddenly pulled out a barbed thorn from his pocket, stained with the blood of countless lives. The shaman's eyelashes quivered slightly, her tension palpable. Yet, Chen Xiao did not harm her. Instead, he regarded her with deep affection, saying, But with me here, you shall not perish. He then sliced his palm with the thorn, blood gushing forth. He held his wounded hand near the shaman's lips, watching as crimson droplets fell and trickled into her mouth. Each drop contained a trace of black-purple lightning, albeit faint, akin to a diluted version of divine punishment. Divine punishment has long since permeated my blood. You cannot endure the punishment, but you can assimilate my blood. As Chen Xiao observed his blood flowing into the shaman, the effect was immediate and far superior to any remedy. The shaman's decaying skin began to mend swiftly, and even her gray-white pupils gradually reverted. In truth, Chen Xiao's blood was now indistinguishable from divine punishment. It not only had the capacity to purge the flower demoness toxin, but could also reverse aberrations, restoring a mutant to normalcy. Furthermore, if the individual were sufficiently powerful, they might even draw upon the strength of divine punishment from Chen Xiao's blood, mastering the black-purple lightning just as he had. It sounded terrifying, did it not? However, one must not forget, every cell in Chen Xiao's body had undergone countless dispersions, divisions, and recompositions in the void. He had long since gained an intimate understanding of his own form, allowing him to control every part perfectly, even to the minutest drop of blood, along with the faint trace of divine punishment contained within it. After all, that black-purple lightning was the essence of Chen Xiao's power. Imagine if such lightning were to explode within a body, what would happen? Should Chen Xiao wish it, it would merely take a thought. The shaman would be obliterated by the black-purple lightning, utterly annihilated, with not a glimmer of survival remaining. Yet, this was something the shaman was blissfully unaware of. This strategy was indeed ruthless. However, Chen Xiao did not intend to destroy the shaman just yet. He desired far more than merely a shaman. With a smile, Chen Xiao generously poured his blood into the shaman's mouth. At this moment, she began to restore her original form, even becoming more beautiful than before. Her pupils transformed from gray-white to a deep black, her hair darkening to raven hues, and even her once pallid skin now radiated a vibrant blush. Slowly, the shaman opened her eyes, momentarily dazed upon awakening. However, when she beheld Chen Xiao's bleeding wound, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she bolted upright. Ancestral Master, what have you done? Panic etched across her face as she seized Chen Xiao's hand, desperately attempting to staunch the bleeding. I need to stop the bleeding for you. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? The shaman's tears streamed down her face in a flurry of desperation as she clumsily attempted to tear off a corner of her garment. However, her frail strength proved insufficient, and after much struggle, she was unable to rip it free. Chen Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips, pondering how such scenes unfolded in dramas so effortlessly. Why was it that in those shows, the fabric tore with a mere sound? Perhaps the dramatics were simply exaggerated, or perhaps the quality of the shaman's attire was truly exceptional. Indeed, it was so durable that even a formidable 8-understanding warrior could not tear it apart. If that were the case, Chen Xiao mused, he would certainly visit a store to procure a couple of such garments. This was no mere clothing. It was clearly an epic armor capable of withstanding the full force of an 8-understanding warrior. Chapter 59, Chen Xiao's weakness? Well, it seems you are fine. I shall take a stroll outside. Chen Xiao calmly rose and made his way towards the cave's entrance. From the very onset, when the shaman had deliberately lunged at him, entwining her arms around him, Chen Xiao had harbored suspicions about this woman. He found it hard to believe that any woman would throw herself at him upon first meeting. Perhaps if it were Zheng Xinfeng, given her unique allure, it would be understandable. But Chen Xiao possessed no such charm. Furthermore, as the progenitor, one must question whether an ordinary woman would dare to leap into his embrace upon their initial encounter. Was she not afraid of being obliterated by a divine punishment? Silently, Chen Xiao stepped out of the cave, the shaman's wails trailing him like a shadow. Wah, progenitor, you've bled so much. Why are you so kind to me? I do not deserve it. Chen Xiao nearly retched at her words. Nevertheless, he cleared his throat and deliberately lowered his voice, rich with resonance. I am unscathed. It is you who has made me feel love. This sensation is quite extraordinary. Perhaps I have feelings for you. He trailed off, abruptly silencing himself, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, within the cave, the shaman began to indulge in fanciful thoughts, even envisioning a scenario where Chen Xiao confessed his feelings to her. After all, he was the legendary progenitor. She had managed to capture his attention. The corners of the shaman's lips twitched as she struggled to contain her delight, nearly succumbing to her emotions. Yet, it was not the moment for excitement. She forced herself to restrain her feelings. Subsequently, she adopted a tone of feigned sorrow, her voice trembling as she said, Progenitor, you saved me, and I do not know how to repay you. I even wish. Once again, she halted mid-sentence, engaging in a delicate tug-of-war typical of skilled negotiators. Simultaneously, the shaman swiftly extracted 3 small vials from her pocket. The attendants instinctively stepped forward, blocking her path with synchrony. The shaman quickly allowed the blood that had stained her lips to drip into one of the vials, and then she cleared her throat, expelling a few drops of blood into the vial as well. Each droplet visibly contained a faint spark of lightning. With just this trace of lightning, it was sufficient to purge any aberrations from the mutated beings and might even unveil the secrets of divine punishment. Once she had filled the 3 vials with several drops of blood each, the shaman concealed 1 vial behind a rock formation, covering it with dark soil. The remaining 2 vials she tucked into her pocket. Having completed her task, the shaman pushed past the attendants and dashed out of the cave. The first thing she did upon reaching Chen Xiao was to grasp his hand, tears cascading down her cheeks. Progenitor, the shaman sobbed, her eyes glistening with tears. You must be in so much pain. Please do not do this again. It pains my heart. Chen Xiao silently withdrew his unscathed left hand while glancing at the wound on his right. It seemed that the injury had nearly healed. Perhaps this was why the shaman had mistakenly grabbed the wrong hand. However, Chen Xiao did not dwell on such trivialities. They were inconsequential. You have consumed my blood. After returning, take time to reflect upon it. If you possess sufficient talent, you may acquire the power of divine punishment. Chen Xiao spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. I bestow upon you the power of divine punishment as my gratitude. I hope you shall keep this to yourself. Acquire the power of divine punishment. The shaman's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, she had merely sought to leverage the divine punishment to eliminate her mutations and earn Chen Xiao's trust. Yet she never expected the progenitor to divulge such a secret to her. Thus, the 3 vials of blood she had hidden away. Gulp. The shaman swallowed hard, quickly realizing she had momentarily lost her composure. She adjusted her demeanor, suppressing her excitement, and assured him, "Progenitor, you need not worry. This matter will remain forever etched in my heart." "Very well." Chen Xiao nodded, and after a brief silence, he deliberately straightened his posture, exuding an air of supremacy. "However, even if you were to speak of it, it would matter not. I am immortal and unyielding. I fear not the thunder, but—" He abruptly halted mid-sentence, sensing something amiss, and hastily silenced himself, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. Yet the shaman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she quickly feigned shock, inquiring, "You are so powerful. Could there truly be something that you fear? You are asking too many questions." Chen Xiao frowned, casting a disapproving glance at the shaman. "I apologize. I merely—" She began to explain, but Chen Xiao cut her off with a wave of his hand. "It matters not. It is fine to tell you." Initially hesitant, Chen Xiao eventually relaxed, having looked into the shaman's eyes. "This is my greatest secret, yet I trust you will not betray me, so it is permissible to share. Do you know what a 4-dimensional space is?" he asked with a smile. "Huh." The shaman appeared bewildered, shaking her head in confusion. "I do not know. I have never heard of it." "Fear not. I shall enlighten you." Chen Xiao gazed into the distance, recalling the visage of a certain man from long ago, pushing up non-existent glasses on his nose. A 4-dimensional space is akin to countless 3-dimensional spaces stacked upon one another. At this juncture, Chen Xiao suddenly paused, furrowing his brow as if struggling to recollect something. While the act of feigning grandeur felt delightful, he regrettably could not recall the precise terminology. Resigned, he waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. You would not comprehend it anyway. Just know that there are other worlds beyond the black and white gate. It is there that I acquired my immortality. However, at that time, I was cold and hungry, with nothing but a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. The surroundings were silent, frigid, and void of life. In the depths of despair, I lit one cigarette after another. Upon igniting the first, I encountered mysterious beings. The second cigarette unveiled countless forbidden entities. By the third, I saw my great-grandmother." "Huh." The shaman was momentarily stunned, questioning, "Your great-grandmother also traversed through realms?" "Traversed? No. I nearly perished," Chen Xiao replied, his lips twitching. "The cigarette but fell onto my trousers, igniting a great blaze. It was then that I realized even my immortal self harbored weaknesses. Imagine if the flames consumed me entirely, reducing me to ashes. How could I then awaken? Indeed, beneath the blazing inferno, all would be reduced to cinders. In this world, no one is truly immortal. Thus, what each of us must do is to cherish the present moment. Don't you agree?" Chen Xiao cast a glance at the shaman, a profound smile dancing in his eyes. Chapter 60, The Malevolent Spirit. Inside the cave, from the depths of darkness emerged a terrifying figure. Its limbs were short and stout, its eyes bulged grotesquely, and the back of its head was split open, revealing a ghastly white skull. Merely the sight of its head protruding from the shadows instilled a boundless terror. The attendants trembled in unison, casting wary glances, unable to confront the horrifying apparition directly. Within mere seconds, this dreadful figure crawled to the spot where the shaman had concealed the blood vial, clawing through the black mud with trembling hands to retrieve the small bottle. Gazing upon the vivid crimson liquid within, the ghastly figure could not help but shed 2 streams of murky tears. "After 60 years, I have finally found a way to rid myself of this distortion. Ha ha ha. I can return to my former self. I can finally revert back." The malevolent spirit murmured with excitement. It dared not raise its voice for fear of being overheard outside the cave, yet this did not diminish its exhilaration. Rather, it felt as if it were living a dream. The way it looked at the vial was akin to a lover's gaze. This was the very thing that could make it awaken with laughter in the throes of dreams. In the next moment, the malevolent spirit uncorked the vial and without a moment's hesitation, poured the blood into its mouth. Yet, even after this, the spirit remained unsatisfied. It rushed to a small pool within the cave, repeatedly filling the vial and gulping the water down greedily. Only when the water had washed away every trace of blood, leaving the vial pristine and clear, did the spirit cease its actions. Simultaneously, its grotesque features began to revert swiftly. In a matter of moments, the terrifying figure transformed into that of a middle-aged man. He stood tall and handsome, his features chiseled as if carved by a master sculptor, and remarkably, he bore a striking resemblance to the shaman. He was the first mutant to successfully awaken, having proposed the awakening plan 60 years ago and experimented upon himself, a true malevolent spirit. The malevolent spirit had not perished at that time. Instead, it had concealed itself amidst the chaos of a great fire. It was precisely because everyone believed the malevolent spirit to be dead and gone that he could truly transform into a genuine malevolent entity. Like a ghost wandering among the living, he instilled the utmost dread in humanity. Over the years, the malevolent spirit had tirelessly searched and experimented, even turning a once thriving county into a desolate wilderness, a terrifying forsaken land. Yet, he had never found a means to eradicate his own aberration. The safety current developed by the mysterious investigative bureau had proven ineffective, and the divine punishment leaked by the black and white gate was something he dared not attempt for fear of truly perishing. The malevolent spirit was not only unwilling to die, but also feared death itself. As the official actions intensified and investigations into the Forsaken Land grew more frequent, the malevolent spirit could only retreat into this small cave, calling upon the powers of his daughter to summon several mysterious beings, thereby evading the scrutiny of the mysterious investigative bureau. The bureau mistakenly believed these powerful entities to be the source of the Forsaken Land. His daughter, who had risen to prominence within the bureau as the chief assistant, was none other than the shaman, a prodigious 8-time awakener. Who could have imagined that the esteemed shaman was, in fact, the daughter of the malevolent spirit and a clandestine accomplice behind the Forsaken Land? Once the malevolent spirit had regained his original appearance, he swiftly retreated back into the darkness. Outside the cave, the shaman displayed a look of shock at the opportune moment. "Ancestor, are you afraid of fire?" "Yes." Chen Xiao nodded. Then, a hint of fatigue glimmered in his eyes, and he suddenly turned with a smile, saying, "Don't you think this place is rather nice?" "Huh." The shaman was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly as she silently pondered Chen Xiao's thoughts. "Well, I don't wish to leave." Chen Xiao smiled, gazing into the distance. "In truth, I find the Forsaken Land quite pleasant. This cave is lovely, quiet, comfortable, and undisturbed. Returning to the city would feel rather confining." Chen Xiao turned, as if having made a resolute decision, and strode directly towards the cave. "You may go. I shall not return to the capital. I wish to remain here." "What? You are not leaving?" The shaman hesitated, her expression shifting with alarm as she hurried to catch up. "But this is the Forsaken Land. It is very dangerous." "Oh." Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Dangerous? Throughout our journey, aside from the mysterious beings you summoned, have we encountered any other perils?" The shaman faltered momentarily, yet she appeared prepared, stating solemnly, "The Forsaken Land is rife with spirits. They typically emerge at night, wandering aimlessly." "Enough." Chen Xiao seemed to grow impatient, waving a hand to interrupt her. "There is no danger in my presence. I have made my decision. At dawn, you shall depart. And there is no need for farewells. Wish you safe travels. Good night." Chapter 61, The Divine Dragon Tower. As dawn broke, the sky began to lighten. The first rays of sunlight cascaded down, and the entire world seemed to awaken from its slumber. The shaman rode atop a majestic bird, its plumage as pure as snow. With her right hand resting on the bird's back, ripples surged forth, urging the creature to hasten back to the capital at its utmost speed. Just as Chen Xiao had remarked, she departed without so much as a word of farewell. Before long, the shaman released the pristine bird and found herself standing before a remarkably modern and technologically advanced edifice, the Dragon Tower. Its sleek exterior, a harmonious blend of glass and metal, epitomized a distinctive style. Comprising 60 stories, both its facade and interior facilities embodied a perfect synthesis of contemporary technology and aesthetic design. The shaman paused for a moment, composed herself, and strode confidently into the building's elevator. After pressing the button for the 60th floor, she could no longer contain her excitement, bursting into a fit of joyous laughter within the confines of the elevator. The other awakened beings present exchanged bewildered glances, recognizing the shaman from their earlier greeting. However, she had not acknowledged them, and now, witnessing her ecstatic demeanor, they were filled with trepidation, pondering whether she had lost her sanity. After all, what could possibly elicit such fervor from her after a mere business trip? Yet, despite their thoughts, they dared not reveal their apprehension. They stood awkwardly in the elevator, and upon reaching their respective floors, hastily exited. The shaman paid them no mind. Clutching the 2 blood vials she had brought back, she reveled in her triumph, smiling for an extended period before regaining her impassive expression. At that moment, the elevator reached the 60th floor. Upon stepping out, she was greeted by a lavish, expansive office. The nameplate bore 2 ornate, dark golden characters, Dragon Emperor. Those 2 characters alone exuded an air of unparalleled dominance. Advancing forward, the shaman knocked twice on the door and softly announced, "My Lord Dragon Emperor, it is I, the shaman. I have returned." "Oh, then do come in." "The door is unlocked," came the languid voice of the Dragon Emperor. She pushed the door open and entered. The office was exquisitely decorated, the walls adorned with an array of calligraphy and paintings. Each piece encapsulated a legendary tale, but the most prominent painting depicted a mysterious 5-clawed golden dragon, akin to a bolt of golden lightning, symbolizing the spirit of the dragon with an aura of immense majesty. The second row featured 2 heavy silhouettes. On the left stood a figure wielding a Feng Tian painting halberd, seemingly engaged in combat with a shadowy, enigmatic creature. To the right, another figure stood against a backdrop of relentless gunfire, surrounded by a multitude of heavy artillery spewing flames. These 2 paintings alone imparted an oppressive atmosphere of impending doom. It was not until the third row that the image of a celestial deity emerged. The deity grasped a cracked yellow helmet, his form appearing as a fleeting shadow, exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive speed. The shaman regarded the image of the deity, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. 2 minutes later, she averted her gaze and proceeded towards the most concealed chamber within the office, from whence the voice of the Dragon Emperor emanated. She pushed the door open to find the Dragon Emperor reclining in a grand bathtub, his upper body resembling iron forged through relentless trials, each muscle defined and powerful. The surface of the water was frothy with bubbles, and the air was thick with the essence of the dragon. The shaman feigned indifference as she approached the bathtub, retrieving the 2 blood vials. I have succeeded. Not only have I gained the trust of the ancestor, but I have also uncovered the secret of divine punishment. Though her demeanor appeared calm, the slight quirk of her lips and the tremor of her fingertips revealed the exhilaration coursing through her. You have grasped the secret of divine punishment? The Dragon Emperor's expression morphed into something peculiar. Without hesitation, he rose from the bathtub, casually reaching for a towel to dry himself. What method did you employ? Pray, enlighten me. The blood of the ancestor harbors the power of divine punishment. Consuming it not only eradicates distortions, but also offers a chance to wield divine punishment. The shaman maintained her composed gaze upon the Dragon Emperor, betraying no embarrassment. In fact, her confidence surged as she straightened her back and declared, "Moreover, I have discerned the ancestor's weakness. He fears fire. Only flames can incinerate him." Laughter erupted from the Dragon Emperor, who, after drying himself, tossed the towel aside and stepped forward, donning his attire. You return from a single day's journey not only having eliminated distortions and grasped the secret of divine punishment, but also having uncovered the ancestor's vulnerabilities. You are truly remarkable. Nay, it is primarily because the ancestor has fallen for me, the shaman replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips, radiating confidence. Ah, then you are even more formidable. The Dragon Emperor couldn't help but give a thumbs up, approvingly stating, the celestial deity will surely be overjoyed to learn of this. Perhaps he will even reward your charming mother several times more. The shaman's smile faltered, her expression darkening. Dragon Emperor, do not overstep your bounds. Regardless of circumstances, the celestial deity is my fiancée. Her eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as she coldly asserted, if I can assist the celestial deity in mastering divine punishment and incinerate the ancestor with a cataclysmic fire, I shall undoubtedly reclaim the celestial deity's heart. I deeply regret not having hanged that despicable woman outside the mysterious investigation bureau. Very well, very well. You are splendid, truly deserving of the celestial deity's tutelage. The Dragon Emperor lauded, then pointed to the 2 blood vials in the shaman's grasp. So, one of these is for the celestial deity. What of the other? For you. The shaman replied, extending one of the vials, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Drink it, and let the celestial deity rest easy. Certainly. The Dragon Emperor accepted the vial and tilted his head back, consuming its contents in one swift motion. He then cradled the small bottle as if it were a treasure, exclaiming, you are truly exceptional to have procured such a precious artifact. Allow me to tidy up, and in an hour, I shall accompany you to meet the celestial deity. I am confident that upon hearing this news, he will undoubtedly fall in love with you anew. Humph. The shaman scoffed, turning away with indifference, leaving behind a casual remark, not anew, the celestial deity has always loved me. With that, she departed with a confident stride, stating, thus, in 1 hour, we shall meet in the 36th layer of the divine prison. The smile on the Dragon Emperor's face vanished in an instant. He turned expressionlessly, spitting the blood droplet he had held in his mouth into the trash bin. Following this, he rinsed his mouth with a cup of water and finally wiped his lips clean with a tissue. After completing these tasks, he settled onto the sofa, leaning back as a profound look filled his eyes, concealing the schemes brewing within his mind. Chapter 62, Mastering Divine Punishment. An hour later, in the divine prison, 36 levels below ground, the Dragon Emperor knelt before the celestial deity, his eyes alight with fervor. The shaman stood beside him, her gaze fixated ahead. The celestial deity sat upon a stone throne, eyes closed in a state of profound contemplation, fingers interlaced upon his knees, as if calculating something. Of course, he was doing nothing at all. It was merely an act of pretense. After all, such a demeanor exudes an air of profundity. My lord, I have succeeded. The shaman knelt, his heart racing as he produced a vial of blood, exclaiming, Ancestral Progenitor. Ancestral Progenitor? I have told you countless times, his name is Chen Xiao. To his astonishment, the deity's composure shattered. With fury igniting his gaze, he interrupted the shaman's words, rebuking, I delivered him a harrowing lesson. Do not refer to him as an ancestral progenitor. I am the true progenitor. I beg your pardon, I was mistaken. The shaman, fearing the deity's wrath, hastily advanced on his knees, presenting the vial of blood. This is Chen Xiao's blood. Consuming it will unveil the secrets of divine punishment. What did you say? The deity's anger dissipated in an instant. He rose, staring wide-eyed at the shaman, inquiring, are there secrets of divine punishment contained within these few drops of blood? The world knows the terror of divine punishment, but the deity had experienced its proximity firsthand. He recalled the moment when the elevator doors opened, and Chen Xiao boldly stepped out, only to plummet into the void, ultimately struck down by dark purple lightning. The deity had cowered within the elevator, trembling at the sight. He witnessed a bolt of lightning disintegrate Chen Xiao into mere dust, scattering him to the winds. It was precisely for this reason that the deity dared not exit the elevator, retracting the foot he had ventured forthwith. Soon after, he beheld an even more horrifying scene. The dust that was once Chen Xiao and the ash swirling in the air reassembled, once again taking the form of Chen Xiao. Naturally, his garments had been obliterated. Only his bare, unadorned body was reconstituted. Following this, waves of dark purple lightning descended, and Chen Xiao, as if undergoing a tribulation, continuously transformed into ash, only to rapidly reassemble anew. The air was filled with Chen Xiao's anguished cries. The deity sank back into the elevator, frantically pinching his own thigh, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream, until a bolt of dark purple lightning struck down, penetrating Chen Xiao's body, yet not entirely vanishing. As if transformed into a headless fly, hurtling towards the elevator. This fragment of lightning was feeble, a mere fraction of what Chen Xiao could bear. Yet, even this slight trace inflicted upon the deity unprecedented agony. The pain was unbearable, tearing at his very being, as though each inch of his skin were being shredded. Under this flicker of divine punishment, the deity awakened. At that moment, the elevator doors slammed shut. The elevator plunged once more, and both the deity and the female supervisor succumbed to unconsciousness amidst violent turbulence. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a wholly unfamiliar world. Long-buried memories surged forth, and the deity could not help but swallow hard. Trembling, he accepted the small vial from the shaman, twisting off the cap. Just as he was about to tilt his head back to drink, he suddenly recalled something. The deity instantly suppressed his excitement, his expression shifting as he coldly regarded the shaman, asking, "How many vials of Chen Xiao's blood have you prepared?" 2 vials, the shaman answered without hesitation. "One has been given to the Dragon Emperor. I witnessed him consume it. Rest assured, my lord, Chen Xiao has fallen for me. He would never harm me." A confident smile graced the shaman's delicate face as she added, "This vial of blood has no side effects. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the Dragon Emperor." The deity immediately turned to the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor looked up, offering a slight smile. The shaman speaks truthfully. After consuming it, I felt a significant enhancement in my strength with no discomfort whatsoever. You may take it with confidence. Oh, is that so? The deity raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Then have you mastered divine punishment? Unleash a strike and let me witness. I truly apologize. Only those with exceptional talent can wield divine punishment. My own aptitude is insufficient. I have not gleaned the power of divine punishment from this blood. The Dragon Emperor lowered his head in shame. Are you attempting to deceive me? The deity furrowed his brow, a surge of anger rising within him as he demanded, "Is this vial of blood toxic? Do you intend to bring about my demise?" "My lord, please do not be angry. I would never dare." The Dragon Emperor, aghast, hastily knelt, his forehead striking the stone floor with a heavy thud, creating cracks. The shaman, too, panicked, mimicking the Dragon Emperor's actions and bowing down to the ground. "Heh, cease your kowtowing. Instead, drink this vial of blood. I am curious to see if you can master divine punishment." The deity wore a sinister smile as he descended the steps, extending the blood vial towards the Dragon Emperor. Without hesitation, the Dragon Emperor accepted the vial and raised it to his lips. In that critical moment, the deity moved, his hand transforming into a blur as he snatched the vial from the Dragon Emperor's grasp. Without a second thought, the deity poured the contents of the vial into his own mouth. The blood, infused with faint lightning, coursed down his throat. A latent power within the deity was awakened, surging to the surface of his skin. To his astonishment, black-purple lightning flickered in his palm. In the next instant, the deity erupted with an aura that far surpassed the 10th sense. At that moment, he resembled a ferocious beast long slumbering, now awakening. However, the divine prison would not grant him the opportunity to awaken fully. From the ceiling, a colossal laser weapon automatically adjusted, coldly aimed at the deity's head. Should he take another step, the profound power of the Dragon Nation would detonate within him. Simultaneously, a golden net descended from above, ensnaring the deity tightly. Beep, beep, beep. The 36th layer of the divine prison blared a piercing alarm. The deity quickly suppressed his aura. The laser weapon withdrew, the golden net melted away, and the alarm ceased. A look of unrestrained joy illuminated the deity's face, excitement coursing through him as he struggled to maintain composure. He had not acted with intention. He had merely involuntarily released a fragment of power. Even this minuscule exertion had forced the shaman to the ground, her alabaster skin cracking and oozing crimson blood. The Dragon Emperor fared no better, kneeling with a pallid expression. He had been compelled to unleash the power of the Dragon Nation, a golden dragon soul swirling around him, subtly suppressing the deity's aura. Yet, the deity was not inclined to focus on such matters. He was exhilarated as he gazed at the faint black-purple lightning flickering in his palm. The shaman had not deceived him. He truly grasped the essence of divine punishment. Chapter 63, The Dragon Emperor's Scheme. My lord. The shaman, suppressing her pain, struggled to rise, exclaiming, My lord, you have genuinely comprehended the power of divine punishment. Her smile radiated with joy, surpassing even the deity's excitement. Humph, mere divine punishment, a triviality, unworthy of mention. Once the deity regained his composure, he deliberately feigned disdain. With a flick of his finger, he retracted his grasp on divine punishment. Then, with an air of arrogance, he raised his head. His gaze filled with contempt as he declared, Divine punishment to me is as light as dust. Huh, what do you mean, Chen? The shaman paused, momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the deity's words. For one of the deity's caliber to utter such 8 words was indeed remarkable. In contrast, the shaman's cultural literacy was evidently a notch below that of the deity. By comparison, the dragon emperor standing nearby displayed far greater acuity. He raised his hands high, bowing deeply with reverence, and exclaimed loudly, I report to the esteemed Lord of the Heavens. Before my arrival, I sought out Commander Zhou. I estimate he shall arrive to see you within half an hour at most. Commander Zhou Qianlai? Why do you seek him? The Lord of the Heavens' countenance darkened, and he swiftly turned away, unable to maintain his facade any longer. Enraged, his eyes flickered with murderous intent. To outsiders, the title of Heavy Artillery Commander might seem unfamiliar. But the Lord of the Heavens was well acquainted with it, for the entire divine prison was crafted by the Heavy Artillery Commander. Zhou Qianlai, one of the strongest assets of the Dragon God Nation, was a terrifying taboo hidden in the depths of the waters. Through the Divine Punishment Laboratory, he underwent rigorous trials of divine punishment, experiencing a geometric increase in his awakenings, swiftly widening the gap between himself and ordinary awakeners. Ultimately, Zhou Qianlai awakened 71 times, acquiring the ability to forge various formidable firearms, and he boasted a glorious record of vanquishing interdimensional creatures. What are interdimensional creatures? In the understanding of most humans, mysterious beings emerge from the portals of the black and white gates. Indeed, the vast majority of these gates are solid, with merely a few minuscule openings. But what if a rift appeared in the black and white gate? Indeed, a whole rift, radiating blinding white light. What terrifying beings might emerge from within? This is also the secret buried deep within the Bureau of Mysterious Investigations, the Scroll of Interdimensional Creatures. The distinction between whole level and rift level is akin to the division between bronze and gold tiers in a game. The bronze tier comprises entities with fewer than 10 awakenings. However, in the gold tier, all teammates possess the strength of dozens, if not hundreds, of awakenings. And Zhou Qianlai stands as a paragon of the Dragon God Nation. With 71 awakenings, he reigns supreme in the capital. Then, the question arises, why is Chen Xiao referred to as the ancestor? After all, the black and white gates had appeared centuries ago. For instance, the Lord of the Heavens, the female overseer, and the six-eyed elder who has lived for over 200 years. Most of the world's taboos have traversed through the black and white gates into the present world. Why are they not considered the ancestor? The answer is simple. The black and white gate that Chen Xiao fell through is the only one recorded in the annals of the present world, a completely opened rift, exuding terrifying thunderous light, known as the broken level black and white gate. What is the concept of the broken level? No one knows. If the rift level is the gold tier, then the broken level might very well begin at the king tier. Zhou Qianlai is not a traveler of worlds, but has experienced 71 awakenings over several decades, standing alongside the war god of the Lu family. The Lord of the Heavens is filled with dread. Despite his formidable strength, he has only awakened 32 times. He believes that without unparalleled speed to evade numerous lethal threats, he would have long been obliterated by Zhou Qianlai's cannon fire. Nonetheless, the Lord of the Heavens has been captured by the war god of the Lu family and imprisoned within the divine prison. Day and night, he lives in constant fear, uncertain when he might receive a death notification from the Dragon God Nation's officials. So, why does the Dragon Emperor seek Zhou Qianlai at this moment? Not only did the Lord of the Heavens turn pale, but even the shaman stood in stunned silence. Has the Dragon Emperor gone mad? Or has he silently betrayed the Lord of the Heavens? The Lord of the Heavens, upon contemplating the Heavy Artillery Commander, Zhou Qianlai, could no longer feel excitement. Merely hearing the name filled him with trepidation, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Yet the Dragon Emperor raised his head, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lord of the Heavens, do you wish to dwell in the divine prison for eternity? What do you mean? The fury in the Lord of the Heavens boiled over. His fists clenched, as if ready to unleash his power and slay the Dragon Emperor. However, the Dragon Emperor remained unperturbed, calmly replying. The shaman not only brings the secret of divine punishment, but also reveals the ancestor's weakness. The ancestor fears fire. Nonsense. Chen Xiao fears neither divine punishment nor the thickest of thunder. Would he truly fear fire? The Lord of the Heavens' anger boiled over, and he cursed. Are you mocking me? Please, Lord of the Heavens, calm your wrath. Firstly, this information comes from the shaman, who can vouch for it. Secondly, I believe this matter holds a high degree of credibility, for the ancestor's immortality hinges on certain body parts. If he were reduced to ashes, he would undoubtedly perish. The Dragon Emperor asserted. The shaman stood tall, eyes resolute, adding, what the Dragon Emperor says is accurate. The ancestor, or rather, Chen Xiao, told me himself. You fool. I witnessed Chen Xiao being reduced to ash by divine punishment, yet he survived. Do you truly think fire would destroy him? The Lord of the Heavens' face turned a ghastly shade, his fury erupting like a storm. I swear, I see you as nothing but a flicker of flame. No, please believe me. The shaman's gaze remained steadfast, speaking with conviction. Lightning and fire are not the same. Ash produced by lightning is fragmented, while ash from fire is entirely consumed. Are you underestimating my understanding of physics? Lightning can indeed burn. The Lord of the Heavens retorted angrily. What is physics? The shaman displayed a puzzled expression, then calmly shook his head, stating, I do not comprehend your physics. But I am certain that fire is indeed the weakness of Chen Xiao. Subsequently, the shaman confidently added, the ancestor cares for me deeply, even willing to shed his own blood to save me. Would he deceive me? I shall say it again. He is not the ancestor. I am. The Lord of the Heavens' face darkened, his teeth grinding in frustration. Furthermore, do not hesitate any longer. The Dragon Emperor interjected loudly, his gaze suddenly deepening. This is your only opportunity. Although Zhou Qianlai and Lu Chunlai are powerful, they are completely unaware of Chen Xiao's weakness. Or rather, only the three of us know that Chen Xiao fears fire. Thus, you must take this gamble. When Zhou Qianlai arrives, you must assert that Chen Xiao possesses divine punishment. As to you, why can't the title of ancestor belong to you? You must convince the entire Bureau of Mysterious Investigations that only you can slay Chen Xiao. Give me 3 days, and I will rally the masses, utilizing public opinion to elevate your status and restore your name. In doing so, not only will you escape the divine prison, but after vanquishing Chen Xiao, you will reclaim the title of ancestor, becoming the singular deity worshipped by the world. The decision to act or not rests solely within your hands. Chapter 64. The Fermentation of Public Opinion. The Lord of the Heavens fell silent for a moment, and the fury on his face diminished significantly. Yet, if fire cannot extinguish Chen Xiao, what then shall I do? The Lord of the Heavens furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting profound worry. He had witnessed Chen Xiao withstand innumerable bolts of black-purple lightning. The intense visual shock instilled in him a fear that penetrated to his very bones. How many times has Chen Xiao awakened? Can the divine punishments he commands truly compare to those of Chen Xiao? The Lord of the Heavens remained oblivious. Therefore, to speak candidly, he feared Chen Xiao, regarded him as a formidable threat. A century ago, from the moment Chen Xiao manifested in this realm, the Lord of the Heavens had been plotting to seize Chen Xiao's corpse, intending to reduce him to ashes. To everyone's astonishment, the official agency unexpectedly transferred Chen Xiao from the capital to a remote third-tier city, assigning him to a museum while enacting a policy prohibiting outsiders from visiting. This maneuver effectively prevented the capital's factions from intervening unless they sought to cultivate their own informants within that obscure locale. Ironically, the strongest individual in Dama City, the Beast Tamer, was a stubborn old curmudgeon. Numerous factions had covertly approached the Beast Tamer, yet despite his apparent poverty, he consistently rejected wealth, beauty, and various temptations. It is rather amusing that those who attempted to seduce the Beast Tamer with allure were utterly oblivious to the futility of their efforts. What woman had the old man not encountered in his youth? Such trivial temptations were beneath him. Moreover, all factions were well aware that the Beast Tamer was under close surveillance by the authorities. Thus, no one dared to directly harm him. With a figure like the Beast Tamer at the helm, no faction could infiltrate the inner workings of Dama City. Over time, all factions could conceive of no other strategy than to steal a corpse. Yet, Chen Xiao was ensconced within a museum, constantly under the watchful gaze of throngs of visitors. In broad daylight, who could possibly abscond with a frozen corpse? The officials had indeed orchestrated this ploy with remarkable ingenuity, whether through sheer strength or cunning. Anyone daring to confront the authorities head-on would meet a grim fate. The once mighty deity serves as a prime example. Were it not for certain circumstances, his ashes would have been scattered to the winds. Poor deity, believing himself saved by his extraordinary speed. The Dragon Emperor had long anticipated what the deity would say. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "This is precisely why I sought Zhou Qianlai. If the flames can extinguish Chen Xiao, then we shall all rejoice. And the credit shall belong solely to you. Should the flames fail to vanquish the progenitor, Zhou Qianlai's involvement would draw the attention of the authorities. Once Chen Xiao resists and harms the officials, even if he triumphs over Zhou Qianlai, or even slays him, there shall be no escape for Chen Xiao. When the divine dragon stirs from its slumber, all is in stillness. Yet, should the divine dragon's wrath be kindled, who in this world could escape retribution? Regardless, this expedition shall ensure Chen Xiao's demise. I await your command, O deity. I shall provide the authorities with a justification to eliminate Chen Xiao." Night fell at precisely 2,100 hours. The stars shone dimly, and the night was serene. Several news reports exploded across the internet, instantly dominating public discourse. Emergency announcement. A mysterious creature from Damu City, the Progenitor, has escaped, suspected to be a violent entity. The authorities are currently investigating. Obituary. The Sword Immortal has been slain, with the Progenitor suspected as the assailant. In Lin Xinyuan District, the Progenitor has murdered over a dozen awakened beings. A tragedy occurring right beside us? Official release. The deity has been freed. Exclusive interview. The deity revisits past events. The city destruction incident from a decade ago harbors untold truths. Curiosities. The violent Progenitor is suspected of wielding divine punishment. Who in this realm can slay it? Major event. The deity will embark on an expedition in 3 days. This final piece of news was the most fervently discussed event at the time. Clicking for details revealed a video clip of the deity being interviewed, accompanied by supplementary text. The interview segment mirrored the section titled, "The Deity Revisits Past Events," where the deity recounted his grievances, asserting that he was not responsible for the city's annihilation, but rather a certain violent entity. He lamented his lack of strength, which had hindered him from slaying the mysterious being, thus leading to the city's downfall. Notably, the deity concluded with a remark: the creature responsible for the city's destruction lurked in the shadows, yet, when glimpsed, bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Progenitor. Furthermore, the deity addressed several recent hot topics, such as the death of the Sword Immortal and the tragedy in Lin Xinyuan District. Initially, he expressed sorrow, but then, with clenched teeth, vowed that upon leaving the divine prison, his first act would be to slay the Progenitor. Moreover, all factions from the capital, including awakened beings from adjacent powers, were invited to register and witness this historic moment. The time was set for 3 days hence, with the location to remain confidential for the time being. The deity emphasized the importance of this occasion, a sentiment that ignited boundless speculation among netizens. Many believe that the subtext of the deity's words suggested this was not his first confrontation with the Progenitor. However, due to his reserved nature and lingering regret over the events of a decade past, he refrained from detailing his previous encounter with the Progenitor. Yet, the pressing question remained: could the deity defeat the Progenitor this time? Users shared their opinions, with the majority rallying behind the deity. Of course, a small minority supported the Progenitor, but they were quickly met with backlash. The influence of public opinion was formidable, and after a period of fervor, the support for the Progenitor gradually diminished, leaving only vehement denunciations in its wake. Even the Progenitor's true name became a subject of scorn online. In no time, the name Chen Xiao became the target of collective condemnation among netizens. Naturally, many netizens remained more level-headed, particularly those awakened beings from powerful factions, who maintained a watchful silence without voicing any opinions online. The official government of the Dragon Kingdom mirrored this silence. After releasing the message, the deity has been freed, they fell into a state of reticence. By the 3rd day, as the situation reached a boiling point and netizens were incensed, all posts related to the Progenitor were suddenly sealed, leaving only the solitary official announcement, "The deity has been freed," lingering atop the trending topics. However, just before the post-major event, "The deity will embark on an expedition in 3 days," was sealed. The poster promptly revealed the specific location of the assault against the Progenitor. It would take place in the Forsaken Land, a realm rife with fear and haunted by phantoms. The desolate ruins, the abandoned territory. Chapter 65, The Escape Plan of the Malevolent Spirit. In the Forsaken Land, at 1,400 hours, the malevolent spirit lay in the shadows, holding its breath as it scrutinized the scene before it. Chen Xiao reclined amidst a tangle of grass, appearing to be in slumber, his breathing slow and deep, as if he had merged with the echoes of the cave. The malevolent spirit had concealed itself in the shadows for 3 days, enduring a trial it scarcely comprehended. It recognized that the figure before it was none other than the Progenitor. The malevolent spirit yearned to flee, yet it felt as though Chen Xiao's gaze was fixed upon it. Several times, it had almost succeeded in escaping the cave's confines, only to be thwarted by the heavy thuds of Chen Xiao's footsteps reverberating from outside. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was deliberately heavy, as though each step were a hammer striking upon the malevolent spirit's heart. Moreover, Chen Xiao would occasionally draw near the shadows, as if he might discover the malevolent spirit at any moment, yet he would invariably turn away just shy of a meter's distance. This cycle continued, relentless and unyielding. The malevolent spirit was on the verge of losing his composure. If this continued, even if he were not struck down, he would surely be frightened to death. Thus, the spirit resolved to take a gamble. He concealed himself for 3 days, meticulously observing the situation. Every day, Chen Xiao would depart the cave around noon, around 12 o'clock, to catch some mysterious creatures, which he would then roast and consume. However, his departure times were unpredictable, sometimes lingering longer, and at other times, returning sooner. This uncertainty left the spirit hesitant to act, fearing that the moment he darted from the cave, Chen Xiao would catch him unawares. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Xiao would commence his afternoon nap at 1300 hours, awakening around 1500 hours. His daily routine was remarkably regular, dedicating exactly 2 hours to slumber. Yet, his nighttime rest was far less stable, he would frequently rise unexpectedly at random intervals. Consequently, those 2 hours of afternoon repose represented the spirit's only opportunity. He knew he could not act too early, as Chen Xiao might still be awake, nor too late, as he risked waking early. The timing of 1400 hours was just right. As the spirit perceived the moment ripe for action, he could no longer hesitate. He tiptoed cautiously out of the shadows. Chen Xiao lay peacefully asleep, snoring resoundingly, showing no signs of waking. Nevertheless, the spirit dared not relax. His heart raced like a drum as he pressed himself against the rock wall, striving to make no sound. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each movement felt as though he were traversing a minefield. His palms grew clammy as he clutched the hem of his garment tightly. Suddenly, a stone dislodged from the wall, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. The spirit's complexion drained of color, and his heart sank, nearly causing him to faint. He glanced at Chen Xiao, who remained undisturbed, merely fluttering his eyelashes, still in deep slumber. Without a moment's pause, the spirit squeezed his eyes shut and propelled himself forward with all his might. He felt as if fear were consuming him, uncertain if he would succeed in his escape. Fortunately, he was now very close to the cave's mouth. Just as he felt 1 foot cross the threshold, a leisurely voice emerged from behind him. "Where do you think you're going, buddy?" Chen Xiao, mimicking the tone of the earlier shirtless man, stood up with a smile and said, "Don't run off. It's dangerous here. Come back with me. My cave is the safest place." The spirit froze in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The fear within him surpassed even that which he had once inflicted on others. After all, the entity standing behind him was the legendary Progenitor, not some insignificant fool. "Ah, it feels so good to be awake," Chen Xiao yawned, rising from the pile of grass, strolling over to the spirit, and producing an orange. "Would you like an orange?" "Huh." The spirit was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. Thud. The orange slipped from Chen Xiao's grasp, tumbling to the ground. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted, obliterating the orange in a violent explosion, sending fragments of rock flying and dust swirling. A mere flicker of lightning had shattered the earth. The spirit instantly regained his senses, cold sweat soaking his back. He instinctively took 2 steps back, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace, stammering, "Progenitor, it's not even New Year's yet. Why are you throwing firecrackers? Impudent." Chen Zhao's expression darkened immediately. "This is divine punishment. Do you understand? The kind that could obliterate you." "I understand. I understand." The spirit nodded fervently. The renowned scientist, having only just regained his composure, was now terrified, nearly losing control of his bladder. "Humph." Chen Xiao raised his chin proudly, pointing at the spirit's forehead. "You, my lad, have drunk my blood. My blood contains lightning. Do you realize that?" The spirit's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, his eyes devoid of light. "Lightning in your blood? Did you not notice before you drank?" Sighing dramatically, Chen Xiao replied, "Here's the deal. You stay put in the cave, guarding my home, and when I return, I intend to go out for a stroll. If I find you sneaking away, I will obliterate you." He burst into maniacal laughter. The spirit stood there, dazed, trembling with fear, thinking that perhaps the Progenitor was the true malevolent spirit, fully aware of everything yet choosing to torment him. It would be better to end his life than endure this. Reflecting on the last 3 days of anxiety, tears streamed down his face. As he finally grasped the essence of fear, it turned out that those he had frightened to death had lived in such torment. The spirit was already in a state of repentance. But what good would it do? Chen Xiao exited the cave, lifting his gaze to the overcast sky, where dark clouds gathered, exuding an air of foreboding. "It should be about time," he murmured, moving beyond the cave's confines. He concealed himself behind a large stone and retrieved his phone from his pocket. He powered it on, checked the time, and opened his notes. The screen was filled with usernames, all of whom had insulted him online over the past few days. There were far too many to eliminate all at once, but he could certainly deal with them one by one. This vendetta could wait. There would be ample opportunities to exact his revenge. Those who dared to insult Chen Xiao would undoubtedly pay the price. Time slipped away, and soon half an hour had passed. 14:30. A vast throng of people converged from all directions, numbering at least 10,000. The crowd stretched endlessly. From above, one could see their figures scattered across the wasteland like grains of sand. Their footsteps resonated, merging into an overwhelming roar that echoed across the desolate land, stirring the soul. Naturally, most had come merely to spectate. Among them were prominent figures from the official headquarters and the 4 major financial clans of the capital. Except for the war god of the Lu family, Lu Chunlai, all the top taboo entities had gathered. Most stood silently at a distance, eager to witness this historic moment. Yet a small faction fervently rallied for the deity, vocally denouncing the Progenitor's numerous misdeeds. For instance, one of the 4 major financial clans of the capital, the Zhang family. Chapter 66. The Armor Comes. The Longyue group of the Zhang family, while not the most formidable force in the capital, certainly boasted the most extensive connections and the largest commercial territory. The group's CEO, a taboo entity known as Zhang Tianfeng, had undergone 10 awakenings, bearing the codename Divine General, and proclaimed himself the most loyal supporter of the deity and the Dragon Emperor. Zhang Tianfeng was among the first to arrive, directing the members of the Zhang family to hoist a massive red banner, inscribed with the bold characters, "Victory for the deity. Slay the progenitor. Victory for the deity." The Zhang family and some ignorant netizens roared in anger. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiao had mixed into the crowd. He stood right behind Zhang Tianfeng, passionately shouting, "Slay the progenitor. Victory for the deity." Zhang Tianfeng frequently glanced back at Chen Xiao, thinking this young man was quite impressive, more reliable than the paid internet trolls he had hired. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this fellow bore a striking resemblance to the progenitor. Perhaps it's just an illusion, he decided. After all, how could the progenitor possibly blend into the crowd? The shaman had fervently assured everyone that the progenitor was concealed within that cave ahead. Approximately 5 minutes later, the celestial being finally arrived, riding an electric motorcycle as he sped in from the distance. Accelerating rapidly, he raced towards the cave entrance, on the verge of crashing. Yet, the celestial being remained calm. With a sudden burst of strength, he lifted the handlebars, unleashing an extraordinary velocity. In an instant, both he and the motorcycle transformed into a radiant beam of golden light. Subsequently, with a whoosh, the electric bike soared into the air. "Oh wow!" The Zhang family, leading the crowd, erupted in exclamations of astonishment. The Dragon Emperor could not help but turn to the shaman beside him, exclaiming in admiration, "Did you see that? Now, that is professionalism." Indeed, the celestial being exuded charisma. The shaman's eyes sparkled with excitement, her fists clenched in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the artillery commander, Zhou Qianlai, twitched at the corners of his mouth. For reasons unknown, his expression was peculiar, as he regarded the shaman and the celestial being with a gaze that suggested he viewed them as fools. In midair, the celestial being executed a somersault, wielding the electric motorcycle with all his might, hurling it towards the cave. With a thunderous crash, the motorcycle struck the entrance with precision, exploding in a fiery blaze. Thick smoke rapidly enveloped the area, blocking the entire cave entrance. The celestial being then transformed once more into a beam of golden light, descending gracefully to the ground. With a serene smile, he stood before the inferno of the cave. "Heaven did not create me, the deliverer of takeout, as a mere shadow. Is it truly as endless as the night?" The celestial being seemed lost in contemplation. Never mind. He decided to cease his musings. His expression suddenly shifted to one of fierce determination as he extended his right hand, bellowing, "By the gods, helmet, come forth." No sooner had he spoken than a yellow helmet shot through the sky like golden lightning, streaking towards his outstretched hand. "Die, Chen Xiao." The celestial being swung his arm in a wide arc, unleashing the power of 32 awakenings. The yellow helmet flickered with electric brilliance, resembling a dark purple explosive hurled into the inferno of the cave, unleashing a tremendous force that collapsed the cave in an instant, sending debris flying amidst a terrifying flash of purple lightning, obliterating the entire cave. Boom. The divine punishment flickered incessantly as the cave was reduced to rubble. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. The celestial being had indeed wielded divine retribution. Good heavens! Could it be that he is truly a god? No. He was the strongest on the surface, a chosen one capable of surpassing the divine, colloquially referred to as the Earth's chosen. 2 minutes later, the malevolent specter crawled out from the smoldering rubble, looking utterly disheveled. Charred and with singed eyebrows, he bore numerous wounds. Upon seeing the throng of over 10,000 people surrounding the cave, he fell to his knees, weeping. "I was wrong. I confess. I will confess to anything. Just please spare me." Tears streamed down the malevolent specter's face as he lamented. "Yes, I feigned death and inadvertently destroyed an entire county. But how many years have passed? For all this time, I haven't dared to kill even a single chicken. Besides, I am merely a minor aberration, having awakened a mere 12 times. Do you truly need 10,000 people to hunt me down?" As he spoke, the malevolent specter's gaze fell upon Zhou Qianlai, and in that moment, his heart sank. "Oh no, an ancient monster with over 70 awakenings has come. If you wish to kill me, why not just say so? I would gladly end my own life. What merits do I have to warrant the artillery commander's personal intervention?" Upon the malevolent specter's appearance, the celestial being was taken aback, while Zhou Qianlai furrowed his brow, and the majority of the onlookers fell into an uneasy silence. Only Chen Xiao and Zhang Tianfeng, along with the Zhang family, continued to cheer, chanting for the celestial being's victory. However, after a time, sensing the shift in atmosphere, they too hastily silenced themselves. Chen Xiao reluctantly lowered his arm, appearing unsatisfied with the abrupt cessation of their cheers. Ultimately, it was the shaman who reacted the quickest, staring in disbelief at the malevolent specter. "Father? Did I not allow you to escape 3 days ago?" Zhou Qianlai leaped forward, confronting the malevolent specter. "What is happening?" he demanded coldly. "Where is the progenitor?" The malevolent specter was momentarily stunned, about to explain when suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from within him. The black and purple lightning instantly obliterated him into a mist of blood. This unfortunate scientist met his end, consumed by the very drop of blood that had been swallowed. As the blood mist rained down, a luminous shield appeared before Zhou Qianlai, perfectly shielding him from the splatter. Not a single droplet stained his attire. Yet his expression was grim. He turned to the celestial being, narrowing his eyes. Did you kill him? The celestial being was baffled. Why would I kill him? I don't even know him. He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the absurdity of the situation. However, in the next moment, the shaman rushed forward, appearing frantic as she cried out, trying to grasp the remnants of the blood mist. Though she held little affection for her mother, she genuinely cared for her father. Otherwise, she would not have intentionally concealed that one vial of blood left for the malevolent specter. Alas, the malevolent specter was now dead, his bones shattered, and the inferno continued to blaze, as the shaman wept inconsolably. While the malevolent specter had survived the flames before, today he had indeed perished within them. Perhaps this was the cycle of retribution. With her eyes reddened and filled with rage, the shaman turned to the celestial being, demanding, "Why did you kill him? Why did you have to kill my father?" When the man she adored most became the murderer of her father, the shaman could no longer contain herself. All her admiration and adulation transformed into hatred in an instant. Yet, the response to her anguish was a divine punishment that surged from within. Boom! The black and purple thunder erupted from the shaman's body, and she too was reduced to a mist of blood, mingling with the remnants of the malevolent specter. Perhaps this was the final resting place for father and daughter. Chapter 67. Together facing the thunder tribulation. Wait, how did the shaman die? The celestial being stood frozen, dumbfounded, muttering, "This is all wrong. Where's Chen Xiao?" At that moment, a voice from the crowd shouted, "Celestial being, why did you kill the shaman? Is it because you harbored hatred after being imprisoned for so long, and thus sought revenge against the mysterious investigation bureau?" This remark, of course, came from Chen Xiao. Moreover, after shouting, he slipped away into the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, the crowd was in an uproar. What is going on? Were we not supposed to kill the progenitor? Why did the celestial being strike down the shaman? Furthermore, who is that middle-aged man? He seems to be the shaman's father? This is bad. Something is off with the celestial being. Doesn't he intend to deceive us and unleash a massacre, does he? Oh my, the implications are terrifying. But the celestial being was imprisoned. He should be seeking out the mysterious investigation bureau, not us. Fool. Do you expect someone who has annihilated 3 cities to possess any sense of reason? He simply aims to eliminate us all. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with anxious conversations, most of the onlookers now displaying wary expressions. The Dragon Emperor silently took a few steps back, blending into the crowd. Zhang Tianfeng's countenance turned ashen, and he produced a loudspeaker from seemingly nowhere, fervently attempting to justify the actions of the celestial deity. Silence. The celestial deity must have his reasons for this. Perhaps the shaman and the ancestor are clandestinely colluding, and the deity has discovered their treachery. Suddenly, a divine punishment descended from the heavens, striking Zhang Tianfeng squarely on the head. With a resounding crack, dark purple lightning surged from his forehead to his soles, and he collapsed to the ground. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his internal organs incinerated, transforming him into a charred corpse. Even after 10 awakenings, he could not withstand the might of divine retribution. With Zhang Tianfeng's demise, even the members of the Zhang clan, who had fervently defended the celestial deity, were momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, they rushed forward, encircling Zhang Tianfeng's lifeless body and weeping inconsolably. "Chairman, uncle, father, second uncle." Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the wailing of the Zhang clan, the divine punishment appeared relentless, raining down upon them in overwhelming waves, concentrating on the foremost figures of the clan. In an instant, hundreds of charred bodies lay sprawled upon the ground, the force of divine punishment insurmountable. The crowd was taken aback, hastily seeking refuge, clearing a space of nearly 100 meters. Yet the dark purple lightning expanded with the fleeing masses, manifesting a power that blotted out the sky. Looking up, thick clouds had coalesced into a deep, inky hue, as if intent on engulfing the entire firmament. The thunder roared like war drums, reverberating through the hearts of all present. This divine punishment was no longer a mere flicker of electrical light, but rather descended like a colossal dragon, bearing cataclysmic might. Each strike of lightning shattered the mountains and sent sand and stones flying. Soon, the ignorant awakened citizens, the tycoons of the capital, and all the onlookers began to hurl curses. "Celestial deity, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you truly intent on warring against the world?" As the crowd shouted and fled in panic, each individual present faced the baptism of divine punishment, with no one escaping unscathed. No, this was no longer divine punishment. This was a calamity, a tribulation shared by tens of thousands. Before this tempest of retribution, the earth trembled, revealing its fragility. The masses either cowered in terror, raged with curses, or cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. Yet, amidst the chaos, Chen Xiao remained stationary, his eyes closed and a faint smile gracing his lips. He opened his arms, as if embracing the thunder. He appeared to revel in this moment, mocking the foolishness of the celestial deity. The thunderstorm, resembling a black dragon, swirled around him, the cacophony of thunder, screams, and pleas melding into a harmonious symphony that Chen Xiao seemed to savor, even feeling an urge to dance. With each resurrection, Chen Xiao fused with the personality of the deceased. Each death added to his obsession, indifference, and madness. Before the shattered cave, the celestial deity had been rendered speechless by the overwhelming tempest of divine punishment. In a panic, he exclaimed, "It wasn't me. I didn't kill you." Frantically waving his arms, he attempted to explain himself. Yet the more he gestured, the fiercer the lightning became, twisting Zhou Qianlia's face into a grimace. Boom. 3 terrifying heavy cannons suddenly materialized before Zhou Qianlai, their gaping muzzles aimed at the celestial deity. Cold sweat poured down the deity's brow as he waved his hands in desperation. "Commander Zhou, please calm down. Let me explain. It truly wasn't me. I have no idea what is happening." However, as he gestured once more, another powerful divine punishment descended, aimed squarely at Zhou Qianlai. His expression shifted as he quickly looked up, and several luminous shields materialized above his head. Boom. The dark purple lightning struck, shattering the protective shields within mere moments. Yet, those shields had managed to deflect part of the divine punishment, resulting in only one strike landing upon Zhou Qianlia's head. In an instant, his skull was engulfed in darkness. His once thick hair incinerated, leaving behind a bald head. Remarkably, Zhou Qianlai did not perish. He had withstood the divine punishment. In the crowd, Chen Xiao squinted, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Qianlai for an extended period. In Chen Xiao's memory, Zhou Qianlai was the first to withstand divine punishment and survive. Who was this individual? And what was his level? Could he pose a threat to Chen Xiao? Zhou Qianlai remained dazed for a moment before spewing forth a foul-smelling black mist, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Although he had endured the divine punishment, he was far from unscathed, having sustained severe injuries. The divine punishment had nearly claimed his life, and had it not been for the large quantities of radioactive material within him, which absorbed much of the damage, the heavy artillery commander Zhou Qianlai would have met a tragic end. However, enduring such a strike had its benefits, for Zhou Qianlai had awakened once more. The 72nd awakening. The 3 heavy cannons before him began to evolve, visibly thickening, their metallic sheen glimmering ominously. At that moment, these 3 cannons resembled slumbering steel beasts, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The celestial deity dared not hesitate any longer, transforming into a beam of golden light and fleeing at breakneck speed. Yet, just as he took to the skies, a figure suddenly soared from the crowd. Chen Xiao, with a barbed blade piercing his heart, blood already staining his chest, stood suspended in midair. At that moment, the rolling tribulation painted half the sky in dark purple hues. As the lightning flickered, Chen Xiao hovered aloft, his crimson eyes fixed upon the pale-faced celestial deity. A slight glance downward revealed a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. So, the celestial deity can soil himself too? Chapter 68. The new deity takes his place. Chen Xiao, we come from another world. Here, we are the only true family. The celestial deity pleaded, terror-stricken, "Please, do not kill me." His heart quaking with fear, the celestial deity found himself immobilized by an overwhelming dread, as if any movement would trigger an explosion within him, leading to his irrevocable doom. This was the instinct born from his 32nd awakening. The celestial deity could only gaze at Chen Xiao, drenched in sweat, his eyes reflecting a desperate will to survive. "Do you consider yourself a deity, yet fear like a mortal?" Chen Xiao chuckled, gripping the celestial deity's shoulder. The deity instantly felt ensnared by an immense force. His so-called 32 awakenings seemed as flimsy as paper before Chen Xiao, utterly ineffective. The pressure exerted by Chen Xiao surpassed that of the renowned warrior from the Lu clan, Lu Chunlai, who was the most formidable expert in the realm. With 98 awakenings, he was an undeniable pinnacle. Yet, compared to Chen Xiao, Lu Chunlai was but an ant in the presence of a dragon. At most, merely a larger ant. How many awakenings had Chen Xiao achieved? The celestial deity dared not contemplate, nor could he fathom. As Chen Xiao activated his death state, his smile grew increasingly deranged. He grasped the deity and soared once more toward the heavens. He broke free from the shackles of gravity, racing upward like a streak of brilliance cleaving the sky. "I shall unveil to you what constitutes true divinity." Whoosh! Chen Xiao darted through the clouds, ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. With his scarlet eyes wide open, he sought to discern the true nature of this world from such heights. The atmosphere at this elevation was exceedingly thin. The sunlight seemed to meld with the sky itself, transforming in hue to appear more crystalline and radiant. Chen Xiao faintly perceived some resplendent auroras. Raising his gaze, he glimpsed several orbiting satellites and a few sprawling space stations. The technological advancements of this world appeared to mirror those of his original realm. Gazing downward, the mountains and rivers of the world were distinctly visible. Yet, one peculiar continent lay shrouded in a thick fog, engulfed in darkness, as if teeming with countless unknown terrors. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, striving to see more clearly, but was met with obscurity. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette ascended from the dark continent. It spread its wings like a deity, soaring effortlessly to the lofty heights. Its head held high, fiery wings unfurled, each feather shimmering with iridescent hues, enveloped in an aura that was both mysterious and ancient. It was a phoenix. The very phoenix Chen Xiao had encountered in the void. Its cry resonated through the skies as it spotted Chen Xiao and flapped its wings toward him. Chen Xiao stood transfixed, enveloped in astonishment. If there existed any creature in this world that could instill trepidation in him, it would undeniably be the three monstrous entities slumbering in the void: the phoenix ablaze, the decaying 100-meter beast, and the terrifying evil eye. Each of them had been ensnared in the void far longer than Chen Xiao, having endured greater and more formidable divine punishments. In the end, when the black-purple thunder struck them, it was as if it merely tickled them, failing to rouse them from their blissful slumber. But why had the phoenix appeared here? Chen Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the phoenix, uncertain of its intentions. The phoenix did not speak, it merely glided to Chen Xiao's side, gazing deeply into him with its indescribable eyes. Then, the phoenix opened its long beak, and a slip of paper fell from its mouth. Chen Xiao reached out to catch it, unfolding it to reveal 4 striking characters accompanied by a conspicuous exclamation mark. "He is helping you. He is helping me?" Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, pondering the meaning behind it. Who was he? What assistance was he offering? "I am the progenitor. What aid could I possibly need?" Wait a moment. I am not the progenitor. I am not even a denizen of this world. What do I desire most? I wish to return home. After another piercing cry, the phoenix turned and flew back to the dark continent. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao bore an expression of profound anguish. In that instant, countless memories surged forth: void, divine punishment, radiation. After traversing dimensions, he had faced numerous life-threatening crises. I do not wish for this. I do not wish to be a progenitor. I am merely an ordinary person. I long to return home to my parents and loved ones. Why must I endure this? Why must it be me? Grief, despair, fear, and numbness, an avalanche of negative emotions overwhelmed him. Chen Xiao broke down. He began to laugh uncontrollably, a manic laughter echoing in the air. Ha ha, boom. He plummeted downward, like a missile, from 10,000 meters, crashing toward the ground. The deity he clutched had long since lost its vitality, perhaps. At the moment Chen Xiao ascended to such heights, the thin air had suffocated the deity, rendering it unworthy of witnessing the deeper mysteries of this world. Yet, all of this remained unknown to Chen Xiao. He continued to grip the deity tightly as he hurtled down, crashing fiercely onto the forsaken land, creating a tremendous crater upon impact. Boom. It was as if the earth trembled, the entire forsaken land quaking beneath him. The ground fissured, the crater's diameter reaching a staggering 1,000 meters. Fortunately, the onlookers had already taken refuge 1,000 meters away. They, too, had suffered casualties under the tempest of divine punishment. Once a throng of over 10,000, now fewer than 2,000 remained. At the moment of Chen Xiao's landing, divine punishment ceased. The accumulating dark clouds swiftly dissipated, and the awe-inspiring black-purple thunder faded into oblivion. All returned to tranquility. The deity in Chen Xiao's grasp had been reduced to a grotesque, mangled corpse, utterly lifeless. 5 minutes later, his subordinate, Long Qingchuan, proclaimed, "Welcome back, new god." The voice of the Dragon Emperor resonated throughout the forsaken land. The deity regarded human lives as insignificant, unleashing divine punishment upon the populace, inciting the wrath of both men and gods. Justice could not abide. The ignorant masses had fallen prey to the false divinity of the deity. Though Long Qingchuan harbored resentment and sorrow, his voice was but a whisper in the vast ocean, a fragile leaf in a perilous storm. Helplessly, he had to devise a scheme to lure the deity here. Fortunately, the esteemed progenitor bore no grudges, striking down the deity with the might of thunder, saving his life, dispelling divine punishment, banishing the dark clouds, and restoring the heavens. Long Qingchuan dared not express his gratitude. He could only bow before the progenitor, revering his unparalleled might. In the presence of thousands, the Dragon Emperor knelt before the crater where Chen Xiao stood, repeatedly bowing his head until it bled. Only after his forehead was bloody did he prostrate himself on the ground, his voice quivering with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Long Qingchuan believed that the progenitor should ascend to the divine throne, the position of the god king. The progenitor was the sovereign of dragons. From this day forth, Long Qingchuan vowed eternal loyalty to the progenitor. Should he harbor even the slightest disloyalty, he would meet a fate of utter annihilation, a fate all would pursue. My sincerity. The heavens bear witness. Chapter 69. I am the progenitor. Chen Xiao emerged from the 1,000-meter-wide crater, his face and body smeared with dirt and blood. His crimson eyes were sunken, devoid of any light, save for a chilling coldness. Slowly, he rose, step by step, approaching the Dragon Emperor. Sweat dripped from the Dragon Emperor's brow as he knelt, his body trembling slightly. Thud! An orange fell before the Dragon Emperor. Will you partake? Chen Xiao rasped. Yes. I thank the esteemed progenitor for your great grace. Without hesitation, the Dragon Emperor seized the dirt-encrusted orange, skin unpeeled, and stuffed it into his mouth. It seemed he did not notice the flickering strands of thunder within the orange, as he chewed heartily, juice splattering everywhere. However, the Dragon Emperor could not discern the original flavor of the orange. The bitterness of the dirt and the sourness of the peel overwhelmed his palate. The black-purple lightning coursed down his throat and into his belly, as if roiling within his very organs, igniting waves of agony. The divine punishment did not explode. Yet the Dragon Emperor still felt as though his innards were being incinerated, if not for the divine dragon aura continuously mending and healing his damaged insides. I fear that the Dragon Emperor has long since succumbed to death. Yet, he endures the agony, concealing any signs of discomfort. He even displays an expression of exhilaration, as though he has savored the most exquisite delicacy in existence. Is the orange sweet? The crimson glint in Chen Xiao's eyes flickers, and an unusual smile involuntarily graces his lips. Sweet, truly sweet. The Dragon Emperor kneels and crawls forward a few paces, then swiftly raises his head, gazing at Chen Xiao with fervent eyes, proclaiming loudly, "Thank you, great ancestor, for your generous gift. The merits of the ancestor are immeasurable, and may you enjoy boundless longevity." Haha, you truly are a good dog. Chen Xiao cannot help but burst into laughter. Woof woof. The Dragon Emperor also begins to laugh heartily, even excitedly barking a few times. Haha, marvelous, indeed, you are a talent. Chen Xiao chuckles as he reaches out his hand, grasping the Dragon Emperor's hair and roughly lifting him up. Do you know? There are many who wish me harm, yet they have all perished. Suddenly, Chen Xiao's laughter halts. His gaze turns icy, imbued with a hint of murderous intent. The Dragon Emperor continues to laugh, though his mirth appears strained. Ancestor, allow me to be the first to survive, if you would be so kind. The Dragon Emperor trembles. Give me a reason, Chen Xiao replies indifferently. I possess 1.6 billion in my dark gold card. Killing you will not deprive me of my wealth. No. The funds in the dark gold card can only be accessed by me, and I can continuously generate profit for you, creating immense benefits. The Dragon Emperor's face pales, and though drenched in sweat, he forces himself to remain composed, stating, Ancestor, trust me, I am the official representative of the Divine Dragon Nation, and my existence is undoubtedly of greater value than my demise. Furthermore, I have already ingested your divine punishment. You can slay me at any moment, cannot you? I beseech you, grant me an opportunity. Even if death awaits, let me first serve you for a time before you allow me to perish. Would that be acceptable? Chen Xiao falls silent. After a moment, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipates, and a smile reappears at the corners of his mouth. Honestly, you are more intelligent than most. Chen Xiao chuckles as he releases his grip. The Dragon Emperor collapses weakly to the ground, gasping for breath. His complexion remains ashen as he repeatedly pounds his chest. The terror of narrowly escaping death is an experience the Dragon Emperor never wishes to endure again. Chen Xiao spares the Dragon Emperor's life. After all, the Dragon Emperor is merely a dog, once a Celestial's dog, now his own. Setting aside the matter of the 1.6 billion, well, perhaps it cannot be disregarded. In truth, had Chen Xiao known the full truth, he might have even felt grateful to the Dragon Emperor. If it were not for the Dragon Emperor's earlier words, the Celestial might not have dared to come here. If the Celestial had not come, Chen Xiao's plans would have been thwarted. The reason Chen Xiao orchestrated such a grand scheme was not solely to eliminate the shaman or to vanquish the Celestial, but to boldly stand before the world. Only in this manner could he penetrate higher circles and grasp deeper secrets. Chen Xiao had long exhausted his patience with the surface of the water. He now seeks to plunge into the depths, yearning to uncover the true essence of this world. The surrounding crowd gradually summoned their courage, encircling Chen Xiao. It was unclear who shouted Ancestor first, but soon the crowd erupted into a fervent round of applause. All the survivors present called out the ancestor's name with fervor. Each individual was filled with emotion, tears glistening on their faces, tears of gratitude, adoration, and perhaps regret and remorse for their earlier doubts regarding Chen Xiao. Gradually, everyone etched Chen Xiao's visage into their minds. The ancestor is their savior. Ancestor, ancestor, ancestor. Over 1,000 voices united in a harmonious chorus, creating an atmosphere that was both ardent and grand. Even the sun, suspended high in the sky, seemed to be captivated, casting forth a more resplendent glow. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao ascended into the air, smiling. Indeed, I am the ancestor. Chen Xiao spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the crowd. Yet, in the next moment, he plummeted from the sky. His consciousness faded, his eyes closed, and he once again succumbed to the familiar embrace of unconsciousness. The following morning, several official news reports exploded across the internet. Authoritative release, a stern declaration. The ancestor, as a distinguished contributor in the realm of awakening, is by no means a mysterious entity. We shall pursue legal action against those who maliciously spread rumors, showing no leniency. Authoritative release. In response to the Celestial and his faction's criminal acts, confirmed by official sources, they have been classified as major offenders. The Celestial gang has been legally punished by the ancestor. Authoritative release. Regarding the incident of the mutated individuals in Lin Xinyuan district. It has been verified that the over 10 mutated individuals were all fugitives. The ancestor acted decisively according to official directives to eliminate the threat to the populace. Authoritative release. Concerning the identity of the Sword Immortal, investigations have confirmed that he is indeed a member of the Celestial Gang. The Sword Immortal has been legally punished by the ancestor. Each of these reports was more explosive than the last, rapidly trending and completely reversing the public opinion from just days prior. The small faction of enthusiastic netizens who had initially supported Chen Xiao now reveled in their vindication, mocking and lambasting the keyboard warriors who had backed the Celestial. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiao had amassed a substantial following, particularly after the two dramatic shifts in online discourse. His influence far surpassed that of the Celestial, becoming even more fervent. Even other nations took notice. The captain of the Freedom Team, in an official statement from the Free Nations media, smiled as he expressed his optimism for the ancestor of the Divine Dragon Nation, suggesting that the ancestor might one day surpass him. However, this statement incited outrage among the people of the Divine Dragon Nation. Chapter 70. That is the radiance of the ancestor. Dragon Emperor, Free Nation, take care of your mud. Its barking is truly unbearable. If it cannot bark properly, come here and learn from me. Lick. Captain of the Freedom Team, have you lost your mind? Whale. What strength do you possess to insult my husband? Zhang Er Dai. UI. Clown. Captain of the Freedom Team, Xiaomei said that you are the true clown. Terrifying tornado. So you, Captain of the Freedom Team. I shall remember you. Such sentiments proliferated across the internet, and the media from the Divine Dragon Nation had already erupted, rushing towards the Divine Dragon Building. They knew that Chen Xiao was most likely inside. However, the security at the Divine Dragon Building barred all media and journalists from entry. For, at that moment, Chen Xiao was not present within the Divine Dragon Building. In the outskirts of the capital, at a resort, this place could only be described as a paradise on Earth. Nestled amidst lush greenery, the resort appeared from afar like a vibrant oil painting. The blue sky, white clouds, verdant trees, and exquisite architecture emanated an invigorating aura. Upon entering the resort, one discovers an entirely different world. The architecture within the resort boasts a distinctly modern flair, featuring natural wood and stone, complemented by spacious floor-to-ceiling windows and elegant balconies. From the marble flooring at the entrance to the tasteful furnishings within the rooms, every detail reflects a refined taste. The resort houses a large spa center, the hot spring hall. Chen Xiao lay alone in the water, curiously surveying his surroundings. To be honest, it had been several centuries since he had ever set foot in such a place. Not only had he never entered, he had not even dared to imagine it. The Dragon Emperor, impeccably dressed, stood outside the hot spring, smiling as he inquired, "Are you ready, ancestor?" Huh. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, withdrawing his hand from the hot spring to rub away the mud on his body. Ready for what? Has the bath attendant arrived? He chuckled. Haha, ancestor. You truly possess a delightful sense of humor, the Dragon Emperor replied, then snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a luxury car glided through the glass doors. As the door opened, the first thing to catch the eye was a delicate high-heeled shoe. Subsequently, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged gracefully from the vehicle. Clad in a snug leather skirt, her features exquisitely picturesque, she was indeed a current top idol. With a charming smile, she softly beckoned, "Ladies, come down." Soon, several equally stunning women followed suit from the luxury car, though their attire was considerably more revealing, with some deliberately accentuating their voluptuous figures. 1, 2, 3. Greetings, ancestor. The women exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply to Chen Xiao. In an instant, his nose began to bleed profusely. The Dragon Emperor, furious, turned around and scolded. How do you conduct yourselves? How dare you allow the ancestor to be harmed? Do you not understand how precious the ancestor's blood is? The women immediately panicked, trembling in place like frightened chicks. Damn it. The Dragon Emperor, flustered, approached and kicked the leading woman in the leather skirt, then pointed at the remaining few, shouting, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and jump in to tend to the ancestor's nosebleed." Stop, stop, stop. Chen Xiao hurriedly intervened. He quickly washed away the blood. His face flushed and asked, "What on earth are you doing?" Hee. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's question, the Dragon Emperor turned back, smiling. Luxury cars paired with beautiful women. While it may seem utterly vulgar, it is, from another perspective, extremely elegant. I must say, you truly understand me, haha. But tell me, how much does it cost for these ladies to provide a bath? Haha. The Dragon Emperor smiled slightly. Fear not, ancestor, the cost is not high. Merely a few hundred W. Oh, a few hundred. That's manageable. Wait, how much exactly? Chen Xiao chuckled halfway before suddenly losing his mirth. Perhaps over 8 million? The smile on the Dragon Emperor's face faltered as he sensed something amiss, cautiously asking, "Ancestor, do you feel the expense is a bit excessive?" What do you mean by excessive? Are you implying it's a matter of money? Chen Xiao's temper flared as he stood up from the hot spring, pointing his finger at the Dragon Emperor and scolding, "Look at the people you've brought. They are all delicate and soft-skinned. Not a callus in sight. How could they possibly know how to give a proper bath?" After a moment of silence, the Dragon Emperor turned to the women with a cold expression. You have 1 minute to disappear. 10 seconds later. The women hastily fled the hot spring in their luxury car. The Dragon Emperor quickly turned back, wearing a broad smile. Ancestor, how about we change to a different style? Perhaps those ethereal fairies dancing in the mist? How much? Chen Xiao frowned. Over 100. Is that in W? Yes. Get lost. Half an hour later. Chen Xiao lay comfortably on the bed, eyes closed in relaxation. A man in his 50s sat beside him, holding a damp scrubbing cloth, enthusiastically washing Chen Xiao's back. Ancestor, you chose wisely. Who in 100 miles does not know of my scrubbing prowess? As the old man scrubbed, he boasted, I learned the art at 3. Became a master at 5, awakened my scrubbing powers at 10, established the foremost scrubbing school in the capital at 20, and now at 57, after 6 awakenings. I could scrub even the mightiest of beings. Suddenly, the old man's expression grew animated as he pinched a small strip of grime from Chen Xiao's back, trembling with excitement as he presented it, exclaiming, Look, even the ancestor has dirt scrubbed off. Are you out of your mind? Can't you speak properly? The Dragon Emperor glared, fuming, What dirt? That is the ancestor's divine radiance. What radiance? The old man was perplexed. Divine radiance. It's the ancestor's sacred light. A symbol of slaying gods with a snap of the fingers, invincible in the world. What kind of nonsense is this? If I've scrubbed off the ancestor's divine radiance, does that not make me a sinner? The old man was suddenly displeased, glaring at the Dragon Emperor. Though he could not overpower the Dragon Emperor, in the presence of his lifelong pursuit of scrubbing mastery, he would not back down, even against the likes of Qiu Qianlai. Dirt is dirt. As the tension between the Dragon Emperor and the scrubbing master escalated, Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and interjected, Xiaolong. The old man's skills are quite remarkable. What with your temper today? Ancestor. The Dragon Emperor's lips twitched, looking at Chen Xiao with a pained expression. Are you truly here to get scrubbed? What else would I be doing? Chen Xiao replied, puzzled. What do you think I'm here for? Nothing. I just thought you might be here for a workout. Half an hour later, Chen Xiao handed the scrubbing master $50 in cash, promising that the 1,000 he spent on transportation could be reimbursed by the Dragon Emperor. Subsequently, Chen Xiao and the Dragon Emperor departed the hot spring hall. The scrubbing master watched the retreating figures of Chen Xiao and the Dragon Emperor, his eyes brimming with tears. After today, he would no longer be merely a scrubbing king, but rather the scrubbing emperor, personally recognized and even praised by the ancestor. The small strip of grime in the plastic bag he held was his most treasured possession, destined to be preserved and passed down through generations as the ultimate proof. Chapter 71. The Crisis in Damu City. After leaving the resort, Chen Xiao purchased a 2 billion yuan estate in the most prosperous area of the capital. The estate was vast, and the opulent mansion was adorned with various expensive artworks. Dazzling crystal chandeliers cast dreamlike shadows upon the sumptuous murals. At noon, Chen Xiao, dressed in high-fashion attire by a renowned designer, sat at the dining table with a cheerful demeanor, hosting a lavish meal for various affluent dignitaries. The food on the table was extravagantly prepared, with each ingredient meticulously crafted by the world's top chefs. The selected red wine was of the highest quality, with every sip being utterly enchanting. However, after several rounds of red wine, Chen Xiao found he could not recall a single face. Instead, it was Zhou Qianlai and others who had taken to playing drinking games with the wine, igniting the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Anyone who excused themselves to the restroom had to endure the pressure of Chen Xiao's gaze, forcing them to down 3 glasses as punishment. Under Chen Xiao's guidance, the dignitaries, despite their reluctance, drank the expensive imported red wine as if it were cheap liquor. In the kitchen, the chefs hired at great expense by the Dragon Emperor were frantically working. The steak master from the Romantic Nation carefully threaded pieces of lamb onto skewers. The kimchi master from the Idle Nation was experimenting with a new recipe that the ancestor had mentioned, called old vinegar peanuts. Meanwhile, the flying pancake chef from Hunghua had somehow been pushed into the toilet, wailing while clutching a bucket of holy river water. Naturally, there were also many top chefs from the Dragon Nation. They were indeed the busiest of all, serving dish after dish of delicacies such as century egg tofu, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and pork braised with vermicelli. By 3 in the afternoon, after the lunch had concluded, Chen Xiao was hosting a banquet at the manor, while the Dragon Emperor was orchestrating a comprehensive reshuffling of power in the capital. The once mighty Zhang family, now leaderless, had met their demise. Just 2 days later, Longyue Group declared bankruptcy, giving rise to the emergence of Xiaoyong Group. This new entity boasted a vast array of industries spanning multiple sectors, from finance and entertainment to construction and catering, with intricate connections to various governmental institutions. Under the Dragon Emperor's guidance, within a mere span of 2 days, a significant portion of Longyue Group's assets had been transferred to Chen Xiao's name. Such a feat could not be accomplished with mere billions, without covert official assistance. Hundreds of billions would likely prove inadequate. This action also served as a stern warning to the 4 major financial conglomerates in the capital. Your survival hinges on the will of the authorities. If they permit your existence, you may thrive. Should they decide otherwise, you shall vanish. In the face of official power, It is prudent for any faction to maintain a low profile. At the manor, amidst the opulence of fine wine, golf, and exclusive clubs, Chen Xiao indulged in a life of extravagant pleasures, experiencing all that he once deemed unattainable, without straying from his principles. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the life of the affluent can be both monotonous and tedious. At that moment, Chen Xiao sat upon a luxurious yacht, admiring the breathtaking maritime panorama. As dusk descended, the sky was tinged with a gentle orange hue, the sunlight casting a shimmering glow upon the water's surface. Dressed in an exquisite suit, adorned with an expensive timepiece, he gazed into the distance, lost in contemplation. It is undeniable that the Dragon Emperor possessed an unparalleled knack for manipulation. With his assistance, in just 3 days, Chen Xiao had completely transformed his fate, evolving from a young man earning a meager 3,200 a month to a formidable figure, a true sovereign of the capital. In the mysterious investigation bureau located in the northern district of Damu City, the screens in the main hall displayed footage of Chen Xiao being interviewed by various media outlets. His visage radiant, a smile illuminating his face. However, in an instant, Zheng Xinfeng was violently thrown into the room, crashing against the large screen, which promptly shattered, distorting Chen Xiao's smile into a grim void. A moment later, the entire screen lay in ruins, scattered into fragments. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Zheng Xinfeng struggled to rise, his face pale and devoid of color, his body marred with numerous wounds, some festering and emitting a foul stench. His right arm hung limply, seemingly broken. Outside the door, the eerie sounds of traditional opera echoed. Behold, the general has fallen, and the terrified thief casts aside his courage. Blood flowers scatter across the mountains, while the river of the underworld flows tumultuously. The gates of life close, never to meet again. The gates of death open, ushering you into the realm of shadows. Suddenly, a grotesque creature, a white-haired corpse with a terrifying visage and rigid limbs, oozing the stench of decay, burst through the entrance. Its lifeless gaze fixated on Zheng Xinfeng, its murky eyes devoid of any emotion, resembling an unyielding machine of slaughter. Outside the hall, hundreds of decaying corpses had risen, surrounding the mysterious investigation bureau, sealing it off completely. All 4 investigative teams, A, B, C, and D, had assembled. Lu Xiling and her companions, dispatched to execute a mission in Sinuan district, returned just in time, each embroiled in a fierce battle. As all mysterious investigators found themselves engaged in a brutal struggle against the undead. Beneath the dark red sunset, blood had been splattered everywhere. Among the multitude of corpses, 3 possessed strength equivalent to advanced level 4. Fortunately, the leader of Team A, having undergone 4 awakenings, managed to confront 2 of the white-haired corpses. Though he remained at a clear disadvantage, perpetually teetering on the brink of sacrifice, the final white-haired corpse lay in wait for Zheng Xinfeng. Alas, despite his 4 awakenings, Zheng Xinfeng lacked formidable combat prowess, barely managing to hold off one of the creatures with all his might. The situation was similarly dire across other districts. In the east, south, west, and north, only the eastern district fared slightly better, thanks to Li Yandong, who had awakened 5 times, making him the most powerful awakener among the 4 districts. Armed with a fiery hunting rifle, he dispatched a white-haired corpse with 2 swift shots before rapidly advancing to the next battlefront. The white-haired corpses surrounding the Eastern District's investigation bureau numbered over 20, and his ammunition was nearly depleted, as these energy bullets were a product of his unique abilities and were limited in supply. However, the most intense conflict unfolded at the headquarters of the Damu City Investigation Bureau. A towering, ancient general-like corpse wielding a massive sword smashed through the bureau's entrance. It was estimated to possess at least the strength of a level 6 awakener. The 2 formidable creatures, under the command of the beast tamer, lay lifeless in a pool of blood on either side. The beast tamer's complexion was ashen, burdened by an unprecedented weight of despair. He understood that the investigation bureau faced a graver threat than during the last zombie incursion, for this time, there were no phantasmic rats to assist. Who could stand against this general of decay? Kill, kill, kill. The corpse general seemed to possess a rudimentary intelligence, continually bellowing the word kill as it charged toward the beast tamer. In an instant, its sword was swung, glinting ominously. The beast tamer hastily evaded, yet his speed paled in comparison to that of the level 6 corpse general. The general swung its weapon with ferocity, aiming for the beast tamer's neck. The beast tamer's face blanched, his pupils dilating in horror, resigned to his fate. But at that moment, a resounding crash reverberated. A robust, ebony figure stepped in front of the beast tamer, blocking the descent of the massive sword. The blade struck his shoulder, covered in demonic runes, emitting an overwhelming aura, as if striking steel, creating a shower of sparks. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed, even managing to turn and flash a savior-like smile at the beast tamer, pride radiating from him. What do you say, old man? In times of crisis, it seems you still rely on me to rescue you. Chapter 72. Will you return? Emotion. You have finally chosen to leave Sinuan district. The beast tamer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, offering a bitter smile. You shouldn't have come. The zombies are targeting the investigation bureau. I am aware, Emo Xiong replied, turning his head to deliver a powerful blow to the corpse general's sword. But if I don't come, you'll perish. As Emo Xiong pushed back the corpse general, dark runes rapidly enveloped his fists. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a thunderous crash erupted from the left. The beast tamers swiftly turned, only to witness two more corpse generals crashing through the surrounding walls, brandishing their swords and charging forward. Each one was more imposing and terrifying than the last, both possessing the strength of level 6. The beast tamer's expression shifted dramatically, and he yelled urgently, Emo Xiong, be careful. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Emo Xiong had long since fled. The dark, intricate magical patterns on Emo Xiong's legs seemed to converge, leading one to mistakenly believe that he had awakened a speed-related ability. Alas, the beast tamer felt his face flush crimson, yet after a moment of hesitation, he let out a resigned sigh. The fact that Emo Xiong had come was already a testament to his compassion. After all, Emo Xiong was merely a pawn of the mysterious investigation bureau. Had it not been for the need to protect the progenitor, the authorities would not have appointed him as the director in Damu City, unjustly dismissing Emo Xiong from his position. Perhaps, under different circumstances, Emo Xiong might have been thriving rather than storming out of the mysterious investigation bureau in a fit of rage. In retrospect, he realized he owed Emo Xiong a great deal. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the decaying general that Emo Xiong had previously confronted approached once again. With heavy footsteps, he swung his rusted blade towards the beast tamer's head. Well then, it seems death is inevitable. The beast tamer managed a bitter smile, choosing not to evade. Instead, he casually grabbed a chair, sat down, and silently closed his eyes. Hey, old man, don't just give up. Emo Xiong's voice echoed once more in his ears. But this time, the beast tamer was too apathetic to open his eyes, merely muttering lazily. If our esteemed director were here, not a single one of you wretched zombies would stand a chance. Outside the mysterious investigation bureau, the eerie opera continued unabated. The souls come forth, the ghosts wail. At the general's command, shut it, you old fool, get lost, roared Emo Xiong, his anger palpable. Following that, a series of explosive sounds erupted, as if an electronic device had been smashed, filling the air with the acrid smell of burnt wires. Old man, don't you know you need to smash the speakers before fighting? In the next moment, Emo Xiong's imposing figure reappeared in the beast tamer's line of sight. Surprisingly, the three decaying generals charging towards the beast tamer all halted in their tracks. They turned to face Emo Xiong, their expressions brimming with fury. Kill, kill, kill. The three decaying generals roared in unison, the terrifying plague spreading outward, causing the surrounding flora to wither rapidly, their branches drooping with decay. Yet Emo Xiong remained unfazed, cracking his knuckles and curling his lips into a sinister grin. Zhou Liang. Emo Xiong suddenly bellowed. Boss. Zhou Liang's voice rang out from a distance, straining to be heard. We're here. Peering through the shattered ruins of the mysterious investigation bureau, over 40 awakened civilians charged forward with fervor. Their strengths varied, the weakest merely newly awakened, while the strongest boasted 3 or even 4 awakenings. However, their gazes were resolute, each one resembling a member of the mysterious investigation bureau, determined to unite and charge at the decaying corpses. Lin Xian District. Groups A, B, C, D. Emo Xiong's eyes glistened with emotion as he raised his arm and roared, kill them for me. Damn it, let us wipe out these corpses. Let us go all out. You beasts, taste my ancestral stench. These civilian awakeners, each more crude than the last, hurled vulgarities and charged towards the decaying generals with unwavering resolve. The first 3-time awakened individual rushed forward but was cleaved in two by a decaying general's blade. No matter, the next 4-time awakened individual rushed in to cling desperately to the decaying general's leg. Each strike from the decaying general claimed the life of a civilian awakener. Yet those who pressed forward remained undaunted. Perhaps they had already lost their sanity upon moving into the Lin Xian District. Though the city bureau was vast, it housed only a few mysterious investigators. By now, those who had initially resisted the first wave of corpses had perished. Only the beast tamer remained, an isolated old man. Fortunately, Emo Xiong had brought over 40 civilian awakeners to bolster the front lines. Regrettably, these civilian awakeners were not particularly strong, although they valiantly obstructed one decaying general. The majority succumbed to the plague as they drew near, losing at least half of their combat strength. Outside the mysterious investigation bureau, a horde of decaying corpses loomed ominously. A second wave was approaching, and upon a cursory glance, there were at least 70 to 80 white-haired flying zombies. Indeed, the attackers besieging the city bureau were no ordinary corpses. The weakest among them were B-grade mysterious creatures, possessing the strength of 4 awakenings. Not to mention that within the courtyard, there were 3 A-grade mysterious creatures, including the decaying general numbered E099. The most terrifying aspect was that, under the influence of the plague, the mysterious investigators who had fallen while blocking the first wave now exhibited subtle signs of rising again. This was far from a good omen. At this moment, Despair enveloped not only the beast tamer, but also Mo Xiong, who couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Old man, it seems this tide of corpses is even fiercer than the last. Mo Xiong faced 2 decaying generals alone, while the beast tamer struggled to rise. Summoning his last mysterious creature, the unicorn designated B-140. Sighing, the beast tamer channeled his final energy into B-140, saying, I had foreseen this day. Which is why I desperately sought the Progenitor's assistance. But as he spoke, his remaining words faded into an inaudible murmur. Progenitor. In the northern district of the Mysterious Investigation Bureau, the white-haired flying zombie finally collapsed into a pool of blood. However, Zheng Xinfeng had also nearly lost all fighting capability. Dragging his severely injured body, he trembled as he rose, using his remaining left hand to wipe the blood caked on his face. Struggling to open his eyes, he coughed up blood, gazing at the damaged screen in the center of the hall. Will you return? Outside, drip, drop. Several acidic raindrops fell from the sky, splashing into the river of blood. These raindrops created ripples in the blood, only to transform into wisps of white smoke that hissed back into the sky. Night descended. Chapter 73, Torrential Rain. Waves of decaying corpses surged in. The leader of Group A fell, staring defiantly at his impending death. 2 white-haired flying zombies pounced on the leader of Group A, tearing at him with fury. In less than 3 seconds, he was reduced to a mangled corpse. Elsewhere, Zhao Dakai, caught off guard, was brutally stabbed in the throat by a decaying corpse's sharp claws. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Ugh! Zhao Dakai clutched his neck, his mouth filled with blood. Dakai. Lu Siling's face paled. She raised 2 delicate fingers and unleashed a thin stream of electricity. Crack! The decaying corpse was electrocuted. But Zhao Dakai collapsed as well. His pupils began to dilate, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly unable to endure any longer. Dakai, Dakai, don't scare me. Lu Siling cried as she rushed over, helplessly embracing Zhao Dakai. Her tears cascaded down like a torrential flood, splattering upon Zhao Dakai. Leaning against Lu Siling, Zhao Dakai appeared utterly despondent, murmuring, Team leader, I. With great difficulty, he moved his lips, blood trickling forth as he attempted to utter something profound. Alas, he lacked the strength to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he mustered a faint smile, tremblingly extending his right hand in a futile effort to caress Lu Siling's delicate face. Although it was within arm's reach, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. As life ebbed away, Zhao Dakai's right hand fell limply to his side. He had succumbed. This passionate young man, harboring deep affection for Lu Siling, quietly departed from this world. Dakai, Dakai. Lu Siling's cries echoed through the air. Each enigmatic investigator's eyes glistened with tears as they summoned an unprecedented strength, dragging their nearly exhausted bodies to confront the advancing hordes of decaying corpses. They understood that should they falter, the city of Damu would be irrevocably lost. The arrival of reinforcements from neighboring cities remained uncertain. Damu City could not even ascertain whether aid had been dispatched. After all, those nearby towns were mere 3rd or 4th tier cities, possessing comparable, if not inferior, strength to that of Damu. Even if assistance were sent, it would be insufficient to stem the tide of this horrific onslaught. Thus, hope dwindled to a singular beacon, the capital. Yet, where was the capital? What of those formidable beings, the 7th, 8th, and even 9th sense? Why had they not arrived? Damu City had long sought their aid. What were they doing? Why the delay? This question haunted the hearts of all the enigmatic investigators. Regrettably, as the number of cadavers multiplied, most would not live to find the answer. The sky appeared to be rent asunder with fissures. Suddenly, a torrential downpour descended. This was no ordinary rain, but a deluge of highly corrosive acid rain. Simultaneously, hailstones, akin to bullets, pelted from above with a furious clamor. As the acid rain struck the corpses, wisps of white smoke erupted, while the hail followed suit, shattering the skulls of the cadavers. However, when the acid rain fell upon the investigators, it transformed into a benign rain, cleansing them of the plague that clung to their bodies. The hailstones, too, deliberately avoided the investigators, inflicting no harm upon them. It was indeed a marvel to behold. Beneath the torrential downpour, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The relentless rain, interspersed with hail, resembled a heavy symphony. The raindrops pounded mercilessly upon the corpses, causing them to topple in droves. The white-haired flying corpses fared no better. They could not withstand the dual assault of acid rain and hail, collapsing after their anguished cries. The howling winds shook the trees along the roadside. The investigators, dumbfounded, helped one another rise amidst the downpour. Just as they sought the source of this extraordinary rain, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved the sky. Thunder roared. The dark purple lightning descended like a divine retribution. The very earth seemed to tremble. With each mighty bolt, a multitude of corpses perished. Divine punishment. It was divine punishment. The progenitor had arrived. The progenitor had not forsaken them. The progenitor had returned. A voice cried out, and all the investigators turned their gazes toward the distance. Zheng Xinfeng, propped against a wall, strained to muster his final strength, stumbling out of the hall, his blood-soaked eyes gazing into the distance. tears cascading down his cheeks. Progenitor, you have finally come. With a thud, upon seeing Chen Xiao, Zheng Xinfeng could bear no more. All his strength dissipated in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yet, before losing consciousness, a smile of exhilaration graced his face. Dama City had been saved. Not far away. The elder with 6 eyes held a black umbrella for Chen Xiao. Is this the calamity wrought by the source of the corpse plague? Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, surveying the relentless tide of corpses approaching from the distance. Indeed, it appears so. The elder with 6 eyes spoke gravely, however. This is likely but a fraction of the tide. What do you mean? Chen Xiao inquired, puzzled. The source of the corpse plague is far more complex. The elder's countenance darkened. At present, the strongest corpses in Dama City are merely a few corpse generals. The true horror has yet to manifest. Elaborate, Chen Xiao urged, focused. Master, have you heard of a corpse in the capital that has lost its heart and has shattered finger bones? The elder with 6 eyes turned to Chen Xiao, his 6 pupils glimmering with an eerie light. Misty Mountain? Chen Xiao questioned, perplexed. Yes, Misty Mountain, the elder intoned solemnly. If that corpse awakens under the influence of the source of the corpse plague, it is likely that the capital will face severe repercussions. That corpse is indestructible and bears an uncanny resemblance to your skeletal structure. Some suspect it has endured the refining of divine punishment at least dozens of times within the black and white gates. The tides of corpses in Dama City are merely an appetizer, or perhaps a trivial amusement for the puppet master behind this. The true battlefield lies in the capital. Beneath the torrential rain, lightning flashed in a chaotic dance. The corpses surrounding the Mystery Investigation Bureau in the northern district of Mu had been vanquished. Yet the downpour showed no signs of abating. After all, this rain engulfed the entire city, and the corpses in other regions had yet to be eradicated. The elder with 6 eyes held the umbrella for Chen Xiao as they strode purposefully toward the Mystery Investigation Bureau in the northern district. The area was already piled high with bodies, both of corpses and many young investigators. As before, the battle had been fierce and brutal. Lu Xiling had cried, her voice hoarse, gently laying Zhao Dakai's body down as she rose silently. Dakai is gone. Chen Xiao's expression grew complex as he gazed down upon Zhao Dakai's lifeless form. Yes, it is your fault. Lu Xiling, her face streaked with tears, suddenly erupted with a chilling fury. She glared at the elder with 6 eyes, accusing, the source of the corpse plague lies in your hands. You orchestrated this tide. You are the one who caused Dakai's death. It is all you. Chapter 74, The Rift. The elder with 6 eyes remained silent, yet his gaze radiated a murderous intent. His 6 cold pupils fixated on Lu Xiling, exuding an oppressive force that instilled fear. Had Chen Xiao not been present, Lu Xiling might have already become yet another corpse. Little Lu, you are a bit too agitated, Chen Xiao frowned, remarking, were it not for the 6-eyed old slave contacting me, I would have been oblivious to the crisis in Dama City. You shut your mouth. Lu Xiling suddenly turned her face, furiously pointing at Chen Xiao. You are our appointed director. You promised to help us. If only you had returned sooner, Dakai would not have died, and none of my comrades would have perished. Beneath the rain, Lu Xiling's voice rose to a desperate roar. Her drenched hair clung to her back. The wind and rain swirled, making her already frail figure appear even more slender. Oh, Chen Zhao's expression darkened. In the next moment, he seized Lu Xiling by the throat. So, do you wish for me to send you to meet Zhao Dakai? Chen Zhao's expression suddenly twisted into a grimace as he tightened his grip around Lu Xiling's throat, utterly disregarding the crimson hue of her face and her desperate struggle for breath. Remember, it is your privilege that I am saving you. Chen Xiao barked. Crack. Dark purple lightning descended from the heavens, but this time, divine retribution was aimed squarely at the mysterious Investigation Bureau. Moreover, I detest being pointed at. Boom. Half of the Investigation Bureau was reduced to ruins under the terrified gazes of onlookers. Fortunately, the divine punishment merely collapsed half a building without inflicting harm upon anyone. Thud. Chen Xiao unceremoniously tossed the nearly asphyxiated Lu Xiling to the ground. Instantly, her entire body fell into the mud, her head and face splattered with muck. Lu Xiling coughed incessantly, and once she regained her composure, she began to weep in anguish. Gasping for breath, Chen Xiao felt a surge of agitation. So bothersome. You are driving me mad. He tugged at his hair in frustration and kicked Lu Xiling, causing her to stumble. Stop crying. Just cease your weeping. The torrential rain hammered down like a chaotic drumbeat, blending with Lu Xiling's sobs. Chen Xiao felt his sanity fraying. He didn't wish for the mysterious investigator's demise. But could he foresee everything, control it all? Apologies, he could not. He had raced back at breakneck speed. Old slave. Chen Xiao turned, his expression icy as he grasped the shoulder of the elder with 6 eyes. At your service, the elder bowed his head. Fetch me some oranges, Chen Xiao commanded, his voice low and trembling. I want to eat oranges. Very well, I shall procure them immediately, the elder replied calmly, handing Chen Xiao the umbrella before vanishing into the rain, his form dissolving into droplets. Wait, Chen Xiao suddenly called out to the elder, releasing his grip and allowing the black umbrella to splash into the mud. sending up a shower of raindrops. He hurried through the mire, catching up to the elder, and inquired, "Has the black and white gate appeared? Where is it?" As the raindrops approached him, they were incinerated by dark purple lightning. The elder closed his eyes, sensing the surroundings, and murmured, "In approximately half an hour, the black and white gate may manifest at the junction of Damu City and Taiyang City, that is, west of this location." Before the elder could finish, Chen Xiao had already darted away. On this stormy night, he resembled a streak of black light, racing at a speed beyond the ordinary. Now, even in a normal state, he possessed the strength of an awakened 8th level. Reaching the city's border within half an hour should pose no challenge. Chen Xiao's return was not solely to rescue Damu City. There was another vital matter, finding the black and white gate. He yearned to return to his original world. Although he had merely been an ordinary worker there, it was where his parents, friends, and many trustworthy souls resided. He didn't have to face life and death, endure suffering, or engage in constant calculations and scheming. In his former life, even with a modest salary of 3,200, he lived freely and joyfully. Yet could he truly go back? Night, 22:37. A dense fog suddenly enveloped the city's border. Within the mist, a door of black and white flickered in and out of view. This was Chen Xiao's first encounter with the black and white gate, and he finally grasped its significance. One half remained shrouded in the night, resembling a black hole that devoured surrounding light, embodying darkness that sought to pull everything into an endless abyss. The other half was bathed in moonlight, pure and immaculate, akin to the dawn of a new day, gentle and warm, seemingly capable of dispelling the cold and bringing hope. The entire gate shimmered in the fog, exuding an aura foreign to this world. However, what puzzled Chen Xiao was the absence of the holes mentioned by Li Yandong. The gate appeared solid, constructed of an unknown material. 3 minutes later, at 22:40, the fog began to dissipate significantly. The black and white gate parted in the middle, emitting a blinding white light that momentarily blinded Chen Xiao. Blood dripped from the corners of his eyes, and he heard a rustling sound beside him. What was happening? Ignoring the searing pain in his eyes, Chen Xiao hurriedly reached for the black and white gate, but to his astonishment, his hand met nothing. Moments later, aided by his formidable self-healing ability, his vision gradually returned. Yet, as he gazed ahead, there was no longer any fog, nor any sign of the black and white gate. How could this be? Let me go back. Chen Xiao anxiously surveyed his surroundings, but he could no longer find even a trace of the gate. Anger, desolation, and anguish surged within him. Oh, he threw his head back and cried out in despair. At that moment, thunder crashed down, striking the ground around him. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of black spiders had crawled onto the ground. Several smaller spiders perished instantly under the divine punishment, yet at least half of the larger ones, measuring half a meter in length, withstood the strikes. Their bodies were enormous, coated in a thick layer of grease. Under the onslaught of the dark purple lightning, these giant spiders began to evolve, sprouting barbed legs and wings from their arched backs. In the next instant, several spiders took to the air, their gossamer wings adorned with black veins, serrated edges producing a piercing shriek with each flap. Gap, number 732, Death Spider. Their power equated to that of an 80-time awakened individual. Chapter 75, Seeking Details. In the original world, there exists a renowned theory known as the hierarchy of needs. When an individual simultaneously lacks food, safety, love, and respect, their most pressing desire is for food, followed by safety. Compared to sustenance and security, all other needs pale in significance. For instance, upon Chen Xiao's arrival in this world, his primary concern was merely to satiate his hunger. Subsequently, he craved safety, needing assurance of his survival in this unfamiliar realm. Now, having manifested an immortal body and transcendent power, his safety was secured. Thus, Chen Xiao began to yearn for love. Does love exist in this world? Chen Xiao recalled every detail. During his first conversation with Zheng Xinfeng, he mentioned the cannibalistic tribe at the museum of Mubei district. Zheng Xinfeng's immediate response was a meaningful assurance. Rest assured, it will be handled. The mysterious investigation bureau has the capability. In other words, the investigation bureau possessed the means to deal with the cannibalistic tribe. Who were the cannibals? They were Chen Xiao himself. Zheng Xinfeng was undoubtedly aware of this, and Chen Xiao was equally cognizant. From the very beginning, Zheng Xinfeng had been using official threats against Chen Xiao. Subsequently, he asserted that the authorities bore no malice towards Chen Xiao. This exemplifies the classic tactic of first delivering a blow and then offering a sweet reward. Indeed, for the officials, Chen Xiao has always been an outsider, an unpredictable variable. Was life in Lin Xinyuan not reflective of this? Why did the mysterious investigation bureau send Lu Xiling and her companions? Is there truly no one of skill in Damu City? That is not the case. At the very least, the Mubei district has 4 A group leaders who have undergone 4 awakenings. Yet, in the presence of Chen Xiao, does the distinction between 3 and 4 awakenings hold any significance? It does not. Thus, only Lu Xiling and her 2 companions were dispatched, effectively lulling Chen Xiao into a false sense of security. Moreover, Lu Xiling, as the leader of Group C, signifies the official's regard for Chen Xiao. Ultimately, even if Chen Xiao were to erupt and eliminate the three-person team, the mysterious investigation bureau would not suffer a loss of core combat capability. Hence, when Lu Xiling and her companions settled into Lin Xinyuan, they must have already prepared for sacrifice. This is evident from the moment Lu Xiling first made contact with Chen Xiao, when he sensed a slight tingling sensation. Today, Chen Xiao discovered that Lu Xiling's ability was electricity. So, why did she release electric currents upon touching him? Because she was frightened. It was an instinctive reaction. From that moment on, Lu Xiling kept a vigilant watch over Chen Xiao, what he did in Lin Xinyuan, whom he killed, to whom he handed over the source of the plague. The mysterious investigation bureau was fully aware of everything. Of course, Lu Xiling did not hold Chen Xiao in such high regard. Otherwise, she would not have uttered those words in a moment of emotional upheaval. Chen Xiao suddenly recalled the introduction the tour guide had given him upon his awakening. Subject 001, a mysterious entity. Perhaps in the eyes of others, he had always been merely a formidable mysterious being. The officials are meticulous, needing to maintain the machinery of the entire nation. Thus, they cannot afford to have emotions. Resembling a cold machine, ever vigilant against all uncontrollable variables. So, whom can Chen Xiao trust? The elder with 6 eyes? The Dragon Emperor? It's futile. They merely utilize one another, much like the former shaman. The elder with 6 eyes and the Dragon Emperor are simply far more astute than the shaman. At the very least, they do not choose the wrong side. Of course, everyone harbors their own secrets. Chen Xiao bears no resentment towards anyone. Moreover, all of the above remains merely his personal conjecture. Yet, at present, Chen Xiao felt a pang of despondency. He sat in the downpour, gazing blankly into the distance. An increasing number of death spiders ascended into the air, their gaping maws revealing sharp fangs as they approached him. Chen Xiao's expression remained impassive, silently commanding divine punishment. The once infallible divine punishment now required 4 or 5 bolts of lightning to vanquish a single death spider. The black and white gate had merely opened a crack. What if it were fully opened? The mysterious entities emerging from the chasm would likely not exceed 10 awakenings, aligning with the perceptions of most ordinary individuals. Below 10 awakenings, a mere touch of divine punishment would reduce them to ashes. However, the beings crawling forth from the crevice were far from simple. Chen Xiao suddenly recalled that the heavy artillery commander had withstood a full brunt of divine punishment. Moreover, the heavy artillery commander had only bled from the corner of his mouth, not perished. Now, the flying giant spider, too, would require enduring 4 or 5 bolts of divine punishment to meet its end. It appeared that the death spider's strength was comparable to that of the heavy artillery commander. It is known that the evil spirit has awakened 12 times. A being with 12 awakenings was obliterated by a single complete divine punishment. Assuming the damage from one divine punishment is 100, then the defensive capability of a 12-time awakened being must be less than 100. A fully evolved death spider could withstand at least 4 bolts of divine punishment, suggesting its defense exceeds 400. Estimating it, the death spider must possess at least 50 awakenings. Consequently, the heavy artillery commander cannot be far off. Therefore, if beings with over 50 awakenings exist in this world, could there not also be those with 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 awakenings? How many times has the phoenix awakened? If encountering a being with over 100 awakenings, would divine punishment still hold any efficacy? Many matters remain shrouded in uncertainty. The thought alone made Chen Xiao's head throb, leaving him unable to arrive at a conclusion. Disliking futile endeavors, he resolved to cast aside these chaotic thoughts and instead contemplate what he ought to do in the future. Chen Xiao raised his gaze to the dimly lit night sky. He spread his arms wide, suddenly unleashing 100 bolts of divine punishment. Thunder rumbled beneath the pitch-black night. The roar of thunder echoed as if the heavens were in fury. In an instant, the entire night sky was illuminated by blinding flashes of lightning. As if day had suddenly dawned. At the epicenter of the storm, the death spiders appeared inconsequential. Their bodies were rigid, their limbs strong, yet before such ferocious energy, all became trivial. The black-purple lightning struck them mercilessly, shattering them into countless pieces, their remnants scattering amidst the radiant lightning. The air became saturated with the acrid scent of charred flesh, mingling with the foul odor of spider remains, inducing nausea. Chen Xiao found himself in dire need of an outlet for his pent-up emotions. It must be said that the arrival of these death spiders was impeccably timed. 2330. The downpour ceased, the divine punishment dissipated, and not a single spider survived. The ground lay strewn with the charred corpses of death spiders. Chen Xiao closed his eyes as his mind began to analyze rapidly. The phoenix had sent him a note, stating, "I am helping you." Who, during this time, had assisted him, and in what manner? Upon reflection, the greatest benefit he had received was undoubtedly his immortality. Could it be that his immortality was granted by another? This notion was somewhat terrifying. Thus, were there any other overlooked details? For instance, when he was trapped in the void, what had he desired most? To escape the void. To no longer endure the agony of divine punishment. So, how did he suddenly leave the void while in a state of unconsciousness? Chapter 76. In the village, there was a pig farmer. 2345. The elder with 6 eyes approached Chen Xiao, carrying a bag of oranges. He had already rewrapped the black cloth around his eyes and handed over the bag, saying, "Master, I have bought the oranges." "Oh." Chen Xiao turned around, selecting a few oranges from the bag to stuff into his pocket, saying, "Choose a time to accompany me to Misty Mountain." "Very well. This old servant is ready at any moment," the elder with 6 eyes replied. "Then let's go now," Chen Xiao said. "Understood. I shall prepare the vehicle. Please wait a moment, master." Half an hour later, the elder with 6 eyes arrived driving a gray, grimy van. Chen Xiao couldn't help but frown, saying, "Is it truly necessary for us to be this shabby?" "Apologies, master," the elder with 6 eyes replied from the passenger seat, pulling open the creaking door. "This old servant only has a tricycle." Chen Xiao's face twitched as he inquired, "Then where did this vehicle come from?" Intercepted midway, it was too late. This was the only vehicle nearby. The elderly man with 6 eyes uttered the harshest words in the most mundane tone. Simultaneously, a portly figure tumbled out of the driver's seat, collapsing to his knees and fervently bowing his head. "Spare me. I swear I won't do it again. It was Cui Hua who seduced me first. I will never seek her out again." The man, his face streaked with tears and snot, was on the verge of wetting himself. Cui Hua had clearly texted him that her family would not be home tonight. How had he been intercepted halfway there? Who was this blindfolded old man? And who was this young man, whose disheveled appearance suggested he was in a poor state? Could he possibly be Cui Hua's husband? The blindfolded elder then referred to this young man as master. Was this young man a scion of some illustrious family? Cui Hua had never mentioned such matters to him. The blindfolded elder descended from the vehicle, pointing at his own eyes, and declared, "I cannot drive, so I had no choice but to bring both man and vehicle along." Chen Xiao yanked the kneeling man back to his feet, casually producing an exquisite dark gold card. "This card contains 10,000 yuan. Take us to Misty Mountain in the capital." "Misty Mountain?" The portly man immediately shrieked in terror. "Big brother, I truly have nothing to do with Cui Hua. You needn't give me money. I will distance myself from her right now. I will block her. What are you babbling about?" Chen Xiao, exasperated, delivered a sharp slap. Gripping the man's collar, "I said, I will give you 10,000 yuan if you take us to Misty Mountain. You needn't do anything else. You can continue pursuing your Cui Hua. I just need a compliant driver. Do you comprehend or not?" "I understand. I understand." The man, jolted back to clarity by the slap, tremblingly accepted the dark gold card from Chen Xiao's hand. But, his face drained of color, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. He was quaking with fear. He had heard tales of Misty Mountain, a forbidden place in the capital, rumored to be a death trap where even 10 awakened souls would be devoured. He was merely a 2-time awakened individual. What right did he have to brave Misty Mountain? Chen Xiao's expression darkened. He produced another dark gold card and forcefully shoved it into the man's palm. "Another 10,000. Please spare me. I don't want to die." The man clutched the 2 dark gold cards, his hands shaking uncontrollably. "If you refuse to go, I will ensure your death now." Chen Xiao's impatience grew, a chilling intensity igniting in his gaze. "I'll go. I will go right now. You get in the car." The portly man straightened, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Drive faster." Without further ado, Chen Xiao slid into the back seat of the dilapidated vehicle. The man, now resigned to his fate, thought to himself, since death was inevitable, he might as well live a little longer. Regrettably, he had been a wise man all his life. Yet he was now ensnared by that woman, Sohua. Emboldened, the man clenched his jaw, steeling himself. He tucked the dark gold cards into his pocket, then took the driver's seat, revving the van and speeding off. If he was to die, he would do so spectacularly. Once inside, Chen Xiao leaned back against the worn seat and asked in a low voice, "Elaborate on the situation regarding Misty Mountain." The elderly man with 6 eyes paused thoughtfully before slowly responding, "I have heard. An old servant like you can only hear gossip. It is better to hear it from me." The portly man interrupted, adopting an expression of gallant resignation. "Misty Mountain is, in essence, the consequence of a great sycophant's folly." The elder's brow furrowed as he turned to the portly man, a chill emanating from his weathered face. "Why do you turn to me, blind old fool? Can you see, or what?" The man, having seemingly transcended fear, was emboldened. He glared defiantly and pounded the steering wheel, declaring, "If you disagree, then you take the wheel. If I delay your young master's affairs, let us see what you will do about it." The old van's horn blared in protest. The elder's face darkened with fury, yet he refrained from harming the man. After all, he was correct. Only the portly man could drive. Should he kill him, it would jeopardize the young master's journey. Surely, they could not have the master himself drive and serve as his own chauffeur. Moreover, given Chen Xiao's currently volatile demeanor, he was hardly fit to operate a vehicle. If he were to lose control while driving, this van would not withstand the strain. It was deep into the night, and the outskirts of the city were rather remote. Finding another vehicle would not be an easy task. Unbeknownst to the portly man, the elder had long wished to dispose of him, yet he continued to ramble on. There used to be a village in the capital called Yangjia Village, where a young girl was quite the beauty. Many were enamored by her, including Yang Di Sir. "Who is Yang Di Sir?" Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. Why, that is Yangzhu. He comes from a family of pig farmers and is quite wealthy, flaunting several tens of thousands of yuan in his pocket. Over time, the villagers began calling him Yang Di Sir. At this point, the portly man caught a glimpse of the dark gold card peeking from his pocket and burst into laughter. Yes, that kind of dark gold card. Yang Di Sir had several of those, parading around like he was the richest man in the capital, tossing cards to command others. Chen Xiao discreetly checked his own pockets. Indeed, he possessed several dark gold cards. He suspected the portly man was hinting at something, yet lacked solid evidence. Fine, let us hear more. Yang Di Sir had pursued that girl for quite some time, but she was already taken by someone from the city, and the villagers kept it a secret from him. Upon learning the truth, Yang Di Sir was inconsolable, spiraling into despair, refusing to eat or drink, lamenting why he lacked love. Why he had spent so much on others while having no one trustworthy by his side. How could a grown man be so fragile, like a woman? The portly man continued. There are countless people in this world without love. Must one not live well alone? Is humanity truly meant to be a social species? If one cannot even endure solitude, how can one aspire to be a true stronghold? He had wealth, pigs, and numerous villagers eager to curry favor with him. Despite possessing so much that others envied, how could he become so ensnared in his own despair? What was he truly seeking?